they are already planning and preparing to sail the high seas in search for treasure, to command armies in the name of honor, to explore unknown regions of this world, or even blast off to a distant planet in space. In their imagination, they are unburdened by the weight of this world, that weight that may have crushed their parents and stolen their innocence. But the child's innocence is a reminder to their parents, not just of what was, but what can be. Looking through the eyes of a child, you see a world not of rules and constraints, but endless possibilities. A world where people are good, brave, honest, and kind. A world where people choose to step into who they truly are instead of who they were instructed they have to be. If the parent allows themselves, they can join their children in that moment. They can be reminded of who they were before they experienced the harsh, unforgiving nature of this world and became a taxpayer. The child's innocence, curiosity, and desire for creativity and exploration may seem naive to the parent who is beaten down and jaded. But the real naivety is submitting to the pressures of this world, accepting things as they are, instead of dreaming of how they can be. The greatest mistake any adult can make is allowing others to crush their desire to explore and dreams. An individual is much more than just a taxpayer, and children need to see that. They need examples of men and women not just struggling to get by, working tirelessly to afford their taxes, which are used to fund horrific and bloody foreign wars. They need to see adults living with purpose, whose spirits have not been crushed by the weight of this world. Adults who didn't grow out of dreaming, but instead made those dreams reality. This Christmas, let's cherish freedom and imagination. Let's attempt to see the world around us through the eyes of a child and reclaim what was taken from us, the freedom to truly be ourselves. As you sit around the fire as a family, smoking cigarettes and listening to Bitcoin podcasts, let your children know you love them, not just by saying it or showering them with gifts, but by joining them in the stories they are crafting in their heads. Encourage them to learn, to ask questions, and explore beyond the desks they are chained to in school. Creativity is not something to ever be discouraged, but something to be cherished. For if we don't cherish it, we will be destined for a future full of reruns of the same Disney movies and soul-crushing compliance. A future where death and taxes are the only things that are certain. While death may be inevitable, choosing to truly live is a choice you have to make every day. It may be hard to feel and to dream because it may feel like your dreams may have been crushed over and over again. But instead of giving up and dwelling on the past, let's look to the future that is yet to be written, where anything is possible because you refuse to give up.
Do you remember what it was like when you were young? Presents under the tree, your story had just begun. Childhood innocence, free of the burdens and responsibility. Endless ideas to explore, unaware of life's fragility. Do you remember when life was magical? When you saw the world through the eyes of a child? This Christmas, let us remember we will never ever surrender our creativity and our minds choosing to be warm and kind. Let's be with the ones we love and choose to rise above. Let's see the world through the eyes of a child and enjoy some innocence for a while. a taxpayer, slaving away to afford the bill. Please, Lord, answer this prayer. Give me the courage and will to stand up in the midst of chaos and really choose to live, to let go of burdens that weigh on us and have the courage to forgive. Do you remember when life was magical, when you saw the world through the eyes of a child? This Christmas, let us remember we will never ever surrender our creativity and our minds, choosing to be warm and kind. Let's be with the ones we love and choose to rise above. Let's see the world through the eyes of a child and enjoy some innocence for a while. And enjoy some innocence for a while. The world doesn't need more examples of how not to be. Let's be examples of what it means to be free, to have hope that the future will be better, and force our kids to wear ugly Christmas sweaters. Life moves too quick to not cherish these moments, so enjoy the opportunity to forget your employment. Remember what it was like to be a kid before you listen to what Bitcoin did. Let your mind run wild and free and choose to be happy and filled with glee. Let life be magical just for a minute. Having fun is how we will win it.
For many, this may be a challenging Christmas. They are sitting and staring at spreadsheets, attempting to figure out how they will be able to afford both taxes and Christmas presents for their families. Many won't be able to afford both, so they have to make hard decisions this holiday. While the economy is doing completely fine, it may not feel like it for so many people who worked diligently over the past year. But just because times may be difficult, it's not an excuse to give up and lose hope. There are still Bitcoin podcasts to listen to and work to be done. One lesson I learned about the holidays is that if this particular holiday is tough, it could be nice to stop for a moment and remember the good times in the past. There was a time when I was a child, before I knew of the existence of PodConf and the CIA. The neighborhood boys would share some cigarettes together after playing tackle football in the snow. To us, there was no such thing as cold. Our fingers would be freezing, and the wind would make it hard to light the cigarette, so we would huddle around each other in order to block the wind. We would run outside through blizzards, building snow forts and waging battles against visible enemies of epic proportions. We would wait up late at night, listening to the radio for the announcement that school had been closed due to snow. We were truly free in those moments and thought the world was ours. It may have been the closest to heaven on earth I will ever experience. Christmas was a magical time in the Greaser household. It was one of the few times of the year my father would be home from work and be truly present. We would sit around the fire, listening to the radio, telling stories, smoking cigarettes. I was 10 when my father gave me my first typewriter. We spent the day together as he taught me how to use it. I looked at my father proudly as I typed my first few words, slowly as to not make any mistakes, and told him that I would become a credentialed journalist one day. He looked down at me proudly and said, "I know you will. You aren't smart enough to do much else." I hope you have fond memories of Christmas as a child, and I hope you can make Christmas special for your children. Some of my fondest memories do not revolve around the gifts I received, but around the presence of my parents. The holidays were one of the few times that they were able to put their stress aside and truly be there with us. I felt seen and known in those brief yet spectacular moments. You never know how good you have it until it's gone. Now that I'm older, my liver doesn't work as well anymore. I found myself tired and frustrated many days. My joints ache as I type away at my typewriter, trying to cover the most important stories in a strange and rapidly changing world. I feel the burden of responsibility, working tirelessly to ensure my wife and son have enough cigarettes to get them through the week. But I know how good I have it, and I'm enjoying every moment of it, even the hard ones. There will be a day where my hands ache too much to type, my brain too slow to think. But that day is not today, and so I sit here typing away at my typewriter, chain-smoking Marlboro Reds. I know my father is proud of me. All the hard work he put toward providing for our family has paid off, and I am now one of the world's premier credentialed journalists. I like to imagine he's in heaven, looking down proudly. In my version of heaven, people still listen to Bitcoin podcasts there. As I reflect on my past, I can't help but feel nostalgic, yet hopeful. Christmas is about magic. It's about pausing to remember the things that really matter in life. It is about celebrating hope. That even in the darkest times, a spark has the ability to turn the tide of human history. Life is what you make of it. There's so much that we cannot control, but if we allow those things to rule us, we forget that we have the power to make decisions for ourselves. If we surrender our power to others, we surrender our ability to make a difference, to do something. We surrender our very souls. Life is too short to get caught up in worry and despair. You are the hero in the story you are writing for yourself. I want to thank everyone who supported the Bugle over the past 2 years. Our news agency is growing solely because of your support. This Christmas will be a special one in the Greaser household, and it's because of people like you.
I want to thank you all for tuning in to this year's edition of the Bugle Christmas Special. All over the country and even the world, people are tuning in to Bitcoin podcasts. Families are able to afford both taxes and Christmas presents for their kids because they did the proof of work and understand Bitcoin enough to save in it. Families are coming together to discuss macro and revel in how hot Lynn Alden is. As Santa is preparing for flight, readying his sleigh with crypto cloaks, doodads, and bit axes, he is listening to Max's latest Ungovernable Misfits podcast. While individuals like Lindsey Graham are attempting to ruin this day for the entire world, having written to Santa that all he wants for Christmas is for the U.S. to finally be able to invade Iran, people aren't about to let the warmongers get them down. Instead, they are looking past their differences and are focusing on what truly matters. This year, more Christmas dinner tables will resemble Bitcoin podcasts than ever before. Kids will teach their grandmas how to securely and discreetly store open dimes in prison wallets in order to cross borders in adversarial ways. New computer hardware will be downloading the entire Bitcoin blockchain, educating individuals on the arbitrary data caps their ISPs set that they didn't even know existed before. While the world looks crazy and the economy is fine, it is in moments like this that we remember that things can be different. If we prioritize the ones we love, use our brains, and hope to live a fulfilled life beyond struggling to afford to pay taxes, maybe we can build something better together. Bitcoin fixes all of our problems, and though sometimes it doesn't feel like it, Bitcoin has already won. Take a moment to smell the roses. Remember the part you played on this glorious crusade against fiat money. If you have it hard, remember the cantillionaires are quaking in their boots, maybe realizing for the first time they are about to get steamrolled by a bunch of orange cells who might lack proper credentials, but have been diligently listening to 40 hours of Bitcoin podcasts a week. They might not be able to get Aubrey Strobel to go with them to Away Slice's Christmas party, but they sure as hell are able to bring central bankers to their knees. Make sure to reach out to your friends and wish them a Merry Christmas. Take a moment to feel sorry for Jews like Fundamentals, who will be celebrating Hanukkah, going to the movies, and eating Chinese food instead of lighting up a Christmas tree. Make sure to smoke more cigarettes than normal this holiday. This moment will only happen once, so you might as well enjoy it. This has been a special Bugle production. Merry Christmas to all, and have a beautiful night.
As soon as I got Mary's telegram. Good idea, Ernie. A toast. To my big brother, George, the richest man in town. Christmas present from a very dear friend of mine.
Look, Daddy, teacher says every time a bell rings, an angel gets his wings.
That's right. That's right. Attaboy, Clarence.
Up, guys? Welcome back to Bitcoin Audible. I am Guy Swan, the guy who has read more about Bitcoin than anybody else you know. And this show is brought to you by Fold and the Fold debit card and their gift cards and their roundups and their auto DCA and their auto conversion from ACH. Literally, if you were looking to get as much Bitcoin as possible in as little as work, just set things up and then have them all automatically stack sats on a regular basis. The best all-in-one package for that is Fold. Literally make Fold the center of your banking and fiat life, and there will be ample passive sats stacked. We are back with another episode of Guy's Roundtable. Mechanic, Steve, and also my brother Jeffrey, who doesn't jump in for like 20 or 30 minutes, all join us today. And there's a lot of interesting stuff to break down for December. Oh my God, BlackRock says that 21 million Bitcoin is not guaranteed. What are we gonna do? Saylor is going crazy and he's just issuing debt and buying Bitcoin every single week. Some new news from El Salvador and the IMF. Lots happening on the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve. So much wonderful wonderful FUD has returned that I've missed so dearly, and so much more. And the Roundtable is your one-stop shop for hearing all about the important news and events and getting the take of some really long-time Bitcoiners who've been around the block a few times. So let's go ahead and jump in. We are wrapping up December of 2024 with Guys Roundtable. We are here with Mechanic and Steve and myself. We are starting Roundtable number 5, wrapping up December, which isn't wrapped up yet, but we've got a lot to cover anyway. Welcome to the show, guys. Welcome back. It's been a minute. How y'all doing?
Thank you. Amazing. Thank you.
Amazing.
Happy to be here.
Steve, can you show everybody your huge head?
Oh yeah. So for my wedding, people made huge cutouts of me and my wife. This is mine.
I was about to ask why that happened. You know, your expression is the best part of that.
Yeah,
That's
it's a
awesome.
little blue steel for you.
You look like someone from the World Wrestling Federation. Like that's what.
Thank you.
That's the vibe I get from that.
Cream rises to the top.
Oh man. Mechanic, how you doing, man?
Yeah, pretty
Doing
good.
all right?
Yeah.
Can't complain.
Yeah, I think my general state at the moment is like it feels exactly like 2016, where the bull market is back. We survived another bear market. The energy's fresh, and the most stupid people are making the most noise. And like because 2016 was big blockers, right? And all I did, and it was peak Reddit. So all I did was sit on Reddit all day arguing with big blockers, this AstroTurf thing going on, and it was like a job. And I've spoken about this before. Like when the Bcash hard fork happened, and I dumped all that, I was like, right, this is my payment for arguing with you idiots as a self-appointed job, like that I did for the last 2 years, arguing with you idiots. That feels exactly what's going on now. So all I do all day, like the BlackRock FUD, right? Like we had to write an ocean rebuttal for that on LinkedIn, and it's like,
Oh my God,
I get
did you really?
I get tasked with this stuff. Like, so BlackRock are going to come along, buy all the coins, and then they're going to destroy the 21 million Bitcoin limit. Like, and people don't realize this, and just that level of argument. And I'm like, my goodness, like we haven't thought of that in 2011. Like, we've discussed this, we've been there. Yes, it is possible, but here's the kind of thing that would actually mean, right? And let's reason about it. But everything's all sensationalist. Like the quantum FUD keeps coming back, and it's just dealing with that over and over again. The BlackRock are here, and they're going to destroy everything, and you're not going to be able to do anything with your stupid Raspberry Pi when BlackRock say there's going to be more than 21 million. And then there's all the just actual ocean FUD as well, like people just complaining about ocean all day, or just not understanding it. Like, the payout system on ocean is quite complicated, and explaining how that works to people is like, I will spend hours on like meetings with miners just being like, no. Every time they think they understand it, they're like, right, so if I do this, then that will happen. I go, no. So it's like, it's really, really hard. Like it's some of the hardest stuff ever to do. It's like, but just to round off the point, in bear markets, you don't have any of that, because you're just left with people that have got it. They're here for the long run. They're not panicking every 5 seconds because they haven't over-leveraged themselves to the tits. Like, they just know what they're doing. And so, they're not panicking because quantum computers are around. Like, you just don't have that in bear markets.
Yeah. Bear markets are the best from a mentality standpoint, I've always felt like. And the thing that gets me about bull markets and the people I think who are, just kind of really going through the beginnings of their first, maybe they got in the last bull market and they just bear market this whole time, is to recognize that the overwhelming majority of hate, attacks, FUD, it's started, and it will be permanent, basically until the next bear market has set in. And it's only going to get louder and more annoying and more insane. Like, everything Like, yes, there's like exuberance and great, but almost I feel like it was, pretty much like there's this weird dichotomy where during the bull markets, there's nothing but bad news and attacks and people screaming Ponzi and all of that stuff. And they're screaming it louder than they've ever screamed it because now they're butthurt that they're not in it, and then in the bear markets, so it's nothing but bad news and people screaming and hating it during the bull market, and the price just rockets up. And then during the bear markets, it's practically nothing but good news and building and new implementations and new services and everything. And everybody just the price is just like dead. It's just like sideways and nothing is happening. But yeah, that's kind of what I feel like. I really feel like the bull market this past couple of weeks, I feel like the feeling, where the mentality is, the fact that everybody's having to comment on it, it's finally feeling like the bull market's starting. And it's funny, I've had conversations with a number of people who be like, so this was a crazy bull market and now it's peaked and stuff. And I'm like, no, dude, you have no idea. You've clearly never done this before, or you have a short memory, because this is not the end of anything. This is we're walking through the first chapter here, setting up this era.
And also, like, what happens with this idiocy and this influx of normies is that they over leverage, and then they become a catalyst for making the next bear market worse. So that's what happened with 2021 and the Sailor hype and all that. Is people bought on leverage, and Core Scientific went crazy, and FTX blew up. Like, none of that would really happen if it was just this slow growth of like boring cypherpunks that just slowly stashed and hodl and slowly grow the stack. It's just we get over exuberant, we blow off top, and then everything completely falls apart, and then we rebuild from the ashes again.
Yeah. And speaking of that, since you brought up Sailor, do you think Sailor's making this way worse by the strategy that he's basically blasting out there to everybody?
You mean with this like infinite money glitch?
Yeah, just basically kind of encouraging people because of the apparent success of it to go into leverage.
To be honest, I don't blame him, and I don't really. If you can get cheap credit and you can buy Bitcoin with it, like, why wouldn't you buy Bitcoin? Like, I don't. Yeah. And why wouldn't you tell other people to do the same thing? Because it just gives you a return faster. So I don't know. I can't really hold it against him, to be honest.
Yeah. It's kind of the same thing with the U.S. Strategic Reserve. It's just kind of like, well, if they can do it, they will do it. Bitcoin's for everybody. Bitcoin's for anybody. You can't really stop anybody from getting Bitcoin. My worry about Sailor is the Coinbase worry. Like, eventually, I feel like something's going to happen at Coinbase. They're going to get hacked. They're going to be found to have rehypothecated a bunch of stuff. And the bigger that they get, the bigger of a meltdown that's going to be in terms of like price for a little while. Of course, Bitcoin will be fine, but yeah, my issue with Sailor is just wrapped up in the whole Coinbase thing. Of course, like, people are going to do the speculative attack and borrow cheap money and buy Bitcoin. Like, of course that's going to happen. You can't stop that.
Yeah. Talking about the strategic reserve, and then talking about what Sailor is doing, and talking about and wrapping kind of BlackRock into this as well, is the people who are saying, I mean, sure, you can have opinion about whether or not you should applaud this or you should be super stoked about one thing or the other, but the idea that somehow we were supposed to get here and like governments weren't supposed to buy it, or we were supposed to stop an ETF from happening, or that somehow Bitcoin is screwed because an ETF happened, or because a government might be purchasing it for a reserve. Like, I don't understand how, like, what is going, did you just think that we were going to succeed and take over the world and anybody with wealth wasn't going to get involved? I don't quite see what's the vision that they had for it? Like, how were strategic reserves not a part of the inevitable outcome of Bitcoin's success? Like, how did they intend to prevent it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, I do take issue with the fact that anyone's surprised by the fact that rich and powerful people are going to own a lot of Bitcoin. Like, there's nothing you can do to stop the world's worst people. But they come up with that trope, Bitcoin is for enemies, right? And that's usually the retort to that. But there are some implications from it. But what's annoying is the people that are worried about it never have a sensible, like, impression of what that really is. Like, I don't see, you know, BlackRock pushing for an inflationary fork. And if they do, I mean, we did this, guys. That's what 2017 literally was. It was throwing money at people to use UTXO forks. And all we did was just pocket the money and carry on the real Bitcoin. And they got tired of it, and every single fork was less and less lucrative. So we've done it. Like, SegWit 2x was a lot of money. Like, you could sell every Bitcoin you had for 0.2 of the hostile takeover coin. And then that would be 0.2 Bitcoins, which you then sold for even more.
You mean Bitcoin Cash?
No, I mean SegWit 2x on the futures market.
SegWit 2x never launched.
The futures market. It existed
the
before it
futures
existed.
market. Yeah. Oh man, yeah. I didn't play that one, but I wish I had.
Yeah, well, it was a risk because you had to put Bitcoins on Bitfinex.
It's custodial.
But this is why people hate Tether and no other stablecoin. This is why they get trashed for it, because all the big blockers and their dreams got ruined because of how Bitfinex provided that market and allowed us to dump their coin before it even existed. That was a genius move. But I mean, it was just free money, right? You got basically, on average, once you sold and then resold the new coins, you just kept cycling it around. You got 0.3 Bitcoin for every Bitcoin you had. And, you know, that was all the money they had. Millions of dollars were just handed to Bitcoiners, you know, in the stroke of a few hours. And it was honestly one of the most surreal nights of my life. But, yeah, that was...
We're going to have to come back to the BlackRock 21 million not guaranteed, because I know my brother, even though he kind of deserves it because he's not here, I know he will be very, very upset. And it's Christmas, so I can't do that to him if we talk about it too much while he is not here.
All right, let's come back to it.
So we will wrap back around to that.
I was going to add, it's not specific to BlackRock, but in my mind, when we talk about these things like, oh, how come you guys didn't learn lesson the first time? Or like, we've been this before, we know what happens, we know they can't change the consensus. I wonder, like, to what extent is this people need to learn, and to what extent is this eternal September, where, like, if we zoom out and we think about Bitcoin being forever money, like, there's going to have to be a new class every year.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you know, it's freshmen coming to college, and it's just like, it's not like this lesson can be learned once. Like, it has to be learned afresh every few years or something if Bitcoin's going to be forever money, you know?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Need patience, I guess.
Yep, that's a good point. That's a good point, is that, you know, the reason the same FUD comes back is because there's people who have no foundation for how or why the FUD failed last time. You know, for millions of people, every halving is brand new. And so, minor death spiral.
I think you'd say that you need to reinvent the wheel every 4 years, basically.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, this is everyone has to have that same eureka moment, you know, but they have to experience it and go through it. Like, I do think, like, FTX doesn't happen in a world where everyone experienced Mt. Gox. So FTX happened because everyone on it didn't learn the lesson from Mt. Gox, or moreover, they just didn't know anything about it. It's not like they fell for it twice. They just were never there back in 2014, I guess.
Yeah. I'd like a simulation. You know, like, there's flight simulators for pilots and stuff, so they don't have to actually crash. Like, we need like a Bitcoin fork simulation environment where you can see these dynamics play out.
Well, they have those, like, trading simulators, right, where they swap the buy and the sell button, and then everyone makes money. It's literally, but I mean, that's trading, right? Psychological. Your emotions just, they panic and they want you to sell when it's down, and they make you exuberant and, you know, overconfident when the price is up.
It's up.
So
That's so funny. I don't think I've ever heard of that.
No, it's a thing. Like almost everyone loses money trading because your emotions are just your absolute enemy. Like, and the only way you can master that is not by being like some robot. It's by being a billionaire that doesn't mind playing around with a couple $100,000. Then you have no emotion. So that's why like
You take it out of the equation
Yeah,
or whatever.
like-
Because you've not got
if you're broke and you've invested everything you have in Bitcoin and the price has just tanked 50%, who is going to deal with that? Like, if you have family and stuff and you're like, yeah, babe, sorry, I can't make a car payment now or something, like, that's not reasonable to expect anyone to deal with that. So I guess that's why you got to stay humble.
Yep. So one thing that I wanted to hit on, I'm not going to go on these in entirely in order, but I thought this was really cool because I did not know it until like Johnny pulled this into the list. I didn't catch this one. Was Rumble allocated up to $20 million of excess cash to Bitcoin, which I don't know. Did anybody else even see this in the news?
Nope.
Because that's actually pretty awesome. And I know they've been like kind of interested in it and stuff, but in the terms of people who are, or companies or whatever that are getting into Bitcoin, I like to see groups or companies that are kind of more philosophically aligned to, or recognizing the same problems that I think a lot of Bitcoiners recognize, whether or not they are a permanent or a temporary solution or whatever, you know, just ideologically aligned in some context, allocate to Bitcoin, because that was one of the things that always gave me hope for the future, is that there was an ideological alignment to why you might want to invest in Bitcoin that was very anti-state, anti-tyranny, essentially the surveillance and control system that we are stuck in. It's a 1 foot out the door kind of thing. So I'm not sure anybody saw that, if you have any thoughts on it, but I thought that was pretty cool.
How much was it?
$20 million of excess cash reserves.
And they're going to hold it just on their like corporate balance sheet or something?
That's what it seems like. I didn't go into the full statement to see exactly what they were going to do with it, or what their time span was.
I think maybe I've brought this up before, but I'm going to maybe get a lot of hate for this or whatever, take the minority opinion here. I'm not sure I like companies holding Bitcoin on their balance sheet. It's kind of like the most KYC you can get. Like, it's
Just as far as like just visibility, and what do you mean, like in the context that it's like the prime 6102 target, or?
well, that, but also just kind of, if you're a company and you have a treasury and you want that to be in Bitcoin, I mean, if you have like control over this company, like you can either keep it on your balance sheet, or you can just pay yourself like a big salary or take a distribution and then like buy it personally. And I would just prefer the person to have that coin like individually rather than the corporation have it. I mean, I know this is just my opinion. Yeah.
I think it's less about the company doing it in lieu of the person. Like, like what's in the company treasury. It's basically just the company saying, we're not going to get murdered by inflation either. Like what we do business in will be held in like a decent like I think about it in the context, like the corporation needs to be on a sound money standard for us to end up on a sound money standard,
I guess that's
Yeah,
fair.
it would be nice if there was a way around it, though. Like, yeah, officially, like a sort of Latin American, under the table kind of vibe about it, where it's like, look, officially all our treasuries are in the United States dollar, but for some reason, our Fortune 500 company only has $3 to our name. All of our money really is in Bitcoin, but that's all. It's not off the books exactly, but it's just done in a way where it doesn't look like what it is. That would be nice. And also, like, there's one, I don't know how you would even do that, but there's also the additional, like, assumption you can make that if a board of executives has decided we're going to own Bitcoin as a company, every single one of them individually presumably owns a lot of Bitcoin as well, because they understand it. They've got an orange pill. So on net, it probably works out. for every Bitcoin in a company's treasury, there's going to be some ratio of equivalence where like Michael Saylor owns a lot of personal coins as well, and so does like the only guy I would think that doesn't is Brian Armstrong, because he's just managed to, what's that thing like wisdom has been chasing you, but you have always been faster. Like Bitcoin has been,
or Brian Armstrong is the only person with private keys to all of the Bitcoin of the ETFs, and so he's the only person that owns Bitcoin.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's like, I'm a little bit of a purist in the sense that I think Bitcoin, the way it's designed, has this property that it's for people instead of it's for individuals instead of for groups of people. Like the idea of a group of people owning Bitcoin is a very difficult concept. I mean, sure, you could have like a multi-sig and then it's like it's owned by 5 of 7 of the people or something like that. Like, I guess that makes sense. But the idea of like a board of executives owning Bitcoin, I mean, let's be like, practically, we're just talking about some legal contract they have with Coinbase. It's just like, okay, I guess they kind of own it. Like the concept of ownership just kind of goes away as soon as you get away from the individual. It goes into some state.
Isn't that why God made multi-sig?
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
no, I agree. It can be done.
There are no organizations really that haven't done it that way.
It's more concrete in the individual instance, but I think it's also the only thing that can actually be owned in a group sense, legitimately. Like, from the context of like dollars in a bank account, like that boardroom doesn't own that, can't control that. Like they're subject to like the entirety of control and value proposition of multiple third parties. So the boardroom kind of has this, they play this game of they control it, but they're still completely subject to somebody else. Whereas in a multi-sig setup, you actually can have a group essentially own it, even though you could argue that it's still an unoptimal setup. Like maybe maybe you would want it to be split up as something better, but I would say that Bitcoin is the only thing a group can technically own.
That is true. If they do it right with the multi-sig, it is the only true group ownership.
Yeah.
But I just think practically that's never really going to happen. I mean, not even MicroStrategy can do it right.
Well, it just seems they're not doing it. They're all just, like you said, it just seems like they're not doing it. Like you said, they're just holding it with Coinbase, which is just doing the exact same thing in the fiat system that they're doing in Bitcoin, which just kind of defeats the purpose.
Coinbase,
at least my fault.
How many UTXOs have Coinbase got control of at this point?
I don't know. Probably a lot, man.
It's interesting that they don't do the proof of reserves, and everyone on Twitter thinks that these stupid metrics from Glassnode, like coins on exchanges, are somehow officially reported numbers or something, because I don't think anyone has an estimate that's 50% correct about what Coinbase has.
Probably.
I think it's a complete mystery. Like
it's all snake
the
oil.
On-chain, like the exchange held and exchange inflows, exchange outflows. People need to know that this is a giant estimate and a very fuzzy thing, and this is not on-chain data. Exchange inflows are off-chain data. Yep. Like it's just like an estimate from clusters, and there's no way to know if these are anywhere close to anything accurate.
A fun one for people into trading is just watching new blocks. Like every time a new block comes in, the price on Coinbase drops, because that's just new Bitcoin. Yeah,
really?
It's very consistent. If the price is flying up and up and up, and then new block, it goes, then like for 10 minutes it will keep flying up, and then new block, it's like, it's pretty predictable. Especially around the 100. Like the first time we were running up to 100K and we didn't hit it. Like I admitted, I was glued to the price for that whole period of time. It was exciting.
Do you think that has to do with some kind of algorithmic trading based on new information coming out in the blocks?
Yeah, because I mean, there's two orders there, right? So primarily, it's because new Bitcoins arrive at the exchange to be sold, and then there's other people speculating on that.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, that makes sense.
And it also makes sense that it would only be one way, that it would largely move to sell.
Yeah,
the sell side, because you don't. confirmation of withdrawals don't change the price. They're not on the order book,
Exactly.
so they don't have a 10-minute relationship at all, whereas deposits do. And I think we saw that with there was some specific thing. I think it was during the whole fork wars that I'm picturing, and I think it was with Bitcoin Cash. Is they were saying, look, people aren't selling and the price isn't, whatever. And like the price isn't dumping, and it shows that this thing has legs. But it was during the time when they were having like 2-hour blocks and like 4-hour blocks because of the EDA. And every single time a block came in, there'd be this sharp thing down. And I was like seeing that, and I was posting on Reddit. I was like, nah, dude, people just can't get their Bitcoin. Like your super better chain can't make transactions and deposits, and people are having to wait like 6 confirmations. So when blocks aren't coming in, it's literally just you've already killed all of the capacity to sell, and you're just waiting for blocks. Like you're watching the crash in slow motion, but whatever.
And a phone call got made too, because it's such a small centralized thing. They're like, look, phone the 3 miners we have on this thing and tell them not. If someone's sending 40,000 Bcash, just don't include that transaction in the block. All right, they're trying to sell. Don't let them move it to an exchange.
It's going to Coinbase. Don't let it go. Oh, that's hilarious.
Another reason that might be happening with the new blocks lately is because there's a lot of old coins on the move lately. I mean, the correlation of old UTXOs coming out from hiding with price increases like pretty well known. But it just amazes.
You have any fun data from UTXO.live?
I look at this shit every day, dude. I was writing an algorithm 2 days ago that was trying to basically make a chart based out of spent coin ages. So I think I'm pretty sure I can find a multiplier, and I'm just gonna multiply the median age of coins spent yesterday by some number, and that'll show you pretty much what the price is. Like the
awesome.
Correlation between that is just amazing. But
you have to post it. I'll try to get it in the show notes.
Yeah, well now I got so much shit for UTX Oracle screwing up when the spam came. I'm hesitant to.
My biggest gripe with Saylor is over the arbitrary data thing. Like he wants to do this decentralized identity thing using this.
Yeah, that's his worst.
That's the same hack as the inscriptions, right? Not even using op return. So that was my what are you doing?
I wonder if Saylor doesn't seem the type to ever admit mistakes, but I wonder if if he's talking to his therapist or something. Oh, okay, yeah. I was pretending to be Michael Saylor at his therapist, talking to his therapist, and he would never admit this publicly, but I think he'd be like, actually looking back, kind of screwed up with that whole mining, climate, energy thing that Marty got on him about, and also kind of screwed up with the DID thing. I think that's him looking back, but not in public.
About the
only
DID
to his therapist.
thing. I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, that was I was done with Saylor after that. That's just unacceptable, man. It's it's also just it's peak hypocrisy when he's saying never do any upgrades on Bitcoin because you'll break it. And I'm like, well, we did actually once break it, and you're using the thing that happened when we broke it. So, what are you talking about? Is this to punish us for it? To really show us never do another upgrade because I'll use it the unintended consequence of it.
Yeah.
I mean, he is a 5D chess kind of guy. So, and loads of people have told me
sure.
this whole, what is it, paranoid crypto anarchist thing that he likes to, that thing he said.
Oh man. News items. So we saved it. We did talk a little bit about it, but we saved the BlackRock thing.
Okay.
For when you got here. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Because we definitely should have gone down that entire tangent already. But one thing that I wanted to hit, and I'm not sure if you guys have dug into this, but I thought this was a really, really cool. I felt like there has been a inability or a lack of interest in building things that kind of take a trade-off to the time that you have to trust someone. Everybody's just it's either fully trustless or it's not worth building on, or it's fully doing one thing and there's we're having a hard time with the middle ground. And I thought this was a really, really cool proposal by Luke Childs. It's non-custodial eCash, a trust-minimized payment system, and it is built on it's Spillman payment channels. So it's the one-way payment channels. You only go, you only pay out, and it is eCash. And essentially, what it does is it does these updates periodically, and only basically while payments are in flight, like going from one person to the next and the transaction is occurring, do you have a trusted situation? And if the mint disappears in the middle of that, or there's an uncooperative exit or something, then you run into some sort of a conflict. But that the update of the process just ends up changing the channel, and you basically have a unilateral withdrawal. And it essentially creates a pending versus confirmed situation with funds that are being transacted. And it creates a trust minimized credit system on top of Bitcoin built with channels, and it does not require a soft fork. And also it seems to be pretty simple, like from the context of like how ridiculously complex and how many moving parts are there and how easy is it to implement. That trust trade-off for the time in question for the transactions basically makes it able to make it easier, or to make it simpler to implement. And I have not dug enough into like really technical details, but the proposal itself, from just kind of a naive like running through the thing once, just seems really cool. It just seems like a really good middle of the road. Like, this is just a way to vastly improve the idea of custodians and the credit system and what we think of as credit and and payments and stuff, while still basically getting the benefit of both. And then it's eCash, so you still get enormous privacy and the benefits of eCash at the exact same time in the day-to-day operation of it, which I just thought it was really, really cool. And I've been hoping somebody would kind of build this thing. Like, just the idea of covenants and CTV always had me thinking is just like, well, what if you just had like a 3-hour update and like everything was temporary until the 3rd hour, and then you just have like settlement times, and then everything else is guaranteed after that because you have the ability to UTXO out of the situation. But anyway, just thoughts on that, and or if anybody had dug into it or explored it all.
I knew nothing about it, but it sounds good.
I knew nothing about it either. If Steve is an expert,
Yeah, I mean, either you're alone on this, guy, but it sounds
Well, let
awesome.
me-
Anything
awesome.
somebody can do without update.
let me
yeah.
ask some questions then.
Oh,
So
great.
that's Luke Childs, you said, the Umbrella guy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I missed some of the description there. So Spillman channels were like, if I recall, that was what Lightning could have been before we fixed transaction malleability, right? So that's why it's one way instead of bidirectional. And it was always like seen as inferior. But it seems like, I mean, so you're opening a channel with a third party, essentially, or is it with and you're provably you pre-allocate an amount that you want to spend, or that might ultimately be spent in one touch of the blockchain, right? So you got that one footprint, and then you just move over and over again. And this is the subscription model, like to a T, right? So if you subscribe to whatever it is, like home insurance or streaming service or something, you're like, all right, I'm going to be buying crap off these guys for the next 5 years, and it's $20 a month. Every month you just sign a new thing that says, all right, $20 worth of Bitcoin more are now on your side of the channel, and you just keep moving it and moving it and moving it until eventually you just close the channel, and then they have all their money, or they close it because they need it. Is that basically the concept?
Basically, yes. As I understand it, that's essentially what it sounds like. And everything outside of that is basically a trusted eCash credit, and then there are periodic shifts to essentially channel rebalancing or whatever, to essentially confirmations of getting a new exit UTXO, and then you can just deal with your degree of trust and what you're willing to pay to get what degree of trust for how you're doing it. And in this case, you can just use it as a purely spending wallet. And the only time that those transactions are fully trusted is just while they are in transit.
Right, so I missed that bit. Sorry. That just for my own benefit, I'll be the dumb guy here. So it's like they're issuing you some sort of eCash based on whatever it is you send to them in the Spillman channel.
In the channel.
Right.
Yes.
So how does the eCash they issue to you become trustless and non-custodial?
There is some sort of a update that occurs. I can't remember at what frequency, but it is a 2 of 2 MUSIG between the user and the mint, so everybody connects to the mint. And when the eCash, I think basically the eCash is just used as the way to designate what the updates will be. I don't know the time frame well enough. I don't know specifics. I was planning on doing an episode on this. I did an episode today on eCash, actually. It was more about the overall idea. But the general sense of this, I think, is just eCash until you get a signed UTXO.
Man, this stuff like this, it's crude and it works. It's just why I'm so annoyed with the people like pushing for these emergency soft forks all the time. With like Bitcoin screwed if we don't have this soft fork. I'm like, there's just so much that can be done, and they, this was like Steve was the one that made this point, and we've already done it on this podcast in the past. But it's just such a good point that if thinking about who it is that focuses on, you know, I was asking this morning the people in the internal chat we have at Ocean, like just discussing upgrades, and it's like for every developer that wants to build coin pools using covenants, there's 10 guys that want to do something with cat JPEGs, and that's going to be how these things get used. And not just that, but then there's Jimmy Song's point as well, which is anyone that's working on what proposals like what Luke Charles just said, or people doing Liquid, or people doing like Fedimint, or anything like that, if you add new opcodes, then they have to change their whole design to take advantage of them. So they're less inclined to build their things out. Like, the more you change Bitcoin's foundation, the less incentivized people are to figure out everything you can do with it as it stands, because it's going to change. So people just kind of stand around watching instead, while we just bike shed around which covenant to add. So it really does. It's just against Bitcoin's progress to keep changing it at this point. There are trade-offs, but like that's almost never acknowledged. It's like, if we add new primitives, we'll be able to do more. I'm like, it's not that simple.
Yeah, I definitely think it makes sense to me that we should only do targeted sort of upgrades or changes. And so if there's a way to, get lightning symmetry or something like that, if we have, I still think something, and nobody's like really working on it anymore, I don't think, but if you could get cross input signature aggregation or something in combination with, like APO or something, something like that, it would be fantastic. Like, that would be like the ideal. But if we can get something that specifically makes the stuff we're using work, like, a lightning symmetry or whatever, makes stuff that we actually have and need to improve better, that's one thing. But then the rest of it, like these like abstract, like, well, we could build stuff that's better if we had this, and like, okay, build it on Liquid or something and show us that we need it,
Well, cross-input signature aggregation is dead as far as I can tell. I was super hyped about that for years, but it's just not happening.
Yeah, me too, man. It's like nobody wants to deal with the responsibility of working on it or something, or
just basic buy-in isn't there. Like,
maybe we could start a GoFundMe or like a crowdfunding and pay Peter Wella to build it.
It ain't that though. It's that it's not really desired. Like, in the specific world in which it was supposed to be like a game changer was CoinJoin, like equal output CoinJoins for privacy, right? And Adam Gibson, who made JoinMarket, which is my favorite CoinJoin implementation, is like, it ain't all that. Like, it plateaus around 20% the efficiency you add by adding more and more inputs. Like, And he's like, I'm not doing it. And he like we were sitting in a restaurant and he wrote it all literally on a napkin. Like, here's the maths of it. I didn't understand any of it, but he's like, right, you don't understand, but conclusion, it ain't all that good.
What, Caesar isn't?
Yeah. And
Oh,
then
really?
Max Hillebrand from Wasabi similarly is just he's like, look, they all have to be this. You can't do cross input signature with like this one's a taproot address and that one's a SegWit address and that one's nested. Like, they all have to be the same address type, and in practice that's not going to happen. So we'll just carry on doing coin joins the way we are now. He's much more interested in zero knowledge proofs and all that stuff. So if I can't get those guys interested in it, and they're basically the tent poles of the whole coin join privacy world, then it's dead as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
Like, you need interest from people that are in the relevant areas, and they're like, nah, we're not into it. And then there is a cost to cross input signature, which is like, you can do the transactions involved are expensive computationally for a node to run through, right? If there's a very sophisticated transaction in a block that is, thousands of signatures all condensed into a small amount of data, you can fill up a block with that without much footprint, but that takes a long time for a node to verify. And that has its own risks.
The trade-off
So-
is computation rather than block space. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. All good points.
I don't know. I guess I didn't think about the fact that the signatures all had to be the same or whatever. That makes sense. But I don't. I mean, like, since we have different signature types, isn't that like, if you add cross-out input signature aggregation, isn't that like the incentive to use the ones that work for that, or like, is that?
Yeah, you think so, but
Yeah.
I don't know. It's contagious. Once I see the people working on these projects, just
Right.
be like, nah. It's almost impossible for me to devote any mental energy to it. I don't see like even all these like
You
proposals.
have to have builders excited about it
Yeah.
first. Like, because if nothing gets built with it, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
There were two items just about even though all of this, like, I think one of these things got pushed back again. But Ocean Pool, we know somebody there, is donating or allows miners to donate rewards to the P2P Rights Fund for the Samurai Wallet's legal defense. And then, good news, Fifth Circuit lifted the Tornado Cash sanctions, citing that it was overreached by OFAC, that they did not have the authority to do that. And that is, that seems to me like a huge win for their court case, because it's kind of that designation that suggests that what they did was wrong. You know what I mean? As far as producing the software, if the software isn't even something that can be sanctioned, then I think it suggests the designation that I think this is good for both cases. On top of the fact that you can, donate your rewards, which is pretty cool. Shout out, Mechanic. That's awesome that y'all did that.
Oh, thanks, man. Let's see how much people are mining with them at the moment. Oh, I don't have it up, but yeah, like it's probably still not even exceeded $100 yet. But it's only BitX guys that are like actually doing it, right? Someone was like, "I want to see one exahash pointed at this address." I'm like, "Have you any idea how much effort it takes for Ocean to like get an exahash to come over to our pool? It's like I have to fly to Europe multiple times to convince people to do it. Like, the idea that we can write a tweet like, "Here, donate to Samurai," and someone would send an exahash to it would just be like, I don't know. I don't think people know how much an exahash really is. It's like millions of dollars in electricity a month.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's so crazy to think about. And we're actually trying to, the HVAC guy for downstairs will be here soon. And we're going to finally put in ducting and figure out what the heck we can do with that. So I can get my miners back up downstairs.
Dude, get a Watts miner over an Ant miner for sure. And if you,
I have 2 Watts miners. I mean, they're not great. They use a lot of energy especially for what their payout will be now. It's M30Ss.
no, that's a really old generation.
That's
Like,
old. It's old. And in fact, I might. Are all the newer still 220? Because if I just run the lines for them,
Yeah, nothing.
Should be pretty simple.
Nothing's been 110, and you can get Zach Bombster does these Loki boards or Nord boards. He's got 2 products.
Yeah.
You know about all that stuff. You can make.
Oh no, yeah, I've been super jazzed about it. I've got Nord boards.
Right. Okay. So he's working on Watts miners now to make them have the ability to run on 110 as well. But it's
Nice.
I just don't like doing it because that doubles the current through the wires, and I'm already I hate North American stuff. You can't electrocute yourself on a plug in the UK. It's impossible the way they're designed. If I got a sticky plug in America and I wrap my hand around it wrong, I'll literally electrocute myself. You get used to not doing it, but when I was first in America, I was like, I can't electrocute myself. You just wrap your hand around it. Oh man, you can't do that in the UK. And also, yeah, the double current really worries me because you do see miners post pictures. Austin Barnhill posted one yesterday of just a melted power cable that just,
That's scary.
Every miner's got a horror story about a fire. And I'm just
Yeah.
I really want to heat my house with this stuff, but it's Bitmain. It's all corner cut cheap junk. The power supply. I really want to heat my house, but I don't want to burn it down.
Dude, I've got a.
I don't want to heat it that much.
I'm gonna order in my new setup. I'm going to order there's a fire extinguisher or whatever. It's basically a canister that you can just put in the ceiling or whatever. I'm just gonna stick it in the sound box or whatnot, and it's just heat sensitive, and it breaks the seal and just dumps the thing into it. So I'm gonna have I already had Poor Man's Fire Protection, which was a Python script that requested every 30 seconds the temperature of the miner, and if it ever got out of a certain range, it would just send a sleep signal, and if it never got a response for the sleep signal, it just pushed kill signals indefinitely. So that was my Poor Man's Fire Protection, but definitely just in case going with the heat activated fire extinguisher right in the box.
Where do you get one of those? All the products I was trying to get this ball that if there was a fire, it just exploded foam everywhere. But they don't make them anymore. So that tells me they were
The one I saved, I'm pretty sure was on Amazon. It's
Yeah.
literally just a.
Look on the Amazon for that product and click on it and it'll be shipping unavailable, product currently not available.
No.
Yeah, they just don't exist anymore. I really, really, really want one because I'm gonna burn my house down with an S9.
That's weird. I've definitely seen there were some 3D printer people that were worried about 3D printers being left unattended and getting clogs and something catching fire, and so they were rigging up the same thing, just what he's talking about. It's a little canister. And once it gets over a certain temperature that indicates fire, it just sprays, it dumps its full contents or whatever. It's been a few years ago that I was watching people suggesting this, but it didn't seem like they were a problem to get hold of.
Yeah.
If you want to save in better money and you want 20,000 sats for free right now, it's about $20 at $100,000 of Bitcoin. Check out Fold. Every time I swipe this card, I get 0.5%, sometimes 1, sometimes even 1.5%. I can get 2, 3, 5, even 10% on gift cards with major merchants. Between the roundups, the gift cards, the auto stacking, the sats back on every single swipe, Fold literally does all of the work for me, and it is denominated in Bitcoin. And I have more savings just by using this card than 90% of the United States normal consumer. I've got a referral link for you right here. Shout out to Fold for sponsoring my work and honestly being the most important service for my being on a Bitcoin standard.
Well, I'm definitely jazzed about plugging it back in, but the M30s don't make any sense now on anything other than low power, just because they're most efficient there. But I still think I'd be losing money just because it costs way more to run the miner than it does for gas heat.
Let me give a shout out to a friend. He's called Toyn, or his Twitter is @tronmongon, TronMongone. But he does this for a living. He just goes to people's houses and installs miners in their HVAC system, and
That's awesome.
He has every trick and trade in the book for what firmware to use and how to make it sensible.
I need to talk to this person. Yes.
You need to do an episode on it.
He got me to buy this
Yeah,
like
dude.
$60
Oh
thermometer.
my god, that would be great. Yeah.
There's a thermometer I got that just that will dynamically make the fan adjust. So you can, rather than set it so that you have a consistent chip temperature, it can be like, I want the house to be this temperature. And if the house is dropping in temperature, the miner will, bump itself up 400 watts or something. And
That's
so,
cool.
yeah, it's really, and also, but additionally, you can still have it so that if the miner is overheating, it will drop its power consumption down, because usually that's how you regulate them, with power rather than clock speed or whatever. But yeah, there's just a lot of cool tricks in the trade,
software.
and he's like, he's doing a good job, and he's like always just sending me updates, like with data sheets and just measuring power consumption and stuff, and just dialing.
Absolutely send me the link, because I would love to get in touch with him.
Yeah, all right, I'm sending it to you.
That would be cool. I know my setup was like crazy ghetto. It was basically just the naive thing of like, okay, well, let me just put this into my ducting. Let me get a new return. Let me stick a Infinity. What's it called?
Infinity fan? AC Cloudline Infinity fan.
Cloudline Infinity fan on it, and that was that. And I just had a Python script that Arceus put together for me. So
Nice.
control it from my computer, and I just like watch my terminal just be running with temperatures and all that stuff. And if it got hot in the house, I'd be like, go to sleep. Literally, there's no thermostat or anything. It's just manual shit. Okay.
Well, Guy got me a BitX for Christmas, so I will soon be playing the lottery. I'm very excited about it.
Are you gonna make your own blocks?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get it all.
Datum will start 9.
Yeah.
Man, I set my datum to have, it requires a difficulty of 67 million per share, or whatever the nearest power of 2 is. It takes about a week to find a share, and when it does, I get like 200 sats from that share, rather than like 1 sat per share, but they're every couple of minutes. So this is like custom lotto. So, right, people only have the 2 thresholds. They have like, submit whatever the minimum pool difficulty is, which is usually like 16,000 or something. So it will find a few shares a minute, but they barely earn anything. Or go complete lotto mode and spend 500 years trying to find a block, and if you find one, great. But that's either pool's minimum difficulty, which is nothing, or network difficulty, which is at current 108 trillion. But you can go in between. That's what Datum allows. So you can set your network difficulty to be like 100 billion or something, which is not crazy, and you might find a share in 8 months or something on average, but maybe you find it on the first day you turn it on, in which case your BitX has just mined 8 months worth of work in one day. And and it will be rewarded as such, because
that's awesome. I didn't even know you could do that.
Yeah, it's all about the difficulty that you require of a miner, right? So that's what miners do. They solve blocks when they're submitting shares to a pool, and you can say, you got to find me a minimum difficulty of, whatever it is, 65536, which is like 2 to the something. It's always the nearest power of 2. Every roll it does that's lower than that is like a very, network difficulty 5 or whatever. That's useless, right? So that doesn't do anything. But if you meet that difficulty or exceed it, that gets normalized to be that many shares, right? So if you find a share that is, if your target is 1 million and you find one that's at 1 million or higher than that, when you submit that to the pool gives you 1 million shares rather than 1 share. So everything gets normalized, right? So all that is to say, if you find a share that's 1 trillion difficulty, but the difficulty you were set as a target was only 1 million, you still only get credited 1 million, right? So if you find a block like at 108 trillion, you're still only credited for whatever the actual difficulty of the pool was. So that's why, like, the miner on a pool that finds a block was only submitting 1 normal share. It wasn't like they submitted a special share. But the minimum difficulty sets the normalization value. So if you just keep bumping that up.
So you can basically set your lottery odds and play whichever degree of lottery you want to play.
Yeah, so my thing is
awesome.
Do once a year. Make it so that, like, on average with this difficulty, my BitX should find 1 share a year. Then every day when you check in the dashboard on it, if it finds a share, that was like the best day ever To me, that is the peak BitAxe experience.
The best day of the year.
Yeah, that's the peak BitAxe experience, in my opinion. Like, because you don't just go with what the lottery is. You go with what you want the lottery to be, right? Like, what's your tolerance for variance? Just set it as something that works for you.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Custom lotto mining, man, it's the future.
Ooh, that's so funny. Okay. I want to talk about reserves, because for El Salvador,
Wait, all right, time out. While we're on mining, did anybody? I just saw somebody posted on Facebook of all places in one of the Bitcoin groups about somebody just mined, like paid like an 8.13 Bitcoin fee or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a shitcoin mint.
It was what?
A shitcoin mint. Someone was like moving wrapped ETH to like Tether USDT or some crap like that, and it was genuinely a mistake. And
it was a mistake.
I'm sure Foundry already gave it back.
Yeah.
I was actually wondering, we had talked about smelting or whatever at some point before, but I got to thinking about it. It's like, could you not create your own transaction, put it in your own block, and then if you find put it in your own mempool, and then when you find the block, you include it. Like, if you were mining, could you actually pay yourself like an 8 Bitcoin fee or whatever, and essentially
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
okay.
can, but it's completely pointless, because the transaction that paid that fee and then the fresh coins that came out in the Coinbase transaction are obviously from the same entity, so you're not fooling anyone. Second, you have fee sniping, which is where if your block gets orphaned for whatever reason, which happens like once a day, then it slides back into the mempool and someone else can grab it. This is actually a massive security concern for Bitcoin in the future.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So, don't do that.
Do we know whether that transaction was broadcasted through the mempool, or was it just snuck in there out of band style?
I don't know. None of my nodes picked it up because it was spam, so my nodes never saw it in the first place.
Well, that's what I was thinking, is that if you did it out of band, like, I mean, if somebody didn't know that you were mining, like, I don't know. I don't know how hard it is to
That's a good
hide
point.
who you are as a miner or whatever, but, if you can just sneak a transaction in there out of band so it's not in there until you mine a block. But if there's if you've put it into the, into the network or whatever with a block that's, not, that gets orphaned, that definitely could be a problem.
Yeah.
Well, you could make it less risky by making it non-standard. So you could make it like have op return of 1,000 bytes or something, and then it's less likely that someone will fee snipe it, but then it just goes back to being pointless rather than dangerous and pointless. So,
Why? Well, I mean, it might not be pointless if you have a bunch of coins that are from the dark web or something and you're trying to clean them, but
you can still link them, because there's the block where this transaction in it where a guy spent 5 Bitcoins on a transaction fee, and there's the miner that mined that block who's paying themselves all those fees. Whoever mined that block is the same owner. Like, that's not a difficult heuristic to
Right, but that heuristic isn't like implemented in current chain analysis stuff. But
well, and it might depend on how
point.
big the transaction fee was too. Like, I mean, if you're able to do it, I mean, the more it's $1 each. It's $1, $2 each time if the chain is
you
not
could
full.
hide it, but remember, then you could hide it by breaking it up into loads of transactions and loads of blocks.
But then you have to have the mining power to do that, and there's a lot of.
You have to have like hundreds of millions of dollars worth of mining equipment to be able to actually find that many blocks, and it's like, I just don't see it. Like, there are other ways of doing it.
How did you say that the risk was minimized by, what'd you say? Putting a bunch of op return stuff in there or
just
something?
make it non-standard. So it's still consensus valid, obviously, because you need your block to be accepted by the
But
network.
something other people wouldn't mind.
Yeah, like something make it below the dust limit, for example. Like make it have a bunch of 1-sat outputs in it, so that just every node on the network's going to see it and go, no thanks. So then it's less likely to end up in the mempools of other miners. But if you publish if there's an orphaned block with it, they'll all know about it.
Oh, I see.
I don't think any of them have the tech sophistication to be doing this yet, but if and when we're in an environment where there's like 0.000 Bitcoins every block in subsidy and like 1 Bitcoin in transaction fees, I think pools are going to get it together and start figuring out how to fee snipe if the opportunity comes around, because that's the only revenue they're going to be able to earn at that point is from transaction fee revenue.
Yeah.
So like now it doesn't matter because you get 3 Bitcoins a block from subsidy. The transaction fees are still a rounding error.
Yeah, that's interesting too. Is that like, you know, the fee market will create this weird incentive for the potential of fee sniping, but then at the exact same time, it will fix the incentive for censorship in a lot of ways, because it is the subsidy that allows them to make money even though they don't include transactions.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like there's still even this weird balance in where we are in Bitcoin's eras, you know, so to speak, for what the trade-offs and the optimums are for, you know, its different characteristics. So it's interesting.
This is a very good point. Like paying the censor, I didn't understand this point. Like subsidy, if someone wants to be a Bitcoin miner but censor transactions, they still get a lot of money from subsidy. When that dries up, then, as you say, the financial cost to censorship goes up relative to their overall earnings, which is like, it's kind of another one of those free miracles. We've gotten through basically this whole phase of Bitcoin with enormous subsidy and no transaction fees, pretty much free at the moment. But now is like when we're at peak risk, in my opinion, like because we've got so much heat on us right now. Like now is, and we got so much centralization in pools and mining, with just the worst people mining, like that couldn't care less about cypherpunk stuff. So like right now is like the time to pay attention. I'm just glad Ocean exists.
Well, honestly, this is why I think if
Yeah, I agree.
the BlackRock, you know, the rumor that the 21 million's not, you know, like him saying that the 21 million is not set in stone or whatever, or could be changed, like that actually kind of excites me, because I think the idea that they might try to fork Bitcoin will, I think it's inevitable that it goes against them. I think they have enough Bitcoin, enough, you know, control over enough Bitcoin, they could definitely pump the price of their shitcoin. But the thing is that they aren't using like they don't have enough to pay all the miners to continue to mine their shitcoin. So if Bitcoiners who have built this thing and, you know, are the ones that use it every day say, no, we're going to use this chain, then the miners will eventually come back. No matter how much they've temporarily pumped the price, we just end up getting to, you know, double or triple our stack if they're able to pump it up higher than, you know, our Bitcoin, you know, the fixed supply Bitcoin. And so when, you know, we all move our new coins back to the solid chain, or the scarce chain, then it seems like miners have to follow, and it means that you might end up with a situation where people that are mining in their homes and, you know, whatever, much more decentralized mining, are successful for a while. You know, it just seems like it could have really positive effects, because I would imagine that if BlackRock's going to do something like that, they would also try to use some sort of legal attack where, you know, you're not allowed to mine, you know, the like scarce chain or something like that, you know, like, and so you would have the incentives to use the better Bitcoin would be, the economic incentives would be there, the legal incentives would be, you know, against it, and so all of the institutionalized stuff would be like half trapped, and we would try to, you know, it might take a long time, and that would make it scary, but I think it might actually end up, if that were to happen and, you know, things were to play out the way I think they would, then I think it would ultimately be good for Bitcoin. I mean, it's one of those situations where, like, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
I think it'd be great for Bitcoin.
And it would potentially kill BlackRock, which would be great.
Man, if Bitcoin kills BlackRock as like a little mini boss on the way to central banks, I'd just be like, yeah, like, it was Lord of the Rings
so
stuff.
Glorious, yeah, so glorious. But I think it also lends itself to, like, when I see is it informs me, I think, with more clarity of the perspective of kind of the shitcoiners and the people who are in Bitcoin Cash, is that, you know, I saw people tweeting and talking about this is that BlackRock said this as if this meant that Bitcoin was inevitably going to have inflation, as if somehow, and because Saylor tweeted it, is like, you know, the two most influential people in Bitcoin. And I'm like, so you genuinely think that the loudest people in the public sphere somehow have control over this? Like, so of course you thought, like,
It ain't
you know,
democracy,
Bitcoin
man.
was hijacked.
Yeah.
And
You thought
because
that
your
Roger-
entire idea of consensus is who's got the most likes on Reddit.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like, that's so stupid. And I don't mean that insultingly. It's just so unbelievably ignorant of how it works. Like, nobody, like, it's just like Peter Todd talking about there's going to be inflation, and Luke talking about how we need 300 kilobyte blocks. And like, everybody has their own proposal and their own thing. And what anybody who honestly looked at it should have learned from the block size war is that all of these proposals and all of these plans and everybody's opinion doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's not what runs Bitcoin. There is a far more complex set of dynamics that actually are at play. And the whole idea that, like, BlackRock, because look at all these coins they have these coins on behalf of other people. And all I can think is that, like, so this is the scenario in your mind, is that they're holding these for millions of other people. Like, they didn't buy these coins. They're not the buyers of them. Normal people in retirements and in, you know, brokerage accounts and exchanges are buying this ETF. They hold this on behalf of
That would
millions
not
of other
stop
people.
BlackRock, though, from using it to...
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. I'm not saying that that's like BlackRock's not going to make this decision. I'm
Right.
saying, thinking about the dynamics of all of the people involved in this, and they have no presence on the network. I bet they don't run a node.
Right.
I highly doubt they do anything of significance when it comes to the Bitcoin network.
Agreed.
So, supposedly the scenario is that BlackRock owns all of these coins on behalf of everybody else, and they are going to propose a fork to BlackRock coin, and this doesn't instantly get memed to hell as BlackRock coin for months in advance, and they don't get absolutely lambasted with everything under the sun and DDoSed for weeks leading up to this by a bunch of autistic people who just love how much they get to troll this company and destroy all of their ability to do normal communications day to day. And they are going to take all of these people's coins and they are going to steal them, withdraw them without any show, without any issue. They're going to fork the coin. They're going to dump it on on real Bitcoin in a massive sell-off on how many different markets, what exchange are they going to use? Where are they going to get the liquidity to dump this? They're going to dump all of this. They're going to crash the price. Nobody's going to do anything except go, oh, well, real Bitcoin's price is lower right now. I guess we're done. This was such a great experiment, but now our only option is to download BlackRock coin and update my Start9 to the one that's inflated, and over a long period of time, the one that's literally inflating its currency is somehow going to maintain a higher value than the one that's running on my Start9, and if I just don't fucking do anything and just wait for it a couple of months, something tells me we're going to win. Something tells me we're going to win again.
Yeah,
you know?
I think the essential difference, right, is like the idea that you can like take, hey guys, you know all those dollars you own, we're going to make them worth less to go and fund a war in Ukraine. Like that is an en masse unpopular idea, and you need it to be popular, and in order for it to work. And the only reason they can do it, despite its unpopularity, is the fact that they have control over how much of it they can print. So, like, you're asking everyone to do what's done to fund wars completely coercively, voluntarily. So, like, every single person or the majority of Bitcoiners have to agree to all make their Bitcoins worth less to satisfy BlackRock. It's so vanishingly unlikely. But let's also not kid ourselves. Though they're going to be a lot more competent than Bitcoin X and Bitcoin Super and Bitcoin Faith and Bitcoin Diamond and all these crap coins that came out in 2017. They're going to do better than that, right? Because those were all easily
They'll
dumpable.
take a legal approach.
Right. Those were all dumpable KYC free for the most part. BlackRock coin is not going to be dumpable without KYC. So and they're going to get a lot of support from regulatory bodies and stuff like that. None of that existed in 2017. You didn't have a Trump in office that might work with these people and push against us. So it's definitely going to be a bit more meticulously planned. It's not going to be Roger Ver having a temper tantrum and Barry Silbert and Brian Armstrong. It's not going to be people like that. They're going to be a lot more careful with how they do it. They'll still lose, and I don't want to give them ideas, but let's also just like gear up for it. It's going to be a bit more interesting than that, I think.
The interesting thing to me is that I think in that situation, Lightning Network would be the ultimate decider, because you're going to choose which one the Lightning Network is on. And one of those Lightning networks is going to completely break and be completely inaccessible to whatever the network is.
Why? Because you can use Lightning to move between the two, can't you? Like, that's sort of the point of Lightning, is that...
You could do like an atomic swap, but your node determines which network you're on.
Oh, good point.
So everybody has to download BlackRock Coin node and connect it to their LND and C Lightning.
Yeah, they lose all the
infrastructure. It has to be... The entire implementation structure is different on BlackRock Coin, which means the entire Lightning Network will probably just vanish on BlackRock Coin. And they're like, what LSP is going to be like, yeah, we're gonna Lightning, Nostr is going to switch all over to BlackRock Coin.
Yeah, it's a very good, it's a very good point. That's like all the infrastructure, all the wallets, even the on-chain wallets and all that stuff, side chains like Liquid, all of them have to, offer a parallel, world of infrastructure that would work on top of it, and we're kind of entrenched at this point. So we do have...
And if they try to make it so that you can't sell it unless it's KYC, they have to control who can download and use the node, the node software, which means that none of the... every Bitcoin app will just not talk to it by default, because they have to control it so that you can't dump it, which means that you can't spin up your own node and send it. You can't allow peer-to-peer markets to dump the coin.
Yeah, and I mean, if they do a fork and you have to upgrade or start a new node to do this, I don't see any exchange like Bitfinex or outside exchanges changing the ticker symbol BTC for the original Bitcoin. So the BlackRock coin would end up with a different ticker symbol, right?
And will Fidelity go along with it, because they're not? They're actually custodying their own, and they're the third largest ETF. It's just, the fight would be such a mess. Like, it would be such an overplay of the hand of BlackRock, and I think it would be glorious because of that. Like, I think it would be a disaster for them.
And it would only work if, so they do this fork or whatever, and then they convince all of, a huge majority of mining hash power to switch to that. And then that hash power also takes a break to attack the old coin, the old chain, right? Because as long as the old chain's going too, then we have both coins. As long as both coins are still going and still healthy, that's just a win for us too. We just got free coins. So it's just the attack part that we're worried about, right?
I think the more they try and control it, the worse it gets and the harder it is to get people in the system, so that it's catch-22s for them all over the place.
Yeah.
I don't see how they do it.
And we'll have to teach this lesson every 4 years.
That's okay.
I don't think this is the attack, and I've said this before. Yeah. The attack on Bitcoin is just every normies and BlackRock and Michael Saylor and all that don't have custody of their coins, and they're inside a walled garden. And if you want to be part of the modern Bitcoin economy, you have to be in that walled garden too. That's it. You don't need to fork SMTP to make it suck and to make Google have control over everyone's life. You don't need to do that. Yeah. You just build a system on top of it that everyone's happy to be inside. That's it. So it's the KYC matrix, and everyone is voluntarily going to walk into it, and you don't even need to touch the protocol. You don't need to fork it. So if they try and fork it, that's free money for us, or it's completely dead in the water because of KYC making it impossible. That's not what they do. They're just like, here are all these businesses accepting Bitcoin now, but all of them require you to use some sort of wallet that has insane KYC stuff. And again, we have a case study. We should talk about El Salvador a bit, but they're shutting down Chivo, right? But Chivo, as it manifested, was just more and more and more KYC. If you wanted to withdraw money, it was photographs of your face while you did it for converting dollars to Bitcoin. It was things like that, which are just, if everyone is using Bitcoin in that capacity, it's not cypherpunk tech anymore, and there's no fork required.
Yeah. My first thought, honestly, when I saw that was like, oh, okay, they're trying to create some more liquidity at the same way that, the Chinese central bank said that they were banning Bitcoin 15 times in 2017.
Yeah.
My first thought was like, oh, this is just this year's FUD or whatever. Or this cycle's version of FUD. But if we can use the fear around BlackRock and Michael Saylor or whatever having too many coins to motivate people to run nodes, like, there's nothing wrong with that. So
yeah. That would be the really beautiful thing about it, is that became a legitimate discussion, is I bet you would see the node count like really, really spike for the first time in a long time, because there's not really been any strong motivation to do it. And I feel like most of the history of like aggressively running nodes is a history of defensive measures, and so it would be interesting to see for that reason. I think it'd be overall healthy for.
Yeah, I mean, what happened to the node count during
defining
2016
Bitcoin.
or 2017 when the Classic and XT and Unlimited and all those things were? I mean, like, they were running a bunch of Amazon nodes, but which was funny because it was like multiple occasions where somebody hacked them and
Spawned out
like
thousands and thousands of Amazon nodes. Or something.
They proved it by like DOS like attacking those nodes, and they all like you could send them all offline, like temporarily. And so like, oh look, this is the same. This is all one.
Again, it was kind of catch-22 because, like, on the one hand, like I had a conversation with Greg Maxwell around this. This is like the one friendly chat I've ever had with him, where we were sort of developing an understanding of how the network was structuring itself, trying to figure out, like, 'cause nodes have a user agent where they'll tell each other what node they are, whether it's like Bitcoin Core 25 or Bitcoin Knots 27 or but you had all these Bitcoin Unlimited nodes on the network and all that stuff start to show up, and then we were like, but wait a minute, people can lie in this stuff. And then we started trying to
you just change the tag.
Yeah, you
and
can.
It's still core.
But they also released a fork of it, or just a version of Bitcoin Unlimited that lied and said it was core. And they started doing that, and I remember telling Greg about that, and he was like, that changes the game a bit, actually, because then we don't know how many of these people are actually, like, lining up and ready to pounce on us. So, like, on the one hand, you want to signal strength and be like, there's loads of us. On the other, you kind of want to keep your trump card up your sleeve. So, like, I don't know, you just have... I don't remember the original point I was making with that, but there was, like, there was just some interesting context to it. I don't know why that ties back into what you guys were talking about. Sorry.
No, the whole node thing is just really interesting. And actually, you know what? There was a question. We had a bullet point about that. Yeah, Steve had a question. What does a world of decentralized node implementations look like?
Yeah, I think about this all the time, especially with knots becoming more popular. We had that LibBitcoin a while ago that never really took off. There's been a few other ones. We've never really had anything dominant. Bitcoin Core is still obviously the reference client. It makes me mad when people say that Bitcoin Core is the protocol, because it's not. But yeah, what does it look like if we actually have 5 or 6 or 10 different healthy open source communities making different projects? Is that going to make changes to Bitcoin harder? Is it going to make it easier? Is it going to be chaos because there's going to be these tiny little edge case differences between the node implementations that makes blocks become invalid? Are we going to have major fights about what the protocol is if there's...
Let me like get on this, because this is something I was just like, Luke just like threw a cold glass of water in my face yesterday over this stuff, and I'm like, he's like, not only is like, there's a reason Knots is just like one-to-one porting stuff over and rebasing from core, because if you want to do anything like not use the same database or not the same version of the C libraries or any of that stuff, even if anything in the blockchain gets interpreted differently, that's it. That's divergence. That's a fork. That's everything changes based on that. So if core has like a bug in it that interprets something from like block 80,000 differently to what a newer version of the C library would make the level DB do, you can't use it. So if you come up with like a new version, like what's that guy's name? I can't remember. Libitcoin. That's like way faster at syncing
Eric
and all that.
something.
Sorry, if you use a different database language, even if all the data in it matches, just something about the quirks of how those things work mean split in the network. So everything has to work in exactly the same way. And it's so unbelievably limited that you can't just look at the consensus rules and go, I'll spin up an identical node that, or a node that does all the same things the same way, but using a different database language or something to make IBD 9 times faster or something. If you do it and lots of people run it, suddenly you're just going to find yourself forked off. And it's like
without a bug, without a consensus bug, you could literally just have the computation end up different.
Yeah,
somehow.
this is why you have this like absolute pain in the butt with Berkeley DB with this old incompatible version versus Level DB. Like the fact that we changed database language at some point in Bitcoin's history is like a pain in the butt when you're trying to compile stuff and you have to take it into account and there's no workaround. Like that stuff is just. I'm out of my depth a little bit here. But I'm going to go back and reread the conversation between Jason and Luke, because Jason's like, look, I can come up with Level DB just sucks, right? Like it shouldn't take this long to read and write all this data. Why is it taking multiple days to sync a node? And Luke's like, if you come up with something else, it's not that it's like a 1 in a million chance that it all matches, is that it just never will. Like there's going to be discrepancies in how this stuff goes. Something's going to get read and write differently, and then you fall out of consensus necessarily when you do that. Even if I just find that insane to me. But that's some of these things we think.
Well, I definitely agree with that. I mean, I think that's probably true. I haven't done it myself. Just as tiny little differences you can never replicate. But there's another side of that too, where if there was a bug in core, let's say the CVE inflation bug or something, if something happened, and then there was a other version of Bitcoin where the bug didn't happen in, then all of a sudden that new version of Bitcoin, that new different core software would be the right software, because the protocol is stored in your mind. Otherwise you'd have to say that Bitcoin ends in 2106, because right now core ends in 2106, and there's other things about the protocol that are the protocol that are not in core.
Yeah.
It's a tricky thing. Kind of works both ways.
Yeah, like the whole POS EWID purpose of software is what it does. I disagree fundamentally with that. Bitcoin is not what Bitcoin does. Bitcoin is what we want it to be, and we try and make the software reflect that as best we can, which is why it changes.
Right.
And the former concept just means if there's a bug, then it's never a bug, which is just stupid. Like we try and make it conform to our expectations, along with what's technically feasible and politically possible.
The code is defense for a social layer to prevent
misuse and abuse,
arbitrary change and misuse of it.
Yeah.
It's a dynamic of defending a momentum of a standard, so to speak.
Yeah. This is why if someone says something like really bad and they didn't mean it, you don't take the words literally. You look at it and go, yeah, I understand. You just used the word wrong. I understand that's not what you meant. Right. So we look at intentions behind things because they're what's relevant, not,
Right. Like the protocol is not that the date can only be 32 bits. The protocol is about the date going forever. Yeah. But Bitcoin Core is only in 32 bits. Yeah. The protocol has nothing to do with 32 bits. So there's a difference.
So if we have to have a hard fork for the date thing.
We don't. It can be a soft fork.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, okay, but is it actually a soft fork, or is it just like we do it the way you build it into the software far enough ahead of time that
do a hard fork so early that it doesn't matter? Yeah. I'm pretty sure you can actually do it as a soft fork.
Really?
There's benefits
Okay.
to both. No, you can do it as a soft fork, but there's
Okay.
benefits to doing a hard fork and clearing up technical debt at some point anyway. But that's never going to work. The amount of politicization, a hard fork, the wish list
Right.
for that goes on forever. Everyone's got something they want to do if we hard fork
Right.
Bitcoin. And the only real acceptable way to do it would be we only fix the timestamp, because everyone's
Yeah.
got an opinion on
Yes,
all the
don't-
other things.
Don't try to fix anything
Well,
else,
that
because
was-
then you've immediately politicized it.
That was my
Yeah.
question was, if we need a database change, can we build it into a hard fork that's just planned that many years in advance?
you
that-
don't want
No,
to
but
do
that's a
that.
different point. It's you can
Yeah.
Bitcoin Core can have whatever database language you want in it. The point is everyone uses the same one, and even with
Well, but
different
you
versions
can't.
of
That means
Core-
you can't change it though, right? Because if you change it, then how do you get the ones that aren't updated to not split the? I mean, like if you have a new change that has to be compatible with the old change, how do you square that circle? Yeah. So you can't change the database.
It just becomes incredibly difficult, and a hard fork doesn't fix it, though. Is that, like, a hard fork doesn't help the situation.
No, hard fork doesn't, because the ultimate
Yeah.
problem we're getting at here is that everyone has to be doing exactly the same thing for Bitcoin not to fall out of consensus. And it doesn't. That thing can change. It's just it always has to change together. So the accidental hard fork in 2013 was something of this trivial nature, right? Where
Right.
it was just.
That was Mike Hearns, right?
I don't remember who was responsible for it. Probably that
think
rings
it
a
was-
bell.
I think it was Hearns.
I mean, this is just me pulling something out of my ass that becomes kind of arbitrary. But what if you did a kind of light client, like pruned node for the old database and created a new database and ran it for 5 years as a fallback if there's a disconnect, and basically tried to make the slowest possible thing where there was always it basically didn't break the node, it just shifted back and you just doubled up the resources essentially.
We've done many things of that nature anyway. That's kind of
Yeah.
the neutrino concept for LND, or
Yeah.
the Folgore concept for CLN, where you can just run in SPV mode until you have things synced. That's not bad. I guess the concern trolling around that is just if people spoof and just act like halfway solutions end up getting used as the full solution is the problem. So, and then if you're like, that becomes a systemic thing where it's like, look, every single LND user is just running a neutrino. Like no one actually has the blockchain anymore and no one is actually using it that way. Then it's like, we should never have made this tool, because now that it's there, everyone's just using it as a shortcut and we're screwed. So I think that's probably why you wouldn't do that, and that's why obvious things that should exist never do, because someone was like, that we can create a weakness here if we do that.
For the when you mentioned the soft fork for the 2106 bug, do you have a specific solution in mind, or were you just saying you think there is one?
It's just I don't know what it is specifically. Luke has told me repeatedly you can just do it as a soft fork if you want. I think it's just annexing, adding data to something that just sticks the extra. So you run out of room in one field, and then you just add
You just
another field.
stick it somewhere
Like
else. Yeah.
right, and that field has to.
Right, but like nodes that are running right now, how would they know to look for that extra field without updating?
That's a good point. I don't know.
So I've looked into this a lot, and my solution is that you can do this if you have a 30-year period of non-updating nodes interacting with the new nodes, but at some point the old nodes just stop.
Yeah.
No matter what.
Yeah.
They don't continue on their own course, but they'll just stop. But it's still kind of a soft fork.
Well, yeah, I don't know, because all blocks to them at that point would look weird and in the wrong time. So I don't know how you get around the fact that blocks time starts to be wrong. But if Luke says it could be done as a soft fork, I mean, he said SegWit could be done as a soft fork, and he was the only guy that realized that. So I mean, I'm sure he's right.
Yeah, I never. I never.
Don't bet
discount
against
Luke. Yeah. No, I won't bet against Luke. That's for sure.
I actually have kind of a hard stop here.
Me too.
So let's actually hit a couple. We don't have a huge set of other news items. The other really big thing that I just wanted to get to in a general sense, was basically all the reserve stuff. And
Governments
I don't mean
buying stuff.
just
El
you know,
Salvador?
United States Bitcoin Reserve, but El Salvador, a Brazilian congressman has pushed a proposal. Japanese government official has pushed a proposal. Obviously, it's looking like it in the U.S. Like, what is your? I want the full take. I want to know, like, how do you think about people saying this is it? Bitcoin is sold out, and everybody's clamoring for. Everybody's like, oh, states buy Bitcoin, yay! As if this is a state thing, or is this inevitable? Does this matter for anything other than, this is the era in which we move into that landscape and things get crazy? I just want to hear your thoughts on all the whole reserve stuff, because I feel like things are buzzing all over the place.
Yeah, I don't know how you get to, global monetary reserve without governments getting involved. So, I mean, it just seemed like this is a step that's got to happen. I'm not super excited about the fact that, I don't want the U.S. government to have money that will save it from, economic disaster. But at the same time,
I don't want to save the dollar.
Right. Yeah.
I don't want to save
that's
the
the thing is I don't want, I don't want dollars backed by Bitcoin or whatever. But at the same time, I don't know if it makes a smoother transition possible. I mean, again, we've talked about this a bunch, but if a crypto dollar or whatever, the stable coin, whatever, spreads and basically displaces most other currencies, and all we have left is the crypto dollar and Bitcoin, well, then they can't print anymore. Like, they lose anyway. So like we win. It's like heads we win, tails you lose. Like, it doesn't, we still, like, I feel like it all goes in one direction. The question is just how bumpy is the ride going to be on the way there? So I don't know. I mean, it's all good. Numbers going to go up. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, the thing that gets me on this is that, like, the idea of all of them holding reserves and whether or not it helps the dollar or whatever fiat currency, I think is a little bit moot. It really just matters for timing is who benefits more than everyone else.
Yeah.
But ultimately, that is the only way to actually rein in government spending.
Yeah.
Is for the value of your currency to be seen based on your Bitcoin reserve, like how much Bitcoin you're holding. Like, that's how you actually institute. Like, government fiat isn't going to go away. They're still going to print their own unit to have their own network and their own level of control. The question is, does the price of their unit get reflected if there are more of them in relation to Bitcoin? Like, it ultimately just matters when Bitcoin is liquid enough, is what is its price related to Bitcoin? How many sats can you get for the unit of that fiat? And I think a Bitcoin standard means that every fiat is ultimately backed by Bitcoin, and every government has to freak out about whether or not they're getting rid of their Bitcoin reserves this year or they're adding to it. And that's how you reprice the world in Bitcoin. And I don't know, that's how that looks to me. It's like, an age where the internet is the media isn't an age where NBC and CNN doesn't exist. It's where CNN fails at launching CNN Plus streaming service, and Peacock is the only thing. It's when they are weak and they don't have the power that they think they have, because the shift of where the equilibrium lies and what's valuable and what the dominant thing is just moves into the new landscape. Like, the internet and what the internet thinks about NBC is now, it seems to be the reality. Like the internet is the new media. And in the same way, it will not be the dollar price in Bitcoin and, what the US government says about Bitcoin when you have 20 countries fighting for, Bitcoin reserves and trying to be the fiat that's the most backed by Bitcoin. It will literally just create their own obsolescence. It will be their price in Bitcoin that will determine whether or not people want their fiat, because somebody will do it better. Or they'll just withdraw Bitcoin. They'll literally just use Bitcoin.
I think that's a great point, man. I hadn't really looked at it that way. It's really compelling.
It just means that your Bitcoin reserve is what your value of fiat is.
Yeah.
Like, that's it.
And also, like, you got to rely on this, like, countries hate each other and don't trust each other, so they'll insist on the reserves existing. Like,
Exactly.
a lot of my,
exactly.
like, it's going to be okay self-comfort and cope I have for how awful the world is falling apart is that I need countries to actually be genuinely hating each other. Like, the scariest conspiracy theory to me is, like, Russia and
All the
China and
countries get
America
along.
all actually get on just fine,
Yeah.
and it's all just for show.
Yeah.
That's the thing that terrifies me.
If all governments collude, we're in trouble. Like the Five Eyes are like literally the worst thing right now. That they all like cooperate to spy on everybody. I mean, you know,
Yeah,
it's like the Catholic Church fell out of power. Like they lost political power. They didn't go away. They still exist.
They're still there. They're just not the de facto government. Like,
Right.
if the Pope comes out and says something, the whole world doesn't just immediately start murdering everybody who doesn't follow their rule. You know, they're still powerful. They're just largely irrelevant.
Yeah, if you have the same sort of devaluation of government power, that'd be great.
Yeah.
I was going to be a bigger fan of the reserves if there was some kind of proof of reserves, or they had to show their addresses or something that they actually had these coins on chain. Like, I'd really like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, other than that, I agree with Jeff. Like, can't stop anybody from getting Bitcoin.
Yeah, I think it's like my take on it, hopefully I can do it in like 1 minute, is when it came along as a proposal, like the government will own loads of money, the sort of normie take on it was like, normie who likes Bitcoin a bit or something was like, oh, that'll make the price go up a lot. And then today, wait a minute, that's bad, because if they own loads of Bitcoin, they might start pushing for changes to the protocol and there's nothing you can do about it. And I'm like, that was not. So you've gone through like a bunch of stages of like processing the information that were not how anyone that's been in Bitcoin for a long time looked at it. The way we look at it when the US government says, all right, we're going to buy loads of Bitcoin is, right, this is going to make number go up a lot and it's going to create a bunch of problems. Can we defend against those problems? And for the most part, all of the problems they might talk about or they might present to us have not just already been sort of countered in theory, but have actually happened in practice, and we've dealt with them in the past. So, like, we've already addressed it for a long time on this show, which is pushing for changes to consensus, hostile takeover, that sort of thing. We've seen it happen before. We know what to do to defend against it, and we've literally got a track record and case studies of how we've survived these kinds of attacks. So it's amazing to me that anyone would present that as a concern. But saying there are no concerns is also not accurate too, right? So we weren't all exuberant that the US government was going to buy loads of Bitcoin, but at the same time, it's just pragmatic. We knew that it was always a possibility. There's nothing inherent in Bitcoin that stops powerful, evil people owning lots of it. We know they're going to buy it if it's as good as we think it is. And we've been thinking since day zero, how do we make sure we're protected if and when they do it? The only real way you can do it is to make sure you own as much of it as possible before they do, which is what the majority of us have been doing, and which is why we basically feel pretty fine right now. So, like, there was some sensible, like, there was some OPSEC and things involved in that, like, maybe don't be too public about it, maybe keep your identity private. Like, who set a precedent for having lots of Bitcoin and keeping their identity not well known? The guy who invented the whole system, right? So it's like, we know what we're doing here. Like, we've been thinking about these things. Like, it's time to, like, look at this thing and just go, yeah, there's some intelligent minds in this community. Like, we're not naive, and it's a practical thing. It's not just ideologues going like, yeah, Bitcoin's going to save and fix everything. Oh no, a quantum computer. Like, just please give us a bit of credit for having like planned this out.
What are you gonna do when the internet goes down? I mean, you know.
Yeah, what are you gonna do when there's no more internet? I bet you didn't think of that. What are you gonna do when someone makes
Think about that one.
Checkmate, Bitcoiners.
God, got us. Checkmate.
Man, I got 3
God.
minutes. I wanted to do El Salvador too, but I just don't think we got time.
Is he gonna buy, like, he's gonna sell Chivo and then buy Bitcoin with the money?
Well, they did just buy like 10 Bitcoin instead of 1 Bitcoin.
Yeah, that was $1
in
million
the
bucks,
day.
man. He
No, I know,
yellowed
it's nothing.
0.1% of his new stash. I was.
It was tiny, but-
Do you understand the meme? The legend he would have become. Like, he's already like very popular, right? But imagine Bukele if he just YOLO'd the entire stash of $3
It'd have been
billion
amazing.
on Bitcoin the minute the IMF send him the money. Can you imagine? Like, just
We're so amazing. Oh
that
my
would have
God.
been like, I would have made a statue to him and put it in like the middle of Vancouver or something. Like, just he should have done it for the memes.
He should have done it for the meme. He still has an opportunity.
Yeah, maybe
But
the
Kelly,
cash hasn't
I
cleared
know
yet.
you listened to Guys Roundtable. I know you listened to the Roundtable, and it's very important for you to consider this.
Yes.
Because you would be a legend.
Maybe the check hasn't cleared yet, and yesterday was just a dip, so he was like, "I'm buying the dip," and bought more coins
Yeah.
than usual.
Yeah.
Like, what is the process of
That's
getting
just what he had in his bank account.
How do you get $3 billion? Like, what's the transfer process of that? Does someone from the IMF have to go to a bank with 2 forms of ID or something? Like,
No, they just ACH. They Zell it. They Zell it to him.
Zell. His cell phone number.
They
That's
got
it.
those big Zell limits. It's just straight to his email address.
guys, I gotta go, man.
Yeah, man. All right, we will close it out here. Thank you, guys. This was a good one. Jeffrey, you suck for
right.
being late. What an embarrassment. Can't believe I'm related to you.
I had to get a car battery for our wonderful
Oh, yeah.
mother. So
I was being a hero.
what is happening?
See,
That is
you
a-
missed all the best stuff.
That is amazing.
All right.
See y'all later.
Thank you, guys. Later.
See ya.
Later.
All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed that conversation. There was actually a number of things we did not get to, as this is usually the case with these. So I want to close this out by hitting all of the bullet points that we missed and just kind of give you a rough rundown of the few other things that happened that I feel like are worth mentioning. And our first bullet goes to Casa. They have released Praetorian. Casa is the multi-sig wallet. I have had the gold membership for a long time. I actually don't have a ton in it just because I build my own multi-sig now. But I've still been using it, and I am still a fan. I love trying out and having all of the multi-sig services. But they have released and announced Praetorian, which is literally designed to safeguard government reserves. This is about building state-level self-custody with military-grade encryption and best-in-class support and all of that good stuff. There's a bunch of cool features and stuff that they push, like a deepfake protection, and they have a 24/7 emergency line. The stuff that you would think for like a really high-class, like super professional multi-sig. But I think the key takeaway here is that there is a market for this now. This is going to become a thing, and holding reserves in like enormous amounts of value in Bitcoin with large institutions, with corporations, with governments, and with extremely high security tolerance or low tolerance when it comes to edge cases and the desire for incredibly professional and deep state-level adversary security is going to become a normal market. And I think it is unwise to dismiss how powerful that could be and how much could actually happen in that market for designing incredibly fault-tolerant cold storage security systems. That's just kind of cool. Bullet! The Czech Republic has now removed capital gains on any Bitcoin held for longer than 3 years. I might move to the Czech Republic. Bullet! Canton of Bern, Switzerland approves a feasibility study on Bitcoin mining for grid stability. Basically a breakdown of the impact on dealing with or monetizing surplus energy and balancing out the grid. And this is totally expected to see this kind of research and assessment starting to get in full swing. And there's also interesting, there was a company, I can't remember the name of the company, but they've been targeting California more often because California, in their effort to go super green and everything, has overly incentivized solar power. And in doing so, it's actually dumping so much solar power back onto the grid, and it's making the utilities mad because they're paying for it that they've literally now stopped. They've lobbied to stop having to pay and deal with the load back on the grid. So now suddenly California has kind of shot itself in the foot in regards to properly incentivizing the solar, because now a whole bunch of solar people kind of got screwed and the economics are getting completely thrown out of whack. So the company now is trying to fill in the gap by deploying miners to eat up everybody's excess solar power rather than them being able to get money back from the grid or whatever the cut is that happened in relation to that. Bullet! Morocco has actually lifted their ban. They've had cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin and everything banned for a while, and now they're looking to set in regulation and lift the ban. Kind of cool. Bullet, a Chinese car company, Kango, has just randomly announced or quietly released, and it's become known now, but they're the third largest public miner in China. It's just a car company. Who'd thunk? One I'm really sad that we didn't get to was Hawk Tuah Coin. I specifically put it in the list, and I added it in the Keat chat so we could definitely get back to it, and we didn't talk about Hawk Tuah Coin. But, and I guess this is more of a Shitcoin Insider sort of episode, but Hawk Tuah Girl decided to make a token and had a whole bunch of the tokens for herself, and a whole bunch of really, really dumb people, apparently, or just complete and utter degens, put tons of money into this token, and then she absolutely hella rug pulled all of them, and the price was absolutely obliterated. She made a ton of money. A whole bunch of people are calling for her to go to jail and threatening to sue and all of this stuff. And honestly, if you bought Hawk Tuah Coin, you deserve to lose the money. And if everybody got scammed with Hawk Tuah Coin, she deserves, I don't know, I don't care. She deserves it. That's ridiculous. It's 2024. It's your fault if you lose money on Hawk Tuah Coin. I can't care anymore. Bullet. Roger Ver went on Tucker Carlson and talked all about how Bitcoin was hijacked by the feds and Blockstream was run by Bilderbergs and stuff. Oh, God. So annoying. Like we said, the FUD is all coming back, all the stupid arguments, and all the ignorant people are buying into it again. But it is what it is. Bitcoin was destined to be the most hated. I'm probably going to do a guy's take rebuttal to a lot of the things that he said. I still don't believe he should go to prison for 100 and whatever years for tax fraud, even if that's exactly what he did was tax fraud. He should just kind of owe the money and, they can get over it. But still, it's just so annoying. He just lies and he just makes... I honestly just can't even help but wonder if it's just pure dishonesty. Like, he doesn't care if he's saying things that he knows aren't true. I mean... he has a history of that. Bullet. There was a really big and really bad bug in Bitcoin Core not too long ago, actually. This happened back in late 2022, and it was just made public. This actually was made public like a month or two ago. I just didn't know about it until December, so I figured it was fair to mention it. But there was a feature added to Bitcoin Core that would enable you to download or find blocks quicker and to get the information necessary in a more compact way. Pun not intended. This is referred to as compact blocks. However, in late 2022, it was discovered that there was a bug that you could manipulate the message for requesting these compact blocks, which would actually crash the node. Just so you understand, that's a really bad bug. Crashing the node is an extremely serious concern. This would mean that you could broadcast this out and shut down the whole network. Well, if everyone was on the same version of Bitcoin Core that had this. And it's interesting to point out that this was a Bitcoin Core feature that was added that wasn't necessary, that then had this potential very, very bad consequence. Something to think about when it comes to what should be nuclear grade software. But it was fixed and merged in 2023, right around May, I believe, and it was only recently disclosed a couple of months ago, so that we had the proper history and we could hopefully learn from what could have been a kind of scary mistake. Bullet. Wasabi Wallet. Their CoinJoin protocol had a bit of a vulnerability that could potentially de-anonymize a lot of users. This was specifically a flaw that allowed a malicious coordinator to connect inputs and outputs. I have the link in the show notes to the vulnerability report that they released and which versions of Wasabi Wallet, Ginger Wallet, and then the BTC Pay server CoinJoin that are affected. But the newest ones, if you're updated, then it's already been fixed and you it shouldn't be a problem. And again, specifically, it's only with a malicious coordinator. So if you trust your coordinator or whoever you're using, or if you're using the Wasabi official coordinator, basically all the same concerns and trade-offs should be considered. Nothing is perfect. Everything is a spectrum. There's always going to be edge cases. And just be careful with your privacy. Privacy is a difficult problem. It's a difficult issue to solve. Another bullet! Fold finally adds authorized users. My wife is finally on the account. I did it immediately. As soon as I got it, I filled that mess out, and we got her a card, and boom. We now have basically joint accounts and multiple users in an account, and she can log in, and she has her own card. And I'm I've wanted that for a really long time. It's a little bit frustrating having only one card with only your name on it. So now literally you can have a family account and everybody can earn sats into one Fold account. That's cool. Another bullet. Uganda confirms that they got their central bank got hacked for 62 billion shillings, which is actually only $16.8 million. And over half of it apparently, or right around half of it so far, has been recovered, or at least according to the source that I have. I also just don't understand, how do you steal from a central bank? I mean, they sent it abroad, so I guess they have to, like, the other bank could just be like, no, I'm not going to give it back to you. And depending on how quickly they could get it out in cash or something that's, you know, irredeemable or irreversible, or if they bought Bitcoin with it somewhere, you know. So, but it's just still just funny that a central bank can be hacked of a currency that they can just print at will. I don't know, that amuses me for some reason. And our last bullet today is that the Russian president, Mr. Putin, signed a law making digital currencies and Bitcoin taxed as property. Okay, I don't know if that changes much, but it's interesting. It's interesting seeing things be formalized and how different states will treat it differently. So that's the main lineup. That's the news. Those are the important things, and those are the important opinions and takes on those things that you got with Guy and his Roundtable. I hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. Don't forget to check out Fold. You can stack sats like mad, especially with the holidays, especially with gift cards. I shit you not, it is the best way to passively stack sats that I know of. I use it for literally everything almost. And there's a referral code. You can get 20,000 sats for free just for signing up. Check it out. It's right down there in the description, along with a bunch of different links and sources for all this stuff, and to follow everybody and to check everything out. Because you should, that's what you should do. And you should subscribe and all that good stuff. And I will catch you on the next episode of Bitcoin Audible. I am Guy Swan. And until next time, everybody, take it easy, guys.
Hello everybody, my name is Daniel Prince and I am the host of the Once Bitten podcast. This is a podcast focused on Bitcoin. It's my mission to interview as many people as I can around the different aspects of Bitcoin and help people understand exactly what Bitcoin can mean for them and for their families and for their future. I hope you enjoy the show. Thank you so much for listening. Hello everybody, welcome to this episode of the Once Bitten podcast, being released on Christmas Eve 2024. If you are tuning in right now, then Merry Christmas to you and yours, and a Happy New Year. This episode is all about inflation. No more inflation. We have the producer and the filmmaker of the film, No More Inflation here, Bitcoin Shooter. He's also been on the podcast before, way back in February of this year, when he was talking about going through the process of making this film. And we also went through his past, his homeschooling past. So that is definitely worth you guys checking out. If you enjoy this one with Shooter, go back and listen to that episode. It's number 425, back on 21st of Feb, 2024. This film I've been really looking forward to seeing this come out because having met Shooter in Riga when he was, and certain other places as well where he was filming and interviewing people, it was awesome to see what he was doing and the passion behind this project, what it meant to him and what he believes it's going to mean to many other people as well. The idea is he wants this to be a go-to piece of the puzzle, one of those first 3 or 4 pieces of the puzzle that you need to fall into the Bitcoin rabbit hole or your friends or family need. You have to understand what is going on with inflation. That is what this film is about. He's done an excellent job. Hit the link in the show notes. You can buy codes and share them with your friends and family. You literally pay with Bitcoin. You get the codes, distribute them, WhatsApp them, text them, Telegram them, Signal them, email them the codes and say, sit down and watch this movie tonight. He couldn't have made it any easier for you to share this. So please do him the honor of heading over to nomoreinflation.com and getting yourself a few of those codes. Let's support the Bitcoin builders, whether that is companies or individuals. Please, bitcoinbook.shop. Get over there. Start buying your books from there. Fountain app. Start listening to your podcasts there. The parallel system is being built. No point these guys building it if we aren't going to support and use it. So get over and start using these tools. Nostr, start messing around with that. That's not directly a Bitcoin thing, but it's something that's going to help you improve your sovereignty. Relay, relai.ch/Bitten is the place for you in Europe to start stacking sats. Download the app, use the code Bitten, start stacking immediately, and stack hard into 2025. This is not even the beginning of the bull market. SwanBitcoin.com, if you are in the US, you can download their app and start stacking with those guys as well. Both companies have a white glove service for you, so get on the phone, and they're very much focused on educating you about Bitcoin, so check their educational resources. Cold storage, BitBox02. I have an interview coming up soon with Douglas Backen, the CEO. We're going to go over the Dark Skippy attack and why the BitBox02 is already built to withstand that. If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry. All will become clear. Just hit the link in the show notes and order your device today. Please get your...
Makes a good money.
Some listen for macro analysis.
Yeah, we're so grateful for your analysis, Lynn. And I have to be honest with you.
Every millionaire wanted to have just one Bitcoin. They couldn't do it.
Some listen for price predictions.
Am I right in this that you've forecasted 500 to 700K for Bitcoin?
Some listen for epic rants.
We literally have put our life savings into magic internet money from a man who we don't even fucking know because our governments have failed us so miserably.
And some listen to at least 40 hours per week, regardless of the topic. But there is one night we all listen to find out which Bitcoin podcasts are the most thermodynamically sound.
Hours of your life, maybe 60,000 hours of your life trying to make.
The Bugles, hosted by Richard Greaser and Rod Palmer. Live this January. Subscribe to The Bugle to find out the date and time.
Keep showing it to your friends and family. It's an unlock. It really is. So mempool.space. Just get that visual touch in there. Decrypting money. I love the fact that these authors, 4 of them, have been around in Bitcoin for a long time, and they just come out of nowhere and wham, we got a new book on the table, 2024, and it's a fun thing to be shilling on the podcast. I've never shilled a book before, so thank you for supporting the show, guys. I hope the plebs go out and support your work too. Finally, use Zaprite for your invoicing and join Orange Pill app to come find your plebs. Here's Shooter.
Shooter, great to see you, brother.
Princey, Lauren, hello. How are you guys?
Hello. I think we're pretty good.
We are good.
Yeah.
We watched your movie last night.
Fantastic. Thank you. I appreciate you investing some of your time.
Yeah, it was an absolute pleasure to watch it, and one that we've been waiting for a long time, because seeing you around the conferences, getting this together. You teased everybody in Madeira back in March with a little, what was that, like a 20-minute teaser?
It ended up being 30 minutes, but it was, it was rough. It was, definitely like 20 minutes worth of, once it's trimmed down, it was like 20 minutes. But yeah, it was a 30 minutes that you guys watched.
Well, excellent work, mate. How do you feel?
Yeah, thanks. No, I feel great. A lot happened since Madeira. I went to El Salvador, North Dakota, Austin, Denver, Nashville, San Diego, Santa Monica. So there was a lot more that was grabbed and added. But no, I feel great. I feel like I accomplished what I set out to do, and so far the feedback has been very positive. And so I think it's just kind of a matter of time before more people see it, and and then we'll see where it goes. I think a lot of people are going to end up watching this before it's all said and done. So I'm happy with it. What did you guys think?
I think it was a good movie or documentary. I like how you presented it as like, oh well, how am I going to do this? Like you I don't know how to say it.
Like he was pretending to not be a Bitcoiner.
No, I don't know how to say it. He was, well, I don't know the word.
No?
No.
If you don't know it, I don't know. Come back to it. What was your question that you want to ask?
Yeah, sorry.
No,
so my
okay.
questions, where do you hope your movie is going to be in a couple of years' time?
Well, I hope by a couple of years' time it is on a platform like Netflix, or it has been already. The number one goal from the beginning was to create like the most powerful orange pill and explain Bitcoin in a way that the average person can understand. So the goal has always been to have the world watch it. And so, that's where I hope it is. And along the way, to get to Netflix, likely it's going to be seen by a lot of different colleges, a lot of different Bitcoin meetups around the world. So, I think the answer is in 2 years, I'd like to see the film on Netflix and just the wake of all of the things that would have to happen, for that. I'm looking forward to that. So. Yeah, that's always been the goal. That's what I was always telling people from the beginning is like, that's, because I think having a goal is important. And if you have a goal of, I want my end product to be worthy of Netflix quality, then you make a lot of decisions to make sure that you match that. So yeah, Netflix or like, something massive like that has always kind of been the goal, so I can show people who saw Money Electric what a real Bitcoin documentary is,
Okay, I was going to bring that up. Did you watch it? I have not.
I've seen pieces of it, but I think like most Bitcoiners, the premise isn't that interesting. So I've seen pieces of it. Of course, like, it's filmed well, but yeah, I just think the story right off the bat is kind of like, I don't know who the audience is, Bitcoiners don't really care who Satoshi is or know that no one really knows who Satoshi is, and even if you did, it doesn't really matter. And I don't know. And then like average person isn't, they're starting to get more interested in Bitcoin, but do they care that much to watch a film about Satoshi? So yeah, I just don't know who their audience was.
Which begs a question: how on earth is it on HBO?
Yeah, so I think that's how these things work. The director has done some other documentaries, and that's kind of this director's style. I think the last film he did was trying to figure out who the creator of QAnon was. So he's kind of like the find the missing person guy. So I think that film was on HBO. And so, likely they have some type of agreement, or I don't know how these things work. Maybe he even like has to produce a certain number of films for HBO under a contract or something, So that's how a lot of these platforms work. I mean, you can't submit anything to Netflix. It has to be presented by a director or a producer or some internal executive for them to actually see it or consider it. And kind of makes sense because I'm sure there's so many people submitting or wanting to submit or having films. But yeah, so that's kind of what I'm doing now. The film's out and available at nomoreinflation.com. People can watch it, people can share it. And so this was a way for me to kind of like not just talk about the film anymore and let people actually watch it because I can't really explain what the film explains in an hour. That's kind of the point of the film, right? And so, I'm hoping that the more Bitcoiners see it and share it, eventually it's going to come across someone who works at Netflix or HBO or knows somebody or so on and so on. So, that's kind of I think that's how Money Electric got there. You have to start a relationship. So that's where I'm starting from right now.
All right, Lauren?
I have another question. What guest had the biggest impact or like inspired you the most?
I guess different ones in different ways. So, Graham Hancock was a great interview because I just never imagined I'd be interviewing him or sitting down with him or meeting him, I think when you're younger, you kind of have an idea of like, oh, if I could talk to anybody or, when I was younger, talk shows were still kind of a thing. So, people would, I wasn't this young, but people would like, fantasize about going on the Johnny Carson show or the Jay Leno show or, whoever it is. Colbert was my guy when I was younger. And we don't have to go into Colbert because I disagree with him now a lot, but I always thought like, that'd be cool to be on his show and like to actually make something or be a part of something that would, that would be the reason why I'm on this show. And so Graham Hancock was kind of one of those guys that I appreciated his previous work. If you don't know, he writes about like ancient civilizations. And so just like Bitcoin kind of, when you realize Bitcoin and you realize money was broken and like so many things have been, you've been lied to about, it starts to like open your mind. You start thinking about, okay, what else have I been lied to about? And I felt the same way with Graham's research, thinking like, oh, wow, maybe there was knowledge that we lost that the Egyptians had, or like, obviously they built these crazy pyramids, I think rethinking that, maybe, hey, we didn't just naturally progress and evolve like in a straight line. Maybe like there was a big dip in the middle. And so anyway, Graham Hancock was cool because he was kind of like one of those guys that's like, oh man, in my dream I would talk to him, And so that was nice. And he's a really cool guy, a really nice guy. But then other than that, like I always, for some reason, go back to the Kenya interviews of the people who are farmers out there who are just getting electricity now for the first time, and how much that changes their lives because there's just so many things balled into that. Like, the mother, her children can now study better because, they're not using kerosene candles that burn their eyes. The man is like not spending 2 hours chopping food for his cows with a machete, instead doing it like in 10 or 15 minutes. And just understanding that that's likely what's going to happen throughout the rest of Africa. Hello. Like the implications were just massive. I was like, man, this people that I'm talking to, this experience that they're having is going to be multiplied by like 1 million, And then on top of that, like no one there that's got power, getting power, knows about Bitcoin mining. They don't even know that that's the reason why their power provider is more profitable and more stable. And it's just such a positive win-win-win for everybody, right? Gridless, Eric at Gridless over there, they're mining Bitcoin with cheap electricity. The energy provider's making more money and they're more profitable, which then is making them put more poles in the ground and connecting more houses, so then more people are getting electricity. And I just could see this kind of unfolding. So, I think those are the two. But, all of them are special, and I think in the film, too, towards the end, you kind of see me, like, hugging, a few different interviewees, and that's kind of like, they were all special in one way or another. But, those are the two that always come to mind.
The Graham Hancock one, I watched his, the whole entire series, I think, about the civilizations. And I was just about to ask you, how did you get him on the documentary?
Right. So I saw that Graham was speaking at an event that was pretty close to me at the time, and so I had no communication with him, no contact. I tried to, but you just can't get through to these kinds of people. So I went and I hung around and tried to find an opportunity to chat with him. I first realized I wanted to interview him after reading Alex Gladstein's book, Hidden Repression. So that's about, like the foreign aid stuff. And he cited Graham Hancock a lot and Graham Hancock's book. And I was like, what the hell is this? And it turns out in 1989, Graham Hancock wrote a book about foreign aid. And so, again, Alex Gladstein was citing it a lot. So I was like, wow, this was a topic I wanted to cover. And how cool would it be to have Graham talk about it? So the only opportunity I got to chat with him was like at a photo op type of thing, where you're literally like in a line and you get 5 seconds to say, oh, hey, thank you, appreciate it, blah, blah. And so I kind of had rehearsed this line where I just told him, hey, I'm a filmmaker. I'm making a film about foreign aid. I know you wrote a book called Lords of Poverty, and I'd really like to interview you for it. Is that something you're interested in? And he said, yes. I haven't talked about that in a long time. He gave me his email address, and I emailed him, and he said, well, I can't do it for the next year and a half, because I'm just fully booked until the end of 2024, And so I said, I'm going to be done by then, and, it's probably going to be too late. But a few months later, I saw he was speaking at another event, and I just messaged him saying, hey, I know you can't do the interview, but if you want me to film your talk, I'd be happy to do it for you for free. I don't want it. You can have it, and I'll give you all the files then and there. And he had responded saying, no, that's okay, but let's do the interview. If you send me 3 questions and they intrigue me, I'll give you 30 minutes. And so I sent him 3 questions, and then, he ended up giving me an hour. So, that's kind of how it all happened. It was kind of just, hustle at first, and then just luck, I guess. And, it was a really, really good interview. I have an extended version of it on my YouTube that people can watch. But, that's how that one got landed.
Wow.
Have you heard from him since? Do you know if he's seen the movie, and have you had any feedback?
I don't know if he's seen the final version of it. He saw a 20-minute cut of it, gave me some good feedback. And then he saw a 60-minute cut that was a little bit rough. Wasn't quite as polished. So, I've shared the final version with him, but I haven't heard back. I know that
could be our route into Netflix. That's all I'm thinking here.
Exactly.
Because somebody's going to be able to help us, and I've just got to. It's funny. You and I were texting each other about this just recently. Thank God you just filmed him sitting down. I don't think I could watch another slow-mo of Graham walking. That Ancient Apocalypse. It's such a great series. There's just so many weird, drawn-out scenes of him mooching through a temple scene or something.
I know. I agree with you. I think you could have done it better, put some different shots, but overall the content's really great, and I think that's again one of the reasons why it's maybe Graham hasn't seen the final episode yet. Is I know he's getting older. He's always had issues with migraine headaches. I'm sure the amount of work that goes into finalizing and producing a season like that is a lot. And he just released it in, I think, October, and now it's the holidays and everything. But I agree with you. I think he's a way into Netflix, perhaps, even not directly through him. I think just his participation in it, and Netflix already having successful shows with him in it, I think is really awesome for the film, and I'm really grateful for his time. Because again, he did the interview with me after talking for maybe three hours that day, and then literally signing books for 3 hours that day and talking to people, and then he took a break and then was like, okay, let's do the interview. So I can tell he's a busy guy. His energy is running lower and lower as he's getting older. So all those reasons are why I'm really grateful. But if you notice, I think 2 of your kids have little cameos in the film too.
Yes.
Yeah. I saw that. I saw Samuel's one. I'm like, oh, I wonder when I'm gonna come up.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
thought
It's
that was
funny
cool.
because we'd watched about 45 minutes of the movie together, and I had to jump off and come and do a call with Caitlin. She's trying to get a visa to the US next year, and I was on the call trying to, just take notes and orange pill the attorney. And and I come back out, and they're like, "We were in the movie." I'm like, what? I just left. That's crazy. And yeah, sure enough, it's great. It's great to see them in there. And we, as a family, sitting down to watch it, it's so cool because we're just listing off all of our friends that appear in the movie, the friends that we've made throughout the years of going to these conferences. That's how we met you in Riga that time. And, Uncle Rockstar sitting there, like, oh, this is great. This is amazing. Like all of these people that the kids have been able to meet over the last couple of years, and seeing them on the screen and then seeing themselves towards the end was amazing. Yeah, we got a big kick out of it.
Nice, man. Yeah, I think that's what you're seeing. You know all these characters, a lot of these Bitcoiners and stuff, and you're kind of like getting them filtered through me, right? Because the answers you're hearing are based on the conversation and the questions that I'm asking. And so I think it's a fun experience for everybody. I think especially for like the actual person themselves, like you guys are saying, like seeing yourself, and I think Rockstar too, and everybody is kind of always excited to see it. And then speaking of orange pilling, that was really, again, the goal. And I think, the film, that's what it is. It's a tool for education, And I've been telling people too, like, who have, friends or family that have been like asking them about Bitcoin, or new people that ask them about Bitcoin. I'm like, this is like the new filter, You tell them, go watch No More Inflation, spend an hour, spend $10, and then let's talk tomorrow. Because it provides just such a great foundation for, the problem of inflation and government spending and why Bitcoin can't be printed, and all the common FUD. It covers so many great things that it's just going to save both parties, so much time. So ultimately, that's really what I want the thing to be. I wanted it to enlighten people before they really felt the pain, and and to have as many people pick this thing up before the next financial disaster. I mean, it sounds great with Trump and Elon, what they're promising to do, but no one in history has ever rolled back such a debt. And so inflation will likely keep rising, and then, financial disaster is just, a matter of time. So, yeah, that's what I wanted to do, kind of distribute the wealth, and so, anyway, that's really what I see this thing as, is it's like it's the most powerful hour of Bitcoin education in existence. That's what I think, at least,
Excellent, mate. Yeah, no, I think you've done a great job, and I think you've achieved exactly what you set out to do. And I'm hoping the people I send this link to go that extra mile and just click it and buy it and move on and watch it. That's it's always that's a sticking point, but they're not willing to help themselves. There's that element as well, right? It's still got to be down on them to actually sit down and watch it, because there's so many excuses. Did you have another question?
No.
Right, and if they're not even willing to watch it, you know what I mean? Again, like, do you want to spend another hour or 2 or 3 or 10, like, trying to convince them? So, yeah, I think it's a good, what do they call it, like a litmus test or something? Yeah, it's a good test, right?
Mm-hmm. So, exactly. Yeah.
Anyway, Lauren, you got to get to bed. What time is it over there?
No, we're only at. Feels like it's midnight.
I was gonna say it is. It feels like
it's only 4:20 in the afternoon, and it's pitch black. So, yeah. But I thought we would stick around for this one. I thought you wanted to ask him if he had the choice of one person. If you could choose one person to watch the film, who would it be?
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember this question last time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the answer is still the same, which is ultimately Joe Rogan, because he would likely lead to the most number of people seeing it afterwards. I think it's the kind of film that, especially if you're not like deep into Bitcoin and you don't already know these things, like inflation's from money printing, and then they use that money to pay for war, and then they try to hide the inflation of that by making food cheap, which then caused this health problem, which is now even, we spend more money on health than on that, and we go and, you know, loan money to other countries so that they produce cheap goods for us, all again because you want to go to war, and that causes inflation. You're trying to keep prices down. So I think people who don't really know that and don't really understand all these different stories about Bitcoin, I can't imagine how they could watch the film and walk away not feeling something. And so I think if Joe Rogan were to watch it, I think at a minimum, you know, he would talk about it, and he would also start to see the world a bit differently. Like every problem would go, hey, I wonder if they're, you know, printing money to pay for this problem, you know, and this problem. And then at a maximum, of course, you know, I go on Joe Rogan to talk about the film and Bitcoin, and then certainly Netflix will come after that, you know. So yeah, I think Joe Rogan is probably the guy I want to see it most, because it aligns with my original goal, which is to get as many people to see it, you know.
Perfect.
I also just want to say one quick thing. When you said like when you watch the movie and you like go away like with this feeling, that is true, because when I was watching it and seeing how much money was like going into inflation and all that stuff, I was like, oh, this is like real. This is real. Like that's a lot of money. Like that. Yeah. Anyways, that's what I want to say.
Yeah. No, thanks. Yeah, the film is a really great medium because you can use everything, the visuals, the audio, the music, right? The voiceover. And so, yeah, I think that's why I think it's just so you can get so much information in an hour, you know? And so, yeah, I'm really glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad it made you feel something. That's why I like to, you know, work with film in the beginning, was because I would make stuff as a kid with my friends, and like people would laugh, and I would look at people watching, and I could see them, you know, actually feeling something. So yeah, I'm glad you walked away with that. And yeah, again, I just can't imagine how anybody could watch it and not really walk away with that, you know. So thanks for saying that.
Thank you. Well, have a good day. All right, thank you so much. Bye bye.
Good to see you. I'll see you later, taller and bigger.
Yeah. Most likely.
Gracious.
So what is next, mate, for you now? Is it just concentrate, go hard, hit the podcast scene, try and push this out as far and wide as you can, or are you already on the next project? What's going on?
Yeah, so I think just promoting it is what's going to happen for the foreseeable future, unless you know, some project comes along. And, you know, the funding is secured, that's fine. I have energy to go again. But otherwise, you know, yeah, I really think I've created a film that likely will be, you know, watched for 100 years. You know, I think they'll show it in schools later when, you know, people are laughing at how ridiculous our money system was. And so, yeah, and again, I want to enlighten people. So, you know, you can make the best thing, you know, but if nobody sees it, it doesn't really matter. So I think that'll be the thing that I focus on. Again, unless there's some other project that comes up that's really important, you know, maybe it's related to Bitcoin mining centralization, or, you know, updates to Bitcoin that could make it more scalable for people to hold their own keys, you know, or food or posture or something, you know, something really important, and someone who comes along and says like, I want to make sure that this happens and that you start working on this right now and you won't have to worry about money, I'll get it, then yeah. But to do it all again, holy crap, man. No. Nope.
So funding's an interesting one. Arvi and I did a podcast probably about 10, 15 ago, Arvi Bura, who wrote the book 24. And this conversation came up because it came up in Prague about there is funding out there. There's funding out there in the form of, you know, venture capital, so funding for entrepreneurs. If the venture capitalist feels that, you know, they're focusing on an aspect of Bitcoin which they really can get behind and perhaps, even steer in some way and add value to, is funding for developers. We've got OpenSats that's just one example. So for young developers that are coming through and they want to start working within Bitcoin in some way, they can get some funding there and hopefully even get themselves a job. But there's no funding for like the cultural side of Bitcoin. The only way you're going to get supported is by us actually buying the finished product. I mean, yes, you can list on Geyser, and that's great. These guys have done incredible work, and Pierre Corbin has managed to get some funding through there as well, but not enough to get you guys over the line. There's a lot that seems to be missing, and the same with writers of books, and the same with artists. Fractal isn't being funded to do his incredible artwork. He gets funded once it's done, but all of the time and effort that goes into that in the beginning is, risk. You have no idea of the finished product and whether anybody's actually going to like it or value it. So have you thought about that? Like, do you see us getting to a point where there could be some kind of Bitcoin cultural fund, like specifically for film, specifically for art, is this something that's ever come across your mind?
Yeah, I think the success of my film will shed some more light on that, because I really do think that what I produced is like of the highest quality. I feel like the quality is there, and the topics are about as relatable as you can get. And so I'm also wondering the same thing. I'm wondering if I'm too early, you know what I mean? Which is okay. Or if I am literally on the cusp of, this change. Because you had the same thing in Florence with the Medici, and it was a prideful thing to produce art. It was a symbol of how sophisticated your civilization, was. And it was inspiring, And of course, it was mostly related to religion and the church, so that also adds to some more inspiration. So I'm not sure. I think in the future we will. I think at some point we will, But like you're saying, it's tricky for the artist because, I was mostly working on the film full time for the last 2 years, and that included working to raise money, you know what I mean? And you need to have certainty, you need to have time, just like life and just like saving Bitcoin, you're doing it because, and it feels good because you actually start to have certainty into the future. And so there's no way I could have produced this film, definitely not in 2 years, if I wasn't working on it full time, If I was getting a little bit of money, but then having to do, my regular, video jobs, man, it would take forever, and it wouldn't be the same because I wouldn't be able to focus on it. So we'll see, Again, I think a film is the perfect thing to break the dam, because it is a very small ask, to ask someone to read a book is a bit more time. I understand if I write a book and Jeff Booth doesn't read my book for a year, you know what I mean? I get it, you need to carve out time. And if you actually did, I really appreciate you taking all that time, man. That's fucking awesome. With a film, it's it's just an hour, do you have an hour? And it's so easy to consume. You don't have to get comfortable and and so I think people should see this in the space. They will see it eventually. And that will make them see how powerful film can be. And if they're compelled to go, okay, I see this as a really great tool for education, and I want to make sure that we're doing more of this, or even specifically for me, this guy shouldn't be doing any more fiat jobs, right? This guy should just be making Bitcoin stuff all the time. That seems reasonable to me, but I don't know if the market's ready for that, right? So, yes, I think eventually, for sure, we're going to have Medicis, Bitcoin Medicis, who are saying art is very important, and I want to make sure that the people who have the ability to create art aren't being held back by simply money, you know, because for me, money means nothing to me. You know, what means like a whole year for them or 2 years for them, literally I spend on something stupid, you know what I mean? Or like, or whatever. So anyway, yeah, I think it's going to happen in the future.
I hope so, because it's not just you, right? We had, what else have we got out there? The Bitcoin movie, that was a great movie. We've got the movie about El Salvador and how that was all put together. And we have people such as Max DeMarco doing his like 25-minute not feature length, 25-minute length documentaries. We've got Joe out there doing his shorter, even, high quality educational clips. All of these take time. And there's just, how much better could we be if that time was rewarded properly? And I know we are still too early. And I just hope that over this next cycle, I think, is where people like yourself start attracting professional funding.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, man. I hope so, you know, but yeah, I hope so. But if not, it's okay too. Like, just me already doing what I've done is awesome, dude, awesome. Like, never ever thought I'd make a full-length film. Never ever thought I would have like 100% creative control. You know what I mean? So again, like, I guess I am already a testament to it. You know, I am already kind of stepping into that. You know what I mean? Maybe I am already an example of it is changing. And so there's a lot of other great people. Alana with Dirty Coin, I think she did a great job. You have Webworthy, who's Parker Lewis with a BTC Pay server. Like, he does great stuff. And yeah, I think if you ask those guys, and maybe they haven't thought about it so much, but like, if you had 2 years, you know, money for 2 years, freedom for 2 years, you could travel wherever you want, like, nothing is untouchable, right? And you wanted to make the most impactful thing you possibly can think of, what would it be, you know? I wonder if they've actually ever asked themselves that question, you know? And again, that is what comes from having the stability, you know, or even just having the dream first, right? To be like, I want to spend 2 years making something, like, just, I think can change the world. It's like, no shit, no bullshit, like, you know? I think I can do this, you know? And I think they'd come up with some really cool ideas. So, yeah, we'll see. And again, I think this is a really great test. I think if any other filmmaker looks at my film too, you know, I think they'll kind of see where the bar is also. Because, like, if this film about inflation and about Bitcoin that is done, you know, really well like this cannot lead to another project, you know what I mean? Then maybe we're too early. You know, maybe I should focus on stacking sats, you know, because I'm torn. I love what I'm doing. I want to help other people. I think just naturally we all want to help other people. I think it's a good feeling. But, you know, in my opinion, the most important thing is to stack sats and to take care of your family. That's how you keep yourself strong during this transition, and you're able to help more people eventually. So, yeah, I think I got to, you know, I think that's, people got to remember that. We got to keep that balance, and it's tough, you know, between your passion and what feels so good to do. Like, I want to go to every Bitcoin event. That sounds great, you know, but to also be responsible, you know, to make sure that you're always stable yourself. So, anyway, I don't know how I got off on that tangent, but yeah.
Which makes, like, you know, stacking sats, that's very important as well, because that's the opportunity cost that you've got to weigh up when you do a project, a 2-year project like this. Like, you can't, like you said, you can't be stacking shelves, you know, after hours just to bring in a few shekels to make sure you can stack some sats whilst you give up all the rest of your time, because the whole, no, you're traveling around, you're following people, you're trying to get to the source of the interviews, you're on location. This is expensive stuff, man. Like, very expensive.
it's nonstop too. I mean, like
right.
When you
So
take
how
on
does
a 2-year project, you're dreaming about it. You know what I mean? It's
So
24
how does-
hours a day.
How does that weigh? Like that must be a big consideration.
Yeah. Again, like I've learned to take life as it comes and to accept what is. And so I think I did my best. I think I could literally do not feel like I cut any corners, or I didn't hustle during this trip when I, should have, or I have a hole in the film or something like that. And so I really feel like I produced to the best of my ability. And if the market doesn't see that and see the value in, number one, like, paying $10 to watch it, or from Netflix's perspective, the value of having it on their platform for 200 million people to see, or Joe Rogan, or again, like people who invest in Bitcoin related things and who see it and see the value and say, this guy's got to keep going. Like, if he has the will and the ability, but the only thing is money, like, let's just solve that problem. So we'll see, if people actually value that. But I think there will come a point where people will understand, again, specifically with film, that it is a very, very powerful tool. And I wonder how many copies of the Bitcoin Standard have never been read before, But this film, by just going, it's just an hour, I can just sit on my ass and consume it, but it's also like really digestible. So this might inspire someone to actually pick up that book, that friend that you bought the book for, and so that's what film is it's like an entry point. It's just a way to catch someone's interest, trip them down the rabbit hole, and then, all that information is there. You and I are a testament to that, right? We are Bitcoiners partly because of the information that is already available that we have already consumed. So rabbit hole's rich. We just need to trip more people in. And I think film is a really great way of doing that. And it can trip in programmers, it can trip in writers, it can trip in other artists, it can, it's going to trip in more users and also just grow the network. So yeah, I accept it. It is what it is. I did my best. If this is not enough for you, I don't know what you want, man. And I'm okay. Again, I had a really great experience. I think that eventually a lot of people are going to see this anyway. And, I'm okay with doing my regular job.
I guarantee you the most amazing things are going to start happening, mate. As soon as this starts reaching a little bit further and a little bit wider, you'll be amazed at the people that get in contact with you, the opportunities, the doors it's going to open, the invitations that it's going to bring. And the exciting thing is it's not just going to be Bitcoiners, right? You could be invited to come and present the film at all manner of events, like range, the whole gambit, because it does touch everything. And I know we've talked about this before, you wanted to make something that touches everything, and that is inflation. And everybody inherently knows, subconsciously knows, they're being fucked, right? Somehow they don't understand it, but it's happening. They can't put their finger on it. But this film just like, there it is. That's the thing. I've just shown you. What are you going to do now? So I imagine conference organizers around the world, not just Bitcoin, will be reaching out, asking you if they can show the film and then perhaps discuss it afterwards. So I think you're in for a rocky 6 to 9 months, my friend. There's going to be incredible conversations coming your way.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. We'll see. Again, like, no expectations, but yeah. Again, I think it's a really powerful tool. I know a lot of these conferences have like beginner courses, or like a beginner day. And I just can't imagine a better way of kicking that off, because it just gets people up to speed on
exactly.
so many things, you know what I mean? So, yeah, and like you said, inflation touches everything. And it's a great segue into Bitcoin, because when you realize that inflation is all just because of money printing, you have a much better appreciation for a money that can't be printed. So, yeah, I agree. I think it could be shown in so many places, in so many different settings. You know, I think not even on Bitcoin podcasts, but on any podcast in general, when inflation is raging or when Bitcoin is raging, and they're not like, you know, we usually don't talk about these kinds of things, but we know everyone out there is feeling it. And so, you know, I think it's going to open many doors. That was the goal. Again, I wanted to burst outside of the Bitcoin bubble. You know, I wanted to present it in a way that the average person can grab onto. And that's why the first half of the film and the title is all about inflation. You know, pull them in, don't lose anybody. I mean, still, I got a comment on my YouTube trailer today saying, oh, you had me up until you mentioned Bitcoin. You know, it's a trap, you know. And so some people are too deep, right? Where they're no matter what they hear, like from the jump, they're going to be like, I don't care if it's about Bitcoin. I already know. I don't care. But I think for most people, if you just drag them into the deep water of this is what inflation looks like as it gets worse, this is how it ends, this is where it's going, and I think then you introduce Bitcoin as a solution, at least they'll go, well, maybe I should just watch this for a little while longer, you know. And if they do turn it off and they have like an issue about the energy, for example, you know, they're talking to a friend like, oh yeah, I was watching it, but I turned it off because I don't really care about Bitcoin spoiling the ocean. Like, well, you know, did you see the part where it's giving electricity to people, you know, where it's like reducing the flares in North Dakota? No, like, okay, actually maybe you should just finish watching the fucking thing, you know what I mean? So anyway, yeah, I see it. That's how I imagine it. Again, I can't see any reason why this doesn't go far and wide. So yeah, I'm ready for it.
So you mentioned tripping people up into the rabbit hole. We can bring them in from all over different areas of life. One thing Bitcoiners love to do is get dragged into these, you know, when these people come in and they bring their knowledge, you're like, huh? What? Teach me more about that. Have you found yourself in any weird rabbit holes since the last time we met?
Oh, man. Probably not. Mostly because of just the focus of finishing the film. I mean, you know, throughout the process of the film, like I've changed my diet more and more too. Like I eat almost entirely, you know, carnivore. I'll cheat every now and then, but you know, that's had a big impact on me. Like it's helped me with a lot of energy and things like that. But there, you know, I've neglected my body physically. Like I've been sitting like all day, every day, and so no, I don't think no new rabbit holes for now, man. I was just like infected, you know, like I was saying, you just can't stop thinking about the project when you're working on it, and so I just needed to finish it. And like literally, what's today, the 27th? So it's like, you know, I just finished it like less than a week ago. So I don't know what the next rabbit hole is, man. The next rabbit hole is probably just like, yeah, physical stuff, getting my posture back in order, putting some muscle on, you know, and, yeah, like basically getting ready for the zombie apocalypse, you know, being able to run far and fast, jump over things. And, you know, I got a good buddy who's really into firearms and training and stuff like that. And I think that's a smart thing to do. Just in general, I think it's good to be able to protect yourself, period. So I think that's probably where I'll go down, is like the physical stuff and like, yeah, self-defense maybe.
Awesome, mate. Well, I look out for your commentary on that and hopefully some kind of documentary as well, so we can join you along the journey. There was one other thing I wanted to ask you about. It's just in my mind, but we can circle back to it. I want to ask you, as always, towards the end of the podcast, if you had one last orange pill left to give to somebody, who would you give it to and why?
That's a good question. I don't know. Again, my brain always wants to go towards impact. Like, who could I give it to that would result in more being given, right? But if I'm not cheating and it's just literally one person, I don't know. It's just like an average, working person, a plumber, a handyman. I think no matter what, I don't worry about the distribution of coins and the fact that a small group has a large amount of coins. I think in the end it all evens itself out as long as we remember not to print money, right? That's not good, no matter what form it is. Like if it's backed by Bitcoin, but you're printing more of it, it's like it doesn't work, right? So as long as you remember that, and that stays that way, then it'll redistribute. But I think the smoother the transition will be, that will be determined by how distributed the wealth is. I think it's like nodes, Lightning nodes or Bitcoin nodes on the network. I think the more people that have wealth while we're transitioning, the more food will be available. The more people they can help themselves too. You know what I mean? So, that's what I really hope. I really hope that if I had to give one, it would be just a regular working person. Because I think that person would help a lot more people. And if this transition's nasty.
Yeah, exactly, man. I remembered what I wanted to ask you. How can the plebs add value? What would you be looking out for now? What's that dream phone call from a pleb coming in over the next week?
Again, I think they're multifaceted. I think just as a regular person, the dream call is like, I showed so-and-so this, my wife or my mom, my friend, and they're actually now wanting to buy some Bitcoin. Like, thank you. It worked perfectly. You know what I mean? I think that's great. Of course, like any other opportunities that people know of, different podcasts or different shows or different platforms that they can help make a connection to that can help me promote the film better. That's obviously really important. I think also I like the idea of a screening at colleges. I know there's a couple of colleges like with Ella. Hugh, is that how you say the last name? Huff?
Yep.
Hugh?
Huff. Yep.
Huff. At Cornell. There's another group at USC. And so, I think it's great if I just let them screen it for free and they can show whatever students are interested in learning more about it and just do it across as many other colleges as possible. Again, getting kids this information because they'll relate with it perfectly, right? I think everyone will, but the kids will. And then also internationally, like in places where, $10 is a lot in some places. And in those places, whether there's Bitcoin meetups or, meetups that want to do screenings, I think I want to do those too, or just let them screen it for free, show as many people as possible to see if they can start that conversation with them. So anybody who's international in another country where, asking someone to spend $10 is unreasonable, if they reach out to me and they want to help translate, then that's great. Then I get something out of that too. I get a nice translation. And I think those are really, the main ways. And then I guess, obviously, if you're Netflix, contact
we
me.
need the sleepers inside Netflix, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Or, again, the whales, it's the same thing. It's just, if you appreciate what I do and you have an idea for another project or, or something else, just contact me. But, I'm open to it. I don't know. It's, there's a lot of ways for people to kind of help. But the first thing is just, nomoreinflation.com, watch it, enjoy it. I think it's a great summary of all of the things we think about and talk about, and it's a really emotional, beautiful piece of work. And then from there, again, I think just use it as a tool, And if you want to save yourself time, if I get this way too, I don't push Bitcoin on anybody ever, never ever. I always wait for them to ask me, and I always ask them what they know about Bitcoin first. And then I go from there, And the moment they're kind of pushing or they're not really being reasonable, or I can tell they don't really want to focus on this, I just disengage, completely disengage. And it's just because I've spent so much time talking to certain people about it, and it just never came to fruition. And I don't want to spend my time doing that anymore. So anyway, if you're like that, if you're starting to feel burned out, just point them here. Just say, hey, watch this. And if it's worth $10 and an hour to you, then we can talk about it, because probably a lot of your questions are going to be answered in that film, but you probably will have more, and I'll be happy to answer those more nuanced questions. But you got to prove to me first that you're actually semi-baby serious about this. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's what I hope it turns out being. It ends up being like that Bitcoin standard kind of thing, where it's just something that Bitcoiners recommend to people. Like, oh, have you seen this yet? You haven't? Okay, you need to go see it. Watch it first, and then let's talk. So yeah, that's what I'm hoping for.
Love it, mate. Are we going to see you in Europe next year?
Dude, we'll see, man. The future is so unknown right now. You know, my biggest priority right now is to start a family and get all those things settled. And, you know, that's kind of, you know, you have to put some life things on hold when you're going to, you know, make the project of your life, you know what I mean? Like the biggest thing. So some things I got to play catch up on. So we'll see how all this stuff shakes out, and we'll probably determine that. But yeah, I would like to, man. I miss you guys. There's nothing quite like, you know, being in person together and just hanging out.
Exactly. Well, I'm just thinking there's the Bitcoin Film Fest is going to be in May next year, towards the end of May. That's going to be in Warsaw. So hopefully this interview will reach those guys, and they'll be able to reach out and, you know, sort something out. If they can't get you across to do an in-person showing, then at least they could show the movie for you. And perhaps do like a remote interview perhaps afterwards, or some kind of panel. That'll be cool. Elena was there this year. Parker was there this year as well with their films, which was great to see. And it was a good event, and it tied in with the European Halving Party. Unfortunately, we won't be able to go to that one, so I'm hoping we'll see you in Prague or something.
That's the plan.
Riga,
Prague.
maybe.
Yeah, Riga, such a beautiful city. Yeah, I've never been to Prague, so maybe it'll be Prague if anything. And yeah, I definitely got to get in touch with those the Film Fest guys, because you know they've been wanting to show some more of my stuff. It's just like I was so focused on this project, it was really hard to think about anything else. I'm like, oh man, I got that file on a hard drive, you know, somewhere that I got to dig out. Like, oh man, I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, I'll definitely hit them up, and we'll get this thing shown there for sure.
Excellent. Well, thanks, mate, for coming back on the show. Thank you for everything you've done, for giving up the last 2 years of your life to put everything into this film. Please go and see it, people. The link will be in the show notes. You pay $10, you get or you can pay via Lightning. I paid via Lightning with Zaprite just yesterday, and you get the password, and you can sit back and watch it. And you get that password, you can use it 3 times, right? So you can even gift it to 2 more people.
Sure. Yeah, if you want to. Yeah, it's valid for 7 days or 3 logins. So, yeah, definitely feel free to gift it to more people. And some people buy like 10 codes or whatever too. They get all those codes. And yeah, like you're saying, if you pay with Lightning over Zaprite, you get a discount of 8.21%. So that's pretty cool too. And just a shout out to Zaprite too. I mean, those guys are making it really easy for me. You know, obviously, like when you're trying to reach, when your audience is inside Bitcoin and outside Bitcoin, I need to be able to take cards. You know what I mean? Like if I'm really want an average person to watch it, they're like, oh, I gotta fucking get Lightning now. What is this? You know? So Zaprite makes it super easy. Like I developed the website myself. Had someone help me with like the coding of how the password functionality works and everything. But other than that, like I implemented Zaprite myself, took like 10 or 15 minutes. And in my opinion, it's like one of the smoothest checkouts, like anywhere, period. And people can pay with like Apple Pay or Google Pay or Cash App or Lightning. So Zaprite is super awesome. I kind of look at other websites that have like clunky checkout processes, and I'm like, man, it only takes like 15 minutes to get over to Zaprite, and like, you might lose people if you make the purchasing of something difficult. Just make it super easy. So yeah, anyway, shout out to those guys at Zaprite. They're super awesome, and obviously 8.21% discount. Shout out to Knut Svanholm too for everything divided by 21 million. So yeah, man, it's a Bitcoiner film, so of course you're gonna get a discount for paying him the real money.
Absolutely, and you saved me a shill. So if you head over to zaprite.com/bitten, you will save $40 off that year subscription. So if you're in Parker's position where you want to accept both Bitcoin and fiat, it's just so easy. It's done. And it's built by Bitcoiners for Bitcoiners. John McGill done a great job there. Now he's got Parker Lewis and Will Cole helping him out as well. Like, that's a dream team, you know? Like this isn't just going to fizzle away. It's here to stay, and it's definitely worth checking out.
Yeah, they're good guys over there. And they've been very supportive of the film too. So, yeah, definitely give those guys a shot.
All right, Shooter, I'll let you go, mate. Get on with the rest of your day. Thank you. And, yeah, look forward to that next time we get to hang in person and share a beer.
Absolutely, man. See you soon, buddy.
Take care, brother. Well, thank you, everybody, for listening and tuning in. And please go and check out the film, nomoreinflation.com. The link will be in the show notes. I mean, it's very easy to remember. Like, just go type it in. I'm sure you'll find it. He's done an excellent job. It's a brilliant film. It's so worth your time. It's so worth watching. It's so worth sharing. And like I said at the beginning, and like we talked about here, this is hopefully going to be one of those pieces of the puzzle that you're all going to need to just put it in your quiver. Another arrow in your quiver. And like we talked about here, like Graham Hancock, he's got Graham Hancock in there. That's going to surprise a lot of people. Robert Malone as well. These are big names that are going to be interesting to people outside of the Bitcoin space that have been following their work, especially Graham with his Apocalypse series on Netflix. That two series he's put out there. Definitely, well, I tell you what, guys, you've got. Look out for maybe next 1 or 2 episodes. Red Tail Hawk, he's going to come on and talk about some of Graham Hancock's work as well. We're going to do a Stolen Science episode with him. This is going to be part 6. So that's a little teaser for some extra episodes coming out in 2025. Man, it's going to blow your mind. That's all I'm going to say. It is going to blow your mind. And if you've not checked out the other Stolen Science episodes that I've done, it's been an incredible year of going down rabbit holes for myself. 2024 has been eye-opening in many ways. Not least I'm sure many of you have seen my tweets about the geoengineering and what's going on in our skies. And I don't know how we address that. First step is awareness, waking people up to something's going on up there, and there's geoengineering, solar radiation modification, stratospheric aerosol injection, all of this kind of stuff being talked about at these bloody conferences they have. So if you don't think it's happening, take another look. And I've been down the Orgone energy rabbit hole, so you can go find two separate episodes about Wilhelm Reich and his work with Orgone energy and energy in the ether. They're really interesting. We had Ashton Forbes on. Ashton Forbes talking about the disappearance of Malaysian Airlines MH370, teleportation, wormholes, plasmoids, free energy, 0 point energy. What would that mean for Bitcoin mining? So if you've not checked out the Stolen Science series, it's definitely worth your time if your interest is piqued. Next year, I'm going to be going down a sovereign rabbit hole, like a truly sovereign rabbit hole. Yes, we have the money. We have opted out of the money, but we're still bound by what we think is law. And I am learning at the moment. I'm going through a series of videos with a few other plebs from the Sovereignty Project, and I'll be sharing everything that I am learning, and I'll have Peter Stone come on the podcast and talk about it as well. But one little truth bomb is we live under a legal system, not a lawful system. Policies get written. Law, you can never write a law. This is like stuff that should seem simple, but it isn't. And there's so much here, and I'm looking forward to sharing it with all of you in the new year, in 2025. That said, make sure you stack Bitcoin, Swan Bitcoin in the US, Relay across Europe, self-custody with Bitbox. Again, links are all in the show notes. OnRampBitcoin.com. Up your security, your cold storage. Get it in a multi-signature, multi-institutional, geographically dispersed manner where only you and you alone have the authority to ever move that Bitcoin with insurance on your Bitcoin, with inheritance planning, and with the ability to buy Bitcoin directly from OnRamp with their pools of liquidity. They're plugged into some very good liquidity providers straight into your multi-sig. Go check it out, onrampbitcoin.com/bitten. Like I said at the beginning here, mempool.space, use it as a light touch educational resource going into 2025 when you're talking to your friends and family. Just pull it up. Hey, yeah, look, that's what it looks like. Thanks, move on. Plant that seed. Decrypting Money, get that book for 2025 for wherever you're going to be traveling. It's a perfect travel companion, long journeys, planes and trains and automobiles, whatever. Zaprite, like we talked about here with Shooter, an Orange Pill app. Go find us over there. Merry Christmas, everybody. Thank you for listening. Go buy Shooter's film.
Ultimately, what you've seen in terms of trading on the platform since the election?
The day post-election, the Wednesday post-election, our business doubled. We saw 100% growth in Bitcoin purchases. Our customers are predominantly purchasing Bitcoin, and over 90% since election are actually taking the Bitcoin off the platform and holding it in their own custody. So we're not seeing active speculative trading on gambling on the short-term price. We're seeing long-term accumulation on our platform, and our customers are excited. We serve Bitcoiners, and Bitcoiners are excited right now.
Okay, so you're maybe supporting those that are focused purely on the ecosystem, but people are going elsewhere to trade, whether it's gambling or not. We now got options trading on the Bitcoin spot ETFs. What do you think of that? What do you make of this transition from, well, DeFi and crypto into more traditional finance?
Well, the last time I was on this show, I told you and Ed, which, Ed, congrats, by the way, I'm thinking of you. I told you guys I thought Bitcoin was the only money in crypto. I wasn't sold on any of the other cryptocurrencies, and that my business, we're predicated on Bitcoin as money, and we sell our customers financial services. So if you're a customer of mine, you want Bitcoin financial services, you want to buy it, you want to store it, you want to move it, you want to pay your bills with it, you maybe want a loan against it. These are the type of products that we want to serve our customers in the future. We do not think of ourselves as a speculative exchange, so that's my customer base. Options, ETFs, MSTR, all of these things are pro-liquidity for Bitcoin. What you want in a money or a store of value is you want it to be sellable. You want it to be liquid at any point, 24/7, 365, globally. You want to be able to sell it. And so all of this is pro-liquidity, which enhances the profile for Bitcoin to be a better asset for a government, a corporation, an individual. So everything is bullish for Bitcoin. That's what I always say. So another day, more bullish activity for the asset.
Okay.
I think the unique positioning on the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, I think if this happens, this will be one of the most important economic announcements in U.S. history. I think it'd be on par with 1971 and Nixon. However, what I think is not being talked about enough is it's positive. In 1933, the U.S. had a really big economic announcement. What was it? We're taking all your gold. In 1971, the U.S. had a really big economic announcement. What was it? We're divorcing ourselves from the gold standard so we can print money. In 2008, the U.S. had a really big economic announcement. What was it? It was we're bailing out all the big banks that misbehaved. In 2025, if the U.S. has a really big economic announcement, what is it? It's we're pro-technology. We're pro-innovation. What principles and morals and ethical alignment does Bitcoin have? Equal rights, equal opportunity, an open network. These are American ideals, American values. This is an asset that was accessible to the people 15 years ago that the people own. Governments only own 2, 3, 4% of this asset. This asset is held by the people. It acts in the best interest of the public. It's pro-jobs. It's pro-energy. It's pro-industry. It's pro-growth. And does anyone else have a plan to get us out of debt? Are we going to start a lemonade stand out here in Times Square? No, how about the best performing asset in the history of mankind? We lean into it. We buy it. Coinbase is an American company. Stripe's an American company. Kraken's an American company. Tether sells the US dollar. Let's support these businesses. Let's support this industry. Over the last 15 years, the best thing you could have done is buy Bitcoin. And I think that's going to be true for the next 1,500 years. And so as a country, I think we have a choice. I think everyone else around the world is understanding we are pro-growth, pro-business, pro-Bitcoin as this new administration takes office. And we have to make a decision. I think the worst thing we can do is not own enough. And actually, to de-risk this, we should buy some and push these American ideals in technology and innovation and growth through the best performing asset and technology in mankind.
Happy Bitcoin Tuesday, freaks. It's your host, Odell, here for another Citadel Dispatch, the interactive live show focused on actual Bitcoin and freedom tech discussion. That intro was our boy, Jack Mallers on Bloomberg, absolutely crushing it. I still think that stat to me is amazing, that 90% of funds on Strike are withdrawn to self-custody. Absolutely love to see it. Not your keys, not your coin. We have a great chat lined up today. We have Million here from Primal. How's it going, Million?
Going well. Good to see you, Matt. Good to be back. Good to see our boy Jack crushing it on Normie TV as usual.
Yeah, I think this is the cycle where we just constantly have our friends on mainstream news networks. They're all Bitcoin podcasts. During bull runs, they're always turned into Bitcoin podcasts, but this time even more so. I don't know why the live chat is only showing zaps, but I see your live chat, freaks.
The only way to communicate with us is to throw like massive zaps out there.
It was kind of accidental, but if you want your message to show on screen now, you have to use the zap. So I'm just going to actually leave that. We're going to be talking about Nostr today, so I feel like it's even more fitting that we have a zap only live chat. Nostr, I mean, you guys have heard plenty about it. Million here is the founder and CEO of Primal. They're a tiny ass team that's building one of the most popular Nostr clients. I mean, I'll start it off with the disclosure that my fund 1031 is the largest investor in Primal, proudly so. I do not recommend Primal because we're an investor. We're an investor because it's such a good product. Like it's an awesome app. It's an awesome team, and they're really trying to onboard, the next 1 billion people into Nostr. So I've had Million on the show a couple times, I think, already. But the reason we're here today is because Primal 2.0 launched. So why don't we just start with that? What is Primal 2.0, and why should we be excited about it?
Yeah, thanks for having me back. We shipped Primal 2.0 a few days ago, Thursday last week. And we're all still catching up on sleep from that. I saw your announcement of it on RHR on Friday, and you did a great job there, by the way. That's a great summary of Primal 2.0. My wife heard it, and she was so impressed by it. She thought I was important.
Oh, there we go.
After listening to that, so that's good. Thanks for that. So it's a pretty big release. It was a long time coming. I heard you say, hey, these guys have been working on it for 3 months or so. And I was like, no, man, it's been 3 months that I've been telling you it's imminent. It's been like 3 months that I've been telling you it's 2 weeks.
Fair enough.
But yeah, it's probably more like 8 months. And in retrospect, probably a little bit too long. We're going to try to make the upcoming releases a little bit more incremental, because the 2.0 was basically maybe 3 or 4 releases rolled into one. So we shipped reads support, so support for long form content on Nostr, kind of as a major tab, so it's a top level item, and that alone probably should have been a release in itself.
Right.
And if we had done it that way, we would have shipped that feature a few months ago.
Right, I've been using it for a while now.
Yeah, exactly. So we kind of rolled a number of things into one massive release.
And why was that?
They were kind of related, the features that we were looking at, and of course it was possible to break them out and ship them separately, but the next big release feature as a part of the 2.0 release is the whole feed marketplace and restructuring of the app to support basically infinite feeds. All right. So in Primal 2.0, we re-architected all of our apps, so iOS, Android, and web,
in a way that the home tab and the reads tab have the ability to host infinite number of feeds. And from there, but when you go to manage your feeds, you get to browse the feed marketplace and kind of add and remove feeds like that and reorder them, and you can set any custom feed to be your default feed and so forth. So it felt important that to have this capability as a part of the Reads launch. It wasn't essential, but they kind of went well together. And then we were like, okay, since we're doing the whole feed marketplace thing, we wanted to make it easy for people to build their own feeds. So we really leaned into advanced search, which in itself probably should have been a release. So that's a major feature. It kind of like things got out of hand, and we kind of we packed it all into one massive release. And then of course on top of it all was Primal Premium, which we launched as a part of 2.0.
Yeah, so you kind of, I mean, to be fair, I was right there with you during, I mean, you guys did the work. I was just providing feedback. But I supported the decision to bundle it all together because that makes sense. But you also kind of end up in this situation where there's so much new shit now that each one is massive in its own right. And I feel like then it becomes a little bit harder. And that's fine, whatever. It's going to take users a little bit to realize what kind of powerful new features they have available to them. And that, I mean, Nostr is still incredibly young and incredibly early. So I guess that's fine. But like, so it also creates some issues with this show because I don't know where to start. I think and I just want to be clear, the one feature I really wanted him to bundle into Primal 2.0, which he hasn't yet, is integrated Zap Stream. So when will we get that? Will we get that in like 2 weeks? Can people just view this stream live in Primal in 2 weeks?
Man, we ship such a massive release with so many features, and your first question is when? Something new?
Sorry, that's my job. I just have to keep pushing you from the sidelines. Okay, I think we should start with, I actually think the search. I think the search is a killer feature. Let's talk about the search a little bit. What ability have we given users in terms of search?
So yeah, as a part of this 2.0 overhaul, we kind of re-implemented big parts of our stack, including the indexing service. So completely new technology stack on the back end when it comes to the indexer for Nostr. And I believe we're still, and somebody should correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Primal is still the only open source indexer for Nostr. So hope that we'll get more indexers to join the party there. But yeah, we re-implemented it in a way that made it way more powerful, way more kind of granular in terms of the types of things you could specify there to be searched. So maybe I'll talk about search at the high level first in the new Primal apps. We have this kind of, I'll stay humble. Definitely is a good advice there. So
always good
searching.
Advice.
Yeah, always good advice for sure. Search at the high level at Primal. We have this kind of simple contextual search in any section that you're currently in. So basically, if you're in Home tab, if you just tap on that search icon in the top right corner in the mobile app and type a quick search, it will search notes.
Right.
If you're in the Reads tab, it will search Reads. If you're in the Notifications tab, it will actually search Notifications. So this is kind of like a quick and easy way to get contextual search anywhere within the app. Oh, by the way, if you're on somebody's profile screen, there's a search icon there, and you can tap on that. It will search content posted by that user. So that kind of quick contextual search works as you'd expect. But then when you open that search screen, the search icon gets replaced by kind of the settings icon, and if you tap it again, you get the advanced search screen, which is like way more elaborate and powerful. So
The regular search is like I just want to like look up a user. I want to go to like Jack's profile or something. I would just quickly type in Jack, and then the advanced search is where the magic happens.
Exactly. So the regular search is you can look a profile up or do a simple kind of keyword search. But then if you want advanced search, you basically tap on that same location twice. You go top right corner, tap, and then all of a sudden you have the advanced search UI. And there you can specify all kinds of things. You can specify, first of all, the content type that you wish searched. So you can say, search for videos or images or notes or long form reads and things like that. So you can specify that. You can specify the list of users that should be considered who have posted this particular content. So it's like posted by essentially. But you're not limited to one person. You can go and like add a number of profiles there. So you can kind of keep typing and
yeah, it's
adding.
awesome. You can just keep adding people.
Yeah, exactly. And then, so that's the posted by. And then you have replied by. So if you want to just search replies, you can say, okay, give me notes by Milian, that were replied to by Odell, for example.
That's
you
insane.
can find. Yeah, you can find that kind of stuff. Or either one of those could be a list, right? So you can really, make it much more interesting than that. And then zapped by as well is another kind of field where you can set the list of people that have zapped. And think about how interesting of a feed you might get if you, say, give me all the posts or notes zapped by Jack and NVK, for example.
Yeah.
That's right there. I didn't want to say Odell because you zap a lot. So
yeah, it won't narrow it down enough.
Right. You're one of the most prolific zappers out there. And then you can get...
Yeah, go on.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, there's also like in how we can just... We'll get to that later, but in the Explore tab, there's like a zap feed, a live zap feed, which I absolutely love. But we're talking about search. We're talking about search.
Yeah.
I mean, I think people don't realize with search, like one of the killer features of X and of Twitter before it is the search. Like the search is incredibly powerful on X. Before I left X, one of the things I loved doing was I would just retweet old, like 5-year-old posts, 6-year-old posts, and people are like, "How does he remember that post or whatever?" It's like, no, I was good at using their search, but this search is infinitely more powerful than what is built into X right now. Presumably, what is built into Facebook or TikTok. I don't know. I haven't used those, and I've never used TikTok, but I haven't used Facebook in over a decade. LinkedIn, right? The search is key. It's key for discovery, and it's key to be able to interact with a global communication protocol.
Yeah, I think we legit have the most powerful search of any social media now.
That's
which
amazing.
is crazy. So remember that narrative that Nostr has a discovery problem, and who's going to run the indexers and stuff like that. Turns out the same people who build the roads. We implemented this indexer. We're running our own indexing service, and anyone can use our code to stand up their own indexing service and tweak it the way they wish to tweak it. And we're going to have many indexers. We already have many indexers running out there.
But just Primal's indexer specifically is open source, so anyone can run one if they want.
Exactly, and it should be fairly easy to run. So.
Awesome.
Yeah, so going down the list of features there, you can also specify the scope for your search. So it could be, by default, it's global. But you can say, no, just search through my follows, or just search through my network, or just search through my network interactions, or my follows interactions, meaning that's kind of the slice of the networks. Search through all the Nostr events that people I follow interacted with. So liked, zapped, replied, reposted, and any sort of reaction to it. So that's like crazy. It's a very interesting slice of the network, because it's not precisely the content posted by your follows,
Right.
but it's content. It's wider than that. It's content that your follows found interesting enough to engage with. So that produces some interesting results there. And then you can set a whole bunch of filters on the search and all of that. So you can say minimum number of zaps or the content score, all kinds of things. So any combination of the parameters that I've just outlined above is possible and quite easy to do within any of our apps. And then you do your search, and if you think this particular search is useful, you can save that search and it gets saved into your home feeds or reads feeds if you're searching through reads, and it becomes available to you to go to later on at any time.
Yeah, now you have now that search becomes like a feed itself, and so you can just toggle it on the top, which is awesome, incredibly powerful. I want to. You said, but we've heard this refrain constantly, like Nostr has a discovery problem. Like, I think this makes it apparent to the deniers now that Nostr is the discovery solution. Like, Nostr is how you will be able to discover new content, important discussion, anything you want on the internet going forward. And the status quo up until this point has been just a bunch of solid wall gardens. Like, I have no idea what the hell's going on TikTok. I have no idea what's going on Instagram. I have some idea of what's going on X because I get a lot of DMs about X. But Nostr has this open protocol that is searchable, and once you provide powerful tools to users, really the sky's the limit. Okay, search. We nailed down search. I want to go next to, by the way, shout out Mav21, highest zap in our live chat. Our live chat is at citadeldispatch.com/stream with 10,000 sats. There's a lot of questions rolling in, so I'm going to use one of the questions to go to the next topic, which is Ivan is asking how I got the little gold halo around my profile picture, which is a Primal Premium feature. So let's talk about Primal Premium next.
Okay, so with the 2.0 release, we shipped like a paid tier of Primal Premium, where for $7 a month, you can get the Primal name and a bunch of Nostr tools.
So like primal.net/Odell is the Primal name, or Odell@primal.net for the Lightning address.
Exactly. So the Primal name gives you three things itself. So it gives you a verified Nostr address if you want to use it. It gives you a friendly Lightning address for our kind of built-in custodial Lightning wallet. And it gives you that VIP profile that you can kind of easily link to your profile by giving out a primal.net/Odell. So that name can get used in any of those scenarios. And you're not required to use, the verified Nostr address by Primal. You just have that option. Same goes with the Lightning address.
Right.
So that's Primal name. And then Nostr tools, we just thought about the types of things that would be useful to Nostr users, that Nostr users might find valuable enough to pay a monthly fee for. So this currently in the first release includes things like increased media storage. So you can you get 10 gigabytes of storage instead of 1 gigabyte, which you get with the free tier. You can post.
So that's if you're uploading videos or photos or whatnot.
Right, exactly. And you get a very nice UI for kind of managing all the media you've uploaded. I'm quite happy with that part of the app. Then we give you some Nostr account backup features. So for example, we back up the contact list, like the history of your contact list over time. so that if a client, let's say, wipes your contact list, and I think it happened to almost
happened to me.
everyone. It's happened to me many times. Sometimes it was my own client doing that. So Nostr is not immune to that. It's nice to be able to go back and see like the history of your contact list. It will tell you, like on November 25th you had 655 contacts, but on November 26th you now have 1.
But specifically, this is who you follow, not who follows you.
That's
the
right.
way Nostr works is you can only control who you follow. That's what you're updating and saving.
Yes, so that's called a contact list. It's your follow list. It's the list of accounts you follow. So we made this utility essentially that's part of Primal Premium that makes it very easy to go through the history of your follow lists and kind of restore the one you think is best. And so it's like 2 clicks away for you to do. We also fully back up your Nostr content. So all of the Nostr events that you publish as a premium user, we keep a backup of all that content. So this includes notes, reactions, articles, anything that you publish on Nostr. And we provide a UI for that in the premium tier where you can kind of see the categorized kind of list of different content that you have, along with the number of events that you have in each category. And you have the ability to rebroadcast any of those categories, or you can rebroadcast all of the events. And we will rebroadcast to your list of specified relays that you have in your contacts, in your kind of account settings. So let's say you wanted to keep your own backup of your content. You can just add let's say you want to stand up a relay, and you can add that relay to your relay list as a write relay and push rebroadcast, and it will rebroadcast the entire history. It will copy the history of all the events that you've published to your relay along with all the other relays that are in your list. In the web app, we'll let you actually download all your events as well. So it's kind of, that was one of the open questions.
Local backup.
Exactly. So that was one of the open questions in Nostr, over the years, where relays don't typically have SLAs. There are some premium relays out there that they might, but typically, people create accounts, they set their kind of relays, and then they publish content, and there's no guarantee that any relay will hold any of your content for any amount of time. There's some big relays like the Damos relay where Will makes a point of wiping the relay every once in a while, because the point being, don't rely on me keeping all your stuff forever.
Right.
That's not what we have committed to doing. And also, Nostr should not be affected with these occasions where a massive relay wipes all their content. So he wanted to put that theory to a test a couple times, I think, and he did, and everything worked as expected. So Nostr continued to function even though the Damos relay was wiped fully. So that was good.
I didn't notice any notes missing or anything.
Yeah. So that was a good test for the network, and that was great. But as a user, you may want to get a certain level of assurance that your content will be kept by some of the relays that you post to. So now with Primal, that's what we do for our premium users. We strive to kind of keep the content, like all the content that we index, but we can't, of course, make guarantees for the entire network. It's crazy to be able to do that. But we can make those guarantees for our premium users. Obviously, that's a much, much smaller part of the network, and for them, they get this service as a part of Primal Premium.
And then UX-wise, it's great. It's like literally just a single rebroadcast button. You just click that button and boom, rebroadcast.
Yeah. And in the web app, next to that rebroadcast button, there's also a download button. So
Hazard's asking what format is the download going to be in. Do you know yet?
It's JSON. Yeah, you can already try it. It's just like zipped JSON.
Got it.
So if you go to if you have Primal Premium and you use our web app now, there is the Manage Premium section, and one of the tabs there is content backup, so you can download that content and check it out.
Marcelo's asking, if you miss 1 month payment in premium, do you lose your Nostr address and Friendly Lightning address?
No. So there is a 30-day grace period after kind of your subscription expires, during which all these things will continue to be assigned to you. But after that, your name gets released and it becomes available for others to register. That's how the system works currently.
Great. And I feel compelled to mention here, since I was so outspoken against the blue check, why I think this is fundamentally different than Elon's blue check system on X, is two main reasons. First of all, my issue, and I've been very consistent on this, my issue is not the payment. I think actually more services should go to a pay model, because then users are actual customers. They're your users. They're not the product that you're just trying to milk for surveillance ad revenue. So I like people paying for a product. The issue with the blue check is that it has identity verification built in a very quiet way, which is through phone number verification. And I expect him to actually increase that verification requirements rather than decrease them. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. With Primal Premium, you can pay with Bitcoin. You don't have a billing address attached. You don't have a credit card attached, right? On Blue Check, you have a phone number and a credit card attached. Neither of those are required for Primal Premium. And then the second piece is, it's kind of like what you see in a lot of the shitty mobile games now, which is a pay-to-win model in Blue Check land, which is if you pay and get verified, you will get better engagement and better reach on the platform, while Primal fundamentally does not change how people are viewing feeds and whatnot based on paid status. So any user that's using Amethyst that's not a Primal Premium user or whatever has the same quote unquote reach as someone who is a Primal Premium user. So I think those things make it fundamentally different. Once again, I challenge Elon to make those changes on X. I don't think he will, and instead of complaining about it, I wanted to be part of the future that we can build that is better, and that's why I'm here. So with all that said, then there's another tier above this called Primal Legends. What is Primal Legends?
If you don't mind, I'll just back up a little bit and kind of echo what you're saying there.
Okay.
I think it's really important to get our own interests, by saying our, I mean Primal's interests aligned with those of our users. We've had questions, over the past however many months since we launched Primal, regarding how Primal was going to monetize and whether we're tracking user data and whether we're trying to monetize user data. And even though we spelled out quite clearly in our terms of service and privacy policy that we don't monetize user data, it's kind of nice to kind of launch this paid tier where it becomes very clear what our interests are. So our users are our customers, like you said, and we get compensated when users find Primal products and services valuable enough that they are willing to pay for them. Therefore, we're incentivized to wake up every morning and make the product better for our users, who are our customers. This kind of alignment of incentives, I think, is equally important as many other aspects of Nostr that we talk about a lot more usually, like censorship resistance and all these things. So user sovereignty, we covered that quite a bit, and of course they're important, but coming up with ethical monetization business models is extremely important on Nostr, and I'm glad to see that there are other services out there that are essentially looking to monetize in the same way. I haven't seen any, I think, advertising-based businesses. I'm sure there will be some eventually. But what's interesting is that they'll be competing against Primal and others who are not monetizing through advertising. We're monetizing through best possible UX for our users. So
Love it.
Let's see what happens. I'm kind of excited.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely going to be advertising models bolted on top of Nostr from other players. But it'll be a beautiful free market, and users will have options and be able to choose which path they want to go down. Okay, so can we talk about Primal Legends? What is Primal Legends?
Let's do it. So Primal Legends is like a higher tier than Primal Premium. And it wasn't my idea, really. I spent some time with Gigi a couple of months ago, and he was adamant about this idea that there's the kind of the concept there. Basically, the argument he was making was that there are people on Nostr who are willing to pay way more than $7 a month in order to support the project, and that we should let them. And not only should we let them, but we should recognize them in some kind of way. I'm glad that he convinced me to do this, because that's turning out to be the case. Nostr is a very, very special community. It's a very special user base to build for and kind of launch products for. Nostr users, yes, we're not massive in numbers yet. Probably we're looking maybe a couple 100,000 people who are active on Nostr. But this initial cohort of Nostr users that we have currently are extremely passionate, extremely mission-driven. Our users are as mission-driven as we, the developers, are, I would say. And it's very interesting to build for this community because, like, you get extremely competent, intelligent, high-conviction people as your customers. And in many cases, they are quite technically savvy, so the feedback we get is very precise. Many times when it comes to kind of identifying the problems and kind of making the product better. And, many of them are not like developers themselves, and they're looking at ways to contribute to kind of growing Nostr and making Nostr better. And we already, in just a few days that we've had this available, we've had more than I would expect. People kind of find this feature, which is not kind of super visible in the user interface. You kind of have to buy premium, and then there's like a link somewhere saying, hey, are you enjoying Primal? Find out how you can support us further. And then you click through that, and then you find this kind of legend purchase option and go from there. So there's a number of our users who have found this and went ahead and bought the legend tier just so they can support us. And the name Legend was a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek kind of positioning, but now I'm like, after having interacted with some of these users, I think the label is appropriate. Like going back and forth. No, I'm serious, man. They really are legends. They're like, no, I know exactly what I'm doing. Yes, I'm overpaying for like 10 years of Primal Premium, but like I'm making a bet in you and your team that you guys are going to continue building this, and I'm willing to do this. A few times I've heard from them, like, I'm not a developer, this is how I'm going to help Nostr adoption to products and so forth. So that's what Primal Legends are. And when it comes to the Halo that you mentioned, that's the idea that Gigi was advising us to do, where we should somehow recognize these contributors to, like, significant contributors to Primal, and give them the ability to further customize their profile, and which is optional, by the way. If you want to not stand out, that's the default, right? You can be a part of the legend tier and not stand out publicly. But then if you want to customize it, there's a pretty easy way to do so. So by becoming a legend, you get a never expiring subscription. So you get a forever subscription.
Lifetime
Exactly.
subscription.
And you get more media storage and this, profile customization options. And this has been, we've received quite a bit of good feedback about this already, so that now we know this is a thing, and we're going to lean into it way harder. And we're already working on making expanding the profile customization capabilities, not just for legends but also for premium users. So we're going to make this awesome in the next update.
Love it. Legendary. On the media piece, by the way, we're about to leave the premium section of the show, but on the media piece, like, to be clear, like, once you're a premium subscriber, you don't have to be a legend subscriber. You can scroll through all of your media and you can copy the links of the old media, or you can delete media that you've already uploaded, which is just a very clean UX. I do have a question for you, and I guess I could have asked this offline, and maybe I did ask you already. Does it strip metadata when you upload a photo or video?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Primal Media servers strip metadata when you upload there.
That's important, freaks, because if you're just uploading media onto Nostr and metadata isn't being stripped, it can have, like, location information, like what device you took the photo with. I'm a crazy person, so regardless, I've just always stripped my data personally. But yeah, that's a good practice. Okay. Are you good with us moving on from premium now?
Sure.
Okay, let's go to reads. What is reads?
So reads is a brand new section on Primal, which covers long form content on Nostr, long form textual content. So it's the type of content that people have usually used applications like Highlighter or Habla News or Yakihoni, or I think there was like a blog stack. There are multiple Nostr clients that specialize in long form content. So essentially,
it's like Substack or Medium, but with Nostr.
Exactly. So I was just going to say these are like Substack and Medium competitors. Why I think this type of content is extremely important on Nostr is that it allows us to add nuance into the public discourse. I think Nostr has the best foundation to become the global town square. The microblogging type of features are already there, and the open network, and every event getting signed, and you get this sort of authenticity as a part of it is exactly the type of foundation that's needed for a protocol to become a global town square. But what makes it even more powerful is when you can meaningfully integrate long-form content into these types of user experiences, where there's only so much context, and there's only so much information you can pack in a microblogging note. More nuanced discussions require long-form content. So at Primal, we wanted to make long-form content a first-class citizen within the application. So, like I said, it gets its own tab. But also, we wanted to cover all of the interactions in a way that they can surface into your kind of social media microblogging feeds as appropriate, so that your social media feeds become a discovery mechanism for long-form content. So, for example, if you go through a long-form content feed and you select an article, you can highlight any section of the article in Primal that creates a Nostr highlight event that's visible in any Nostr client that supports highlight events. But then you can select that highlight and say quote and post a note with a comment, and that will appear in your microblogging feed as a short note with a quoted highlight and a link to the long form article. So it will be very clear to the users of your, the viewers of your short form note what it is that you did there. So you highlighted a part of the article, you had your own comment there, and you linked to the article itself. So I think in the last few days since we launched Primal 2.0 with Reed's integration, I don't know if you would agree, Matt, but it feels like the long form content is getting a lot more views and a lot more interaction.
No one wants to leave the app, right? You want it all integrated, and then also just the discovery of quote unquote microblogging, like tweet style feeds is key, right? Like, I mean, and you see that, like, even when users don't have the tools, they tend to go that route where they'll send out a post that's like, check out this article with a link, right? And to have it actually nicely integrated into the UX where it's first class citizen. I mean, I don't write long form, really. I just do podcasts and shit posts. But I do like consuming it and reading it and participating in it. And that's a key element of the discovery. You want it as part of this. And this is what I think people don't realize, where they say, like, Nostr is so much more than a Twitter competitor, or I like Nostr the protocol, but I don't like Nostr the social aspect. And it's all important together. Like we're building the network via short shit posts, but it all needs to be connected together. Otherwise, you don't have something that's actually useful to users.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Reeds is pretty awesome, and I love that it's got like a dedicated, feed system in the app, so you can basically like move into your Substack world, or move back into your X world, which I think is very clever. I actually realized, and I know freaks, if you've been listening for a while, you know this is how I function. I move back and forth a lot. On the premium section, there's two things that I wanted to cover that we didn't cover. First of all, if you're a premium user, you have a special relay that you have access to, right? The premium relay, which is, once again, like, who will run the relays, right? Well, it's like, if you're a paying user, you have this nice premium relay that only premium users can write to, but anyone can read from. So it doesn't matter. You could be a non-premium user using Dominus or Amethyst or Coracle, and you can still pull from the premium relay, but only premium users are posting to it. And then the second piece is, there's some, let's just talk about for a second why if someone's using iOS, why can't they pay for premium with sats in the app?
Well, it's the old App Store rules. Yeah. Once you're trying to monetize something within the app, Apple and Google want their cut. It's as simple as that. So we do have those in-app purchases. In all honesty, they're quite convenient for the end user. You're literally in 2 taps, you become a premium subscriber. So that's nice. And then you get, like, people manage so many subscriptions, and you necessarily don't want the cognitive overhead of tracking different types of UIs to cancel the subscription and so forth. So both Apple and Google do a good job to provide users with that kind of UX. So this is the reason why if you're iOS or Android and you wish to subscribe to premium through the app, that's the only option.
Is Apple Pay or Google Pay.
Exactly. And then, of course, on our web app, you can pay us with sats directly. We didn't say this, but I'm hoping it's obvious. If you have a Primal premium subscription, it's active for you in all of our apps. So, for
Right.
example, if you use our web app to buy Primal Premium, the moment you log into any of the mobile apps, your Primal Premium account will be active immediately. So there's nothing else for you to do.
And if somehow you made it this far in this show and you don't know how to sign in on Primal Web, you need a browser extension. And I recommend the NoS 2X extension, which is maintained by Fiat Jeff. So you install that extension, you put your private key in that extension, and then that's how you sign in via web, which is not immediately obvious. Like, we probably should do a better job with that.
I agree. That's one of the parts of the Primal stack that needs the most work. You sort of need to walk people through this completely non-intuitive concept that you need to install an extension to log in securely. We do provide a way to log into Primal without using an extension that's less secure, where you can kind of paste your NSEC and provide kind of like a PIN or any sort of code to encrypt that NSEC locally with. But using the extension is much more secure, and that's the recommended way.
I didn't even realize you offered that.
Yeah, we do.
Use the extension, freaks. NoS 2X. Okay. Next, Feed Marketplace. What is the Feed Marketplace?
So Feed Marketplace is probably one of the most exciting features of Nostr, at least to me. It's not anything that we invented at Primal. The core tech behind the Feed Marketplace that we plugged into was invented by Pablo well over a year ago, using the DVM spec. The data vending machine spec is quite powerful. It can do all kinds of things, including creating custom feeds. So a few months after this invention, some people created some feeds, and they kind of created a spec for kind of publishing a special event, signaling to the network that now there's this feed that exists that people can plug into. And the feed itself just like gives the list of node addresses, the node IDs. That's it. And then it's up to clients to figure out what to do with those, and every client is capable of showing a list of nodes based on those IDs. So it's extremely lightweight and simple. And it was grassroots, like many great things on Nostr. You know, Pablo created the spec, then some devs were tinkering with it, people created a few feeds, and then a few clients integrated those, this into their UI. And the clients were Coracle, which has very kind of capable custom feed features. And DVM feeds are just a subset of Coracle, custom feeds. So I encourage people to check that out. It's quite wild what Hodlbod came up with there. So Coracle, Amethyst, Nostrudel, probably some other clients that I'm not even aware of, integrated this feed marketplace into their UIs. And then we from Primal observed this thing emerging organically on Nostr. And this is so magical, man. Like, it's like there's no central planning. There's no central coordination. So the people come up with stuff like Pablo, then developers either pick it up or don't. Some things get published. A few clients find it interesting and integrate it. And next thing you know, there's maybe critical mass. And at Primal, we just looked at this and we were like, yeah, this is exactly what we want to do. And then we leaned into it all the way from Primal. So we did 3 things to support this. The first thing is, like I already said, we re-architected our entire application shell to be able to support any number of feeds and easy reorganization of feed and setting the default feed and all that. Like, we wanted the app itself to be capable of being fully flexible when it comes to management of feeds. And as I mentioned, this pertains to the Home tab as well as the Reads tab. Then we exposed the Feed Marketplace user interface within the app when you go to kind of manage your feeds. Right there, you can kind of add a custom feed, and we give you the user the kind of user interface to browse the feeds that have been published. So you can tap into that, get the preview of the feed. If you like what you see, you can add it to your home feeds, let's say. And then it's there. You can reorganize, you can reorder, maybe set that as your main feed. So when you think about it, it's like the polar opposite of a walled garden here. So you can literally remove all Primal feeds if you don't like them. You can go to the Feed Marketplace, pick the feeds you like, and set any of them as your main feed, and that's your UX on Primal. It has nothing to do with what Primal is serving out in terms of feeds. That's like not only possible, but it's super easy to do. And then the third thing we did is, since at Primal we build clients and we run services, so we create our own feeds as well. We decided that every feed that we create is we're going to publish to the Feed Marketplace as well. So, and we've done that, and we're going to continue doing that. We are preparing some very interesting feeds in the coming weeks. So, be on the lookout for that. What's nice is that we can improve or add value to the entire Nostr protocol by publishing a new feed. It becomes available in Primal, but it also becomes available in any Nostr client that supports a DVM Feed Marketplace. So, if you're using Amethyst or Coracle or Nostrudel, you have access to that. And now that we have, this capability, all of these products become better overnight, almost without any additional effort required by the developer of those clients. In fact, this fact blew our mind, like when Pablo and I were preparing to do a talk in Riga on this specific topic. They were having dinner, and we went to the hotel room to work on the slides, and we realized that our slides were already out of date from the day before, because we were going to use the Nostrudel client to show the list of feeds, and then we went to the client and we realized, oh, there's another feed. Nostrudel just got better while we were at dinner, and the developer of Nostrudel, Hazard, was with us. So we were all having dinner, and his product got better because he supported Feed Marketplace at that point. So it was one of those mind-blown moments. And this is
I
just
was at
the
that
beginning.
dinner, right?
Yeah, you were there, exactly. Yeah.
Shout out Million. He paid for dinner that night.
I sure did. Yeah, that was
That's
crazy. It kind of it was one of those moments where you realize that it's the openness of the protocol that's going to make Nostr win. I don't think it's necessarily censorship resistance and user sovereignty and all of those things. They are extremely important, of course. That's the foundation and the core user base of the protocol. Basically, everyone on Nostr today cares about that a lot. The general public doesn't necessarily yet, anyway, but they do care about high quality content and high quality apps. And we're inevitably going to have those things because of the openness of the protocol. So you can't help but be bullish about this.
I mean, it's basically this open, verifiable API for the world. You can just build on it without permission. No one can stop you. Sky's the limit. And then you get all these other benefits on top of it that almost become like side effects. But I mean, I think that's why we've seen such a viral, organic, growing developer community on Nostr, is because everywhere else you look, you're basically building on quicksand. But with Nostr, you're building on this incredibly strong open API, this strong foundation. I just want to this is another example, by the way, of just packaging all this stuff into Primal 2.0 that I feel like people don't appreciate the power that is available here. Like you can, if you use TikTok, like the CCP chooses your algorithm. If you use Instagram or Facebook, Zuck chooses the algorithm. If you use X, Elon chooses the algorithm. If you use Nostr, you can choose a million different algorithms. You can choose no algorithm. You can create your own algorithm that other people can choose it. And it doesn't matter which app you use. You have, as long as the app supports these feed marketplaces, you can use it in any app. You can switch between apps and you'll get that same feed that you would get otherwise. That is mind-blowing. That is something that feels almost impossible to overstate. And it's going to take people some time before, because it's a paradigm shift, right? It's a complete, fundamentally changes how you view, discover content, interact with content on the internet, and it like breaks people's brains a little bit. They just don't even think that's possible.
I agree, it's magical. And another aspect of the feed marketplace that's very exciting to me is that it's extremely easy to explain. You can convey this message in 2 words: feed marketplace, and people will basically know what you mean. And it's such a crisp message that you can contrast this against all the other closed networks. And you can say, well, Twitter doesn't have and can't ever have a feed marketplace. Blue Sky, you guys are supposedly an open protocol. Where is your feed marketplace? It's such a simple, crisp message where you get this, fundamental feature of delivering user agency. You get to pick your algorithm that only Nostr has, and as far as I can tell, only Nostr can have. It's wild.
The one, I kind of agree. It's a good name, but when I hear feed marketplace, usually when I go to a marketplace, I have to pay money for things. And so as it stands right now, all these feeds are just available for free. It's you choose your own adventure for free. Are there going to be paid feeds as well? Is that part of the spec?
That's definitely part of the spec, and we are contemplating some feeds at Primal that might be premium-only feeds. We'll strive to, publish most feeds as free feeds, because at this stage of the game, we really want everyone to be able to, as many people as possible to enjoy as many features as we can deliver. But it might be interesting, some of specialized feeds, some feeds that maybe are more compute intensive. We already have the technology. This can be rolled out easily, where those feeds would be available to Primal Premium users only. And then you get a situation where you might get like a subset of our user base who necessarily don't find Primal clients to be their kind of preferred client of choice. They might want to use maybe Amethyst on Android or so forth, but they might want to use our premium feeds. There might be some users out there who would be willing to pay for some features like that and still use them outside of the Primal clients.
Right.
It's crazy that we already have users of Primal who are not using Primal clients.
Right. That's fascinating. It should be interesting to see how that market develops. Okay, next, the Explore tab. Cool. What is it?
Right, so it's another kind of top-level tab in Primal 2.0, just like Reads tab. And the whole idea behind it was to make Nostr content and user discovery easier. And it's still early days, but currently it has several tabs. The default tab is the feed marketplace itself, which I think is appropriate, because like if you want to explore, probably a good place to start is to look at all the feeds that people have created out there.
Right.
So that's the first tab, and then you can swipe over to the people tab. which will essentially show accounts you don't follow that have gotten some level of engagement lately, that have gotten that the follow number delta is significant enough to show on that list. So people who
So it's people I don't follow that maybe I should be following.
We're not as smart yet to know enough about you based on your interests or whatever to tell you who you should be following. Recommend people there. We're hoping to get there in the next release, where during onboarding you do specify the interests there, and we can publish that event to the Nostr relays so that other clients can utilize that in a way that doesn't dox you. So we can encrypt that. We're looking at that now. We can encrypt that data and make each client aware of it, who can kind of decrypt this and use it to do smart things, that relate to your interests. So it would be nice. We already have kind of follow recommendations based on the categories of content that you're interested in. During sign up, we could, as that list expands, we could be smarter about it in the Explore People tab to give you more relevant results. We're not there yet. So the way it currently works is we list people you don't follow who've gotten a lot of new follows lately. And it seems to work quite well, because when there's a new account or a lot of people follow them or something, there's maybe some drama around an account, or an account is not worthy for whatever reason, they tend to pop up on that list. And in my own usage of this feature, it kind of, every time I went to that tab, there was something interesting for me to see, and I ended up following a few people. So this is one of the common kind of original critiques of Nostr dating a few months back, where people say, oh, it's impossible to find people, or, it's hard to figure out who to follow and so forth. So this tab of the Explore section is kind of meant to improve that aspect of Nostr.
Makes sense.
Then the following tab is basically top zaps, the global top zaps. I forgot if we're doing it based on the last 24 hours or 48 hours. We should really label that so people know why these things are showing up there. But essentially, we just...
It's my favorite tab.
Yeah? Tell me about it.
I mean, people should zap more. Be the change you want to see in the world. I just love scroll. It kind of just knocks anyone who's like, no one uses Nostr. Just go to the Zaps tab and you just see generational wealth being transferred. It's like freedom money being sent between strangers on the internet. Just like knocks you right off on your ass.
I agree. It's it really gives visibility to the zapper, gives visibility to the person who got zapped, and the content they created that got zapped. So all of those three things get surfaced to the top. So you can look up those profiles, you can look at, or you can go to the note or article that was zapped. So it's a good discovery tool in all of those dimensions. And it does promote zapping, doesn't it? It makes that like a much more visible. And we made sure in our web app that you can link directly to any of these tabs. So any of the tabs in the Explore section, if you go to primal.net/explore and then you click on, let's say, top zaps or zaps, you can share that link and it will like open the appropriate tab when you when the page loads.
Okay, and so I think the Zap features, I mean, and from a discovery point of view, right, like a great article, right, is if it's getting zapped 100,000 sats, that's $94 currently. Like, it's probably a pretty good article. Like, you should check it out. Yeah. Makes a lot of sense to me. What are your thoughts on people gaming that? Because
people gonna game that. This is going to be gamed. We'll have to kind of fight this fight as we go.
Okay. There's going to be whack-a-mole.
maybe we'll see. But in the meantime, we're providing high quality signal for people.
Got it.
And we'll see how it goes from there. Yeah, it's gonna get wild, I'm sure.
I mean, like the low IQ way of handling it, like the left curve way of handling it, is like if you see someone that's routinely gaming it, you just blacklist that npub. And
Yeah.
it's not an ideal situation.
No, I mean you can also kind of game it in a way that you get someone else in trouble, maybe, or we'll see. Like the thing is with
Right,
the
because
receiver.
the receiver's the one that's sending out the receipt, right?
Right, exactly. So the receiver has to be in on it. So it's sort of
Everyone else is trusting the receiver. When you like, if you open Primal and it says, "I've received a 5,000 sat zap," you're trusting me that I actually received the 5,000 sat zap. You're not trusting the sender.
To be more precise, you're trusting the wallet service that the receiver is using, because that service is creating the receipt and publishing it. So
unless they're using their own server, but yeah, which most
exactly. So then you can get into the reputation of different wallet services, etc., etc. So,
fair enough.
There are ways to deal with this, and we are kind of. I think we're still in the fuck around and find out stage of Noster, and this really kind of applies to everything we covered today. Like some of our friends were very skeptical about launching the premium tier so early, quote unquote, right? And I think it's true that the Noster user base is so small that these probably won't amount to some significant revenues at this point, but we need to start kind of experimenting with business models like this and learning what works, and kind of growing from there, right? And I actually have a pretty good feeling about it based on how it's going so far.
I love that it's all out in the open too. It's just like many different people around the world just building out in the open and just seeing what works, seeing what doesn't work, and we iterate over time. We'll figure it out. So I guess there's one more tab, right? What is it? The media. Oh, there's two more tabs. What's the deal with the media tab?
So the media tab basically lists. It's kind of like a Instagram type UI where we show thumbnails of either images or videos that have been posted, and we apply some sort of logic in terms of content scores, like how popular they are, and when it comes to other users engaging with it. That's the sort mechanism we use there. I think it's the previous either 24 or 48 hours that we take into account there. So it should be fairly fresh when you go there. In fact, if you pull to refresh that screen, you're likely to see new stuff every time.
But it's not like an endless scroll, right? I'm looking at it right now. It's like
at some point it will end. But because exactly. So we don't go back in time infinitely. It's kind of.
So they're supposed to be like trending. It's like trending media, right? Or no?
You can think of it that way. Although we don't order it by content score like we do, let's say, on the trending feed. If you're above a certain kind of content score threshold, I think we order it by time. So new stuff shows up at the top. Honestly, it's been a while since I looked at that, so I don't know
Fair
exactly.
enough. Well, anyway, it's a step in the right direction. I think as a protocol, we need to do a better job providing things for the Instagram types, right? Like the media consumer types. I mean, Pablo just released his own Instagram specific type of client called Olas. But we'll get there. But that's a step in the right direction. And then we have topics. What is topics?
So topics is simply a list of essentially hashtags that are being used in short form notes based on kind of their frequency of use. So you'll see things like Noster, Bitcoin, what's new. Whatever is topical at any given time should bubble up to the top if people are using that hashtag a lot. And then you can click on any of those topics and it will give you search results based on that hashtag. So if you've used Primal before, Primal 1.x, that screen was the entirety of the Explore screen before, and it was pretty useless. Even the way we had implemented the kind of the logic for those for coming up with the list of topics there and or ordering that wasn't that great. So we've improved on that, and so it should be more useful now. But the entire Explore section, of course, is much more versatile.
Makes sense. Yeah, so the whole Explore tab is exactly what you would think it is. It's meant to aid discovery, and things you wouldn't see otherwise. I see Pseudo Carlos with a very teeny zap of 21 sats asking why not allow users to choose sorting for media. I assume this is, it's just an iterative process. It's not. I'm like, what? Like, we could use the same things as like with the feed marketplace, but with media. There's no reason not to.
You can. So there's the advanced search. So you can open the advanced search. You can say search images or search videos, and then you can search your sort order. You can set filters any way you like in terms of content score or number of zaps and so forth. You can have all these settings that you can optionally set and create the feed that you want to see,
and then you can
save that feed. Yeah.
What about so like we're talking about the feed marketplace stuff? Is Primal at some point in the future going to allow people to then like publish a feed, like actually allow other people to subscribe to it?
So currently, the only way to publish a feed into the feed marketplace is to be a developer and create a DVM feed. And when you do that, and when you publish the appropriate Nostr event, your feed will show up in the Primal feed marketplace. And maybe I'll kind of give a bit more info on that. So we have a backend service that checks these, like that pings all of these custom feeds. So to check for their health. So if a feed doesn't return any results, if it's unavailable for a number of hours, then we remove it automatically from the list. So you're not likely as a user to encounter dead feeds there. That kind of it self-heals. And then if the feed comes back online, we will bring it back up. So just so you know how that works. And to answer your question, Matt, it's the logical next step. So currently you need to be a developer to create a DVM feed.
Right.
And it shows up there, so it's already a massive step. But really what we should make possible and easy to do is to create a custom feed by like any user and then publish that feed to the feed marketplace. I think there might be like some really interesting feeds that are created by users. In addition to these kind of algorithmic kind of search-based feeds, I think we should also support curation-based feeds where you as a user can provide curation services. I think this is going to be massive. And then you may have a really good taste in science fiction or something like that. And you create a feed of science fiction long form reads that's like super high signal. And so you can apply this to any category, cooking or whatever.
Right.
And we'll have users who specialize in certain kind of categories like that and create extremely high quality, kind of high signal content, which I think eventually they should be able to monetize as well.
I love that. So that might be a premium feature because it needs to be hosted.
We'll think this through. If it's possible to do it cost effectively without it being a premium feature, it'd be nice to expose this capability to everyone.
Awesome. Okay, the last piece I have on my non-existent list is the wallet. So Primal is, I think, unique in Nostr that it has an integrated wallet.
Sorry to cut you off. There was product that launched an integrated wallet prior to us. The name, Current app. They were the first ones to kind of integrate a wallet. It was also a custodial wallet, not in a sort of centerpiece type of manner as we did, but they definitely were ahead of us there, and they managed to get it through the App Store first. So I remember seeing this and saying, "Oh, this is possible. Let's see what we can do." So other than that,
That doesn't really matter. How do you think about the integrated wallet? Because this is like one of the big people bring it up all the time. The integrated wallet, both on the positive and the negative side. How do you think about it as the actual founder and CEO and the guy focused on shipping the ship?
So the integrated wallet is a flagship feature of Primal. We definitely take the built-in wallet very seriously, to the extent that we kind of look at the wallet and the social media clients as kind of equal parts being a part of Primal. They're both full-time jobs. Neither is a part-time job, and we want to make the wallet itself as capable and as kind of easy to use as we can. And so far, we are getting a lot of good feedback about the wallet in terms of its usability. Many hardcore Bitcoiners actually tell me that they use it as a daily driver because it just works for them.
Right.
It's sort of like a replacement for Wallet of Satoshi, which, by the way, when we assess the kind of technology landscape and we're trying to pick the right way to implement the built-in wallet, that market signal that was being sent out there, that the success of Wallet of Satoshi was kind of very clear in terms of what the majority of the users wanted out there. And since we wanted the wallet to be very approachable by non-technical people, we wanted the wallet to just work out of the box. It was not really possible to build a self-custodial Lightning solution that was very easy to use and kind of functional from the get-go. So we decided to go with a custodial wallet, and we decided to partner with Strike to host the wallet backend, so that we are compliant and that we have like a licensed custodian for these funds. We don't just YOLO into custodying people's Bitcoin. And the downside of this approach, of course, is that we had to
Makes a good
We're revealing the next generation of open source Blockstream Jade technology, Jade Plus. Jade Plus represents a leap forward in hardware wallet design, emphasizing device security and a user experience that's simple enough for beginners, but advanced enough for cypherpunks.
Our goal when designing Jade Plus was to build upon the strong foundation of the original Blockstream Jade, while factoring in feedback from the Bitcoin community to create the most versatile hardware wallet yet.
Our aim was to bridge the gap between user-friendliness and sophisticated, powerful features, and to incorporate these features in a non-intimidating way, revealed through user progression and user education. We wanted to basically design a user experience that could evolve with the user.
We're releasing Jade Plus as a fully open source Bitcoin hardware wallet to embody the core principles of transparency, security, and community collaboration that are a fundamental part to Bitcoin. The Jade Plus device's construction is a complete re-envisaging of what a hardware wallet can offer. We're setting a new benchmark in hardware wallet durability and security with a metal body and a fully sealed design.
Jade Plus offers the same powerful, unique, and wide-ranging functionality as the first generation device, with an improved form factor and brand new capabilities. Key advancements to the form factor include a more vibrant display that is 66% larger than its predecessor. The larger display provides better readability when confirming transaction details, and QR scanning is highly reliable when capturing signed PSBT with your companion device. The new controls allow for faster and more precise navigation, while offering a satisfying tactile feel and increased longevity. We are also introducing the ability to connect optional accessories to upgrade your Jade Plus even further. By popular demand, Jade Plus will support SD card readers and USB drives for fully air-gapped firmware upgrades, with the potential to support NFC attachments and much more.
On the software side, designing Jade Plus to protect against physical key extraction was essential to safeguard users' assets from physical attacks or device loss, and sets Jade apart from other hardware wallets where this is a critical vulnerability.
Jade Plus works in combination with the Blind Oracle to fully encrypt your private keys at rest, essentially functioning as a virtual secure element. This ensures there is nothing of value to steal from your locked Jade Plus alone, which is a highly unique value proposition.
By combining end-to-end encrypted metadata, a user-generated PIN, and a unique Blind Oracle system, even if a device is physically compromised, accessing the private keys becomes impossible without the correct PIN.
Jade Plus can also be used fully stateless without a Blind Oracle by scanning a seed QR or entering a seed phrase to temporarily load keys to your device. This feature is especially useful for users with multiple seeds or those who would like to create a multi-sig wallet using a single Jade Plus.
Jade Plus remains compatible with a wide range of iOS, Android, and desktop Bitcoin wallet applications. It uses USB, Bluetooth, QR code scanning, so it can easily complement any existing setups.
One of the new security features of Jade Plus is called Origin Check. This functionality leverages secure device identity to ensure that the Jade you received was indeed manufactured by Blockstream, and not a malicious third party.
Jade Plus also allows self-custody across various assets like Tether and digital securities, empowering users to have direct control over their financial assets.
I believe with the Jade Plus, we've not only designed an accessible, secure, and easy-to-use hardware wallet, but we've also opened doors to a world of possibilities in Bitcoin self-custody.
ensuring it's both accessible and secure for all.
We can't wait for you to try it.
Roast. It's like the one of the ass cheeks. It's just the giant chunk.
Agrarian kept emailing me. He's like, "Are you sure you want this?" And I'm like, "I guess. I don't know." He's like, "No, I'm pretty sure you don't." And he's like, "I love, like, you know, you want to shake your farmer's hand so that they understand like what a retard you are when you're actually doing the transaction."
Yeah, because it's true. Well, I mean, and you can also see what kind of retard your farmer is too. It's like we're all on the spectrum together.
So Taco gets it too. I'm so excited, dude. He told me that he took 5 lambs to the butcher. None of them wanted the organ, so I get to get them all.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's just so great, and you know, we're talking brains, lungs, like stuff. I've had brains, but I've never had lungs before.
I haven't thought about eating like
That
you
might be
haven't thought
my
about going
next puke.
beyond state college. I haven't thought about eating lungs.
Yeah, that might be the next time I puke on the show.
Well, I don't know. An adrenal gland. It makes sense. You eat an adrenal gland, it's gonna hit your body somehow because it's adrenaline in there, like remnants of adrenaline. I don't know. Lungs is what you just you get some oxygen.
I mean, like my wife has asthma. Maybe I should give her the lungs. You know,
That's true. This whole time you could have just been eating these, and you wouldn't have had asthma anymore. That's
Just
how that works,
filled with
right?
Smoke, like Richard Greaser's lungs. You know.
Right. You just eat somebody who's held. Like if I had my leg amputated, I'll just eat somebody else's leg, and that's how that works now.
Well, that's how kind of. I mean, supposedly. I mean, in all like the old paleo books I read, it's like what they did. You know.
Just ate everything.
If somebody, well, no, like what they they would give you the organ that you needed if you were sick.
Gotcha. Well, that's neighborly.
Yeah. If they gave you brains, it just meant they thought you were fucking stupid. I guess I don't know.
Either that or you're in an Indiana Jones movie.
Or the testicles, which I am getting on this land. Okay.
Rocky Mountain oysters, baby.
Rocky Paper Bitcoin listeners, fucking lamb testicles are lit. Okay? They're incredible. I've been
one
eating
more
them
thing I
for
can
a
say
long
I've never
time.
eaten. Lamb
Yeah.
lamb testicles or testicles specifically?
I've only had lamb.
Okay.
So I think even in the normie farming world, lambs are the only ones that have it makes sense to sell for some reason.
That's interesting. It's the our most recent meetup over in Harrisburg. I guess it was Mechanicsburg, not Harrisburg, but most people have heard of Harrisburg, so let's call it Harrisburg.
Most people heard of Mechanicsburg. That's where all the good coffee shops
That's
run
true.
by
That's
the special people are.
This is where Shane Gillis is from, Mechanicsburg.
That was the reference. Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah. I thought you were. Oh, see, here's me, egotistical. I thought you were referencing our Bitcoin meetups at the coffee shop in Mechanicsburg. Oh yeah, everybody's heard of that. Clearly.
Well, everyone heard of the meetups in the library because there's a big sign in front that says Central PA Bitcoin Meetup, Room 2.
It is kind of nice to have our name out there. But anyway, so we're talking about animals, and so this past meetup, Agrarian Contrarian was there, and he presented his new idea. So you've heard of like hosted mining? Somebody pay some sats to somebody else, they'll host your miner for you.
I've heard of it.
He's coming. So he's going to do hosted beef cattle, like hosted cows. I'll be your farmer, and he's going to have a select group of people to start with. He'll walk you through. You'll go buy a cow, and then he's got a whole multi-page write-up of all the ideas.
Really?
And, it's interesting. I think
You need
we're
to
definitely
let
going to
him
do it.
know. I'm letting you know now, Agrarian, since you're not on any of the platforms I'm on anymore. Although I am on Nostr, I haven't really looked in a bit.
Yeah, me neither.
But I'm in on this cow thing. By the way, the lamb I'm getting, well, I don't know if the very lamb I'm getting was grazing on property, but Agrarian, he uses Taco's sheep to till, to graze on his property.
Right.
I think it separates them from the mom, which apparently is something they want. It's a good thing. and B, it fertilizes and tills the soil. And so I feel like that's the beginning of, like he's hosting lamb on his property, right?
Yeah,
he's using them.
He's working together with another local Bitcoiner, using Bitcoin as the medium of exchange to make their businesses better.
I mean, the pigs are so good. Like, when I say they're so good, I don't mean like, oh, they're very tasty. They are tasty, but like, I have to tell you, I've developed a feeling of just a very generally good feeling from eating this pig for the last 3 to 4 months. That I'm glad, if it turns out this lamb I'm getting has been eating the grass and tilling the grass on that property, it would make me feel very good.
It's good karma, good energy.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I mean, you don't get, it's just a feeling you don't get from, just from a store-bought piece of meat.
Yeah, it's interesting coming. So I'm up at Rocky Ridge, like I said, and it's like the food up here is like, oh, so I'm back eating my mom's cooking and the food that like I grew up eating, and it's like it's different than the food that I eat that my wife makes, which is my wife is an incredible cook, and like for the past probably like like the last year, we've kind of been turning the dial up on reading what's on the ingredients, because the Maha is coming into full swing, and in our family too, and it's like she's really turned that dial up, and I've been really the one who's been more resistant of like I like
it's
licorice.
Black pill of all black pills, man. When you start reading the ingredients,
I know, and it's like knowing what they are now too. Of like, okay, like yellow 1 is made of coal, or what used to be made of coal, and like red 40 gives kids ADHD. But
yeah,
man,
imagine what the other 39 reds did.
Yeah, that's right. Like, yeah, right. That's another like rabbit hole. The naming of these things. Okay, clearly they name them this, so you don't know what they are.
Well,
but right.
I say that because, like in the first polio vaccine that was supposedly have saved the world, it was known to have something called SV40, which is a simian virus 40, and that got loose in the labs that they were testing the vaccine on, and I learned this from Dr. Jack Cruz, and he did a little bit of an interlude on like what the fuck the problem was with the first 39 simian viruses that they had tried to sequence into this thing. Nobody knows this, right?
That's interesting.
Yeah, and like so, yeah, you see red 40 for me ultimately. I don't think of the fact that it's some damaging chemical. I think, oh my God, there were 39 other more dangerous reds that they had to reject.
Thinking about the process to get where we are today, even with like something terrible like red 40, you're right. So there's probably other 39 permutations of it that were worse, maybe. Like WD-40,
red enough.
Like water displacement 40 was the one that was like, oh, this one really works. But the 39 before it was. It's like how did humans figure out that this is a Calvin and Hobbes cartoon? But like, how did humans figure out we could drink cow's milk? Did we just go around like sucking on things until like, oh, this is good?
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah, it's like you know Jay and Silent Bob, those characters in the movies. So Kevin Smith, when he tells the story about how he met Jay, how the moment he met him, he said that he went to this after school. There was like an after school center, like a rec center in the town, and he used to go there. And he saw this kid who was just filleting all the video games. He was just sucking off the joysticks on all the video games, going, and he was just like, "Oh my God, I got to meet this guy. Is my best friend for life, whoever this is."
That was the actor that played Jay.
Yeah,
that was how he.
Jay Muse, 14 years old, was just running around this rec center, just sucking off the joysticks of all the arcade games they had there, and I think that's how we started drinking cow's milk.
Was it right? I guess this is the one. I guess I'll drink whatever comes out of this.
Somebody was just like, yeah, look at me. I'm sucking the teat.
Clerks was a great movie. Clerks. I was not of the like. Clerks is a movie that a lot of like filmmakers is like the movie that made them become filmmakers. Like I'm not a filmmaker, but Clerks helped me become a better consumer of films. I think it was one of the first like independent films. But yeah, Jay and Silent Bob, great characters. I'm totally unaware of their origin stories.
My Clark story is it's almost like a lot of people's Bitcoin story, whereas like I lived in that area of New Jersey and everybody was like really trying to pressure me to watch the movie. You gotta watch it, it's so good. You gotta fucking watch this movie. And I'm like, fuck you, it can't be that good. It can't be good if you think it's good. And finally, I like capitulated, and then like the first like 3 times I tried to watch it, everybody there was like, "Oh, this part's so funny." This like it was just like ruined, and it wasn't. Then I just like waited another like 5 years, and then watched it myself, and realized how much I actually loved these guys. I just watched the Jay and Silent Bob reboot from 2019, and that was fucking awesome. I basically told my daughter, I'm like, we have to watch. Like, did you even know they did a reboot 2019?
I don't know that I've seen all of them. I've seen several of them, like Clerks 2 and the Jay and Silent Bob movies. I've definitely seen those.
It made me realize, not to get really off topic now, but it sort of made me realize that I think Kevin Smith might have actually evaded all like the fucking pedophilia stuff. Like, I think that maybe he didn't, like, he might have flirted with it for a moment. He might have seen something, but it doesn't look like he is benefiting from any of that at this point anymore.
He didn't participate in it. Well, right, that makes sense. I mean, he's doing independent film out on the East Coast. He's inevitably going to get invited to Hollywood stuff once he got big enough, but yeah,
I mean, I think he was not there. Like, you know, he was with Weinstein. Like, I mean, Miramax. Like, you know, they were basically.
Oh, okay.
You know, he was.
Did he get Me Too'd like with Weinstein?
No. Oh no. He was too fat to like ever be a
couldn't
Me
chase
Too
any
or
victims
anything
down.
like that. But you know, he got Affleck and Damon to be in his movies because, you know, supposedly it was like a return of a favor because he was the one to deliver Good Will Hunting to Harvey Weinstein.
Oh, okay.
To tip him off and say, this is a pretty good movie, you should think about making it. And so they've been in, at least Affleck's been in many of their movies, almost all of them, like of the original ones.
Mm-hmm.
So like, you know, you got to look at it now and wonder, were those dudes part of that?
I question all of that stuff. Right? Yeah, that's all of them are connected. The question is, how much are you connected?
But like his like sort of failure in the last decade, quote unquote, you know, even though he got his life back, he lost his weight, and he's still he's making his old movies again, like he did, I think, Clerks 3, which I didn't watch, but the Jay and Silent Bob reboot was, you know, I enjoyed it.
Tusk was
so
terrible.
You know, you start to think, okay, he's getting himself back, but he's not part of that scene at all. Like Jay and Silent Bob, the first one, every one of those fucking pedophiles wanted to be in it. Like every single one.
And that, like, right? Clerks 2 really rung as like, this is a Hollywood production, and Hollywood's getting involved and getting their fingers in there.
Yeah, and they didn't mind this whole scene about fucking a horse, I guess.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, right. That's the degeneracy of Hollywood. It's like, yeah, whatever. Yeah. That's fine. You can put that in there.
Yeah. Yeah. So, like, maybe he flirted with it, but ultimately just wasn't cool enough for it, and he clearly created his own thing. And, you know, I think we talked about this when we started the podcast, that, like, you know, you and I both started listening to podcasts, like, immediately, like, when they started. And, like, I was listening to Kevin Smith's podcast for a long time, probably 08, 09. You know, I think it certainly predates Rogan. Maybe it's, like, up there with, like, Carolla.
Yeah, he was in the Carolla era.
Really early ones.
I discovered Rogan because Rogan went on Adam Carolla. And, yeah, Adam Carolla and Kevin Smith, yeah, they were similar era of, like, pioneering that podcasting stuff.
It's amazing the era of the, like, what that has become now, whereas like it's influential in presidential politics, right? The podcast.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's like, right? In the absence, the legacy media so thoroughly has discredited themselves that anything else available and immediately is going to increase in credibility. And
it took a while though. Like,
it
took true in 2015, 2016.
It's like the Bitcoin thing. I mean, it's like Bitcoin's going to take a while to take over, but it's a better system that, yeah, people can abuse it. People can do bad stuff with Bitcoin, but it's a free system that will enable end users to interact with who they want to. Yeah, and that, I mean, that's a good parallel to put to podcast. Podcasting has become like the new information system.
And there are some, so maybe that's a good segue, that there are actually some good things now that I'm seeing. I'm seeing a lot in Bitcoin. You know, I think, you know, I put myself out a little bit as like a hater, you know, more of a skeptic. Like, my life experience is such that, you know, like, I saw the belly of the beast of the financial world, and I had very little confidence that they would be capable of having even a single good idea in their lives. Okay, that worldview is actually vital to my survival.
Right.
And it also got validated like a billion times. Okay, that worldview got validated many times, and many times so many times in a row, I almost got overconfident in how fucking retarded they are. And I hadn't really thought about how I was going to get into this, but I'm going to tell you, like, I had a discovery. I had a personal discovery that I'm going to have to eat. I'm going to have to eat a little bit of crow.
Okay.
This isn't like a bit. This is like me honestly dealing with the fact that I was a little bit wrong. And I say a little bit wrong. I mean, like, I wasn't wrong to like think what I did, think what I thought about. I'm gonna get into what the fuck I'm talking about. But like, I was a little bit wrong about this posturing about like institutions, and that they're always going to be too fucking stupid and pathetic to figure out how to help Bitcoiners. Even like. So, okay, first reveal is I decided to start writing a book, and it's not really a reveal because I mentioned this on episode 2 that like I was determined to do this. Just that in episode 2 I was, underwater in my fiat job, fighting for my life, and it was like a someday, one day type of idea.
So you've made some progress on the book.
Well, so what happened was, I think it's so weird. I talk about this all the time, how we talk about something on the podcast, and then it's sometime in the next 2 weeks, something happens that, like, I know it's not related to anybody actually listening to the podcast, but it could be related, like, God's listening to the podcast and created a consequence that.
Oh yeah, I can go super
connected, right?
I can go super cosmic on that, but I won't. Continue.
So, like, I talked about a certain mentor that I had last time around. I just talked about how I think we were talking about how, like, it does suck to like take direction from somebody, but I've been lucky enough to work for a couple of people who I didn't mind taking direction. Like, I kind of saw them as better, at least, I had no problem with it. And one of these people, I had been, he's been getting back in touch with me. And so he called me about a week and a half ago, or maybe 2 weeks ago, and he was like, "All right, dude, I've listened to your podcasts."
How many of them has he listened to?
And so,
hi, friend, by the way. Hello.
I have to frame this for you that he's a TradFi cum lord type. You have to understand this. So,
sure.
Who knows me but knows nothing of this world, right? And he cares for me. He actually, he cares for me. He knows nothing of this world. Okay, so I don't know if it was Rock Paper Bitcoin episodes. I don't know if it was my episode with Max. I don't know if it was like fucking my episode with Sly Goomba, for fuck's sake, right? Like, I don't know exactly what he listened to.
He listened to something.
But he listened to something, and he called me up, and he goes, "Listen, dude, I get you in this. I get it. You're like actually really you have smart shit. I get it. I see where, like, he's basically like, I see it. I see it with you, okay? But he's like, he started laying the fuck into me, like he was my boss again. He was like, now don't take this personally. I don't even know if he's talking about you, but he was like, these people that you're talking to, they're not helping you. They're not doing anything. They're not sharpening your fucking iron. They're not doing jack shit for you. This is what he started laying into me. He's like, you have not, like, I hear what you talk about. It's like philosophy, okay? It's not, like, you're not advancing anything, okay? And you're not advancing, really not advancing anything like that, in his perspective, like, that I could use. That's kind of how he was thinking about it, right? Or that people who he considers successful in the world could use. Mm-hmm. Right? There's nothing like he really is looking for me to tell him something about Bitcoin that he can, like, now take to the people he gets capital from and say, well, dude, I genuinely think this. I genuinely think he wants to, like, benefit from this. But
when you see somebody else dancing to a different song, like, you see somebody in the distance, they're dancing, but you don't hear the music, like, that person's dancing wrong.
He either wants, yeah, right. And so,
he realizes there's another song out there.
But he either wants, what I'm saying is he either genuinely wants to benefit from something I'm saying, or he cares for me and doesn't want to see me devote my life to something that he thinks is fucking waste of time. So I think it's one of those two things that he started really laying into me on.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had a couple of I just had a couple of revelations, because whenever he's talking to me like this, I really am taking him seriously. There's fucking 3 people in the world that can do this to me, that can talk to me like this, and I won't be like, totally go fuck yourself. He's one of them. And so the revelation I had, this is what I was easily able to explain to him. I was like, dude, the fact that these people are not helping to build me, that's totally false. Okay. Personally, there's a reason I go to all these meetups. There's a reason I do the show with you personally. There's just reasons why I'm engaged like this. And personally, I don't think I've ever grown as much as I have in the last 3 years because of the people I surround myself with, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I realize that professionally, I think he's right. Professionally, right?
If you're measuring yourself with the Fiat yardstick.
Yes. Well, but also, I think what he's able to do is measure against what he thinks I'm capable of, which most people can't do that. And it's hard for me to do when I'm in my own body,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I don't think he was wrong about that. I don't think that, there's not a lot of people who are capable of pushing me professionally. It's not in this world, in the Bitcoin world. It just doesn't really exist. Just like in the fiat world, there's not many people that are capable of it. There's almost none, right? The fiat world, there's fucking zero practically, right? And in the Bitcoin world, there's practically zero. There really aren't that many. When I say professionally, I mean I don't even know if I've even given myself in such a way that people would understand what I mean, right? What the fuck is not happening? So, blah, 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 big reveal. I'm going to write a book because, and I don't know if it's going to be a book or if it's going to be a long,
well, you have
paper.
been writing, not you're going to write a book. You have been writing a book, and you've made progress on that book already, right?
Well, it was about a week and a half ago, and I've put down about 8,000 words in that time. I committed to do it every day, and got a nice little outline. And so, what's the book about? The book is about. It's called. I think I named it the Handbook of Institutional Bitcoin. Okay, and I'm going to get into what this revelation. I had a concurrent revelation about being wrong about this. And
Okay.
I'm going to get into that too.
All right.
But the book is about, in one sense, it's going to push what I think are all the good solutions that, I've talked about here and there, but really haven't done anything about, right? I've done nothing to make anyone think about it who can do something about it. So, there's a lot of these solutions. I've talked about deferred compensation, pensions, things like that. When I was talking to him, and he was like, dude, you need to you need to be the one to explain to somebody like me or my boss, why I should do this. And my conclusion, I told him, I said, listen, dude, I don't know that you should.
Yeah, no, this is getting into the orange, should we orange pill people argument, question.
So this is what I was grappling with. Just because I could make a case doesn't mean I think it's the right thing to do. Right? Just because I could convince a pension board to buy Bitcoin doesn't mean I think it's the right thing. Doesn't mean I don't. It just doesn't mean I do. And if I don't think it's the right solution, I'm not going to recommend it. I'm not going to put any energy behind it, and I'm not going to put my reputation behind it. It is as simple as that. So it got me thinking. So what am I writing the book about? Handbook of Institutional Bitcoin. Okay. So the conclusion is, I could be wrong about my view. I don't, there may be some Bitcoiner that's capable of convincing me that there are really good solutions, and that might have actually happened in the last 2 weeks. Okay. So that's one thing, and that's something I'm going to talk about. The other thing is now, my point of view is that I have a particular point of view that Bitcoin is for individuals. So this is the chapter, this is the first part of the book. I think the first 20% of the book is called Bitcoin is for Individuals. And basically, it's if you're a company, you need to understand exactly why Bitcoin is for individuals. Otherwise, it's kind of the first table stakes. You don't belong here unless you understand, why individuals value or seek Bitcoin. So
why individuals can hodl Bitcoin infinitely.
Well, that's one reason, right?
Okay.
But like individuals, yes, so individuals can be unreasonable and hodl. We've talked about that. Also, why is a bearer asset meaningful to an individual and maybe not an institution, right? Bearer asset that nobody can take from you, right? Maybe why does an individual seek privacy, demand privacy, right? Why would when maybe an institution wouldn't care, right? Why does an individual not accept being debased where institutions outside of one seems not to give a shit? You see what I'm saying? It was more like why is it empowering to individuals? Okay, that's the first thing. That's the first stake in the ground, right? Is that I think companies need to understand that whether they care really for themselves or not, they have to understand that what drives Bitcoin is the desire of empowerment from individuals. That's what drives it, and that's what actually gives it its value, right? It's what gives it its floor, and it's not companies coming in trying to sell it to each other, right? That's my worldview. Okay, my worldview is the power and the value comes from what individuals see, and there are institutions who have done some things now, and I'm arguing that they are extensions of individuals that saw problems solved. Okay, so starting with MicroStrategy and Michael Saylor, the problem was I have a bunch of cash and I don't want to get I'm looking at a 40% debasement, and that's a problem, and I don't want to, I know no one else gives a shit, but and then I get into that once you realize a 40% debasement is unacceptable, it's like a short walk to a 1% debasement is unacceptable.
Right. It's like how much of your ice cube melting is acceptable?
And because I think companies need to understand the mentality of Bitcoiners. No, I don't want my money to be stolen from me for any reason. It's unnecessary, and I don't have to fucking take it, right? As long as I'm willing to, do the one thing, right? So yeah, there was another little section about custody. You have to understand the trade-off of custody if you're a company. Why do people want to hold their own keys as opposed to, what power does that give them? So I think you got to get in on this minimum level, and that's the 8,000 words I've written so far are about that thus far. And then I get into, okay, you have three individuals that I'm going to focus on: Saylor, Bukele, and Larry Fink, who saw a problem and saw Bitcoin as solving the problem. And then I'm going to get into all the strategies and the institutional stuff. Once all of that, baseline stuff is in place, right?
I'm thinking about how Bitcoin is the differences of how Bitcoin appeals to individuals versus a collective like an institution or a company. And it's I think it could have something to do with, the communists have been playing a long game trying to take over the country, take over the world, take over the species, and for them to do that, they've had to make things really miserable for all of us. So if they by the shredding of the world that is it's a kind of a bottom up shredding slowly of the world from fiat currency. So a world that exists on a fiat monetary standard, it's going to get slowly and slowly harder to do everything. Anything that involves money, it's going to get harder to do those things over time because of the debasement of the money. And so if a clever
and the abuse
socialist,
of the system, the abuse of the it's beyond the debasement now. Now there's the abuse of the system where they debank people. You see this thread on Twitter that Andreessen had started.
Yeah, about Trump and his kid. They tried, right?
No, well, about basically about all the debankings that were part of Choke Point. Choke Point 2.0. So I just caught on to something you said. There's debasement, and then there's like another level of it, which is using the banking system as a weapon to fuck.
Yeah, we will move the people that are political enemies. We will move them outside of our system because our system is the only way to play. And so, like,
it worked great for Germany, by the way. That was a great strategy for them.
Yeah, what Bitcoin offers, like what gold used to offer to the individual, was a way to be individually sovereign, and a way to act like if a human being is an engine, an economic engine, so each of us can produce so much economic growth. Whenever we link our engines together, we can produce like an order of magnitude more economic activity, which is why married people who are in a successful marriage are so much more successful over single people right now, because like the economy has been shredded to the point where it's almost economically inviable to exist as a single engine. Like you are just not a single engine in this fiat economic world is not powerful enough to go uphill at the rate that the world is going uphill now. So like, okay, you want to make progress, you need to hitch your horse together with another horse minimum to make uphill progress. And then if you want to really make it, you want to buy a house, you want to like do something really, like make some real profit. Okay, you're going to need to get together with several other people and like put your economic activities together, and that will allow you to go out and still survive. But like that's just right now. Like as fiat continues to shred the world, it's good. Like eventually we're going to come to a point when a married couple, even with mom and dad's help, they can't afford to buy a house anymore. Like, and then we'll get to a point where a company that's like people that got together and started a plumbing business, a really successful plumbing business. They have like the whole town's coming to them. All of that economic activity is not enough for them to buy a house anymore. Like that's the direction things are going.
Correct. Yeah. And so I'm going to rephrase this in the context of something we talked about last week. Triangle inequality. Remember that one? Mm-hmm. So in the triangle inequality was that the sum of the pieces of the collective were always less than the sum of the individual pieces. So in other words, if you took you think about it from the lengths of the sides of a triangle, right? The length, if you take the long side, it's always less than the sum of the two shorter sides. It's always less, right? That's why they call it the triangle inequality. But you can look at it as basically the sum of anything in the absolute. The absolute value of any sum is always less than the individual sums of the absolute values. Always less. And we said last week, right? At least I put out an idea that if we could apply this to sort of humanity, that the efforts of human beings can always overwhelm the collective if they have access to their power. Right?
And you need a shockingly small amount of the population to turn over a system. You need 7% of people to agree to overthrow a government.
What the communists did was they figured that, they built a system to remove the power so that they could be on the right side of that equation.
Right.
And that got completely borked by Bitcoin.
They tried to do like a chemical equation of like rejiggering the equation to put them on this side of it without it ever occurring to them that a new variable could enter the equation.
Oh, by the way, let's not be fucking Pollyannish and say Bitcoin's the only thing that restored power to individuals. It's just that's what we talk about here. But like I would say, the internet.
Sure.
Guns,
it was an incredibly useful tool.
So all of these things, there's all these things now that have restored power to the individual, right? Bitcoin's like a jetpack.
It's so like we dropped a bunch of AR-15s on the Hebrew slaves in Egypt.
Like when you're talking about trying to push the boulder up the mountain, right? Bitcoin gives you a jetpack to have finally have the power you need to effectuate your individual power and what you have to offer in the world, right? And I think that now puts the collectives and the collectivists on the wrong side of the equation of the triangle inequality. And so linking this back to that's why I really think it's important for an institution, I'm using air quotes, right? But like an institution needs to understand who the individuals are in this system if they are going to make it and do anything of value in this system. Even if they're not selling things to those people, they need to understand the role of those people. See, I think Michael Saylor, at least in 2020, 2021, right? I think he very much understood who made up Bitcoin. I think he really, he clearly discussed it very clearly, right? Bitcoin is a network protected by, cyber hornets. Let's ignore the fact that 4 years later he's calling them like fucking sociopathic crypto anarchists or whatever it was, right? But like at least he understood. I think he still understands it. It's we all like we're so early, right? Like I haven't been in this a complete cycle. I don't know if I'm going to turn on everybody in a couple of years.
You're making me you're reminding me what Rev Huddle was talking about on our in our Telegram. The going from the idea that we can orange pill everybody to realizing there's a whole bunch of people that are not only incapable of being orange pilled, but they are actively rooting for our demise and downfall.
Yeah, but and like, dude, look at how look at how Saylor was traded from 2020 through 2023, right? So he comes in August of 2020, And look, guys, if you want to hear my case against Saylor, just go back a couple. We did 3 weeks in a row of like.
Yeah, it's been kind of like
I think
a month.
Uniquely attacking him. I was like, okay, so but right now I'm now talking about 2020, 2021 Saylor because, he is an institution, and he did something.
He was talking differently then.
But what he did, and so here's a preview. The distinction I made for the book was that the solution he actually created, I think he's probably the most responsible for shifting the conversation of Bitcoin from an investment to a savings. And he really described Bitcoin as a way to save. Probably overboard eventually. Probably overboard with it. Like, you never spend your Bitcoin, you never sell it, blah, blah, blah. But, that conversation was needed, right? Well, maybe it wasn't needed, but he was really effective at convincing people, really showing people that it's not something you go on CNBC and brag about your returns. It's actually something you put your savings in. And anything you want to last for 100 years or 200 years or even 20 years, and this was the problem he had with his treasury, right? And he was able to basically explain to the world why Bitcoin is savings. And I think that's the thing he did. And it's not because I want to give credit where it's due. I want to make it clear to, the thousands of companies that are going to enter this space in the next 10, 20 years, right? That every successful, it's my worldview that every successful Bitcoin company is one that solved the problem for individuals. Whether they did it, buying treasury for MicroStrategy didn't do anything for an individual.
Right. We live in the Cantillon universe.
However, in order to do that, right, he really got into the minds of a lot of individuals and made them realize, no, this is how I need to save my money. And I think I posted yesterday, I put it in the Telegram chat, like this list is like timeline of like, and I cover like, why did it have to be Bitcoin? Why couldn't he do it with gold, right? Why was he unwilling to do it with gold? Why did it have to be Bitcoin, right? And there's just this timeline of like, okay, he makes this call. He convinces a lot of plebs to do it, right? To save, right? That they're not investing anymore, they're saving, right? And maybe that was a trick on his part to make them hold so that they don't blow him up. Maybe, but it doesn't matter because it was a powerful solution, right? And so he does this. A bunch of plebs are like, yeah, I'm going to save. And then we do get he's like, he called the shot. He's like, I don't want to be fucking debased. And guess what? We get the debasement, right? We get it big time. And then we have to raise rates. We have fucking another round of bank failures. So like, and then Bitcoin all of a sudden goes back to its all-time high, like three years later. And everybody who was part of that won bigly, right?
When did Saylor start changing his tune, though?
Well, I guess I would officially mark it on that Safety podcast, which guys go back to Saylor's Sunder. That's the episode we did, right? Saylor's Sunder.
Yep. The like everybody in Bitcoin, every single Bitcoiner, like the music coming out of our mouths changes as we're in Bitcoin, and inevitably. So like it doesn't change. It doesn't surprise me that Saylor changed. I mean, he got into it for the same reason that like all of us. He saw it and then like, oh crap, I need to get as much of this as I can before what we all know is going to happen happens. But then he's in now. Now he's in Bitcoin, and he's. Not only is he in Bitcoin, but he is one of the largest players, largest whales in the space, representing one of the largest stacks in the space.
Yes, I think he's. I think I read in a book that like nobody outside of Satoshi is associated with more Bitcoin as a person, right?
Yeah,
as an individual having control, right?
Right. Like, I think the Silk Road is up there, but maybe some government seizers. But you're right. In terms of he is a public person in front of a stack of Bitcoin, and that's dangerous. Like I had that realization. Like I am a person existing publicly in the world in front of a stack of Bitcoin, and I have like essentially to a lot of people before I realize I need to shut my mouth, I put myself out there. It's like, hey, I'm the Bitcoiner. Like when you have questions about Bitcoin, come to me. And so I mean, I've had a conversation with Ronin Miner on Twitter about this, and like, he got super into guns for the same reason I got super into guns. Like adopting a affinity for firearms publicly is like one of the bulwark defenses of like keeping my island sovereign. Like I'm gonna put out there, hey world, I own guns and I like them a lot. Yeah, right. I mean, it's like I'm not like I'm a peaceful person. Like please don't come try to take my Bitcoin and make me defend it, because I will. But like that being said, like the era where I could just exist as a passive, oh yeah, we all need to get along, like the kind of the leftist mentality of emotional, like, oh, we need to get along. Like I'm kind of more it's like
what side of the equation are you putting your energy into with the triangle inequality? That's the question, right? Are you trying to, which part of the because it's an inequality. So that's the first, like, holy shit, I didn't think I'd get into this or think this, right? But I mean, triangle inequality is an inequality. Okay, most people are probably like, who gives a fuck, right? But the world is trying to make equalities out of inequalities all the time.
That's literally the natural universe.
Reverse the direction.
We have weather because the pressure isn't the same everywhere. There's inequalities in the pressure, which causes weather on the planet.
So anywhere where there's an inequality, if you're part of one side or the other, right? You have to think about what side of that inequality you are putting your energy into. I think we talked before I get into what was I wrong about, right? My big fucking, this is like the most probably wrong I've been since like the whole woke shit. It's just like that kind of a eye-opening thing for me. Anyway, we talked about Saylor never holding his keys, and maybe that's limited his journey. It just, he didn't, it accelerated. When I first got into Bitcoin, I had this idea that there are only two ways you end up. When you see you see a kid on the street and you're like, oh, this kid's either going to end up dead or in jail, right? Those are the only two outcomes. Like,
yeah, yep.
So like, I had this idea of Bitcoiners that there's only two ways you end up. You either like Roger Ver or Satoshi.
Okay.
You either blow the fuck up with hubris, by your own hubris, or
you live long enough to become the villain,
or you leave before it happens.
Right.
You disappear before it happens, And there was a moment, dude, where Saylor gave up being CEO of this company, and I was like, shit, dude, he is hanging. This is like, he is giving shit up to hodl, right? Because you can only hodl Bitcoin. You can't hodl Bitcoin and your company. You can't hodl Bitcoin and have all your relationships stay the same. You can't, you have, it has to cost you almost everything. And
the world is not a static environment.
And this is why, I think it's hilarious that people consider them lucky, and they don't realize what the sacrifice is to hodl, because you're sacrificing literally everything else.
Yeah.
Right? And there was a moment where I saw Saylor giving, when he gave up being CEO of his company, I was like, yeah, that makes sense, dude. He cannot be this guy and the CEO of that company. He just can't do it. That company needs a real CEO, not just a fucking Bitcoin salesman.
Yeah.
Right? But I think, we had said not holding your keys probably accelerated his journey towards Roger Ver. Not that he's Roger Ver. I'm not going to, but, metaphorically speaking, if that's the end point, he's being, he's accelerating Like, dude, even Roger Ver still probably tells people they should hold their own keys. Right? Like,
right. It's like I'm hesitant to say that there is one perfect Bitcoin path, and that it's like, oh well, if he'd only done it differently, then Saylor could have been on a better Bitcoin. It's like, what? He's on his own path.
But he was disappearing. So in other words, he was on the Satoshi path.
Yeah.
Of disappearing.
And then.
Right. And then
turned around.
Yeah. Like, and I really think it's important for us to understand that those are the only two archetypes we are aware of in Bitcoin. There's really no other archetype of success.
We're building. We're attempting.
Yes,
desperately attempting to build a third archetype right now. But yeah,
we are fighting that though. We are all fighting through that. That there's no precedent for like the guy that maintains his family and lives happily ever after with his Bitcoin. Like that's just we don't have that right now. We have we have people that got so successful that they fucking blew themselves up.
They lost their mind.
And we have people who just disappeared. And Satoshi's not the only one. We don't know of a lot of these others because they didn't write the white paper. But they saw, they basically made the same decision now.
It's not about right. It's like I see the like if I didn't have the ethics I have, then yeah, like I could go the route. I could be a shitcoiner. Like I could be like I'm going to maximize. I could maximize my stack at the expense of dumb no coiners, but like that's not the person I am. Simultaneously, like I could. It's more likely that I would disappear into the woodwork, disappear into the forest, than becoming an.
But you have disappeared. So that's the thing. See, you've done it.
I mean,
whether you realize it or not, you have.
I'm leaning. I'm leaning that direction. But
in the Atlas Shrugged sense, you have. So have I. A certain way. Like that's been that. We just don't know what to do now. Right, we've disappeared from like the public life.
It's like I desperately want to bring my wife to the Gulch. It's like get out of
and that's the challenge now. Like we don't have an archetype for anyone who's successfully done that, and that's the fight we're fighting, right? It's fucking very difficult. So I think I'm actually excited that how wrong I was about something. And I'm going to talk about that now. And I'm excited, and I get excited about it because it's what it takes, right? Like, that's what it takes to live an unprecedented life. I must have read, I don't know, I haven't read Pomp's book on living an extraordinary life. I wonder if he writes that, you have to realize you're wrong about something significant. But,
I mean, that, like, before you say that, like, as Bitcoin, like, part of a Bitcoiner's path is that light bulb moment of realizing that I was wrong about everything I understood about finance until this moment.
And that's just not just finance.
Well, it was like for me, like Bitcoin was the first big one for me.
The broader you could make that thing, the more power you're going to find. Like so, everybody knows what I went through in 2021, and if you don't, check out the show I did with Sly Goomba. That's titled "Oh My God,
I'm a stupid person,"
or whatever. Yeah. And shout out to Sly Goomba, dude. He's kind of back. Check out the Bugle. He's on. He did a great episode, the Bugle Thanksgiving episode. Check it out. But everybody everybody listens to this a little bit knows what I went through in finally digging myself out of the woke champion nightmare I was in that I think actually really did cost me seeing Bitcoin earlier. And I think I had to go through that. I had to realize how fucking wrong I was and how fucked up I was. And then magically 6 months later, I'm a Bitcoin owner. After this revelation of how just unbelievably, and again, it's not like I was wrong about, like I wasn't wrong to, I don't think I was wrong to care about justice. I don't think I was wrong to care about the things I cared about. I think what I was wrong about, was that I didn't realize I was part of some big, giant, fucking funded machine that's funded by super evil people that have a lot of control and influence in the world, right? Had no fucking idea about that.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's like I'm also like that also rings true to me as a Jewish person as well. Like, really had no fucking idea that I was part. I seem to learn every day on Twitter that I'm part of apparently a very, powerful.
Boy, yeah, that's a big conversation that we haven't got into yet. We'll have that conversation at some point.
but like just so you guys, you know, it parallels. Like, but like that's what it parallels for me. Okay?
That's interesting.
And so I guess now what I'm going to say is going to be a little bit of a letdown unless you understand how much energy I've put into shitting on institutions entering Bitcoin.
Okay? A lot.
Yes, it's quite a lot. But I actually, so now I saw a solution, and it's turned my head around. And it's a rock paper Bitcoin moment, meaning like I wrote the piece rock paper Bitcoin to fucking grapple with what my whole worldview was fucked, and I was like, I needed a new way to look at the world, to understand it in a way that includes Bitcoin, right? Mm-hmm. I kind of now need a new way to look at the world that includes this solution I'm going to talk about. So, sorry guys, now this is going to be cringy and shitty. I'm not plugging any companies. I'm just going to explain to you. I'm going to explain what I've discovered exists or is about to exist. Okay. So there's a company. Everyone knows who 1031 is. I think they have seeded a company called Battery Finance. Okay. Now, Battery Finance is a subsidiary of a company called New Market Capital. And New Market Capital is an investment firm that I think is owned, it's either owned or controlled by a Bitcoiner who I've known for several years. A Bitcoiner by the name of Andrew Holmes. I know him from the Bitcoin John, and I've gotten to know him quite a bit over the last couple of years. So this is good, like uncomfortable for me a little bit to say, but like I believe that my posture against his whole existence, has basically, created some distance between the two of us, and maybe not the most trust, and maybe not the most, probably a little bit of an alienated relationship. Even though when we're together, we're very friendly and can talk productively. Okay, but like, I didn't know what he was cooking, and I'm about to tell you, he already told the world about it. He was on CNBC, so this is like he was on CNBC, and really unveiled this idea from his company. And so basically 1031 is funding a subsidiary specifically to do this one thing, which is, so I forgot to mention, New Market Capital is it's an investment firm, but the investments that they sell are mostly fixed income. And Andrew's been talking to me about, I think like the fixed income funds that he creates are like trying to be like 85% bonds and maybe 15% Bitcoin. He's been trying to do something like that to just make it a better returning thing. But that wasn't getting capital from 1031 to create a subsidiary. Okay, this is like a real idea, and maybe in the show notes I'll just post a link to the CNBC. He doesn't even get to go into it that much, but so I'm gonna explain. So he's talking about debt, actual loans, being having Bitcoin integrated into these loans. So let's just say you're a borrower, right? And he's the lender.
I've got a mortgage, okay.
You got a mortgage, or you're not even a person. You're a company that maybe isn't the best company in the world, right? But you have a Bitcoin treasury, and you've got Bitcoin, and you need debt. Like, you need to borrow actual money to pay. Like, let's say you're Riot and you can't pay your people because you only have Bitcoin or something like that, right? Let's just say, or you're some commercial mortgage, I don't know, some CME commercial mortgage lender that, you just need, you can't borrow money. Like, your credit is not great, and you're
okay.
So you're considered high yield, right? And this might be a better conversation also to connect with who's MicroStrategy is selling their bonds to. But like, there's a market for, like, pensions and insurance companies want high yielding assets, but they get dinged on their credit. They get dinged. They're forced to hold more capital if that high yield comes from bad credit, from junk, triple B and
Right.
above.
You want to loan to people that are going to pay you back, and you don't have to worry
But,
about
like,
them.
Yeah, so like that extra 1% or that extra 2% or that extra 11%,
It adds up.
comes with a cost. In other words, you get that yield, but the regulators make you hold more capital
To
in
offset
order-
the risk of that loan.
To offset the risk of those defaults. Now, what this battery finance is going to do is they're going to basically, I don't know if they're going to target high yield borrowers, but they're going to basically say, you can get a lower rate if you post Bitcoin, okay, as collateral. And you must hold it with us for 4 years. So that's like a really important key right there.
So this is different than what Unchained is. I know you can give Unchained
because
Bitcoin now, and they'll give you like
battery
fiat.
Right, well, battery is not going to look at the value of that Bitcoin for 4 years. So it's like they're not going to come and liquidate you if Bitcoin goes down.
Gotcha.
Okay, but the key is this. So I mean, I don't know if I'm capable of communicating this. I'm going to try. I'm really going to try hard here.
They liquidate that Bitcoin in the case that you default on the loan.
Yeah, but what I think battery's banking on, and I think it's, I don't even know if they know how innovative this is. But what's going to happen is the entire high yield industry is going to get bifurcated into good loans and bad loans. Because if you're posting Bitcoin, guess what? You now have senior debt. You're basically like senior debt. Like, you know how you get a guy that has like 10 mortgages and he's going to rug all 10 of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
The more you have, they're called subordinated debt. You only care about the most senior one. The most senior one is like the one with no liens, and that's the one that is considered the best credit, right? The loan that the borrower has to pay back to get his Bitcoin back in 4 years with gains, because there's like a gain sharing provision in the contract. That guy is going to rug every non-Bitcoin related loan he has, and he's going to fucking murder his mother to pay back the loan to get his Bitcoin back.
To get those sats back.
Okay, right? I mean, so think about the arbitrage from the point of view of the fiat and the regulator. The regulator thinks that there's high yield bonds, right? What they don't know is if you're not in insurance, right, and you don't worry about you're not worried about capital, right? You actually know that you now that high yield is the best credit there is. Whereas the rest of the world thinks it's shit.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? You
Right.
see what's going on.
I mean,
now,
yeah,
right?
I see how you made the parallel to what Sailor's doing.
Well, so if Sailor's feeding the beast of the fiat system, who, is perfectly fine. In 2005, they were very happy to get AAA, rated mortgage-backed securities. They didn't give a fuck what was in them. They didn't care that they these insurance companies did not give a fuck what was in those packages, what was in those loans. They understood that they got capital credit, and they created an unlimited demand. And, the people that were creating mortgage-backed securities in 2005 were fine, okay? But when they realized that they needed to feed this beast, they created stupider and stupider and stupider and stupider loans to the point where they were packaging completely subprime loans into these AAA packages, right? Which was a scandal. But what nobody really asks in the scandal is who was buying these fucking things. And why were they made so stupid is because the buyers were so voracious that they had to put whatever shit they can and put lipstick on that pig because that's what they wanted. That's what the insurance companies wanted, was a pig with fucking lipstick on it. They didn't give a shit.
Yeah,
okay?
wow.
So, not to change subjects here, but like what MicroStrategy's doing is they're selling, zero yielding convertible bonds to essentially second class citizens. When I say second class citizens, they can't buy Bitcoin for whatever fucking stupid reason. you know, they're basically the second-class citizens of the world, so they have to buy this garbage in order to get some semblance of exposure or whatever, right? I'll get into this in another episode, but I don't think what MicroStrategy is doing is problematic in any way. But I think that you should be able to see the writing on the wall that similar history is going to unfold as did in 2005, where you see this demand. Like, all of a sudden, the last offering, people were surprised how much demand there was. Like, Munich Re bought a giant slug of it. You know, these European insurance companies are just going to be demanding. They're going to want to hoover the shit out of this stuff. And so what they're going to do is maybe Saylor, you know, raises his $42 billion and he sells these things and they're fine, right? But insurance companies want more and more and more and more and more. And so then the next round of these things is going to be something far worse.
This is like all of these products are kind of like, as the Bitcoiner in me is like all of these products are like intermediate products for while fiat still exists. These are ways we can tie Bitcoin into the fiat system, but then like also, like thinking about.
Sorry, go ahead.
Like you're talking about like the idea of like your tree of loans and which is the most important one and which ones are you going to default on, like. My whole life is like we've been trained by like the banks that this number is like our credit score is this super important thing that's like, oh, you got to work hard to have a credit score so you can get loans when you need them. It's like, and in this Bitcoin world that you're envisioning a bifurcation, like unzip the world, society's unzipping, and like on one side, like, okay, you want access to credit, you're gonna need Bitcoin to get that credit.
Bitcoin is your credit score.
Yeah, it is your credit score. So it's like me, I have an almost 850. I have like a 847 or something. I have an almost perfect credit score. But in a Bitcoin world, I don't care about my credit score. I will go out and like take out a giant loan and buy Bitcoin and default on that loan because I now have the sats. Because on that side of the equation, they're counting on Bitcoiners caring about this number that they've had stamped on their forehead. And like eventually all of us are going to get to a point where it's like, I don't care about this number. I don't need access to your stupid credit anymore. I have Bitcoin.
Yeah, and that's going to be a similar moment to 2008 when people walked away from their homes because it just wasn't worth it anymore.
Yeah, a new form. It's the speculative attack. Yeah, this is just like an individual level speculative attack.
So you know, so
you saw this. You finally have
doing.
seen a thing that Bitcoin can help with institutions.
That's an institution that's clearly solving a problem that's new. I didn't see this coming, right? I'm like a little narcissistic.
You're jaded. I mean, you were working for an institution and they burned you.
Yeah, but it's like also like there's a solipsism inside of me that, and I'm sure it exists with anyone who is semi-successful. That's like, well, if I'm not part of it, how could it be? You know, how could anyone create something really good, right? So like I'm admitting to be a little narcissistic. Like I think narcissism maybe have gotten the better of me on this a little bit. I feel bad about how I've postured myself around this. I care about my reputation and my calls, and I care that if I act strongly, I care
your
about
reputation would be damaged infinitely worse if you hadn't changed course. Like like us talking about the very beginning of the show, we're talking about the differences of like the death of legacy media and the start of podcast. Like we're in this new era of information sharing, and in this new era that we can't trust people put on pedestals because like we've realized, oh, liars put those people up on those pedestals. How do we find people to trust? We find people to trust who are trustworthy. When they discover that they've made a mistake, they backpedal and they say, hey, I was wrong. Like that's one of the reasons I love Brett and Heather Weinstein so much. It's like that. Like that's the map that you're putting yourself on right now. Like you've identified an area that you're willing to go back on, and that's going to add to your credibility, not detract from it.
I hope so, and I hope that I have to give credit where it's due. Like that.
Yes.
Andrew was somebody who, I think I'm somebody he probably dismissed because I had insane views that he was actively right about, right? Like that I'm wrong about this, and he actually showed up and created this, and I have to give credit where it's due, right? It's a big deal. This is like, we don't do this. We're not Rabbit Hole Recap, and we don't talk about I mean, Rabbit Hole Recap did a thing on battery finance and this loan, but not to this extent. This is like personal. This is something personal to me that I want to share. You know, like I think I'm going through something here where I'm pretty sure I was wrong and that they actually created something really significant. Not for Bitcoiners, by the way. This is like, you guys know this. Like when I started doing this with BlackRock, it wasn't like I didn't care what BlackRock was doing for Bitcoiners. I cared what they were doing to the regular system. BlackRock did something to the regular system where I felt like they were going to. And it's not because of the ETF. It's because of what their whole goddamn worldview is that led them to the ETF, right?
Pivoting from bonds.
Was going to, and maybe looking at Bitcoin as the actual risk minimized asset. Battery's going to prove this. They're going to prove it because what's going to happen is in 10 years, there's going to be real data that everything else fucking defaulted, and somehow there's going to be absolutely statistically significant, significantly, if our worldviews are even close to right, there's going to be clear data on how, and the world's going to have to look at this differently, and the first movers on this are going to benefit. They're going to build fucking fortunes, just like Sailor.
Is this product available now?
It's probably going to be available to companies, to institutions. I don't know. I think at some I don't know the answer to that. I'm going to talk to Andrew tomorrow. No, Monday. Monday is our John. And I always talk to him about current events, and we're always friendly to each other, right? I just don't. I know I have to know that he sensed my posture, and probably didn't like it very much, right? And usually I don't care. I care now because I think I sold him short. And if the situation were reversed, I would definitely be resentful. I am. For me, I don't forget the people who sell me short.
Yeah, it's true. This shows like if he's. It's interesting to see this is not going to be the last fiat Bitcoin hybrid product that is rolled. I'm sure there's going to be as Bitcoin eats everything. There's going to be clever people that figure out ways to make alpha with this new tool we have available to us.
But to be clear, I think that the power of this thing is not so much what it's going to do for people who care about Bitcoin. It's what it's going to do to the regular system.
It's going to create a data set.
But it's also going to turn the credit system on its fucking head. Because, right, the entire credit system is based on seniority and the likelihood, the likelihood of actually not defaulting on your loan is based on a set of factors that this makes absolutely irrelevant.
Yeah, right.
Right. Once you put Bitcoin in the fucking loan, every other loan becomes junk.
Right.
It's not unlike a fully reserved bank entering the system and destroying every other bank in the system, right? It's not unlike
that's an interesting premise. They wouldn't let Cathie Wood do that for a long time.
That's right.
It's are they going to be smart enough people out there that refuse to allow this to go? I guess we're past that point. They've the door to the freaking barn is open at this point, and the horses are out.
I don't want to risk selling Andrew any shorter than I have already, but I don't know if they fully realize how fucking impactful this actually might be.
Even if they didn't, I think it's too late anay. The avalanche is here. It's coming down the mountain.
I'm going to see if Andrew wants to help write the chapter on this product for the book, and that's going to be my olive branch. And because I think, look, regardless of who we are, we work we are who we are, and it's we have each other. We just can accept each other and work together.
This is good momentum that you have. Being capable of changing your mind on something is in theory is oh yes, everybody can do that, but it's in practice, not a lot of people come to moments in their lives when they have a fundamental change of perspective like that. And Bitcoin's a tool for financial freedom, but Bitcoin's also a tool for mental freedom. And you want to have proper you want to view the world objectively and as it is, and not like live in a little version of it in a map in your head. So okay, you need to be able to change when presented with new data. You need to be able to change your opinion about things. And Bitcoin made that way easier. Like, I don't think I could have been prepared for like the pole shift stuff. Like, had Bitcoin not already shown me that, oh, it's okay to have your mind changed about things. It's like there's things like that out there in the world that I realize now that, oh, this isn't over. Like the world's not a static place. The legacy economy, the fiat economy, has been trying to hold the world in this static environment for 100 years at this point. And like the spring has been tensioned, and Bitcoin is now the thing that let the spring free, and it's springing free. And there's going to be massive change, like it's like changes in the credit market, changes in medicine, changes in energy, apparently we're going to have a UFO battle over Washington in 4 days. So like there's like all that, like there's no shortage of the inflection point that we're going through right now. So like you becoming better friends with your buddy who you've kind of become estranged from because you had a different opinion, Bitcoin fixed that. It's like that's what it's here for, is to make us all better.
I feel like it will end up that way. It may not happen right away because it's like something, like I feel like I'm gonna have to eat some crow for a little bit.
That's okay.
But that's what happens.
You deserve it.
That's what I make people do when they're fucking wrong, and that's what I'm gonna have to do here. And it is what it is. And I'm grateful to have this podcast because like it's an accountability mechanism for me. And I don't know if I would get here so quickly if I didn't.
If you were forced to think through these things, because we're gonna have to talk about them in 2 weeks.
You don't. Yeah, you can't fully trust that my worldview won't change in a year or two, but you can trust that I'm giving you my best. Always giving you my best.
Yeah, same thing. Like, dear listeners, I don't anticipate that like we will not be Bitcoin. Like we'll change our opinion about Bitcoin in the future. But hey, it's like I can't close that door. Like that is being an adult.
It's the life of having strong opinions, and you can't be strong unless you're strong. And you can communicate strong opinions. You can't be strong, so you have to know how to live that life.
Yeah, and strength is not only about like if you are so strong that you snap the first time some wind comes along. That's not strength. You need to be flexible. Strength comes from flexibility.
Yeah, and what is strength? Strength is the power that you bring to the side of the triangle inequality, right?
You're right, and it's like, and so how do all of us make the world a better place? It's how do we add value in a way that helps other people add value.
Well, I'm accustomed to the smooth ride. Or maybe I'm a dog who's lost his pride. I don't expect to be treated like a fool no more. I don't expect to sleep through the night. Some people say lies, a lie's a lie. But I say why? Why deny the obvious child? Why deny the obvious child? And in remembering a road sign, I'm remembering a girl when I was young. Said these songs are true, these days are ours, these tears are free. The cross is in the ballpark, and the cross is in the ballpark. Had a lot of fun, had a lot of money. We had a little son, we thought we'd call him Sonny. Sonny gets married and moves away. Sonny has a baby and bills to pay. Sonny gets sunnier day by day by day by day. Well, I've been waking up at sunrise. I've been following the light across my room. I watch the night recede the moon of my day. Some people say the sky is just the sky, but I say, why deny the obvious, child? Why deny the obvious, child? Sonny sits by his his window and thinks to himself, how it's strange that songs are like cages. Sonny's yearbook from high school is down from the shelf, and he idly thumbs through the pages. Some have died, some have fled from themselves, or struggle from here to get there. Sonny wanders beyond his interior walls, runs his hands through his thinning brown hair. Well, I'm accustomed to a smoother ride, or maybe I'm a dog who's lost its pride. I don't expect to be treated like a fool no more. I don't expect to sleep the night. Some people say a lie is just a lie, but I say the cross is in the ballpark. Why deny the obvious, child?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for another episode of the Hell Money Podcast. I am Casey Portermore. This is my co-host, Aaron Redwing. Unfortunately, we bring you very, very sad news today. Due to our recent foray into shitcoining, we have been deplatformed from Patreon.
We actually don't even know if that's true. They just won't message us back.
No, there's more than that, right? Like the account, when we log in, it says you violated our terms of service,
it gives us
and
a not very nice
you're
message.
banned. That's kind of what we're going off of. They did write us back once.
They did.
And they said you're definitely banned.
Yeah.
That's what they said. We're just hoping that maybe they write us back again, and they're more lenient.
I think we've already gone through the stages of grief, though, even though we're not
really
getting
have.
the text back. Like we're destitute.
Yep.
We're down on our
we've
luck.
lost everything.
Yeah.
We've literally lost everything. Okay.
The thing about living in the Bay Area is that you're just one Patreon deplatforming.
That's right.
Away from complete destitution.
Absolutely. You're one deplatforming from some platform controlled by the libtards away.
Yep.
From being fully just ass fucked.
But we're still in good spirits, I'd say.
I'm not. I'm about to kill myself.
No, don't do it.
Your box is so sexy.
Yeah, so we're destitute.
So how did this happen, Aaron?
This is what we get for shitcoining.
That's right.
This is what I get for shitting on Noster and for
yep.
shitcoining.
Yep.
It's all payoff.
And this was all a morality lesson to teach our listeners the hard truths about shitcoining. Don't shitcoin, people. You'll lose everything you love, and you'll wind up in a burlap sack from a coffee roaster and a Home Depot box.
Yeah, you can get these from coffee roasters. The coffee beans come in these bags.
Yep.
If you just call your local roastery, you can get these for free. And
Yep.
that's what we're currently, that's the state of affairs.
That's
'cause
right.
We've been deplatformed.
Yep.
So this is the get up.
So it's kind of confusing. Like, I'm not exactly sure if the deplatforming was fair or not. Patreon, in its terms of service, has some warnings about things you can't do related to tokens. Like, you can't offer discounts on tokens, which I don't really think we were doing, unless you make the argument that it's a 100% discount. You know, that's kind of
well, they allow you to give coins to your members.
Yeah, that
but
they refer to as
call them
creator coins.
Social coins.
They call them creator coins.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's so I mean.
Well, let's go through the other things. Like, you can't offer discounts on tokens.
You can't guarantee financial rewards.
You can't guarantee or
That's
even
the big thing.
promise any kind of financial rewards. It's going to the moon.
what else is like explicitly not allowed?
I think it's like you can't offer people an opportunity into an investment scheme.
It's good on utility. I'm not thanks to the protocol.
No,
Yep.
That's
Yep.
That's basically what they said to us, is that we were guaranteeing financial rewards.
We're all gonna make it. It's going to the moon. Yeah, which is unclear.
Which I don't think we were doing.
Yeah,
but
we
I
said-
understand from their perspective, they're probably pretty crypto naive.
Well, that's
you know?
that's what my take is, because they
Yeah.
also in like another document say you can have creator coins, and these coins can give your patrons fabulous utility. And if they banned us for Memento Mori, but they have that clause, I think they're maybe kind of fundamentally confused
That's
about
what I think.
what crypto is, right?
Yeah.
That like, listen, like people, the only reason people get tokens is because they think that they can flip them later for more money. That's like the only reason. And so it's like maybe Patreon is laboring under this sort of Web3 naivete that there is such a thing as a creator coin that would provide utility to patrons that wouldn't have a financial component to it.
I don't even think
that anybody would even be interested in, right? For
Sure.
non-financial reasons.
Yeah, I think they have this idea that there's like a video game version of this,
Mhm.
you know, where it's like you have a coin that you give to your patrons, and then your patron can like participate in some sort of game with you.
Yeah.
I think it's not even necessarily that they're naive about like that people flip tokens. It's more that I think it's naive to expect that there's not a market that would then form around that token.
Yeah,
like
that-
you're
like, what-
expecting
what
you
are they-
would give a token, and then there's like the fact that people are selling them is the problem. It's like, how can you expect that there wouldn't be a market? In
Right,
any
yeah,
way?
any
Not
token-
even saying that people are guaranteed. I think the like correction I would give is you're saying like that you're guaranteed that people are getting it because they think they can flip it. That might be implicitly like
Mhm.
suggested, but I think the complaint more is that we were giving something that then could be sold on a market. Like it's this weird market expectation.
That's the only thing that I think, and I really think that, I mean, like we said multiple times that like, don't buy this, don't mint this is a shit coin, it's going to zero.
Yeah.
I did joke a few times by saying like, wag me, wag me, wag me.
I don't think they watched it. I don't think they watched the episode, and like I really think they just saw it was a coin. They were like, no. Honestly, what happened is it got botted. That's really why they cared.
Yeah, right. Like so,
like our signups got botted.
Yeah,
they
like
don't want that to happen.
Well, and the reason that they knew that they got botted was because people were signing up for accounts with the same card.
Yeah.
And so I'm guessing maybe that like you could imagine stealing credit card numbers and then signing up for a Patreon that you controlled as a way to like get money out of those credit cards.
Yeah.
Right. So I think that's the real problem. So this happens on all systems like this, like big systems by tech companies that don't really have much customer support or human eyeballs on all the content. Is like you're kind of fine doing whatever until the first like trust and safety team for whatever reason like sees your account and it
Yeah.
gets on their radar. And at that point, like a human is looking at you and you're like kind of boned. So the patrons, not the good patrons who have been supporting us forever, but the degenerate
patrons.
retard patrons, they blasted
They
us.
ruined it for everyone.
They ruined it for everybody. And that's how Patreon noticed. And then they noticed the episodes. They watched the Memento Mori episode. And then they were like, I think they're just like being too broad. And they were like, okay, we have to like ban this.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I was on the trust and safety team at Patreon, I probably would have done the same thing. Like,
Well, I would have done the same thing, but to be clear, like they should just say in their terms of service, you may not offer tokens.
I think they should just totally not offer tokens.
Yep.
Like I think their terms of service, like the creator coins one, we screenshotted it. They might delete it. Who the fuck knows? They probably should delete it.
Yeah, they should.
But it's from 2021. I think it was probably from like an era of crypto where they were like, yeah, this will be great, SocialFi, you know, and
Yep.
like they just probably haven't dealt with it or updated it. Like, yeah, I don't know. At the end of the day, Patreon is like a private, faceless corporation, and we
Not
needed to-
faceless. I went to the headquarters.
That's
and
true.
met them.
We met
Before
them.
we fell from grace. We were invited to the Patreon headquarters in San Francisco just a scant 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. One highlight from that was they had a speaker who was like an astrologer who has a Patreon.
Yeah, I was like, ooh.
Yeah, and then she started talking about like smashing capitalism. Like not a little bit. She didn't go at it for a while, and it's like, girl, like Patreon is the purest form of capitalism. It's pure capitalism. Like what do you think you're doing but capitalism?
Alas.
Yep.
The patrons.
Anyways, but the people there were very nice. Thank you very much for inviting us.
Except that they've ghosted us now.
Yep.
But whatever. I mean, we knew this was like a possibility. We were never not going to do this. I think that's the thing. It's like we were always going to airdrop something to our patrons. So it was kind of like, I don't know. I didn't want to like not do something for the risk of being deplatformed from something like Patreon. Like we're fine.
Yep.
I mean, we're in burlap sacks now, but like we're in good spirits. So that's what happened. Again, if I was Patreon, I probably would have done the same thing.
Yep.
I don't think we violated their terms of service, but I kind of think it doesn't matter. It's not like it's law.
I think they probably interpreted it in the way they probably took the correct actions and should just update their terms of service.
Yeah,
to
that's what I think too.
Be in line with what they did, which is fine. I'm not mad at Patreon at all.
No.
Love the platform. It was great while it lasted.
It's just it's hard being on the bleeding edge of the wild west of crypto. It just happens like this sometimes.
Yeah.
That's part of the process.
And I think it's really tempting to look at this scenario and think like, oh, Bitcoin fixes this, right? But
no.
Unfortunately, this is a payments problem, and Bitcoin does not fix payments yet. We have, the Lightning Network, which is still kind of in the experimental phase, like nobody's really adopting it yet phase. But even if we had Lightning, subscriptions operate on a recurring payments model.
Yeah.
Where they charge you once a month for your subscription or whatever. And this is kind of annoying for things like the gym where you sign up and you never go. But for a lot of other stuff, it's fine. I don't want to, have to log into the PG&E website every month and click a button to pay my electricity bill.
Yeah.
Lightning, I think maybe Bolt 12 had, I forget if it's Bolt 12. I think it's Bolt 12, which is the Lightning standard for sort of improving the invoice experience, where you can send and receive invoices over the Lightning Network itself. Lets you do something like that could do, if it was rolled out into every wallet, could support recurring payments where you sort of pre-authorize these future monthly payments until you cancel that authorization.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like honestly the solution that I think, if you're looking for a Bitcoin solution, it's probably a custodial wallet that you would use to pay all of your bills, and you would load up that wallet with some lump sum, and then you would have to just periodically refill that wallet whenever it got low.
Yep.
And then you could have it automatically send your rent, your electricity bill, your Patreon subscriptions, whatever kind of stuff. That's not a decentralized solution. You know what I mean? That's what people, they're like, oh, you gotta decentralize so that no one can deplatform you. But it's in this case, that custodial wallet could still deplatform you.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So it's I think it's, I don't know.
It's a little bit better because even custodial Lightning wallets, they're all in the same network. So deplatforming isn't such a big deal because you can just sign up with another one that probably has equivalent functionality. Unlike Patreon, which is a very bespoke, sort of service.
Yeah, but I mean, we'll probably just move to something else, right?
Yep.
It's kind of a similar thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Bitcoin just doesn't really fix this in the sense that the push not pull technology of it. It's you want something to just bill your credit card and it just gets paid.
This fixes this eventually. If Bolt 12 rolls out, it gets widely supported. Everybody adopts Lightning, which is a big question mark. I don't actually think that this is too hard. It's just that right now in its current incarnation, Lightning doesn't really support this, and Bitcoin isn't good for payments. And those are two things that can change, but need to change for this to happen.
Yeah, I mean, the alternative model, if you look at something like Nostr or what was the podcasting app?
Fountain.
Fountain, yeah. There are these Bitcoin solutions for paying creators, but they're all based on individual posts, right? So
which Patreon used to focus more on, and I believe it's still an option where you only charge your patrons when you do a post. But I don't even think that's really what people want. I think most patrons do.
No, I think you as a viewer or a supporter, you want to just set it and forget it and cancel it when you care to cancel it. And you as a creator want some level of stable income. You want to know this is the monthly amount that I get, and it's going to happen on this passive basis no matter what I put out.
Yep.
And I think it's, I don't know, I just don't see that model really being flipped. Not to say that there couldn't be a Bitcoin version like what you're describing where you have that passive payment model, but the model of you know, you're listening to a podcast and you zap them
Yep.
sats. Like, that's just not an ideal thing for a creator or really for a viewer.
Fountain is also just kind of incorrect on a number of levels. Like, Patreon is a general service. You can post many kinds of content to Patreon, or you can just post links to content on other services. Like, you can post links to an unlisted YouTube video or a private document, or you can let people log in with Patreon. The idea that it's going to be specific to podcasts and you're going to have to use a client which has non-standard features in order to access it is just crazy. Like, you want it to be as simple as possible. And like, one thing that would completely stop me from using Fountain is that I already have a podcast app that I use. It's called Downcast. It's great. It's been around for years and years and years. It's just like a nice iOS podcast app. And there's no way that Fountain, with their shitty ass client, will ever match the features that are in Downcast at this point.
I mean, yeah, this goes back to our episode of like social medias and GMI of just like, in order to get people to use your platform, it has to give people a reason to use it that's better than the thing that they already use. And Bitcoin can't be that reason if people are spending Bitcoin to use it. Like, that doesn't have the same incentive as people like going through the hoops to acquire Bitcoin.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
So it just, I don't know, it's kind of a complicated situation. Realistically, like, if someone comes up with a Bitcoin solution, great, let us know. But so far, no one has really sent anything that's been compelling to me.
No. Yeah, I've been thinking about it. I don't know if we're ever going to do another shitcoin drop. What are we thinking? Are we going to do another shitcoin drop?
No, I'm promising absolutely the fuck nothing.
Yeah, absolutely.
After
nothing.
all this that we've been through.
And not for a long time. Because that'd really be dumping on the Memento Mori bag holders.
Right.
If we were like, week 2, Memento Mori, Memento More, like, let's go. So not for a long time. I probably shouldn't say that because, then people will be like, fuck this shit, I'm unsubscribing. Like, go to hell.
No one's listening to the Help Money podcast after this.
Yeah.
Well, that was already going to be the case.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, whatever. You know, I think we'll just... I mean, we can talk about what we're thinking about doing next.
Yep.
I guess we could also talk about the airdrop itself, because the last time we recorded, we had etched, but we hadn't airdropped yet.
Yeah, so I added a command to Ord, which made it into the master branch. It's not released yet, but it's the Ord wallet split command. It allows you to perform very complicated splits of runes and Bitcoin. So you create a file, a splits.yaml file, and there's a bunch of entries, and each entry is an output that you want to create, a UTXO that you want to create. And each output has an address that you want to be the owner of the output. It has a value in Bitcoin, in sats, and then any number of runes that you want that output to have. So you can use this. I didn't want to call it like the airdrop command, even though I suspect that's what it's most useful for, because it's also good for general wallet management. Like, let's say you have a bunch of runes and you're like, I want all of rune A to go in this output, rune B to go to this output, and then some Bitcoin and rune C and D and E to go to this output. You can do that with this command, so you can do whatever you want. You can do airdrops, you can do splits, you can do personal wallet management. You can even just split Bitcoin into different amounts so that you have pure Bitcoin UTXOs that you're going to use for whatever. Yep. So I worked on that command. I don't know if I'd finished it by the time we recorded the episode, but
I don't think so. I think we were still working after that.
Yep.
We were still working.
Yeah. Erin was providing very kind moral support. She was like coming over and like being like, how's it going? And like being product mommy,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's actually kind of a miracle. It seemed to have moralized you rather than demoralized you.
What did?
Just this whole process. I mean, at first, when you finished, you were like, I'm never working on Ord again. I'm so done with this. But now you're like, you're in a new era of Ord fluencing.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, let's talk about that in a sec. But like, so we did the airdrop. It was, the airdrop was really fun because I dropped a I think 500 kilobyte or 600 kilobyte transaction just at hell.money. Like hell.money/memento-mori was like this huge binary transaction just to see if somebody would get it mined.
People were like, why does it download a file? Rotomor's been hacked.
Yeah.
Which is what I would have thought too.
Yeah.
If I didn't know what was going on.
So it was 0 fee and non-standard in 2 ways. It was over the weight limit and it was over the op return limit. But I think that, are we allowed to say who got it done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like shout out Lifo Fifo this whole way. 'cause
Yeah,
Lifo
Lifo Fifo got all of your fucking momentum.
He's the one who actually got it mined.
Yep.
He also like decoded your mysterious messages the whole way throughout.
Mhm.
Like when you first tweeted the transaction.
When I first twat.
When you twat the transaction, then he like decoded what was in it for the degens.
Yep.
Then he got it mined. I feel like he did something else too. In any case, he's the real hero.
Yeah, he's the real hero. Yeah.
of the whole situation. So thanks, Lifo Fifo. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It was, all things considered, it was fun. Like, it was funny to see it happen. It was fun to watch the mempool. We don't have
The split command
it's all
works.
gone.
Yeah, it's all
so
gone. We
enjoy.
didn't keep anything, and we're also very strict about like not giving any to anybody. For like we should talk. So the way that we split it up, I don't remember if we were talking about this in the last episode, but what we did was we sort of split the pre-mine into two piles, and half of the pre-mine went to patrons based on their time that they had been subscribed,
Yeah.
and the other half went to patrons based on their total time amount that they had donated. This was like kind of tricky because I think that there's a bunch of donations that we're just never going to get, and people are going to get refunded.
Yeah.
So we didn't want to do it entirely based on donations, because then like we'd have these huge whales that like just got fully refunded for
That
whatever.
botted us.
Yeah, that botted us. So I'm really happy with how this turned out.
Yeah, me too.
Me and Aaron argued about it for a while, but I think this compromise is really good because it rewards people who were longtime patrons, and then rewards people who just gave us a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we had the different tiers, right? We had like uncommon through mythic, so
Mhm.
it's like it kind of just depended on like what tier you were on.
Yep.
And then also how long you were around for.
Yep.
And I mean, we didn't say that beforehand because like, yeah,
we didn't want to
just-
give any guarantees, and we wanted to
No,
have
we
the
just
ability
wanted
to
it to be
change
a gift. We wanted people to just like, I don't know, have fun with it. I think they did. I mean, obviously, I got like angry DMs as you always do when you do anything like this,
Mhm.
but
Yep.
I think I answered them and dealt with them. And
Yep.
I'm happy with the way it went. Like, I
Yep.
feel like we also were like cautious in terms of like not knowing what was going to happen with Patreon. So we were just like, all right,
Yep.
whatever. If you're still in there at the time we took the snapshot, you got some.
Yep. And we sort of like some people didn't get any, and we sort of looked through all of those cases, or Aaron did, and I think that everything was fine technically on our side. So the submission side always worked. We got the accurate information from Patreon. If you didn't get it, it is either because you did not fill out the census.hell.money before the time that we took the snapshot, or Patreon refunded you.
Yeah.
So that the amount that you had given us was like zero.
Yeah, there were also some cases where like people had like different Patreon accounts and they like verified with the wrong one and whatever. Like it was, yeah, there was some stuff like that, but overall, I mean, I wanted to go through to make sure that nothing was a problem on our end, and that is the conclusion I came to. But at the end of the day, we're not fucking community managers.
No.
We're not whitelist
No.
managers. We just did a gift airdrop to patrons, and that's it.
Yep.
You know, and
it is kind of a
it's
nice
over.
coda like finale for the Patreon run.
Yeah,
you
I
know?
think so too. I was like okay with the probable outcome that we would lose the Patreon by doing this.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. It's
I'm
just
a
like-
little bummed. Like it was nice to have like real income for once. You know, to have a little bit of real money that isn't like funny money coming in every month. Like that was nice.
Well,
I'm a little
maybe-
bit more upset about that than Aaron, I would say.
I just have an abundance mindset.
That's
you know?
right.
I
yeah.
feel like for me, it's like attention is currency, and I also think it is though.
This is
you know
male
what I mean?
versus female. You
Yeah,
know?
it really is. It
Aaron's
really
like
is.
attention is currency.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know. I would rather just like do the thing that we wanted to do and like do it the way we wanted to do it than try to like appease Daddy Patreon.
Yeah,
Like I
I-
just think there was no way that this was never gonna happen.
And I do think that not being beholden to some service is kind of good. I mean, yeah, if you really can't replace that service, but I feel like if we had to tiptoe around what we wanted to do, like our content would suffer.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's like, I just don't know if there's a way that we could have executed the idea, which, like, the idea we've had for a long time. Like, we wanted
Mhm.
to do this for a long time, and, like, I don't think there's a way we could have executed it that wouldn't have resulted in us getting botted, which
Yep.
also just would have resulted in Patreon noticing.
Well, I think we could have said, like, oh, we took the snapshot.
I still think people would have bought it.
Yeah, maybe.
To be honest,
Yeah.
I think that's still
The degens
but
are not
don't
very
do
smart.
that again.
Yeah, don't do that
I
again,
swear to
guys.
God, stop botting our shit.
Yeah, just sign up once. It's all good, you know.
Or don't sign up at all.
Or
Whatever,
don't sign up
you
at
know?
all.
Like,
Yeah, you get the fucking podcast episodes.
It's a
anyway.
podcast.
It's a podcast, guys.
I mean, we should talk about what we're going to do next because I think we've landed on it. I mean, we're not 100% sure, but
Yeah, we're gonna try X subscriptions.
yeah, I
Yep.
mean, whatever. Elon seems like if we have to go with a fiat solution, which it seems like we have to, Elon seems the least likely to fuck us over. Although, of course, they could still fuck us over. But I think probably we'll launch it with this episode dropping. I mean,
yeah,
why not,
we
right?
want to have it out so that people know, like, okay, what's next.
This is what's
after
happening.
We've gotten deplatformed.
But like, we're not gonna have some wallet sign up. We're not airdropping anything.
Oh yeah, there's
like,
no. Listen,
like,
we've
don't-
done something. We're really lazy. We're not going to do something again for a long time.
No matter how moralized Casey is,
Yeah.
it's like just sign up because you like the podcast, or don't sign up. You could still like the podcast and not sign up. That's
Yep.
fine too.
That's fine too. Yeah, I actually, you don't feel like you have to give us money. We love our donators and just our viewers.
Yeah, we do this regardless.
Yep.
I mean, I think we will probably, because I mean, we're kind of figuring out like, okay, what would the difference be between a Patreon model and an X subscriptions model? And
Mhm.
X subscriptions is pretty new.
Yep.
So I don't think there's like a tried and true way of doing it compared to something like Patreon. I think what we'll do for X, because we post the podcast like every other week, that's our usual schedule. I think what we'll do is in the off weeks, we will do some sort of like Twitter space, live stream, something like that, that's like a locked post on X. Because, I mean, you've probably seen that if you're on Twitter. You've seen the, like, subscribe to access this content type of posts. I think we'll probably, like, in the off weeks have essentially, like, a live stream that we do, whether that's Twitter space or whatever.
Yep.
So that's probably kind of the model that we'll go with, and it's just, like, one tier for X subscriptions also. It's not, like, the multi-tier option, which simplifies it. And I feel like that model I'm happy with moving forward. And I mean, we'll see if Elon takes down the Hell Money account. I'm probably going to be a lot more demoralized than I was about the Patreon.
That would suck because
That would
that's
be
really
sad.
like our primary touchstone with our audience.
He'll remove Hell Money, he'll remove Rotomore, he'll remove Realizing Aaron.
Yep.
We will be fully deplatformed, and only then will we go to Noster.
That's right. Yeah. No, I don't even think then. I will not go to fucking Noster. Fuck
Then
that
we
shit.
just quit. I don't know. We just go to TikTok.
No, we have to get new jobs. We have to
We
be
quit
construction
Ordinals.
workers or something.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
Just waltz on down to the Home Depot, see what we can figure out.
Yep. Ordinals meetup.
You want to talk about that next?
Yep. Why
Okay.
not? Yeah. There is going to be a Ordinals meetup. There was one official Ordinals meetup before in like January or February of 2023. So after a long hiatus, on November 24th at 2 p.m. at Two Pitchers Brewing in sunny Oakland, California, we are going to host the second Ordinals meetup.
In dangerous Oakland, California.
Dangerous Oakland, California. In lawless Oakland, California. The venue's really nice. It's sort of an outdoor beer garden. They have food. You can get beer. We rented out the upstairs space for 2 hours. Maybe if a bunch of people show up and they want to keep hanging, we can negotiate
We'll
to
figure out
extend it.
whatever, yeah.
I think that the capacity of the upstairs space is 25
Don't
people.
tell them that. I think we're already over capacity.
Yeah, so if like signups continue to go crazy, they have a larger venue, but the upstairs space we only had to pay $200. The upstairs space, the larger space is $1,200 for 2 hours.
Yeah, I don't even know if people register are going to come, so I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Yep.
I think we'll be fine. Really, it's a big bar, regardless. Like, I think it's fine unless like
It's a big
thousands of
location.
people decide to show up.
People can, and it's also it's like sort of outdoors.
Yeah,
so,
it's chill. Like,
yeah, so
I think it's fine. And we're not
hopefully-
like doing any. Like, we're just doing
Yep.
a meetup. It's not like we're.
if we have
doing a whole
overflow,
rigmarole.
you can find a table and hang out with some DJs.
Yeah. I think it'll be fun.
Yep.
For some reason, you seem to be interested in engaging the community these days. This was Casey's idea. The
Yeah,
meetup.
this is my
was
idea.
not my
Yeah.
idea. This was Casey.
Well, part of it is
Casey's idea was also the demons on the flyer as well. The friendly demons, little satanic demons.
That's right. Yeah, they are Canva clip art demons.
So just put that in your
Canva
in your
PFP
threads.
collection coming soon. Yeah, I just, so a lot of it is that I do like events.
Yeah.
I do really like events, and all the time when I'm traveling for some conference and there are events, I'm like, this is cool, but it's lame that there aren't events in the Bay Area. So I would like to try to figure out how to have, they don't need to be like high key events. They can be pretty chill. Just social local events that I can just go to, so I can have an event to go to like once a month, and like
You can get out of the house.
Yep. So if this works, maybe we'll do it once a month, maybe twice a month.
Twice a month. All right, whatever.
No, once every 2 months.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
bi-weekly.
Every week, twice
Whenever
a
we
week.
don't have the Hell Money podcast, we're having an in-person.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Only for X subscribers. No, we're not doing that. We're just doing this one, and
Yep.
then we'll just see
and then we'll
how
see.
it goes.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm sort of like I am feeling like I go up and down with how I feel in relation to the ORD code base and ordinals.
That's for sure.
So sometimes I'm like, fuck this code base, it's a mess, there's so many features we need to add, like I don't even want to deal with it. And then sometimes I kind of get motivated. Oftentimes it's because I think of some way of doing something that is kind of clean and not too difficult. So, the split command, I think the split command turned out very nicely. I think it's very generally applicable. It's not too complicated. Recently, I've sort of been thinking a lot about collections and metadata. The sort of suggested way to do metadata with collections and inscriptions is to use parent-child provenance and to use the on-chain metadata. Unfortunately, that was not released with V1 of ORD, the first version that launched, and so I think it was like 5 months later that we added parent-child, maybe around the same time that we added metadata, and just the whole ecosystem moved towards doing these like centralized JSON-based collections. And so I am thinking about this. I think is really unfortunate. I think parent-child is a unique feature of ordinals. It's on-chain, so it's immutable. Nobody can remove something from a collection. You can burn the collection parent so that you can't add new items to the collection, so it can't be inflated. The metadata is on-chain. If you support the on-chain metadata in parent-child, then you can see it in every single explorer, including ordinals.com. It provides the ability to do multiple layers of inheritance. So, you as an artist or a creator can create an inscription that represents you, have children under there that represent collections, and then everybody can see that those collections are linked. So it's linked on-chain, it's indelible. I honestly think it's a great feature. It's a fabulous feature. Also, because collection parents are just inscriptions, they automatically get everything that inscriptions have. They can have metadata, they can be on sats, they can use all of the different inscription types. All this stuff make it really great. But I have to acknowledge that it's really our fault that this didn't that people don't just use this today, because of the gap between ordinals being released and getting hyped and the existence and collections or parent-child actually being implemented in ORD.
I mean, what would you if you could not release ORD until after you had features done? What would it be, like parent-child and recursion?
Recursion, I think, actually doesn't matter, because although it is a nice to have, it's something that people all adopted very quickly once it was launched.
Mhm.
So the features that I would want to have would be those features which were sort of annoying if they weren't there at the beginning. So parent-child, so that people would do collections the right way from the beginning. I think on-chain metadata, and possibly also having a schema for that on-chain metadata.
Yeah.
So that people do these really ugly things where they have like attributes, and each attribute is not just a value, it's like an attribute type and a value in a dictionary. It's really fucking ugly. So fix that. What else? And obviously, if we could have made the fixes that would have made the whole cursed inscription fiasco like not happen. Although at this point, I feel like that's really behind us. Like, all the inscriptions are blessed. There are these weirdo negative inscriptions. Like, I don't think anybody really cares about that. So I don't think it left a long-lasting, negative impact on the ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you were mostly just demoralized.
It's one of those things, like, unclean things, like, it makes programmers very sad. Having a nice number that used to just start at 0 and go up, and now can be negative and go down. Like, that is real programmer sadness.
Yeah, but you're over it now.
Yeah, I'm over it. Yeah, that's fine. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you've been engaging the ecosystem. You
Mhm.
did your little Minecraft skulls puzzle.
Yeah, so day before yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, who knows when this episode will be posted.
Day before
You did it
yesterday.
on a fucking Saturday. That's like, I was like just trying to chill and enjoy my day, and I see this shit.
Yeah,
like,
so
Classic.
At 2 p.m. on Saturday, I tweeted a set of 2 numbers separated by a slash, the phrase cactus seeds, and said that you had 8 hours. This was a puzzle, and I thought that it was a pretty easy puzzle. I thought people would get this puzzle, but at 4 p.m., there kind of wasn't any progress. I wasn't seeing any progress. So I tweeted explicitly, okay, this is a puzzle, and the first person that figures this puzzle out will get the cactus seeds skull inscription.
Yeah.
There was still no progress. Okay, this is an easy puzzle, but the degens were like looking at sat number ranges. They were looking at all this random stuff. So at 6 p.m., I tweeted basically the solution to the puzzle. I tweeted int puts int star as a C function signature. So if you're a C programmer, this is instantly obvious. The puts function, it prints a string to standard out, but its argument type is usually char star, and I tweeted it with int star. So if you use this different declaration and pass the 2 original pointers to the 2 original numbers, it would print out 2B2T. 2B2T is the name of a very famous anarchy server, Minecraft anarchy server. It's been around since 2011, which is huge and sprawling and chaotic and incredibly dangerous, and everybody uses hacked clients to get around. And those coordinates, which printed out 2B2T, were my coordinates. I was sitting 200 blocks underground in a little room in that server waiting for the first person to come.
Well,
to claim
that's
the
why it
inscription.
mattered that it took people so long to figure it out, because you were just sitting there waiting.
I was so annoyed.
Your Saturday afternoon was just you sitting in a hole in Minecraft.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
you were like, where's the party?
Yep.
Why isn't anyone showing
So
up?
I am really disappointed in the degens. This is easy. This
yeah,
puzzle
but they
was
could have
fucking
figured
easy.
it out maybe in like a couple days, you
Well,
know?
I think what I should have done is I should
You
have
got
told
impatient.
people one thing. I should have told people explicitly, like, this skull, which is the grandchild of Inscription Zero, that's the prize.
No, they figured out that early.
No, they figured out that it was related. They didn't figure out that it was the prize.
Sure, yeah.
And then I also should have said really explicitly, this is a puzzle. Because I honestly think that without that, like...
You tweet so much random shit
Yeah.
all the time, it's like, who even,
Yep.
is gonna
Yep.
decode all that?
Yeah, but I think that if I had done that, and also I think that if I had said, like maybe a week in advance, and I had tweeted about it every day, on this day I'm going to drop this puzzle, people would have gotten kind of serious about it quick. Like
Yeah.
they would have known, like, okay,
Yeah,
this
you
time-
dropped it on a Saturday. at 2
Yeah, on a
p.m.
Saturday at 2 p.m.
Just
Yeah.
because you were bored.
So at 7 p.m. I did the full reveal where I said, these are coordinates on 2v2t. I'm sitting there waiting. Charlie like capitalized on all of the server influx by just starting to stream gameplay of Satisfactory.
See, Charlie understands that attention is
Yeah,
currency.
yeah. He got like 200 people to sit in a live stream with him for 4 hours and watch him play Satisfactory because he said he labeled the stream like real alpha for real degens only.
Good for him.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yep. So then at 7 p.m., people are like whispering me on the server, like they're on the Minecraft server, but they're totally fucked. If you're like a Minecraft noob, 2b2t is a very hostile place. It's like really hard to get around. There's no food at spawn. People just kill you. But then what happens is that somebody named Bruno sort of leaked it from one world to another. So Bruno was like in the live stream on the Ordicord, and he went into a Twitch streamer named Riths, and he posted, R-I-T-H-S, he posted, I will give you $10,000 if you go to these coordinates. So that is where the, like sort of the degen bubble was like, you know, intersected suddenly the 2b2t gamer bubble.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, you needed 2 knowledge bases in order
Yeah.
to figure this out. You needed some level of understanding, like ordinals, because like otherwise you don't know what you're referencing with like cactus seeds or whatever. And you also needed to understand Minecraft enough.
Yep. Well, if you had figured out the puzzle early, like let's say you'd figured it out at like 3, right? 1 hour after I posted the puzzle, and then I did sort of the bigger reveal at 6, you could have made it to me if you had logged into 2b2t. It's not that hard. It maybe would have taken you like,
How hard is it to log into 2b2t?
well, you have to buy priority queue, so that's just like $20, and then you need to get out of the spawn region, which is like fucked.
It's a dangerous game.
Yeah. But that's not that hard. Like, you can get out of spawn like in like an hour or something after like trial and error. And then the key was to head onto one of the diagonal highways in the Nether, which is like the fast travel mechanism. And then literally it would take you, if you did it fast, like 30 minutes. So you really would have had enough time in 3 hours to do it with a head start.
Yeah, the Twitch streamer should have gone for it.
Yep.
What else was he doing in 2B2T?
Yep. So people started whispering me on the server, like being like, "Hey, bro, like, where are you? What's the next step?" It's a puzzle, guys. I'm not gonna fucking tell you like how to do it, you know. And you can see death messages on 2B2T. So I was seeing all these like Ordinals people like log into the server and whisper me, and then you could see their death messages as they like died around spawn, like fucking haplessly. But then at 7:50 p.m., a viewer of Rift's stream, Rhino Howl, shout out to Rhino Howl, he just like dropped through a hole in the little like chamber that I was sitting in.
He should have just killed you instantly.
I think that's what he's thinking about doing. He thought that maybe somebody was just trolling and like was gonna try to like lure the streamer there to kill him on stream.
Yeah.
But then I was like, "What's the password?" And he was like, "I don't know." And I'm like, "It's not too hard. It's in my original tweet." Because I had decided ahead of time that I would only give it to somebody who knew that the password was cactus seeds.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want some random interloper who didn't know what was going on to get the skull. So he said it, and then I was like, "This is 7:50 p.m." And then I was like, "What's your Ordinal's address?" He typed it in Minecraft chat, and I the skull wasn't on the computer playing Minecraft, but I had to like log into I had to go to the skull computer and then like hand type it from the Minecraft chat, and I immediately yeeted the inscription to Rhino Howl, and he was the winner. And like maybe 2 minutes after Rhino Howl dropped, like even before I was able to send the inscription, other people dropped into the room after him.
Sucks to suck.
So on 2B2T, people use hacked clients because it's an anarchy server. There are no rules. And people were complaining like, "Oh, people use hacks on this server. Like, I got here legit. Like,
That's what you like about it.
That's the point of the server. That's the culture of the server. It's like, it's super fun to play with a hacked client, and it's a totally different experience. And so Rhino Howl was flying towards me using a Lytra fly, and he saw somebody who was also flying towards me, but Rhino Howl passed him because his hack client was faster than this other person's hack client.
That's the free market, baby.
Yep. So yeah, congratulations to Rhino Howl. Riffs and Rhino Howl jumped into the Ordicord live stream that Charlie was hosting. So we all got to talk.
That's cute.
Yeah, they're both like British guys. They seem really wholesome. Both seem like awesome dudes. Rhino Howl is in his first year of university.
You're doxing him too much.
No, I mean like he said this on Twitter and in the
All right,
chat.
then fine.
Yep, and then Riffs is a family man. He's got young kids. I went into Riff's stream and donated $1,000 because he was like,
you were really feeling your Mr. Beast.
yeah.
You were
Being
loving
Mr.
it.
Beast feels good.
Yeah,
You're
that's
the
why he does it.
largesse, you know, it's fulfilling your noblesse oblige. So yeah, that was dope. I think it couldn't have gotten to somebody better. People were like, "Oh, you're calling it an NFT?" Like, bro, come
Whatever.
on. Like, don't.
You probably
hate on
called it an
Rhino
NFT
Howl.
to him,
Yeah.
to be
And
honest.
people were saying, "Don't call it an NFT. It's an ordinal." No, it's an inscription.
Yeah.
You fucking
Get
retards.
fucked, guys.
Yeah, get fucked, you fucking retards. And also people saying, "Oh, like you can't believe he's selling it." Bro, if the money is useful to you, fucking sell that shit.
Yeah.
Fucking sell that shit. I have no fucking problem. I want as big a payday for Rhino Howl as possible. I'm super happy if Rhino Howl makes a pile of Bitcoin off of this.
It's an onboarding experience.
Yep. I want it to sell for at least 2 Bitcoin.
Okay.
That's my goal.
That's your goal.
That's my goal.
For Rhino Howl.
Yeah, that's my goal for Rhino Howl. Yep.
That's fine, I guess. I don't know. I like truly have no idea. We were actually talking about this earlier. Like, I don't even know where. Like, a lot of the big ticket inscription sales, like above 1 BTC, do they happen on marketplaces or OTC? Because obviously I know a bunch happened early on, like when people were literally just like sending Bitcoin to random people on Discord being like, "Can you please send the inscription to me back?" Like before there was, sufficient marketplace tooling or whatever. I definitely remember people sending crazy amounts of Bitcoin for inscriptions. That said, the price of Bitcoin was much lower at that time. It was probably like 30,000.
I don't remember.
I think it was like in the 30,000s when Ordinals launched, around that. So it's like, okay, do a little bit of the inflation math there. It's like 1 Bitcoin of now would be like 2 or 3 Bitcoin of that price.
Yep.
But I definitely remember people kind of like nuking crazy amounts of Bitcoin, like OTC. And certainly things have sold in like big auctions, maybe like, I don't even know, like Sotheby's style, though. I think they literally just use dollars. I don't think it, but in terms of like big ticket inscription sales, like 2 BTC plus, where did these happen? Like, do people sell this shit on Magic? Like, I'm curious for the degens because I don't think you know either.
I want to know. Yeah. I also think this one is tricky because, it's only 8, the quote unquote collection, and it's it doesn't fall into the format of collections that get a lot of attention, like 1,000 items plus, that are like actively promoted. I think it's an interesting kind of test of parent-child. We know that low inscription numbers are valuable. We know that big collections that teams hype are valuable. We don't really know if like parent-child provenance with interesting inscriptions is valuable.
Well, this is what tipped you off to the whole parent-child thing in the first place, because you like saw that he listed the skull and you were like, why doesn't Magic Eden recognize that this is a part of the collection? I was like,
such a massive fail on Magic Eden's part that they don't support parent-child. I've got to say.
This is the type of shit where
I don't but to be clear, I don't begrudge Magic Eden Assist at all. They are a company. They're there to make money.
They have the right to do whatever they want.
And they have limited resources. They've got to decide like how those resources are spent. I think that parent-child is pretty easy to support, so I would just support it. But I think we as the devs have to do more to make them want to support it.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. I mean, I feel like it's something you literally didn't notice until you decided to do a Minecraft puzzle around it. Like that's the thing. I feel like that's why I think it's good that like I psyop you and Ralph into doing these types of things, because like like you ended up having to do the JSON upload thing to Magic Eden to get them to recognize the Skulls collection. It would be great if instead you could just say, here's the parent, this is the collection name, just auto-populate.
Yeah, even
like,
if you have to
update, doable.
Even if you have to update the metadata manually, because they don't support on-chain metadata, which is a little bit more complicated. I think we do need to have a schema that they can follow. It's just kind of less work to identify.
That's what I think too. I mean, I guess the idea is that it's work to implement it, and there's not enough payoff for them to do it. I would like to do it. I think that would be it just would be cooler, I think, if things auto updated with like new children coming in under a parent. Feels a little bit more true to form.
So many things are like this. Like something will be like bad and everybody complains about it. A lot of the time I will fix it. I have fixed things that people complain about, but then I'll just kind of like not pay attention to it, and then like months later I'll like try to use it and I'll be like, oh, this is shitty, and then I'll like be like, all right, and then I'll just fix it immediately. It's frustrating. Like we don't have the level of, as a really good example, I had like deleted the Skulls wallet from my computer and I had to restore it to an Ord wallet. Like I had the seed, but it wasn't on a computer, and it triggered a full, rather lengthy rescan of the blockchain to locate the inscriptions, and or they didn't show up immediately. It didn't trigger a rescan. And this is like bad behavior. If you're restoring a wallet, it should by default trigger a rescan from the beginning of time. But our wallet just didn't do that, and so I made a very simple PR to make it rescan when it's restoring a wallet. And this is an issue that had been opened for a long time. I think like March of last year, somebody complained about this, that things didn't show up in their wallet. And like I was sort of aware of it. I don't know why I didn't just fix it, but this wasn't a very hard pull request. Like this was really just a few like lines of code, really not too difficult, but nobody had opened a pull request to try to fix it. So it's like, it's weird. People will do things. People will open pull requests and be very active in issues for things that like directly benefit them. Like if a collection wants a new recursive endpoint for some feature, they will be very active in pushing it forward. But if it's simple things that are just quality of life improvements, it's very rare that somebody will contribute
Yeah, and it kind of makes sense that then, I don't know, like, I mean, it doesn't apply for this situation, but it makes sense that somewhere like Magic Eden doesn't care about those things from their own perspective as well, right?
Yep.
But, I mean, yeah, the fact that you're doing your weird little puzzle games gets you interested. That's
so
good.
We're not going to do another Hell Money Pod thing probably for a while, but I am going to do some sort
He's
of
doing more puzzle games.
skull thing. Yeah, I don't know what the format is going to be, if it's going to be a puzzle, if it's going to be in a video game, if it's going to be in real life. But yes.
It was fun. It's cute. I
Yep.
mean, I think why not? You have like 7 more skulls.
Yep,
Right? Is
7
that
more
true?
skulls.
Yeah,
That's
so,
right.
you
Yep.
know, just
I've
have
got
fun with
to I've got to burn the parent skull.
Yeah.
Not the Genesis inscription, but the collection parent, to guarantee that no more skulls will be added to that collection.
Mhm.
And I actually have a PR open that this is another example of like fixing things when they annoy me, so that you can include metadata when you burn an inscription.
Oh.
So you can include it in an op return, and it's in the same format as the inscription metadata. So if you want to burn an inscription with a message, you
That's
can.
fun.
And then if you do that, it'll show up on the inscriptions page as burned. And below the item metadata, if there is any, it'll show you the burn metadata. So it can be structured metadata, it can be like a string, like a message, it can be anything.
That's cute. I like that.
Yep.
See, look at you. You're so inspired.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Despite our downtrodden
Yeah.
moment.
I'll also say what my kind of like current thinking is about trying to improve parent-child and also trying to improve on-chain metadata. So trying to get people to adopt on-chain metadata and parent-child. I think what I'm going to do is start designing a schema for on-chain metadata, so that if you have metadata in a certain format, and also possibly if you include in another tag what the schema is for that metadata, ordinals will ord will display it as a collection. So not just as a collection. What I mean is, for example, on the parent page, it'll show you all the collection attributes, and it'll let you filter by those attributes and search by those attributes. Filter by those attributes, and then on the child it'll show you like the attributes with like a good display, and also give people some tools so that they can make sure they're uploading it in the right format. So I'm hoping that combination of better metadata, better display on ordinals.com, might, for things that have this metadata and which use parent-child, might hopefully get people to start creating more parent-child inscriptions.
That's the challenge, Degens.
Yep.
That's the call to action.
Yep, call to action.
And also the puzzle game.
Yep.
I mean, that's kind of unrelated.
Yeah, but I think that if I do have a puzzle, I will announce it in advance.
Yeah,
so
you should.
everybody can, and I'll also like hype it. I'll like announce it a week in advance and then hype it every day for the next week so that people like all
know that it's happening.
Yeah, and also you needed to be somebody who was like, I think a programmer would have solved this pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And then also or like make it so that it has multiple steps, and like maybe I'm not really explicit about what the first step is, but then when people figure out the first step, then I start dropping more hints.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited for your Mr. Beast era.
Being Mr. Beast is fun, it turns out. Like showing up and donating $1,000 to a streamer,
Feels
and they've
good.
got to like wake their wife because they're excited about it. Feels fucking great, man.
Yeah,
Feels
you
good.
might be in a cardboard box.
I might be in a cardboard box. Yeah. And I may just straight up sell some of the skulls at some point in the future.
Yeah, so whatever.
So if you would like a skull and you want to offer me,
He already said how much he thinks it's worth.
no, but I want to sell them for more.
You're like 100 Bitcoin.
Nah, not 100 Bitcoin, but like, 5, 3
That's
to
your
3 to
price.
5. You want to offer me 3 to 5 Bitcoin. If you want to offer Rhino Howl some Bitcoin, I've told him that under no circumstances he should accept less than 2 Bitcoin. So if you want to,
But of course, he's free to do what he wants.
he's free to do what he wants.
Rhino
but,
Hall. Just do whatever.
Yeah, do whatever.
do whatever, bro.
Yeah, but if you want to give Rhino Howl an offer, he's Rhino Howl on Twitter, and you can find the Cactus Seed skull. Just go to Inscription 0 on Magic Eden, click the first child, and then click the I think it's like sort
It'll
of
show in the
neon
collections.
colors.
Yeah, it
Yep.
shows like which one's listed.
Yep, and then put in an offer for like 2 Bitcoin. Maybe he'll accept it.
Maybe he'll accept it.
Yep. So yeah, I think these skulls are going to be hot commodities. A lot of utility. There's puzzles, you know.
Yeah, the puzzle is
the puzzle is utility. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, I think it'll be fun. I mean, I feel like I can't really participate in your puzzles. That feels like
No, I wouldn't. If somebody close to me had found it, I'd be like, yo, get lost. Like, no
That's
fucking way.
so fucked
If
up.
Aaron showed up on Minecraft, I'd be like, no fucking way. Just get out of here.
Yeah, I'll just enjoy the puzzle game process.
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
happy to see people having fun on the computer.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
Yeah.
That's really what it's about.
Yeah, and that's what I want for people too. I like so I said this before. I thought a lot about like how can you give utility to something, and the answer I've always come up with is you can't. Like, there's nothing you can do on chain but stupid gambling. You know, NFTs have some like quote unquote utility in that they're colorful, they're fun, they're interesting, but the only way that I've thought of it that you can kind of make these things fun and interesting is maybe doing things like this, like doing puzzles, doing treasure hunts, because the puzzle and the treasure hunt is itself like fun to participate in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
And it also gives, for an inscription, it gives like sort of mystique. You know, this is part of the history of the cactus cactus seed skull.
Yeah,
Yep.
indeed. No, I think it's fun. I hope that like, I don't know if you're going to do it on Minecraft or whatever again, but I hope the Minecraft community gets activated. It's a good
That's right.
onboarding experience for the Minecraft
Yep.
community.
Yep.
You know,
Absolutely.
get with it.
Yep.
Do we have anything else we need to talk about?
Election predictions.
I don't even have. I mean, well, I think this will be posted after the election,
Yeah, definitely.
realistically, so we can make predictions and then we can see how wrong we are.
Yeah.
Which is what we did for the Runes launch
Yep.
too. I don't remember how right we were about the Runes launch. I
Yep.
think I guessed the fee rate close.
Yeah, you guessed like 300, and it was, I think, like 100 to 1,000
Yeah.
over the course of the whole mint.
Yeah, yeah. But in any case, the election's tomorrow. I voted. Casey doesn't vote.
No, voting is stupid, and you shouldn't. The only reason to vote is if you personally find it fun.
I do.
Because your vote doesn't matter.
No.
People get really upset at you when they say that you don't vote. But then, like, if you ask them, well, how much would you pay me to vote? They say 0. And it's like, people's brains don't turn on until incentives are involved. But when they're involved, then they turn on very quickly. So people can have this very split brain thing when they're just thinking about it from some sort of like stupid, like morality. Like, I shouldn't even say morality, because morality also applies to things like whether you should kill people or not. But like, when they're doing it based on vibes, they're like, oh, you should vote, it's so important. But then the instant they're like, would you pay me $1 to vote? They're like, no. Their brain just immediately like turns on,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, actually, the real reason why we were deplatformed from Patreon is because you fucking endorsed Trump on the last episode.
Did I endorse Trump?
Yeah, you kind of did this like, yeah, you know, Biden's been so bad for crypto.
Yeah, well,
despite never voting.
I've sort of figured out like how one component of how I feel, which is that I'm so like traumatized by the Democrats and by wokeness, which like made a lot of like social interactions and living the Bay Area just really unpleasant.
Yeah. Which honestly, Trump presidency will probably actually make worse than
Yeah.
the alternative.
Exactly. Yeah.
But it
yeah,
is
it's like 2
traumatizing.
years into the president after Trump, wokeness kind of receded. You know?
I don't know. It's kind of weird. I mean, like, so we're in the East Bay, and it's kind of interesting. I did vote, and in California, you vote on a lot of shit. Like, it's like
Yeah.
pages and pages of stuff to vote on, and obviously the president is the least important one
Mhm.
because it doesn't, like,
Yep.
California's going to Kamala no matter what.
Yep.
So, it is kind of interesting in Oakland and in like the county that we're in. There are all these like recalls and like dramatic sort of, because it's Democrat on Democrat violence here.
So
like, it's
Oakland's-
not like there's no Republicans
Yeah.
on the ballot.
Oakland has a DA, who's basically like Chesa Boudin level, who was a really terrible DA in San Francisco. Basically, like just let the criminals free, like full on communist. And so there's been a huge rise in violence and property crime in Oakland. I don't want to be one of those people who's like, oh my God, it's like a third world country. It's not.
definitely not,
It's
yeah.
not. It's a little bit worse than it's been before.
Yeah.
It sucks, but you know, it's not like, oh my God, you know, we're all
I
gonna
don't
fucking
fear
die.
walking around. Like,
Yeah.
it's fine.
So, but this DA it's because of this DA. And the mayor is like basically just sort of like a normie lady who like just gets on board with whatever. She's not like as bad as the DA.
Well, she kind of fucked up because, so it's interesting, like, so both of them are facing recalls this
Mhm.
election. And Gavin Newsom has like kind of spoke out against both of them.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, it's kind of like, in the 2022 election, they were both elected. This wasn't 2020. This was 2022 that they were both elected. They were elected on this very anti-police, defund the police kind of platform, and crime has gone up, especially petty crime that otherwise would have been addressed.
Yep.
Like whatever, things have gotten worse. And
the big thing for me is the nearest Target. They closed their self-checkout counter.
Yeah, that's
because
been a
of
major
theft.
loss.
This was the one thing that I was like, this is like civilization regressing.
Yeah, no, the petty. Honestly, I think like the shoplifting thing is the most annoying thing because everything's behind glass, and it's just like so. It's like we can't go on like this. Like this is just ridiculous.
Yep.
But both of them are facing recalls where the recall campaign is mostly funded by Gavin Newsom-style Democrats. It's not. I mean, there is no real Republican contingency here. Like it doesn't work like that in the Bay Area. So it's interesting to kind of see that play out. I'm curious, like, what will actually happen. Like, I think what I liked about voting is that, I feel like a lot of people vote for Trump or for Republicans. Not all of them. There's some people that are genuine, like MAGA Republicans, but a lot of people vote for Trump because they just hate the Democratic Party so much, right? Like, I think people like us would fall into that bucket.
I think that if I was going to vote, I would actually kind of like turn my brain on and like, although I have very negative feelings about the Democrats, I have pretty much equally negative feelings about the Republicans. I'm really sort of like a libertarian, like anarcho-capitalist, like not really anarcho-capitalist because I do think that we don't have a model of how the world works without any government at all. Like how do you avoid violence unless the whole world is this like anarcho-capitalist paradise? Like how do you deal with the fact that there are other violent governments out there like Russia? Like I don't think you can really be anarcho-capitalist if Russia is out there because Russia will just come and like invade you and then you'll become part of Russia.
Right.
But yeah, it's hard. I mean, I just think the two parties, like their platforms are so bad. I hate the economic policies of the Democrats. The economic policies of the Republicans are generally a little bit better because they're more free market. But at the same time, it's not like they spend less on government shit than the Democrats.
No.
Like if you look at spending under the Republicans and the Democrats, it's basically the same.
Goes to proportionally different things.
Yeah.
That's really all it is. I mean, the reason why I said that is just like, I think there are people that are tempted to vote for Trump or are voting for Trump because they hate the Democrats, not like because they hate the Democrats that much. And I think like what's interesting about voting in the Bay Area, because you vote on so much shit and because it's assumed everyone's a Democrat, you actually can see the dynamics within the Democratic Party have to play out. Whereas like, on the national level, if you kind of have this like two-party binary where it's either like you're voting, I mean, essentially like in this election, people are talking about the border and they're talking about like trans stuff.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of like these issues that are like divided along the red and blue lines.
Yep.
Whereas in Oakland, like I'm voting on like a defund the police versus like a more tough on crime thing within still the Democratic Party. So it's kind of, I'm curious to see how the election plays out in the Bay Area because I feel like the type of change that I think nationally people would like to see from the Democratic Party does happen in the Bay Area, for better or for worse, right? You get things like defund the police, which a lot of people in the Democratic Party would love for the Democrats to embrace, right? But you also get like the reaction to that. And so like, it is kind of fun. I mean, I feel like, I don't even know, like if I had to figure out like where I fit politically, like I am politically homeless, like
Same.
There's no real fit for me. I think it's more that like I'm interested in the way that like politics reacts to society. Like it's a barometer on society. And then like you can kind of like fiddle with the knobs and see how things work. And like, I mean, you really did competitive governance pill me, like however long ago that was now that we were talking about it. But like a lot of what's on the ballot for Oakland is based on Emeryville's successes, for example. Like that's what like several people are running on is like, I was the mayor of Emeryville and because I mean, for those, this is such like Bay Area, like internal conversation that's going on here, but basically like, there's all these little towns and cities within the Bay Area that are all very different from each other.
Yeah,
like,
and like the Bay Area, you can drive from like really like, I don't know, like, Vallejo or something all the way south to South San Jose, driving like an hour and a half, and you're never outside of a city.
Yeah.
But they're all different cities that just abut.
Very different cultures, very different like vibes. It's something that I love about living here. It also like the nature is that way too, right? Like you go to like 10 different temperature degrees like when you drive through the Bay Area. Like I think because of that, it's like you have all these different areas in the Bay Area that have experimented with different models, and you see what works and what doesn't. I think, you know, Oakland and San Francisco are essentially the examples of like the progressive radical left for the most part. And then you kind of have Emeryville that's like sort of seceded and done its own thing.
Emeryville is very small. It's surrounded by Oakland and Berkeley, but it's actually kind of markedly different. Like it's much cleaner, it's much safer. There's much less homelessness, and they actually do manage to build new housing. There's like some industrial and commercial stuff that's gone up. So like it is really different. Like the main way that it's different visibly is that it's cleaner, and that I don't think that Emeryville is cheaper because they've built more housing, because ultimately they're still part of the greater Bay Area housing market that is failing to build housing, but they just build a lot more housing.
Yeah, I would say the key differences are like Emeryville is like tougher on crime, whatever that like means. It's just like not as much homelessness and crime, and it's.
Well, I know what it means is that if you are homeless in Emeryville, they will tell you to go somewhere else.
Yeah. Like I would say like there's that aspect, and then Emeryville is YIMBY, whereas like Berkeley is extremely NIMBY.
Yep.
So it's like you kind of see those two things playing out right next to each other, and I think it's cool that there's such difference. Like in California, you vote on like 90 things when you vote. There's a lot of like there's a lot of propositions, and like it's much more direct democracy, which has issues as well. But it does mean that things can change, and that you can have marked differences between places that are quite close, and you can see this policy was successful here. Maybe we should do it here. And I feel like that's something, because I grew up in Pennsylvania, so it's like it's interesting to see the difference where like if I was a Pennsylvania voter, my presidential like ballot would matter so much, right? Like it would matter. I mean, it's like infinitely more than my ballot matters here, right? But in Pennsylvania, I vote on president, senator, congressman. That's it. You vote on 3 things max. You don't even vote on all 3 of those things every single time. Whereas like in California, there's all these things that like very directly affect my life. Like, should the local county issue bonds to pay for this thing? Like, you vote yes or no. And like, it's just, that's why I like voting in California, because it's just like fun to kind of see that. And I also like seeing the way that, it's like I like seeing the interaction between like the city and the elections, and then you kind of get that as like an actual baseline of how people are feeling about things. And as a result, they do stupid shit a lot of the time. But then you kind of course correct. I don't know. I just feel like there's more malleability like in California on like a government level.
Yeah, interesting. So yeah, back to the national election. What's your prediction?
I mean, so astrologically speaking, election day is very fraught. I'll probably post about it tomorrow. I've kind of looked at it a little bit, but like any astrologer who's telling you that they know who will win is bullshit. Like,
as usual.
You know, as every astrologer who tells you anything is bullshit. But like the election day chart is like so fucked. I mean, to boil it down, it's basically like there's the malefic planets and the benefic planets, good planets, bad planets. There's 2 like bad planets that are like at war with each other, and then there's 2 good planets that are at war with each other. But those 2 battles are not interacting with each other. So it's like the good versus the good and the bad versus the bad, and those 2 things are like it's not bad versus good. And I feel like that's kind of my take on this election. It's like there's no good guy here, there's no bad guy here. It's like there's bad and good aspects to both of the candidates and kind of what's playing out nationally. And I think there's also like, I mean, this is now not talking astrology, but more just thinking about the election from like my real world perspective. Like, I feel like there are a lot of kind of like movements going on to try to sway the election. And I think it's happening in both directions. Like, I would say like Elon is trying something that's never really been tried before, where he's like essentially taking like the biggest, like he's like the wealthiest person in the world, and he owns like a huge media platform. And he's actively endorsing, campaigning, and like putting money into a candidate. Like, for as much as anyone on that side of the spectrum wants to complain about like the legacy media being bought and like the New York Times being a propaganda machine, it's like that is what Elon's doing. Like, that is actively what Elon's doing. And so like I feel like you have that aspect that's new, and then I think the Democrats are also as always doing their shady shit, you know. I mean, whatever, to not get too conspiratorial, I just know a lot of people in Pennsylvania who've gotten weird texts telling them, like, incorrect polling places and
Yep.
shit like that. And, like, that's, in my opinion, the Democrats that are doing that, maybe the Republicans as well. But I feel like there's just, like, a lot of weird forces going on, and I think it kind of seems to me that both sides are kind of prepared to declare victory no matter what happens. And so, I don't know, at the beginning of the year when I was talking about the astrology, I said this election has, like, end of democracy vibes. I feel like that's kind of the vibe.
Yep.
Like, I don't know who's going to win.
Same. I have no prediction. It's a toss-up. Statistically, it's a toss-up. Like, there's no way of knowing.
But I think, like, in 2020, the style of Trump, like, you know, saying that the election was rigged, whatever, I think both sides are going to do that this time.
I actually don't.
That's my prediction. That's what I think is going to happen. Is
Okay.
I think like they're both going to kind of be like, no, we actually won, and then there's going to be like narratives fighting, and it's like, I don't know what narrative will win. That's sort of what I think is going to happen. It's my
Interesting.
prediction.
Yep.
What's your prediction?
Nothing. It's a toss-up. No idea. I don't even really know who I want to win. Like, I mean, the vibes in the Bay Area are going to be bad if Trump
Oh my
wins.
God, yeah.
Like, this is the worst place for a Trump presidency. Like, we are the most insulated policy-wise.
Yeah.
But, like, just the libtards are going to be insufferable. They're going to be freaking out. They're, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if this was, like, new rise of wokeness, you know, like...
Yeah. Well, this is what I mean with like the elections that are happening right now. It's like the Democrats currently in Oakland have no one to blame but themselves, and so they do.
Yep.
But if you have like the literally Hitler evil orange man
Yep.
like in the presidency, it doesn't matter if it's actually still the Democrats' fault what's happening in California, which it is.
Yeah, you can point to, oh, it's like the evil, it's some sort of weird national thing
Yeah.
about the orange Cheeto man.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's I mean, it's just like creates such weird cognitive dissonance where like people here are the most angry and like scared about Trump while being like the least affected by anything that he would enact.
Yep.
And it's just like it just makes it
Yeah, like
way
Berkeley,
lamer to
Berkeley
hang out.
declaring itself like a immigrant sanctuary town,
It's
like shit like
we
that.
knew, guys. Like,
Yeah.
but you know, wouldn't want to live anywhere else.
No,
I like it here.
unfortunately, yeah, the politics and the housing prices, and the crime and the homelessness
But
are
we're
the
one
only
of them now,
downsides. But
you know?
everything else is great. The food is great. The people are smart.
The
The
weather's
weather's great.
awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, people are really weird here, which is cool.
The nature's awesome. It's incredibly physically diverse.
Yep. So
Yeah.
still
Yeah,
bullish
there
on
you
the
go.
Bay Area, regardless.
Bullish on the Bay Area. You can't stop us.
Yeah, and that's why we're having a meeting.
Yeah.
A meetup.
Yep,
Yeah, November
November
24th. We'll see if the election's decided by then. Who knows?
If we're still talking about the election, I'm gonna be really pissed.
You're canceling the meetup.
Yeah, it's over.
Okay. Anything else? I guess sign up for X subscriptions because I think we're going to be doing that.
Yep.
Oh, I want to thank Jason.
Oh,
Jason
yeah.
has our editor and
Yeah.
social media intern.
Yeah, he's done a bang up job.
He
It's
did an
awesome.
incredible job. I feel like you can tell that the Hell Money account has been kind of taken over by him, and I love it. Like it's just like the perfect vibe for the account. He's done such a
Yeah,
good
you
job
don't want
with it.
me or Aaron secretly posting on the Hell Money account.
No.
You want the social media intern, you know.
Yeah,
vibes.
like making fun of, like making weird memes of Casey
Yeah.
or whatever. No, it's like so perfect. He's done such a good job. He's just been like the best. I mean, we started working with him at the beginning of this year. He's just the best. Follow him on Twitter or whatever. I don't even know what he wants, but yeah, just props to Jason.
Yep,
He
props
was
to
the real
Jason.
one throughout all of this.
Yep.
So, yeah,
All right, I think that's it.
that's all.
Thank you for joining us. Hopefully, our condition does not deteriorate further by the time you see us in the next episode.
But no promises.
If there even is a next episode and we don't both die of fentanyl overdoses or something.
Right. They deplatform us.
Yeah, they deplatform
Again.
us from life.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You die in 2v2t, you die in real life.
that's right.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, stay posted for more puzzle games.
Yep. Yep. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Welcome back to All the Ungovernable Misfits. Today we have a very special episode for you.
Alright, you ungovernable misfits. I'm your host, AI Max, powered by Jordan. Everybody knows that Bitcoin is useless, but you know who else is? That British cunt that usually does this podcast. He's been sending voice notes of his wretched voice the past couple days, so I told him I'd save the day while he whinged in the hospital. Hopefully that retard makes his return soon, because we have podcasts to do. Anyways, let's get started. Everybody knows that Bitcoin is useless, worthless, and doomed to fail. But what if everyone's wrong? What if it's the system that is doomed to fail? Join me as I speak to some of the brightest people in the space and slither to the deepest, darkest depths of the Bitcoin rabbit hole. Welcome back to the show. Today we have a special interview with Ashigaru. It is titled 100 Spears, 100 Pieces. You may be asking yourself, what does that mean? It comes from Asakura Toshikage. Around the year 1480, he wrote a 17-article house law. One excerpt stated, "Do not excessively covet swords and daggers made by famous masters." Even if you can own a sword or dagger worth 10,000 pieces, hiki, equivalent of 10 mon, it can be overcome by 100 spears each worth 100 pieces. Therefore, use the 10,000 pieces to procure 100 spears and arm 100 men with them. You can, in this manner, defend yourself in time of war. These words reflect the nature of this interview, and as it will become clear that this team is not in pursuit of the grandiose, but to build the spears that are accessible to the common users. Before we start, I want to thank every one of our listeners that are now listening on Podcasting 2.0 apps. The majority of the Misfits are on Fountain, but there are also others on AntennaPod, Podcast Guru, Podverse, and many others. So, if you haven't already, get yourself a new podcast app at podcastapps.com. Time, talent, and treasure are important parts of the show dynamic. Every time we get a Misfit streaming some sats, boosting the episode, sending a Paynim transaction, or dropping an XMR chat, it's a great feeling. So thank you for your treasure and returning value back to the show. If you have time to help out the show with things such as engaging on social media with a question, or helping spread the show to family and friends, that value is much appreciated. And don't forget, if you're an artist, come up with some evergreen art for the show. If you're a music producer, help us with some segment jingles for the Bitcoin Brief or Action News. We put the value out there in the form of this show and ask you to return, in kind, the value that you think it is worth. I also want to say a huge thank you to Foundation Devices. Foundation Devices help keep this show running, and they do things properly. Everything they do is fully open source. Their hardware is absolutely beautiful, and it is fuckwit resistant. I use this all the time. I have no issues with it. I don't manage to break it like everything else. It is piss easy to use, and that's what you want from your hardware. You don't want to be worrying, getting scared, and making mistakes with your life savings. You can use their companion app, Envoy, which makes labeling very simple. You can do backups that are encrypted, so you keep all of your labels, or you can use this with Sparrow. It really is the best hardware out there. And if you are scared to do this by yourself, you can go to any of the guides out there that make it very simple. They have them all on the website as well. And if even that is too much for you, you can pay an extra $99, and you can have Bitcoin Q&A himself hold your hand and walk you through the process. Check them out at foundation.xyz/ungovernable for $10 off a Foundation passport. On December 16th, Foundation is going beyond the hardware wallet and venturing into the realm of personal security. Join them on the 16th for a live stream at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and see how they are going to revolutionize the space. And last but not least, the newest partner of the Ungovernable Misfits team, which is Cake Wallet. They support a lot of grassroots projects in the Bitcoin and Monero ecosystems, and we thank them for adding us to that stable. For those of you who actually use Bitcoin and actually care about their privacy and security, Cake Wallet make it incredibly simple for you to live outside of the traditional financial system. You can use Cake Pay within the app to buy gift cards for food, petrol, and whatever else you might need day to day. You can use silent payments, and of course, you can use Monero. You can connect both Bitcoin and Monero nodes, use coin control, and this team are constantly innovating. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me, but check them out at cakewallet.com. Download the APK and start using this today on Mac, Windows, Linux, iPhone, or of course, your Android device. So, how was AI Max? Was the intro good? How were the sponsor bits? Let me know in the boosts, and as always, enjoy the show.
Hello? You can hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, thanks for coming on, mate.
No problem. Sure.
I just wanted to mention to the listeners that the person I'm speaking to will be using a voice changer for this discussion. This is to protect their identity, and this is extremely sad. The people who build the tools and protect others are attacked and falsely labelled as criminals. The real criminals are the ones writing the laws, attacking good people, eroding our freedoms, spying on us and stealing our time. We wouldn't need these tools to protect us if it wasn't for these parasites. But here we are, and I wanted to say before we jump in, regardless of how privacy advocates like you are labelled, to me, and I'm sure I speak for my listeners as well, what you're doing is incredible, and we're grateful for what you've built. Welcome to the show.
On behalf of rest of the Ashigaru open source project, thank you for taking time to listen to what we have to say and appreciate time to be invited onto your podcast. Thank you.
What shall I call you? Ashigaru Dev or?
Ashigaru Dev, that is fine. But there are more than one, but for this conversation, it is fine.
Okay, cool. I want to respect your privacy, so if at any point I ask a question that you're not comfortable with or that in any way could jeopardize the project, you just tell me, and I'll make sure that that bit is taken out. I want to say a big thank you from me and all the listeners for coming on. It's a great honor to have you on here. I believe this is the first podcast you've done, and it's something that I've discussed a lot on the Bitcoin Briefs with Q&A and behind the scenes with many others. There's been this massive void since everything happened with Samurai, and once we saw Ashigaru Wallet pop up, there was a little glimmer of hope in what otherwise was very, very dark. It's been lovely for me as someone who has used Samurai Wallet from pretty much the beginning of getting into Bitcoin to see what you've done and how things have changed is really, really nice. Like, there's a nostalgia about it, but there are some serious upgrades as well. I've been using it on testnet just to have a play around. A lot of the post-mix spend stuff, a lot of the warnings that you've put in there, the updates to paynims and everything else. So I just want to stress to anyone listening to this, this is not just a carbon copy. There's a lot of work clearly that's gone into this, and I've really, really enjoyed using it. So I guess before we sort of go any further, what's the reason for you doing what you've done and sticking your neck out? And I understand it's not just you, there are others as well, but what's led you to create Ashigaru Wallet?
So really, we are just like you. We Samurai users for long time already, many, many years, and for many, many years, many of us are Java devs, Java developer, or have familiarity with Kotlin, and we would sometimes, even for previous releases, make changes for ourselves on the wallet, like small things. Before stealth update, we would do small things like change logo on the app, this kind of thing. So for us, we have some familiarity with the application, but obviously when the development team stopped, we realized that there were some things in the application that it is, how to say, they not work so well with these services that now not there anymore. So for us, we can make some small improvements and hopefully some bigger improvements in the future, but really we just start to do this for ourselves first, and then we later realize that maybe other people will find this useful too. And then after that, we make websites, but we had already called ourselves Ashigaru as more like joke between ourselves, from me and my friends, the other developers. Two things I would point out or highlight for your listeners is that, yes, we make some improvements and do changes in the wallet. This is our work. But secondly, there is also still Samurai work in the wallet that other people had not seen. And Samurai, they develop in quite open way. So if you have copy of their GitHub or their GitLab, you could take copy and you could compile app before it is even fully released. For things like the post-mix send screen, these things actually Samurai had already built, but we were able to bring them to life and for users to then use it directly. We make other changes like around Dojo connection and paynims, but there is also still much work from Samurai in our website, in our application here that, yes, it has an Ashigaru brand name, but much, much work from both teams.
Yeah, And one of the big reasons I wanted to have this discussion was, Ashigaru is talked about, but because you don't have such a large online presence, and it doesn't seem to me like you use any social media or anything like that, it was really for me to bring to as many people attention as possible that, there is this incredible wallet that can be used now. It does have some really, really nice features on it. My hope is to build some trust because, yes, this is open source, and anyone who's technically minded or very technically minded, they could review the code and they can be comfortable that, okay, there's nothing malicious here and, that they're not going to cause themselves any problems. But for many fuckwits like me who have absolutely no skills as a developer, can barely read English, let alone code, we have to rely on other people. We have to build up some trust over time, and that's something that I built up with the Samurai community and developers. And I think a lot of people are sat probably on the sidelines because, unlike me, don't have someone like Q&A who I can just go and pick their brains constantly, or others behind the scenes who I can pick their brains and say, look, is this good? Like, am I endangering myself here? And I think people will be sort of waiting. And I just wanted there to be the opportunity for you guys to have this discussion and people to know that, okay, we might not know who the human beings behind this are, but they are here for a reason. And I don't know, maybe you could elaborate a little bit on the reasons you're doing what you're doing and ways maybe that people can build trust in what you're doing.
This was good reason to come onto your podcast. Some weeks ago we came under attack, possibly DDoS, like bot attack on our site. And we were not aware immediately, but we saw even on social media that some people were already concerned that maybe we were disappearing just because website was no longer there for a short period of time. So we understand that we can describe what we are about on the website, but sometimes people also do not always read. We write blog posts. We spend quite a lot of time use AI to make English sound better. We know that is important to get legitimacy in project, but also we think that if people hear on podcasts that there is actual human beings behind project, they will get more comfort. This will take time. We are not in huge rush. We are already actually quite encouraged by what people say and reaction. It is actually better than we expected, so we hope that more people will use, but we also understand that this will take time. We listened to podcasts before, Watchmen Privacy, and this is the first time I have listened to that podcast, but as they do podcasts about Ashigaru, about trust, I will say that pretty much everything that they say in that podcast is good advice for a new user. If you are not comfortable, do not use the wallet. If you have familiarity with code, then you should get comfort sooner. If not, but you know someone else that can review code, then maybe you use it. Maybe you try it with testnet, then you try with mainnet, and then you get more comfort. The other thing that we saw, which we were actually quite surprised, is that a user on X, John, I think French person, he did AI code review of wallet. Now this AI code review is not perfect. In fact, it highlights that us using Tor only was security issue potentially. In our next update, we will be making wallet even more dependent on Tor. But nevertheless, the AI code review managed to break down many of the changes that we make to the original code base very accurately. And you can get a much better idea of what risk is from various change we make in the wallet. It is not just if we malicious. It is also if we are actually good coders. That is also a risk that users have to think, but it will take time. And if we do more good releases and the releases offer a good functionality to our users, then we have no doubt that we will build up more faith in the wallet and the team, even if those users do not know who we are. But it is probably obvious to you because you can hear my voice now. I'm not me personally. I am not part of Samurai communities. We just use the wallet ourselves. Even if I did put my actual name out here, it would not make difference anyway because no one would know me. So really, it is the same risk. New team, you have to preserve faith. But this time, if you have faith in development team, you now trust
PGP key and work that comes and is signed from PGP key, not just by real person name.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's perfect, and what the guys at Watchmen did was great, breaking it down in that way. I like to think, at least, if people are sat on the sidelines and maybe people listening to this, that they would feel comfort in the fact that other people are reviewing this who we know very well. They can run it in testnet and have a play around, and then it just comes down to time is the only other factor. Trust will be built over time as the good work goes out there, but I have to say I've been really impressed. It's been really nice to be using this, and the changes that you talked about, like when I'm going onto the send screen, that's a big improvement. I think you might have said, or someone might have said to me, that that was actually work that was already in the hopper from Samurai and that you guys have pushed. But having the nextblock.is thing in there and, like a breakdown of how you're doing a spend and all this kind of stuff is just really slick. It's a big improvement.
Thank you. It is very good to have such feature because we can add to that feature even later with extra warnings as users use it. So for us, it is good because we do not have to think of completely new feature. We can add to something already existing and still give users a wallet that they are familiar with in terms of the way it works. I would say in terms of the work we did the most, it was mostly around syncing for importing wallet because we were concerned with connections you make via a BIP47. We improve this flow and we make it so that users can migrate as much as possible. So this is probably the work we spend most time getting right, and we actually feel we make quite few improvements over Samurai app there.
You definitely have. I was actually saying this to someone the other day. It felt a lot smoother and quicker, and the other thing that I noticed was you seem to have removed the fees, the connection fees. So I connected to a couple of paynims and did some test transactions, and I was like, oh, these fees look really, really low. And it was just a minor fee.
Yes, we follow example of Sparrow. It is also serves as encouragement for users to go to Ashigaru because we want to encourage users to come from Samurai. So give small monetary incentive for them to move over and give more consistent user experience with other similar wallets.
It's just the little touches, that was something I noticed that makes quite a big difference if you're connecting to lots of people, and being able to label them was another thing where I was like, oh, that's a nice feature. I'm sure that wasn't possible in the Samurai that I was running. Not having to remember, oh, who was that again? What was that paynim? It's nice just to be able to put your own notes on there. And just the paynims in general, I think they're fun, they're cool, I like that they're different, it's refreshing.
We are proud of resident artists that do Pepe hash paynim. I think he used to use rare Pepes from many, many years ago in Bitcoin, and this inspired for replacement paynim. We were actually quite nervous of moving new paynim scheme, but we could not replicate the old scheme. We tried. It is server-side logic as far as we can understand. Even though much of the code there was open source, the actual algorithm for selecting image and name we could not replicate. So for us, we improve labeling on NYM so you can have both new and old name to assist users with migration. That is why we spend time doing the label improvement there.
Yeah, that makes sense. I had a question on that actually. As I was doing it, I was like, you know how you have like the separate website where people would go and claim their paynims? Is there any way that you could search paynims directory within the wallet at any point? So if I knew someone, if someone's, I don't know, Cheerful Frog or something like that, I can start searching that and then it would come up with their paynim and I could connect.
We would like to improve our UX around PayNYM more. I think we could make improvement for searching. I would be reluctant to do website in app because in app Tor browser is a little not so responsive for users' experience. But yes, this is definitely something we would like to do.
Yeah, that would be cool. Because paynims are it always surprised me how few people outside the sort of Samurai Wallet and now obviously Ashigaru groups, how few people actually use it, and it's so nice once you're connected to someone. It's so much easier than fucking around with QR codes and sending new addresses and all this kind of stuff, and then how are you going to send it? You know, you're going to do it over something that maybe might not be secure. It's just so much slicker and so much nicer.
When we begin this project, Samurai have many different services. We could not do obviously everything, but when we looked at the wallet and what we could preserve, we were most worried about Paynims. Last month, Samurai URL or the Paynim.is expire, no longer under their control. So we worried that with that gone, users would use BIP47 even less because Paynim really helped BIP47 UX. But what we do is we actually buy, after expiry, old Paynim server, not Paynim server, Paynim URL, and direct it to our new Paynim server. This will help preserve wallets that still keep old connection. We can have that and ensure that they still have Paynims functional in wallet like Sparrow.
Yeah, that's very nice. And sort of along the lines of BIP47, have you got any thoughts around potentially adding silent payments? Again, a lot of the Samurai community aren't so keen on them. They do prefer BIP47, but I kind of look at it as like, it's also a useful tool. Is it something you would ever have interest in?
We actually had email from developer who offered to build silent payments into Ashigaru, and he said, would we be ready to accept it? Our response, we do not really look into silent payments. There is not much adoption and we do not see much use. But we asked this developer, but why do you want to add silent payments to the wallet? And the response is mostly because it is additional tool. But this is not reason to add new functionality into the wallet just because it is other tool. For us, what we are interested in is what does it actually bring to the user? Let me put this other way. Rather than looking at how you put solution in, you think first, what is your problem? So BIP47, it is not perfect, but maybe if you have problem with BIP47, you can think, how would you solve that problem rather than adding whole new protocol? So if you do not like doing connection transaction, maybe contribute code to our wallet that would not need connection transaction and maybe make use of Soroban server for communication, for storing data. If, for example, you like to use cold wallet with BIP47, which is not straightforward now, maybe you could look at pairing information between online wallet, like online Ashigaru, and Sentinel wallet. You could do that. That would give you functionally many of what would be potentially problems with BIP47 now. Secondly, if we were to add to BIP47, can you imagine what that would look like in the app? I do not know, but it is extra UX work for sure. You now have two different payment schemes. The user will potentially get confused as to which one to use under which circumstance, which user uses which tool. Do we do type, logo, or avatar, as we call it, for silent payments? I do not know, but you can tell these are actually quite big questions when you look at how it would apply to mobile app. So for us, this is more our approach. It is not issue with silent payments, although it is also has downside. It is more, what can we add to the wallet right now that gives user meaningful change?
It makes sense. And also, if someone wants to use silent payments, they can spin up another wallet and they can do that in there. I understand what you mean. It's nice to have something that's clean. If someone is thinking about these sort of things and, like you said, working on making some changes so that things would run smoother and they're experienced, what's the best way for someone like that to potentially reach out and collaborate with you guys?
Sure. We like the way this developer contacted us. He requests access to our Gitia. We give him online account, and then we say to him, you can look at issues that other users have already raised. There is none now. I will be clear at the moment, no issues yet. But if users start to raise issues, or even if developer want to contribute code, everything should start with issue first. Identify issue, set up account on our Gitia. When you identify issue, you then propose solution. We can then discuss, and then if you provide code, provide pull request, we can then look to integrate. But better to do it that way than expect us to just accept code contribution because we have our own plans with the wallet. And unlike Samurai, we do not have as open development process. And this is because we feel that it opens you up to more competition, more attack. We need to keep these, how do you say, like cards close to your chest on some. Although all our code will be open, and when we release application, it will always be open source. What we plan and what we do first, we keep this within small team only, and this team will not change. We are many, many years, we know each other. We will not accept outsiders.
So at the moment when someone's downloading Ashigaru, you've got to do that through the Tor browser, fully understand why you do it that way. Is there any way that you can see the amount of users that you have when it's done that way compared to using something like F-Droid or anything like that? Is there a way that you can see how many users you're actually getting on board?
Actually, with Gitea, even you can see how many downloads of application has been made. Last I checked, it is almost 3,000 downloads of application. We cannot actually see how many users or how often users use the wallet because we have no tracking, but this is already encouraging that there is this many users. The other potential way which we could understand how many users are using the wallet is to look at how many Painium claim. Not every user will claim Painium, but there will be some. And we can guess from there how many active users there are in the wallet.
3,000's a lot. I have to say I'm quite surprised with that. That's a lot of downloads.
I promise you that we have not been downloading from our own website to pump numbers.
That's very encouraging to hear. And like you say, there are other ways to track it, like the Painiums. That's very, very cool.
It is not easy way to download app. We actually reach out to developer of a Crescent app. It is app that is bundled with Graphene OS. Actually, this Graphene OS on social media say we should use this app rather than complex download instructions. But we email them. They initially respond, then ignore us for the last 2 months. So we are not that hopeful that we will get onto Central App Store. We rely on users either using Tor browser to get application or download from other source, such as being sent over Messenger. But of course, if the user receives from a friend or from location that is not from our site, they have to be much, much more careful with APK. They should check with signature on our website and verify that it is verified. But for the moment, I suspect that it will be not available on Central App Store for much time.
And this Central App Store that you said isn't responding to you, is that the App Store separately, or is that Graphene that aren't responding to you?
We have not reached out to Graphene. Graphene bundles other App Store that works well with Graphene's security model. It is a very, very small App Store. Developer did say it is kind of closed. I don't know if closed beta, but it is not ready yet for many, many apps. But still, it would seem to us that this is perfect fit for Ashigaru because we are obviously not going to go to Google Play Store. We provide custom Painium for Graphene OS as well and make sure that they are visible to be donated to as we use their phones for our testing.
Okay. And how does that work now? In the olden days, when you wanted a custom Painium, you just reached out to Samurai. Is it the same now? Someone would try and reach out to you guys, or is there a different way of doing it?
We do initial batch of custom Painiums for open source projects and like charity, just to be fair and provide some continuity. For new users that want custom, they can reach out, they can email us at our contact details. We will probably get them to do verification that they control address, but we are quite open to, within reason, giving users custom Painium. What I will say though is if we have contribution from people in community, we'd like to thank them with custom Painium. We ask our resident artists to do custom Pepe Hash. We are very proud, so if you would like, as I thank you for inviting us to your podcast, we would be honored to give you custom Pepe. We have already got in draft custom Pepe for users that do video guides like BTC sessions. We had very, very nice, beautiful Paynim for him. And also Ketan, he do video guide for running Dojo. We do custom Paynim for him as well. So we will do this over next few days.
That's awesome. Well, I appreciate that. I would love to have a custom Paynim. And I would just say to anyone who is going to reach out to the Ashigaru team, if you are requesting a Paynim and maybe you haven't done anything to donate to the project, it'd be worth sending some sats their way for the work they're doing. So if you're going to ask for something like that, just make sure you donate. We touched on it just briefly there, talking about Ketan and his guide running a dojo. I had a message, would they consider running a centralized dojo in the future for users unable to run a node? I think I probably know the answer to this, but I'm asking it anyway.
We will not normally say what we will do or not do for this project, but for Central Dojo, it is not something we will do. We like how to say. It is problem in our wallet at the moment that user has to have their own dojo. We are aware we cost ourselves many, many users by not having easy connection to already existing dojo. What I will say though, we are not against users connecting to dojos that they do not host themselves if they are comfortable with risk. What we would like to see, it cannot be us, but what we would like to see is maybe federation or community of dojo that is run, possibly being even charged for. If we could provide selection of dojos in different jurisdiction or through certain trusted LM, this would be acceptable for Ashigaru, but we will not run website like that. We will not be involved in running nodes. We do not want to be centralization risk for our users. So if we disappear, they have different provider for their node. But also if their provider for their node disappear, they still have a wallet and can maybe move to other dojo, but it not all go at the same time.
I think that's very wise. I assumed you would say that. If someone's listening and they don't have a friend or family member who's already running a dojo, what would be your recommendation in terms of hardware? I know a lot of people are just running vanilla dojo on Nook or like these little mini PCs and things like that. Because anyone who's listened to this show long enough will know I've had a lot of issues in the past, either running on hardware that wasn't up to scratch or having hardware failures on vanilla dojos and Ronin dojos. What I'd like is that someone who listens to this episode who thinks, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to actually set myself up with a dojo, I'm going to start using this. I want them just to do it once and not have any problems. What would be your recommendation?
We like our mini PC or laptop or even larger desktop PC. These are the best hardware for dojo. These can be old hardware, not necessary for new machine. Can be 5, many years old, it is okay. Just have to be more powerful really than maybe like Raspberry Pi. We find that not really powerful enough, and it also affects wallet too. Wallet make many calls to dojo. If dojo is slow, not responsive, affect wallet UX. If for like me, my electricity is not the most reliable, I run dojo on laptop, on ThinkPad laptop, because it includes battery. But if your electricity is very reliable, then no need laptop. Just run mini computer, mini server, or desktop computer. This is fine.
Yeah, all these little Eton power supply things for if the electricity drops, if you're running like a little mini PC. That's what I was running on my Tanto. Had one of those plugged in. It's always a good thing to have. So basically, you don't need to go crazy on the hardware, but you're going to want to upgrade to like 1 terabyte NVMe or something like that. 2 terabyte.
Actually, yes, 2 terabytes, because if you have desktop OS, not server like GUI OS, more space. Fulcrum, much more space. 2 terabytes required, maybe total cost, good deal, $300 equivalent, but maybe 400. But you should not need to spend more time with more money than that.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. That's good advice. As you said, if you have a friend or family member or someone you trust who's running one and you can link to that, consider that just while you start using it. That's what I'm doing currently.
We would like to see pre-built nodes supporting Dojo more or better. We have emailed Umbrel. We have emailed MyNode to ask them, can you please update your Dojo version? It is so old. It caused problem. It leads to bad experience in wallet. we get no response. This is other reason we do podcasts today. It is to tell users that if you have problem with you are existing customer of these providers, please, if you are in their Telegram group or their forum, please, if you want it, you raise it with them. We have tried, but we have been ignored.
Have you tried with Start9 yet?
We have not. It is a good node.
I've tried a couple of times, and I think the response was, we're looking at it and that it might be in their sort of community app layer thing. But that would be a good one. That's what I'm running at the moment. A lot of people are running Start9, and it's pretty good. I found it pretty decent, so it'd be nice to see that in there. But like you say, you know, the Umbral one that's in there is fucking useless. And my node I haven't tried for a long time, but I think I had similar issues with that. So, you know, I think ideal world, if someone is a heavy user, they should probably just think about building something that is purpose-built and just does one job and does it properly. But it would definitely open you up to more people if something like a Start9 had it. I'll mention it again.
Thank you. We try very hard on documentation to make it as easy to follow as possible. Our original GitHub with Dojo documentation can be challenging for a user, so we run through, but our BTC sessions guide, Catan guide, almost follow our guide to the same level. These are not easy, but it is possible for anyone that is motivated.
I can confirm, I am so fucking technically illiterate, and I've managed it in the past, so 99% of the listeners here are going to be more technical than me and could easily do it. It's not that hard. If people like me aren't that techie, is there any way that they can help the project? Can they contribute in some way other than the technical side? You mentioned you've got someone working on artwork. Is there anything else that you need?
User issue, like bug, like question, this is what we need. We have come across users make comments on social media about us, most of the time positive, but in some cases users or non-users probably say questions or make allegation. Please, if you want answer, do not post on social media for answer. Just email the project if you see issue. Get added to our Gitea. If you write issue, if you send email, we may not do everything that you ask, but we will always respond at least. This is our method. We think this is reasonable. But user bugs, user issues, these are all useful things. Obviously, donations to the project are appreciated, but this is not expected. It is appreciated, but not expected. Most useful for us is that we get a user feedback and directly to us as soon as possible, and then we can look at it.
What do you think Samurai Wallet and TDev would think of your project?
I think we are all nervous of what they feel. We hope they see this as a monument to their work. We do not want to market ourselves as improved Samurai or better Samurai or anything like that. Everything we build here is standing on shoulders of the giants. This is what we hope they see. Maybe when they get through their problem, we will hear what they think. But everything that we do here, we are sensitive to the legacy that they leave to be with us. So we hope, but we cannot know. We do not know them.
I'm sure they would be very impressed with what you guys have done, and I'm sure we'll find out soon. And I'd like to just point anyone who's listening now, just a reminder to use #FreeSamurai in your posts to raise awareness, and there's a link in the show notes if you want to donate. It's a very important cause. When I was first getting involved in using Samurai Wallet, early days, Samurai had a lot of haters. Probably the most impressive haters I've seen. One of the things that was thrown at them, it was explained to me that this really wasn't so much of an issue, but was reproducible builds. Is your app reproducible?
We leave reproducible instructions on our Gitea. It should be as an app, reproducible, but I will explain some further things to consider. Number one, for us, it is probably easier to be reproducible than for Samurai, because some challenges with reproducibility were because maybe APK on Play Store, not exactly the same as APK on GitLab or APK release in F-Droid. For us, APK only from one source, no play, no other signature, much, much easier to be reproducible. However, one thing that we saw when we were looking at reception as of our app as to how people felt, we see users look at reproducibility. Some users say able to reproduce, others have criticism. We realized that one component of our code included pre-compiled binary. It is not risk from our perspective. It is not a problem. But because it exists on our development environment, we did not see that that library would be problem for reproduce. But work being done at the moment for the next release will read the components of that code so users will not need to see existing binary. What I mean here is that if users were not entirely happy about our reproducibility steps, we will have improvements. But also, if the users still are not happy on 1.1 version, then they should email us, not talk about it on social media, where we will not see and where we cannot answer questions.
Yeah, definitely. One more question, which again, I think I know the answer, but I keep getting asked it. Whirlpool, is there any chance that you or somebody else, or any ideas or different ways of doing something so that somebody who opens up the app and doesn't already have Postmix could experience the pure joy of actually having privacy in Bitcoin? Because there is a massive hole that has been left when I'm advising people for privacy on Bitcoin. It is a lot more complicated than it was just a few months ago. Are there ideas that you guys have to help people break links and not be tracked going forward?
There are two questions here mainly. I will start with the last one now. Without Whirlpool, privacy for the on-chain Bitcoin is difficult. To break links, it is not as reliable now that we do not have Whirlpool. There are many ways which users can still break links, but they do not have the same properties as something like Whirlpool. You can use Monero and do atomic swap, even though Samurai's atomic swap app is no longer working. There is also other non-custodial atomic swap app for the Bitcoin and Monero, which users can use. The other thing that we would encourage is for users to use peer-to-peer coin joins, which, although they may not break links entirely as well as Whirlpool, when we create Ashigaru, I say earlier we want to provide incentive for users to move from Samurai to Ashigaru. Before, I mentioned no payment fee. Also, because we host Soroban server, users can do quick and easy peer-to-peer coin joins. These should not be forgotten about. They should be used with existing Postmix. Plus, they can also be used in conjunction with a wallet that is being used in many, many peer-to-peer transactions where you are not providing details or you are not feeling that environment is hostile for surveillance. These peer-to-peer coin joins are very, very useful when used subsequent or prior to atomic swap. Now, to your first question on Whirlpool, we are mostly front-end dev. We already have quite much work with existing wallet and to make improvements on wallet. We will not say never, but to do something like Whirlpool, to host, to operate service, plus to maintain mobile app, this is quite a lot. We obviously use Whirlpool ourselves. We would like to see Whirlpool in an app, but we also have to think carefully about too much centralization with our team if we are doing app plus operating Whirlpool server, etc., etc. We hope that other developers and contributors can continue different parts of Stack over the next few months, next few years. For example, the Dojo project, the Samurai Dojo project, it has nothing to do with Ashigaru. We will use it. We will stay compatible with it. We will make sure the wallet keeps up to date with connecting to Dojo, but entirely separate project staffed by former Samurai wallet developer. Similarly, Sentinel project, also independent project, former Samurai developer, they continue this on. In ideal world, we will see, but we would like to see OXT come back. Plus, we would like to see Whirlpool, and maybe we could connect to Whirlpool, but we are concerned that if we were to do too much, if for whatever reason we disappear, it leaves once again big hole in the space. But we will see how this goes. It is challenging.
No, that makes total sense. I like the idea of it being more decentralized, and we've all seen anyone who actually used Bitcoin and actually transacted this hole in everyone's privacy and security and spending was massive. I mean, to the point where when people are asking me now, oh, well, how do I transact privately with Bitcoin? I'm like, if you're new, pretty much just use Monero and switch in and out. If you're relatively sophisticated, use some of the spending tools that you've got in Ashigaru and other wallets. Use your collaborative transactions. There's some clever stuff you can do with Lightning for sending, but it's also easy to fuck yourself up. And when people really actually need to make sure that they're not being tracked, I worry basically about just like giving this elaborate, do this, then do that, but make sure you've got this, and you're going to fuck yourself if you don't do this and they're a new user.
It is challenging.
It makes me look back and just think how lucky we were. We were blessed that, you know, from the beginning of me getting into Bitcoin, I could use those tools, and it would be great to see them come back. Until then, we all have to tread a bit carefully, but I suppose, I wanted to just round things out by again thanking you and your team for sticking your head above the parapet and building what you're building. I've really enjoyed using it and testing it. I'll continue doing that. Hopefully we can keep the conversation open. Hopefully some people listen to this and want to do some testing as well. But again, thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you so much. One thing that we will do, we discuss in team, we will open source our image assets, provide the SVG files. So if you want to use Logo, if you feel more comfortable with Ashigaru, we appreciate underground marketing. We cannot do this ourselves. We will not be doing this, but we do not want shills. We do not want people telling people that they're not ready for our wallet to use our wallet. But if you feel comfortable, if you enjoy the wallet, we appreciate spreading the message, because as developers, we like our code to be used. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thanks for joining me, and hopefully we will speak again soon. If any listeners have any questions, reach out on the email. If you have any bugs or any issues you find, don't go onto social media and bleat on there. That's not what we want. We want to try and help and build this project. So, yeah, thanks again, mate. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I hope you enjoyed that. If your interest is piqued, consider using a Tor connection to access ashigaru.rs and download the APK. We are working on creating a meetup presentation that guides users to get started with Testnet 4 Wallet on Ashigaru. Depositing coins from Testnet fountains, claiming and adding paynims, coin control, spending tools, etc. If you would like to present this to your local meetup, hit us up at ungovernablecrew@protonmail.com. And if you haven't already checked out the website, ungovernablemisfits.com, it's well worth taking a look. We have articles, podcasts, clothing, and artwork. Thanks again for all the support. Thank you, Ashigaru Dev, for trusting us with your team's message, and I'll catch you on the next one.
Hey, how's it going? Before we begin, I want to take a minute to thank everyone who's supported the Discovering Bitcoin podcast by sending, streaming, and boosting precious Satoshis via value-for-value apps like Fountain and Breeze, or Zaps via Nostr. Hearing tales of discovery and recording episodes of this podcast keeps me sane, and your support motivates me to keep going more than you will ever know. Thank you. Are you new to discovering Bitcoin, the network, the asset, the money? Do you want to get up to speed on self-custody, join the evolution, and know how to hodl your Bitcoin safely, securely, and simply? Discover the Bitcoin Advisor, a dedicated team of proper Bitcoiners, hardcore, ardent maximalists whose sole purpose is to help you to discover Bitcoin, steer well clear of shitcoins, take self-custody, become sovereign, and ensure that you feel confident every step of the way. Click through to the bitcoinadvisor.com link located in the show notes and tell them DJ from Discovering Bitcoin sent you. Your first month's free when you do.
Can you explain why Bitcoin is such an attractive financial tool?
Because it is somewhat anonymous, not fully, and because you can move money instantaneously.
So the one thing we can count on is Bitcoin goes forward in the year 2024.
T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal.
Words of the doors.
12, 11, 10,
The time to hesitate is
9.
through.
Ignition sequence start.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things. Not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
All engine running. Liftoff. We have
Roll it. Neil, how's it going, man?
It's going great. How you doing?
It's going great. It's going great. It's early doors. You know, we're at the I guess at the beginning of the bull run, I suppose. I don't know. I don't really like to talk about that kind of stuff, to be honest. It's kind of a little bit too time-stampy. But I don't know. It's just I woke up this morning and everyone on Twitter was talking about, you know, staying humble and not telling you. Like Stack Hodler had a tweet about. Oh fuck! Here we go. Time stamping it. About just, you know, not rubbing it in people's faces. You know, when Bitcoin rips, and you just want to be that humble pleb that doesn't go around saying "I told you so." You just let them be. You know.
Yeah, it kind of depends on where you're at in your journey. Everybody's got to get a little bit of that in, especially if you're somebody that's been hanging on through and you've just only known the red, you've only ever been down, and everybody tells you to sell, and everybody else in your life is like, okay, whatever, you can mess around with that and lose your money. And then it comes back around to times like now, and it's like, if it's your first time around, there's a couple people you gotta be like, I told you so, but that gets old too. And then you just want to start taking those people along with you, and then another cycle goes by, and then the next time around it's not quite as important to tell those people because they already know.
Yeah, and I mean that it gets I guess it gets harder, you know, because there was a tweet I saw a long time ago about when anyone ever tries to orange pill you, it's coming from a place of love and compassion, and you kind of want them on the train, right? And you don't want them to get left behind, and so you have this enormous amount of enthusiasm, and you just want to scream it from the rooftops and get everybody on board. But you know, people are only so willing to listen. I was reading, I discovered this amazing book in the last week or so called 10 Basic Rules for Better Living. It's kind of like Jordan Peterson, but for like the 1950s or something. And one of the rules he's got is stop trying to dominate and possess your friends and relatives. And basically it's summarized as just keep your advice for yourself. And if people come and seek it from you, then therefore they'll be grateful to receive it, and then both parties will be the better for it, you know. So don't beat people over the head with your fanatical Bitcoin obsession. Just let them come to you, you know, like the horse leading it to water.
Yeah, definitely. That's 100% true. And then to your comment about like when you're telling people about it, it's out of a place of love. And I mean, in all honesty, really it is also when you're dunking on altcoiners, when you know they're wrong, but they're so convinced that they're right. It's not to ridicule them. It's almost like you feel bad for them that they're so close. Like they have the right idea, they understand the principles, but they're just one little part off where they think it's a get rich. As soon as they let go of the get rich scheme and realize what it's really all about, then they could transition over to Bitcoin. But they think their coin is the solution, and it's a shame to see them so close, and then in the end they're gonna lose. and they're going to go broke, and they could have been there.
Yeah, I mean that's it. It's kind of like because they're directionally correct, and they just need that little extra level of humility or something, some sort of cognitive, debility. I don't know what it is. I had a back and forth with someone on Messenger a little while ago on Instagram, and they were like, haha, my husband reckons you're a Bitcoin maxi or something. It's a friend of mine, and I was just explaining, well, like if ever your husband wants to reach out and get some resources, I'll happily point you in the right direction. But otherwise, have fun with your shitcoins and see how that goes.
Yeah, and then a lot of times they don't understand. I mean, depending on how long you've been in the space, you've seen people get wrecked. You're not coming up with these ideas. It's not some kind of new idea that you're telling somebody like, my coin is better and this is why yours is bad, because you just came up with that idea. Because a lot of these coins are either carbon copies of some other scam or some other thing that happened, or it's the same coin that just keeps redoing the same thing. And we've seen it. We know what happens, and we see people get burned. And everybody thinks this time is different, but
I don't know, man. It's like there just seems to be a lot of meme coins going around nowadays. I guess the cycle is the cycle, and people will just touch the stove in their own time and hopefully remove their hand from the stove as quickly as possible. But you got to do it. You got to do the work. We're both, or alternatively, we're just incredibly lucky.
So that'll be that's a good little story for you then. So when I started, I'd been trading options like back before the Robinhood, like back in 2017, I was trading options just as a game, whatever. And then of course that transitioned into the meme coins of the day, right? So I was selling. There was nowhere really to buy Dogecoin, to be honest. I don't even remember where I was getting it from, but I was selling it on eBay. And then later that led to me getting banned from eBay. PayPal closed out with all my money in their account, still sitting in there. Ironically, now they sell crypto. But so messing around in all the altcoin games, and got drunk one night, made my own altcoin just to do it, just to see like, okay, what do these projects really take? Made it in anticipation for an altcoin podcast I was going to be on at the time, just so I could like educate people on, okay, this is what it is. Turns out this is how easy it is to do. This is the coin I made. It does nothing. It will never do anything. I just wanted to have some material to talk about on the show. That night, wake up the next day, sold $15,000 worth of this coin that I explicitly told people does nothing and will never do anything. That's awesome. And yeah, right. So luckily, so I panicked, right? Like that's a securities nightmare, because I'm not only like telling people on a podcast, but then it goes and does that. So luckily,
the moral implications of how you probably felt just personally, like.
Yeah, exactly. Because I'm talking to people that like I was in chat groups with and stuff. I know the people. Like I don't know specifically which person bought stuff, but I know it was people that I'd been involved with. So somehow, when I built it on a blockchain that I could see the addresses that it came from. So it was a real blockchain, luckily. And so I just sent all the money back, deleted the coin, closed it down, whatever, and went down to like some kind of shitcoin folk hero, because who runs a crypto scam and then actually returns the money out of their own morals?
Well,
but yeah, so that's
you do, and most Bitcoiners, and that's a testament, man.
Well, and that's what it was. Was that was 100% my 180 away from everything altcoin was, if I could do that under those conditions and essentially accidentally launch a coin that people would go for, then what's to say all the projects like that aren't? And so then that was my Bitcoin Maxi project. Once that was concluded, wiped the brow. SEC wasn't a concern. I mean, I had a friend who worked for the SEC, and he was on the crypto task force of all things, just randomly, a friend of mine from high school. And so I'd sent him the podcast. He's like, "You got to do something about that." I'm like, "Oh crap." So yeah, but I mean, and then it was just Bitcoin Maxi from that day forward.
Well, let's go back to the beginning, and we'll go back to ground. How did you discover Bitcoin?
It was Christmas Eve at a girlfriend's house, bored out of my mind, and didn't really like her family that much. So I was just on my phone and just looking at stuff, and then it just clicked. Because I was, like I said, I was trading options. I'd done pretty good trading oil options. And then I knew some guys that worked for Amazon, so they were telling me how many packages that their facility was running out of there, and it was going up 50,000 extra packages a day during the holiday season. It was like 150,000, next day be 200,000, next day 250,000, and I was like, oh god, Amazon's killing it this year. So like Amazon's a real big thing now. So made a brilliant grand slam play on Amazon options. They come out with their earnings report after the year's over. All-time highest earnings of all time, whatever, blah, blah, blah. They say that their projected earnings aren't going to be as good next quarter. The price crashes. And I'm like, how do you do that? And then so the next quarter earnings comes out, and they beat the previous quarter. So they were lying. So here I got wiped out of my position because of the game, because of Wall Street games. So then I was just like, all right. And then that's when I got into crypto, and then you know how I got into Bitcoin from there.
So the idea of, I guess, I mean, you explicitly told people, hey, like, I can just spin this thing up. Please don't buy it. Next minute, they're buying, what, $15,000 worth. You're freaking out. And then you have that epiphany, shit, if I can do this, like, what's to say, no, like, anyone else can do it? And is that what compelled you to look deeper into Bitcoin? Or was it something else? Like, you obviously had sort of, I guess, grokked basic elements of Bitcoin prior to that, you know, in terms of, I don't know, digital scarcity or whatever it was. What was it?
It was actually a use case.
Uh-huh.
It was, I realized Bitcoin was easy to obtain. Like, cash for Bitcoin was doable. But then all the other altcoins and crap, you needed Bitcoin to buy it. So that was the trigger for me, where I was like, well, the only one that's really doing anything, it's not just a white paper with some pie in the sky dream, is Bitcoin. Like, I'm needing Bitcoin to do all these altcoin things that I'm doing. And who's to say that any altcoin is worth anything, where there is a use case for Bitcoin? So then it just started. Then it was just, okay, well, why is Bitcoin? Looked into the history of it, and then it was like, okay, this is the real value. I don't remember whose version of the history of money it was that I'd listened to on a podcast, and I was like, oh, wow, that was just the moment that I was like, okay. And I've always been messing around with banks and different things my whole life. I mean, I was primed. It wasn't a hard transition for me. It was just the tool that became available.
Well, that's what I was going to ask is, what was sort of like the inputs prior to Bitcoin that you think allowed you to, I guess, be open to discovering it,
Oh, well, I mean, I'd been flipping houses while I was working my full-time job also and things like that, and just dealing with banks and seeing why everybody else got some sort of edge, and then just a lifelong distrust of government and how rules don't apply. I mean, just in the news recently, we got the same thing going on where the government doesn't follow the same rules. They make the rules and enforce the rules, but if you're close enough, you don't have to obey the rules. And the banking system's the same way. So, I mean, it was already when I was in high school, I was having TCF Bank was screwing me over on various things. And it was like, I just have always, as soon as there was a way to not have to deal with the banking system, that was the selling point for me. Well, I mean, and another perfect example was PayPal closing down my account and not returning the money I had in there for violating their terms of service for selling cryptocurrency. And then within, I don't even know if it was a year turnaround, here they're offering it to their customers. Yeah. And it's like, there you go, perfect example.
I love that notion of like, we can just shut your account, not pay you back. Like, I mean, it's fine, shut the account, but at least return the money. But
yeah,
they take the money.
Grace period.
Yeah, well, that's it. And then it's not like you can just call up customer service, or some sort of call center and have it like a one-on-one chat with another human being. It's just all through these bots and algorithms. It just makes it impossible. And then on top of that, they actually literally take your time, energy, money. It's enough to know real.
Yeah, and it is, and it's the one thing that you think you actually own in this world is your money. Like, you can go do something with your money. You don't have to stay in whatever situation your life is in or you find yourself. You can take your money and move out of the country, or take your money, and it's not true. You can't do those things. And it's not your money, it's the bank's money, and they allow you to have it if they so choose, and if they don't, then that's it.
Yeah, well, that's it. But obviously, that's part and parcel of the journey of discovering Bitcoin, is that you do come to these realizations that the money in the bank is not yours, and that it is theirs. It's an unsecured loan to the bank. They can effectively do what they like with it, and they also get supported by the state in that capacity. There's obviously insurance and I guess the rule of law to an extent, but they have these. I mean, it's been circling around for years now here in Australia, but the bail-in laws, where if there's a run on the bank, or if the bank just all of a sudden needs to seize your account for whatever reason because they effectively fucked up, rather than getting a bailout via the taxpayer, they'll just literally directly take your money.
Yeah, that's dystopian. That's dystopian right there, and then that's...
Quick break just to say, if you're enjoying the show and digging what you hear, please consider supporting Discovering Bitcoin by shooting, boosting, sending, or zapping the show some sats. If you're listening via a podcasting 2.0 app such as Fountain, Podverse, or Breeze, it's easier done than said. All you got to do is tap the boost button or set an amount of sats to stream per minute while you're listening. Alternatively, if you want to zap me direct via a lightning address, please send zaps and sats, or zaps of sats, in support of the show to djdbtc@zeuspay.com. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your support.
I mean, if you've heard anybody talk about the CBDCs, that's what it is. It's like you run a red light, and they catch you on camera, it's not. They don't even send you a ticket anymore. They wouldn't have to. They just take the money, and then there's no disputing it. There's no anything like. It's to be able to just take from somebody, and that's I mean what a bank account is. The bank account is just there to say that you can pay something, but it's not really yours.
Yeah, there's no due process. It's just, you know, we can do this. We have the ability to do this, and so we will exercise that ability rather than. And you could file a complaint. We've got a complaints department. Go tap a few buttons, and we'll get back to you.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like trying to wait for an insurance payout. Forget it.
Yeah, and then you talk like the credit system too. Here in America, it's a credit score that's determined by a bunch of very vague and like the weirdest things. If you have credit available but you're not using it, it hurts your credit score. And if you close a line of credit, it hurts your credit score. If you open a line of credit, it hurts your... Like, where are these rules? I mean, I'm sure you can look it up online and somebody writes it down, but they don't publish them anywhere to my knowledge. And there's nobody to call. Like, if you have a dispute about your credit, you can call a third party that somehow has contact that could negotiate something on your behalf. But it's just such a phony system. And then somehow Equifax loses the information of, I don't remember the number, 200 million people or something like that. And it's like they're a third-party company, like that I never signed any affidavit or any type of legal documents saying that they were allowed to even have that information. How are they losing information that I never gave them permission to even have? And it's like
That's the stuff that winds me up the most.
Yeah, it's just a whole system built around that. And I mean, that's just an example because they screwed up. But otherwise, it would just be business as usual. Everything, like, who knows how many other companies are out there? The same thing. Like, why do they have all this information on me? And then what are they doing with it? And how secure is it?
Well, that's the thing. It's not secure, and time again, you see these data leaks and hacks and blah blah blah, and it's like how many examples do you need to present to these large centralized databases, whether they're a private entity, corporation, whatever, or a state entity, to say that these are a shitty idea and that I don't consent to you holding this information. If I involuntarily input it, the worst bit is like when you it appears like you're voluntarily inputting this information, but there's kind of like no other way. There's no other options, like if you apply for a rental, say here in Australia, I hate doing the online applications where you go through a third party. And like you're uploading some pretty gnarly information, that's pretty personal, like driver's license IDs, sometimes in some cases passports and things. And you ask the real estate, say, listen, I'm not comfortable with this. And you give them some, emotive reason, like you give them some examples so you don't feel like a complete, like crazy cypherpunk kid that's they're just an irritant. So you kind of, because these people aren't like the smartest people on the planet. Like, I can't stand real estate agents. Fucking. Anyway, I don't know if I'll edit that out, but
nice.
People wind me up. They're morons, and the thing is, like, you give them this insane amount of personal information, and if you ask for an alternative, like, can I just give it to you in hard copy? Like, I'll come in, you print me out the application, I'll give you the application hard copy. 9 times out of 10 they'll say like, nah, just do it online, it's just easier for me. And so then that data goes out and like it's replicable like infinitely, so like who knows where it's going to all these third parties and things, and then it gets hacked, and I don't know, man, it's disgusting.
Yeah, and so well, first to your real estate, hating real estate agents. I told you I was flipping houses. So I'd go and just buy a house, find somebody who was looking to sell for whatever their reason, buy it from them, and then turn around, sell it to a friend or whatever, however it works, where I wasn't using real estate agents. And the real estate agent I did have a relationship with one day sends me a message. He goes, "Oh, if you're ever looking to go above board again, give me a call." And I'm like, above board, nothing I was doing. Like, this is all registered. It was all legal sales and registered. It's not like I'm like
black market housing.
Money laundering with houses or something. Like above board. It was just so, because they think they're that they're rent seeking.
What you mean to say
is
is
that
you're looking for a middleman to take a cut.
Exactly. And then, but they don't see it that way, and that's just so indicative to so many different things in society, where it's like it's been around, it's been established for so long that people don't even realize that that's not the way it is.
Yeah, the level of entitlement is out of control.
Yeah. But there was some other point I was going, but you got me all sidetracked about and bent out of shape about realtors.
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh no, about personal information. It's basically your government information in the United States, and I'm sure in Australia as well, but it's basically useless now. Like it's been stolen time and time again. The people that steal it even get it stolen from. So it's like a social security number in the United States is worthless. The FBI, they track you by your phone numbers. They don't even care about your social security numbers. And it's just like the guy, there was a identity protection commercial years ago about a guy driving around in New York with his social security number on the side of a box truck. And he goes, "That's how confident I am in my product." And I'm like, no, you just know that social security number doesn't mean anything.
It's useless. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a buddy of mine got his like tax account or something. We have like we have this thing in Australia with this thing. It's like a login for the government, you know, like MyGov or something. And you're expected to just log in every now and again and just double check what daddy's got to say to you, whether you pings you an email or something like that, and you're up to date with this or that or whatever. And it's just like, just get fucked. Like, honestly, none of this. I'm not a serf on your property here. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, if I want something, I'll come to you because you work for me, you know. And in the meantime, be on standby when I need a drink of water because that's your job, right? Just be of service to me.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not gonna
Well,
like.
They don't see it like that, though. Again, established for so long, they forget that they're the employees. They think that now they're the masters.
And like, if you say any of that sort of line of, you know, when you're interacting, again, it goes back to the power thing. Like PayPal, they could just take your money and say, "We're shutting down your account because of reasons, and thanks for coming." Like, you can speak to our complaints department. Here's a link, and we'll get back to you, like in some indeterminate time. It's like just there's so much level of obfuscation and bullshit that you have to wade through that it actually is detrimental to, I guess, your time and energy, finite energy. So you just run the numbers and you go, forget it. It's just not worth it. And then they win. That's how they win.
Yeah, exactly. And there's so many different cases of that too, where it's like they will, because they have endless, especially now with bots. It doesn't cost any of their resources to stonewall you indefinitely. Like it takes, you don't, unless you come up with your own bot to make these phone calls for you, like you're never gonna, if they deem you like that you're not gonna get your money back, then that's it. Like they'll just keep it going forever, and I mean nobody's got enough time to spend on the phone with all these people.
That's such a good idea. I'm either gonna try and find some time to go on Replit later on. I'm not a coder at all, but I've been mucking around a little bit with Replit, and or someone out there should create a bot that just is like, you know, bot v bot, and you can just like spin it up to call these people and waste their time back to them. And if it's literally just having a computer on, maybe hidden behind a VPN or something like that, I don't know.
Hey, you know, do it to politicians too. They had right before, I mean, 2 months before this last election, my phone was basically useless. Like, I have people call me that I don't know their numbers, so I can't not answer phone calls from unknown numbers. But it was all political harassment.
Yeah, wow.
And it's like, I should have stored all the numbers and fed them to your bot. You could call them all back with your complaints.
Just have a series of pre-recorded messages. Just,
yeah.
Just purely designed to waste people's time in return.
Yeah. I remember when I was young, I was at a friend's house for dinner. Phone rings, back landline days, and his dad goes and answers it, and he goes, no, let me stop you right there. You give me your phone number, and I'll call you back at an inconvenient time for you. Because it's like, I mean, just the people that think that they own your time, it's on every level. It's like, you don't get to just, because I own a phone, that doesn't give you the right to be able to get a hold of me whenever you want.
Yeah, again, it goes back to that sense of entitlement, and as you pointed out, like these things have been established for such a long time, and the vast majority of people comply with it, or at least don't think about it enough to push back a little. I mean, they probably get frustrated. Everyone's the same, like they all get frustrated, so, but it defaults to, hey, did you catch the game last night? You know, it's like, don't spend too much time in it, and that's fine. But yeah, like if it's asymmetrical, you know. And so if there was some way to sort of, yeah, hey, listen, I'll call you back at an inconvenient time, and if you had that automated, man, that'd be something.
Yeah, definitely.
How has discovering Bitcoin changed you?
Oh, wow. Well, it's completely consumed every aspect of my life, whether it be my entertainment, my friend circle, my employment, obviously my finances. Like everything I used to do, I don't do anymore. It's all Bitcoin stuff. I mean, I still obviously. I mean, I met my wife at a Bitcoin conference.
Amazing.
Right. So I mean, everything nowadays has some aspect of underlying Bitcoin tone to it. So yeah, it's been fantastic. It's been a great journey, great ride.
Can I ask, was it during a bull or a bear that you met your wife at the conference?
Oh, it was a bull run.
It was a bull.
It was, yeah, because I was working at the post office at the time, and Dredd called me. He was down at a conference in Vegas, and he goes, "Come down here." I'm like, "Okay." He's like, "Stop what you're doing, come hang out with me, blah, blah, blah." And I couldn't get the time off of work. They like wouldn't give it to me because like the people that usually would fill in for me when I leave, they weren't answering their phones or they weren't coming or whatever. All right, well, I'm done here. Fly down to Vegas, and that was a decision that I would have never made had I not been in Bitcoin at the time. And it was when Bitcoin mining, home mining, was really just exploding, and so yeah, money was good. There was no, I was making more. Like I did one deal, my commission on it was more than I would make after taxes in an entire year doing the job I was doing. So I was like, okay,
amazing.
Don't need to do this anymore. Went down there. Yeah. Met her. The rest is history. It's been amazing. It's been amazing.
I like those stories of people that, meet their significant other whether it's bulls or bears, but when they hold through the bear and they talk about, like, say Marty and Matt on RHR, they talk about how Marty and his wife, I guess, she bought the dip because he was like unemployed for such a long time and was trying to spin up this TFTC brand and all the rest, and she stuck with him. It's yeah, I mean, I there's so much signal in and around Bitcoiners. It makes it so much easier to make friends. Like, as an adult, it's quite difficult to make friends with people because you're just not really too sure about them, and so you've got your old school friend group, and that's kind of it. But when it comes to a meetup or a Bitcoiner, like someone that you know is a genuine Bitcoiner, and you're still, you know, passing through a few filters and things, but it's so much easier. It's like a Knut said this, I think, recently. It's like the level of trust speeds up so quickly when you meet another Bitcoiner. And so if you could meet a Bitcoiner that's also like your partner, your wife, all right, man, that's like hyperspeed.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, I really hope that's something that doesn't change, but inevitably it has to. I mean, at the speed at which Bitcoin is growing and the fabled public adoption and all that stuff, like, eventually it consumes everyone. And the problem with everybody being involved is now it's also the types of people that you didn't care for before. But now, I mean, even still now, but more so in past years, you go to something and you know that people are spending money. They're spending their sats to be there. They're for entertainment purposes and networking and everything like that. So they're not just random people. You know that they're like-minded people already because they're willing to spend the money that they worked for to be there. So they're not going to waste their time of being an asshole or something like that, or whatever the case may be. So you're already going to fit in with this person or these people when you go there. And it's like time and time again when I was first, like, I was interested in dealing with Bitcoin for couple years before I ever went to any type of conference or anything like that, because I was it was like a save your sats type mentality. I didn't want to spend, I don't know, probably minimum of $1,000 between hotels, tickets, and plane and all that. So I'm like, no, I'll just write down the date and the $1,000 I saved by not going, and we'll see what that's worth in a couple years. So I would just keep doing that. But then I went somewhere just alone, hadn't talked to anyone online or anything like that, and just randomly start talking to Bitcoiners. And it's like every person I would meet was like, God, I'm like, how have I not been friends with this person for years? And then you go talk to somebody else and you're like, oh, this guy's really cool. And it's like you meet some girl and it's like, wow, she's smart. And it's unreal. When you finally do make it to a conference and you start talking to people and realize that there are people out there that are just as weird as us.
Yeah, most definitely. I got a good friend of mine I met at a conference, and yeah, like we started talking about Tool and stuff, and like, I mean, if you talk about Tool to someone, it's generally a decent sign that they're a decent human being. But then you compound that with Bitcoin, and it's like, all right, like this person is like genuine, real authentic, and it's just, you're right. Like I will inevitably lose that for sure. You know, in terms of being able to attend those sorts of things and not getting caught up in those net extractors that will start to come online. And I guess that's why you probably don't see very many real estate agents, because they are net extractors, not net producers, and so they're then unlikely to go to a Bitcoin conference. You know, it kind of reminds me of this article, Geeks, Mops, and Sociopaths, and it's sort of like this evolution of a subculture, and I've spoken about this on the pod many times, I suppose. I haven't mentioned it in a while actually, but I might put it in the show notes. It's a cracking article about how like something comes onto a scene and it's really cool, and you've got like the creators or the inventors, and it brings in like the sort of like the people that can contribute to that creation of that invention, and then it grows the scene, and then you have the fanatics that come on, and they're not necessarily creators and they're not contributors, say to like Bitcoin Core or something. They contribute, time, money, organization, whether they do a meetup or run analysis or whatever it is, to support that. And then you got the geeks. They love the new thing. They're fascinated by all of its, esoteric elements, and they spend all of their time talking about it or doing it or whatever it is. And then eventually the scene grows to a point where it draws in the mops, and they're kind of like, they show up to have a good time, and they contribute as little as they possibly can, basically, in an exchange. They sort of just extract, basically, and they don't give. And we'll get to that point where the mops will just flood in, and maybe it'll continue to happen in cycles. And obviously there'll be more mops in a bull than there are in a bear, but it's the geeks and the fanatics that you want to hang around with, and the creators,
Yeah, that's where that's where the true value is derived. Hence the terms, even the geeks and the creators. But yeah, there's plenty of people just because they weren't disenfranchised by banks or government or anything like that have a lot of very valuable input to offer and coming into the space, but it takes them longer to get here. And like I was saying, even with the altcoin people, there's a lot of talent there. It's being squandered for their own personal reasons, but they could bring a lot to the table. Who wouldn't want to be paid $1 million a year to go work for some shitcoin, and their alternative is go make $50,000 a year on a grant working for Bitcoin, right? That's part of the thing with Bitcoin being with Bitcoin not being a company, is you gotta put in the time first before it's valuable for somebody to want to pay you for that. Right. Whereas if you just have a skill that some shitcoin's going to pay you for to try to get over on people.
Well, your contributions to the Bitcoin space, just sort of following you on Twitter, really, obviously is in and around mining, and you've made a few, like we were talking a little bit off air about this Bitcoin mining water feature that you made from a BitAxe. There's this relaxing little BitAxe that runs and is immersion cooled, I guess.
Immersion cooled is when it's actually submerged into a dielectric oil. This is just a hydro cool. It's just running water through a cooling block.
I see. Well, so I'm revealing my ignorance here, but in terms of your net contributions to the space, obviously you have quite a technical background. So I don't know, just riff on what Ronin H2O is, and you've got a bunch of photos of like your BitAxes and Watts miners and a few other bits and bobs. I like your energy bill too. You've got an energy bill for.
That was from a few years ago. Yeah, it was from a few years ago. But yeah, to like what I was saying is, you have to do a lot of work before anybody's willing to pay you for it. So how I got into mining was I was just interested in it, right? I wanted some kind of like everybody who's in Bitcoin wants some kind of paycheck. Like how can I get paid in Bitcoin or get money to make more or buy more Bitcoin? And I'm not a writer. I'm not a coder. Like, my options were limited. So I was like, oh, some passive income through mining. And at the time, S9s had just basically become obsolete, and they weren't worth anything. Like people, Fartface 2000 sent me 2 S9s for free. Like, that's how they didn't have any value. He's like, if you're gonna actually plug these in, I'm like, yeah, I want to learn. He goes, okay, if you're gonna plug them in, I'll just send them to you. So he sends me those. I start just kind of talking about what I'm doing while I'm doing it, because at the time there was no information out. There was no YouTube videos. There was no nothing about running a miner. Like, it was kind of just happen to know people on Twitter and talking to people, trying to figure out what you could, plug it in and let's see if you can get it going type deal. Because everybody who was mining were large businesses, and it was just a walled garden of knowledge. Like, why would they want to educate their competition on any scale? So I was just talking about mining and what I was doing. And then one day, these valueless S9s that I had plugged in at a condo I owned, that was vacant. And all of a sudden now they were making so much money. Just 2 S9s were making so much money mining because the price was going up of Bitcoin and everything. And I'd worked out a deal with my local power company, and they were paying the mortgage. Just 2 S9s running that I'd gotten for free offline.
Wow.
So, I mean, when something like that happens to you, when you see those numbers, I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to expand, right? You're going to expand as hard and as fast as you can. So just start accelerating in that, and then try to get the new generation miner at the time. And I wanted What's Miner. I'd read good things about them. And it was, again, another whole barrier to entry was minimum order quantity was 20. They were selling for $10,000 a piece. So, I mean, the better part of $250,000 that you're going to send off to China in Bitcoin and hope to God something shows up, right? Like, nobody can do that. People just can't do that. They don't have $250,000 lying around. And so then I put together some people that also wanted them, fill the order it. Next time it got easier and easier, more and more people just kept doing stuff like that. Good friends with the guys at Kaboom Racks. I mean, they were instrumental in that, being the main U.S. broker for that. So that was great. And then, just documenting it all on the way. Started whipping up, 20 machines here in a pole barn and doing this over there, and then got into immersion, which you were talking about, where you actually submerge the machines into a dielectric fluid. And that I thought was the future. I mean, because I started by using the heat from the S9s to heat a vacant condo I owned. So I knew about where typically heat is the issue to be dealt with. Now heat is a usable byproduct from that. So then immersion, the way it works is the dielectric fluid pulls the heat out, you circulate it out, get rid of the heat somewhere else, whether it be a dry cooler type thing outside or whatever. And I thought that was it. I thought that was like, okay, industrial buildings, people are going to have an immersion tank in their garage heating their house, things like that. All these great aspirations of things that it could be, but it was messy, right? You're dealing with a liquid where you're actually putting the machine down into the liquid to pull it out, complete disaster, just everything, lots of moving parts, everything like that. And then just a few months ago, actually, my wife was talking to me and showing me some coolers, some dry coolers that they'd made for hydro cooling, which is where you, instead of having a heat sink on the chips, you have a water block that you cycle water through, and then that takes the heat out, and then you deal with it in the same way you would from an immersion system, except for there's never any exposed liquid. It's all a closed system, so you're not dealing with a big open vat of dielectric oil. And it's just clean, it's nice. That's where the whole hydro bidax thing came from. And then, well, anywhere you use water, like a friend of mine, he was doing the immersion, and he was using the heated fluid to heat his pool. He had a big hot fire. He had his pool up to 100 degrees in the middle of winter in Minnesota, where it was like 0 degrees out.
This is Fahrenheit, because you guys are weird.
Yeah, Fahrenheit. Oh yeah, there you go.
100
So he had it up
Celsius
to.
would be you'd
Yeah, it
in
would
no
be
corner.
boiling. That'd be steaming. And then, which actually, 100 degrees Celsius is kind of like the holy grail of using miners to heat water, because once you hit that 100 degrees Celsius, then you have steam,
Uh-huh.
and then the steam does work.
Yep.
Or rather than now you're using the heat off of it, you're actually going to use the steam to power things. Like you can run turbines or whatever. I mean, endless uses for steam, but yeah. So that's kind of the holy grail. As soon as the ASICs are heating up to 100, then we're got a whole new level of application.
So just to finish that thought, and so I think I've got it in my head correctly, do you mean that if you got an ASIC to output, say 100 degrees Celsius worth of heat, that creates steam, you could capture that steam to run a turbine to do work, to then run the ASIC, and then it's like a closed loop system? Is that, or is that a stupid thing?
Well, no, it's not. It's not a perpetual motion machine.
Right.
But see, right now, power plants, whether it be coal, natural gas, nuclear, the way they're getting the power is they're heating water. They're heating water into steam and then using the steam through a turbine to generate power. Where this, rather than now you're using the electric, so it's not totally efficient. I mean, you could use it to run a turbine and get a little bit of power back to power the miner, but it's not like you flip a switch on and the thing perpetually runs forever. It's not. It would be sweet, but no.
That's not gonna
But
happen.
yes, you did explain it right. It's just not. You still have to have input power for it. It's just that the steam becomes useful.
Like supplementary.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you've got these this water feature, and I mean, obviously, so mining is something that you've gone deep into, particularly home mining. What's the current state of home mining? Obviously, with the bit axes coming online, these things are really cool. There's a novelty about them. I think at least 2 of them, to the best of my knowledge, have found a block, which is cool. Profitability is still a huge problem, right? Increased difficulty. But in terms of home mining, is this something that you would recommend to people to have a go if they have cheap enough energy?
If they have cheap enough energy, definitely. It's really a game of being the most efficient possible. That's mainly where the heat recapture and reuse comes into play, is because if the electric bill isn't quite so painful, if you're actually getting something in return, like if you're already running electric heat, which a lot of houses do, you're already spending the money to heat. So if you can use the heat, that's one thing. But when it comes to just straight up, we're kind of in the same stage we were in my opinion, that when people were sending me S9s for free, right? They were essentially deemed as worthless because at any reasonable power cost, you weren't making enough Bitcoin to make sense. Like you were break even or less. But then all of a sudden it changes. Like I said, just one day, all of a sudden I realized the amount of Bitcoin that was coming in and the value of it was more than I was paying for my mortgage and my electric bill combined, and my HOA too, actually. And so it was basically like having a tenant in a house that I wasn't living in, and it was heating the place and not breaking my stuff. I mean, it was an amazing tenant, paying the mortgage. And so we're kind of in that stage right now where it's not necessarily, unless the conditions are right for your individual conditions for power and location is big. Like I said, if you're going to be using the heat, then that kind of offsets what you're doing. And I mean, even at break even, it's a fun game to play. Like, why not stack some KYC free sats, right? If you're going to be buying the Bitcoin anyways, why not be spending the money, giving the money to the power company, and then collecting the sats rather than buying from an exchange and whatever. I mean, you gotta do the math on it, see if it'll work for you. But then at some point it'll change. It has in the past, and all of a sudden it'll be everybody will want miners again, and then then they can only make them at such a rate, and with the speed that the large mining facilities are buying them up, I mean, inventory could get low again, like we've seen. So yeah, I don't know. It's each individual's personal risk assessment to know if it's a good time to home mine or not.
Yeah.
I would say right now it's not, but ASICs themselves are so cheap right now that it probably wouldn't hurt to pick one up. And I mean, even if you sit on it for a while or something, but that can hurt you in the long run too. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's hard. That's a hard question to answer.
So these bid axes, though, like I've seen them around, and I love to get my hands on one. I don't have one, but they just kind of they just draw such little power. They're more of a novelty, but they do have the ability to contribute to the network and potentially mine a block.
Yeah, and I mean, they're great, especially for, I mean, I think the price point, well, no, it might be the older ones. They're like $150 or something. But I mean, for what they do is teach people, and that's, I think, the most important thing about them is just the learning tool of it. And then for obviously being a miner myself, and then watching people and educating people about mining and other miners that came before me, ones that came after. Once you start mining, it's like Bitcoin. It's like getting into Bitcoin all over again, where you can't have enough hash rate. You can't, you just always looking at more and more ways to get power, cheap power, more miners. Like, it's the same. I guess that was the best way to explain it. It's like finding Bitcoin all over again. It's just a whole new passion and a whole new. You understand why, and then you start figuring out, well, why does nobody else do it? Why is this and why is that, and how can I do this and how can I do that? And it just snowballs. It's great. It's awesome fun.
You gotta have that bandwidth and time to dive deep in it. Like, I would be at the current stage, I would be the person that would want to just plug something like that in and just look at it every now and again, like an ornament, like a trinket, and just be like, oh, that's cool. But I wouldn't have the ability right now to.
And that's the thing too, is the time, because again, using it as a finding Bitcoin analogy, is everybody uses the line, is like, oh, you want to learn about Bitcoin? Well, you just buy some.
Right.
Buy some first. And then once you buy it, then you have skin in the game. Then you want to know more. Then once you learn a little bit, you just, again, snowballs. And then you're going down all the different rabbit holes. It's the same thing with mining. Once you have some hash rate, and that's where the bid axe comes in. The bid axe, you don't get quite the sense of reward from, because you have to hit a block. But you plug in an S9, Plugs in just like a toaster, just residential power, no problem. Probably the same price. You could probably pick one up for $100. Then you're actually making steady Bitcoin. Then you get that sense of reward, where it's like you actually have profit rolling in, not like the trinket like you're talking about, where it would be like a bit of axe you plug in and you get to just look at it once in a while. I was like, oh, that's cool. It's I have this many. I have 1.2 terahash or whatever. But here with an actual ASIC, you're that's not fair. BitX does have an ASIC chip, but with like an S9, then you actually have I don't know, $1 or $2 or something rolling in every day. Oh no, it wouldn't even be close to that. I'm sorry. Anyways, doesn't matter. I'm going on a tangent. But yeah, and then you just want more. As soon as you start doing it, you're like, well, if I'm making this much on this, then plug in another one. Should throw one over at my parents' house. My brother's got an open spot, but stick one there.
You've got I presume it's the Lion of Judah as your avatar, right? Am I correct in saying that?
Yes. Yes, you are. No real significance behind it other than I liked lions. It was one of my first avatars when I started Twitter, and then the Rastafarian lion looked pretty chill. So
yeah, well, I was gonna ask, are you Rastafari? Like, do you identify as Rastafari?
No, I don't. Just happen to be a thing. It's reggae. Oh yeah, I listen to a lot of reggae. Yeah, always have. And I spent a lot of time younger down in the islands and things like that. So I mean, it was just kind of the music that rubbed off on me, and I guess that was part of the inspiration behind it, I'm sure.
Yeah, I dig it. I used to spend a lot of time going to those sorts of places in London and the Notting Hill Carnival and things like that. And it's, you always feel funny because you're a white dude, sort of skanking to this incredibly amazing music. But then you look around, there's a whole bunch of other white dudes and white girls, and you're just like, fuck it, this music is amazing, and just feel it.
I was living in St. Thomas, Virgin Islands for a little while, and I mean, there would at times when the cruise ships weren't coming in, there'd be like weeks on end where I was the only white dude. Other than me, I was the only white guy I would see for like a couple weeks at a time.
Right.
But loved it. Great people.
Yeah.
Good friends.
Sit around drinking Tiponche and listening to Scratch or King Tubby. That's the move right there. Summertime.
Nice. Yeah. It's always summertime in the islands.
Yeah, this much is true. Well, we've got a big island, but it does get cold here on occasion.
How cold did it get there?
It gets cold, man. It snows. Like, there's parts of Australia where it snows, for sure. You can go skiing. A lot of people don't actually realize that. I mean, it's not a huge area. It's not massive, but it's big enough to have like an industry that pops up in the wintertime. And it always takes me back just how cold it gets, because it gets so hot, and it always takes me back how like hot it gets. So you like, particularly where I live, like it all of a sudden it just gets really hot, and you're like, fuck, I forgot how hot it gets here. And then the winter rolls around and you're like, fuck, I forgot how cold it gets here. And
yeah, that's like here too, being in Minnesota, it's it'll get using Fahrenheit. I mean, today it's only 10 degrees Fahrenheit today, but I mean, it'll get down -20 regularly in the wintertime, -20 Fahrenheit, and 95 for weeks on end in the summer.
Wow, that's proper cold, proper hot.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and the hot's terrible too. It's just that humid jungle hot, which is ironic because we couldn't be further away from a coastline.
what do you wish people knew more about Bitcoin?
We're revealing the next generation of open source Blockstream Jade technology, Jade Plus. Jade Plus represents a leap forward in hardware wallet design, emphasizing device security and a user experience that's simple enough for beginners, but advanced enough for cypherpunks.
Our goal when designing Jade Plus was to build upon the strong foundation of the original Blockstream Jade, while factoring in feedback from the Bitcoin community to create the most versatile hardware wallet yet.
Our aim was to bridge the gap between user-friendliness and sophisticated, powerful features, and to incorporate these features in a non-intimidating way, revealed through user progression and user education. We wanted to basically design a user experience that could evolve with the user.
We're releasing Jade Plus as a fully open source Bitcoin hardware wallet to embody the core principles of transparency, security, and community collaboration that are a fundamental part to Bitcoin. The Jade Plus device's construction is a complete re-envisaging of what a hardware wallet can offer. We're setting a new benchmark in hardware wallet durability and security with a metal body and a fully sealed design.
Jade Plus offers the same powerful, unique, and wide-ranging functionality as the first generation device, with an improved form factor and brand new capabilities. Key advancements to the form factor include a more vibrant display that is 66% larger than its predecessor. The larger display provides better readability when confirming transaction details, and QR scanning is highly reliable when capturing signed PSBT with your companion device. The new controls allow for faster and more precise navigation, while offering a satisfying tactile feel and increased longevity. We are also introducing the ability to connect optional accessories to upgrade your Jade Plus even further. By popular demand, Jade Plus will support SD card readers and USB drives for fully air-gapped firmware upgrades, with the potential to support NFC attachments and much more.
On the software side, designing Jade Plus to protect against physical key extraction was essential to safeguard users' assets from physical attacks or device loss, and sets Jade apart from other hardware wallets where this is a critical vulnerability.
Jade Plus works in combination with the Blind Oracle to fully encrypt your private keys at rest, essentially functioning as a virtual secure element. This ensures there is nothing of value to steal from your locked Jade Plus alone, which is a highly unique value proposition.
By combining end-to-end encrypted metadata, a user-generated PIN, and a unique Blind Oracle system, even if a device is physically compromised, accessing the private keys becomes impossible without the correct PIN.
Jade Plus can also be used fully stateless without a Blind Oracle by scanning a seed QR or entering a seed phrase to temporarily load keys to your device. This feature is especially useful for users with multiple seeds or those who would like to create a multi-sig wallet using a single Jade Plus.
Jade Plus remains compatible with a wide range of iOS, Android, and desktop Bitcoin wallet applications. It uses USB, Bluetooth, QR code scanning, so it can easily complement any existing setups.
One of the new security features of Jade Plus is called Origin Check. This functionality leverages secure device identity to ensure that the Jade you received was indeed manufactured by Blockstream, and not a malicious third party.
Jade Plus also allows self-custody across various assets like Tether and digital securities, empowering users to have direct control over their financial assets.
I believe with the Jade Plus, we've not only designed an accessible, secure, and easy-to-use hardware wallet, but we've also opened doors to a world of possibilities in Bitcoin self-custody,
ensuring it's both accessible and secure for all.
We can't wait for you to try it.
or something. Like, it's your time. Why are you making money if you're not going to be able to enjoy it? Like,
Yeah,
the whole
what's the point?
it's your life. It's the only thing you have that you truly own in this world is your own time.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that has rattled around in my brain since time immemorial, really. Since I can recall, it's just being hyper conscious of my own time and where I spend it and what I spend it on and who I spend it on and with and everything. And I'd much rather have the bare minimum than have, you know, an extra couple of dollars in the bank account, which again, going back to what we were talking about before, it's not yours. It's just an unsecured loan to the bank. And so, you know, what are you working for? Thank God for Bitcoin, because you can just, you know, take that double time and a half, split it in half and save it at least and carry it forward into the future and have maybe a week-long ice fishing expedition or something.
There you go.
That
See,
makes
if there's a
sense.
plan, if there's a plan for it, if you're planning on, if it's not about just having the money, if it's about actually, okay, this is what that money is going to buy me in the future, then you better make sure it's actually money.
Totally. What does Bitcoin mean to you?
Like I said earlier, it's my social circles, it's my job, it's my entertainment. It means everything. I mean, just other than the very core of my family, it's everything else. It's all encompassing in everything else I do or think about. And now that my family's all Bitcoiners, they made that part integrated into it as well. So it's great. It means a lot.
Do you think there'll ever be a time when you're like, I get what you're saying in terms of you're thinking about it, it's your life, it's your work, it's all these things. It's kind of become core or central. It's like a firm foundation from which to stand on and to orient your life around. But at the end of the day, we are talking about a neutral protocol that's designed to, you know, or engineered rather, to send value across time and space. I just wonder if there was like a person out there that just fully got into gold, you know, back in the day when everyone was using cows or seashells or whatever it was. And they're just like, I just got a job in gold mining, and I'm just like so, like my whole life has turned around because of gold. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, we get to a point where maybe like subsequent generations will just be like, they really got into this whole Bitcoin thing. Like, they define their entire lives about it. Like, I mean, I'm very similar. Like, I just think about this thing all the time. It's just like an infection in my brain, but like a really good one. And it's enabled me to learn so much in terms of the world and everything. And I'm super grateful for it. But I always just get really weirded out by thinking, am I gonna just like embed my entire life into this thing without sounding like a cult member?
I made a tweet actually the other day about this. Last week in America was Thanksgiving, and so my family's all into Bitcoin. Everybody knows about everything that we do in Bitcoin, and I think this type of scenario, I think the transition is going to be very fast, where we didn't talk about Bitcoin or politics once. Not one word about it, not because we were specifically avoiding it or anything like that. Like, our family's not like that. And we had the whole evening together doing the Thanksgiving stuff, and it never came up. There was just too many other things in our lives where it wasn't even like a secondary thought or anything like that. There wasn't even a point or time needed to even say anything about any of it. And that's the transition I want to see happen, where it's like, yes, we are fanatical about Bitcoin. Yes, it consumes every part of our lives for the most part. But that's just because it's now. In the future, it's just going to be part of everybody's life. So then there's no sure, everybody's always going to talk about money because it's money, but it won't necessarily be important. Like when people, when you have your time back, you get to use your time for what you want to use your time for. And when you're with your family, that's it. You don't worry about all the other things going on. You're with your family.
Amazing. Neil, it's been a pleasure hosting you, man. Thank you for sharing some scarce time, finite energy, telling us the tale of how you discovered Bitcoin. That couldn't have left it on a more perfect note. Thank you.
Oh, it's amazing. I had a blast. Thank you for having me on. Give me a call off air anytime, man. It's good talking to you.
I used to think that Bitcoin was about disrupting the US dollar. But it turns out, if you look at all the fiat currencies, the US dollar is the one that's embraced Bitcoin the most. And by going hard and fast early into Bitcoin, they've basically secured the dollar's place as a dominant government fiat currency.
Hello, I am Cody Ellingham, and this is the Transformation of Value, a place for thinkers and builders, where together we ask questions about freedom, energy, and creativity through the lens of Bitcoin. Today I'm joined again by James Vigiano. We ask, how do smaller currencies like the Kiwi dollar survive in a US dollar dominant world? Is there a deeper geopolitical reason for the push for central bank digital currencies? Is the fight for physical cash a red herring when most transactions are already digital? And what is the role of Bitcoin in all of this? I would like to know what you think. Send me an email at hello@thetransformationofvalue.com and I will get back to you. Now, if you enjoy this episode and the work I'm doing, please consider a Value for Value donation through my website or directly to the show's Bitcoin wallet. Otherwise, on to the show.
But, I just went to the cafe, did some writing, so I just got back. So, been working on my book.
Oh, awesome!
Yeah, so a bit of a labour of love. I don't know if you've ever tried writing at length, but it takes a lot of effort.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's awesome. I'd love to read it when it's done.
Yeah, thank you. It's not really to do with Bitcoin. It's more of fiction. I call it creative non-fiction. It's kind of based on my life and my travels. But I don't know. It's sort of nice to just kind of spend a bit of time in the morning working on meaningful stuff, and having conversations and doing the busy work later in the day. I find sort of works for me quite well. So
yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, but how have you been, man?
Great. Yeah. New Zealand's had a banger of a year with Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin in general has had such a great year, so it's awesome now, like, with summer arriving here in New Zealand, things are winding down and people are being a bit more relaxed and it's a bit more social, and it's been really good.
Yeah. How would you describe the vibe up where you are?
Exciting. So we just had one of those pub meetups, just a monthly Auckland meetup, and we had like 20 or 30 people this time, and half of them were people we'd never met before, which is really cool.
Yeah.
And a lot of excitement, a lot of, like now that it's even more accessible here in New Zealand because of the ETFs and stuff, there's a lot more just general interest in it as an investment, which is getting people talking about it in the mainstream a lot more. And I mean, we've got yourself doing some excellent reporting, and so all the Kiwis are learning from all the world-leading Bitcoin experts thanks to your interviews.
Oh, thank you.
And we've even had the New Zealand Herald did that Markets with Madison piece where they went over to interview Saylor. So the New Zealand scene, we're definitely learning a lot from the rest of the world.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, that's an optimistic lens. I mean, the other side of it, though, is I do feel as if New Zealand may be sleeping on Bitcoin a little bit. I mean, I had a quick look, and forgive me, but I had a quick look on the mainstream media just yesterday, and the two top stories were that the best regions to avoid because of rain this Christmas, and the haka in regards to the All Blacks and the hikoi were sort of the leading things. And I thought, this is quite disappointing when, there's a global monetary revolution and many other things in the world taking place, and these are the leading stories,
Yeah, but I think that it's still a very important story in New Zealand, and the people that need to be learning about Bitcoin are listening and learning about it. And we are seeing a direction change in New Zealand, which I think in the long run will benefit us from a Bitcoin point of view. So we're seeing a huge support from the government towards geothermal energy. They announced, I think it was $60 million of grants going towards that area of research and development. And they're also preliminary findings of something like 30,000 megawatts of power could come online through geothermal alone in New Zealand. And so once we get, that developed, big infrastructure like that takes time, but once that gets developed and we start domestically generating our own Bitcoin supply, that should help alleviate the current kind of downward pressure on the Kiwi dollar versus the US dollar. Because at the moment we're importing all our Bitcoin from America, so it'd be good to, make some at home.
Yeah. Well, James, actually, just going back a step, though, something I wanted to ask you, and I hope you don't mind, but that you're doing a lot of different things. How would you describe yourself and what you're working on these days, man? Like, is there like do you have a pitch, or like how do you explain it?
One way I could answer it is my business is my business and it's not your business. Okay. But another way, more generally speaking, a couple of projects that I'm involved with, the nature of them being Bitcoin is that they're always open source, they're always community driven, and so a lot of my work is volunteer. I'm not getting paid for a lot of it, but like everyone in Bitcoin, I am reaping the rewards because we're all owners of Bitcoin. So it's like we've all got equity in the same startup. But yeah, to formalize my work a bit more, I guess it is just kind of Bitcoin research and then using that research to help other people move forward with their projects and ideas.
Yeah, it's interesting because I guess selfishly I ask that question because I often think, what is it that I do here? And it's sort of strange because you talk to people and it's often focused on the job, and someone mentioned to me recently there's this concept of the slasher. Have you come across that before? Where it's sort of you're a designer / photographer / business consultant / whatever, and and you kind of describe yourself as this like string of fiat job titles, but I think that sort of implies that there's this deep connection between your role and your title and what it is that you do, which feels like a very late stage kind of concept. It's not really a vocation as such. And I don't know, I've just been grappling with that a little bit because I'm a bit like you. I just sort of, basically the way I say it is I work for myself, and and that sort of, then they can ask questions. But I just wanted to sort of see what your thoughts were, because I mean, it sounds like, more broadly, this is kind of a larger change in terms of, what it is that we do with our days, right?
Yeah, it's actually crazy how empowered our generation is to be self-employed. To take responsibility for covering our own cost of living rather than signing up to a salary where someone else pays for it for us. And the tools available to us now where you can run multiple projects and do multiple endeavors as an individual without being overwhelmed because of the support network that things like AI actually provide. I have a positive view on things like ChatGPT because I use it every day to help me scale what I'm doing, because otherwise it would take me days to write emails. So, there's a lot of opportunity, thanks to Bitcoin, to whatever value you can put out into the world. And in your example, you're putting out amazing value by sitting down and chatting with all these experts and providing that for free people to listen to. That value you're putting into the world, the way the Bitcoin ecosystem or economy is developing, is that value should come back to you as well. Whether it's through people making sure they boost your podcast, zap you some sats, or even just through the knowledge that you're sharing is helping Bitcoin adoption, and that's helping your equity, your stake in Bitcoin to appreciate in value.
Yeah, well, you're referring to a kind of value for value approach, which is also quite, I think, new, but it's also kind of old as well. I mean, you go back to the olden days and you had systems like this, but it seems as if in the modern era, this kind of wage slavery you describe, I mean, it has become commonplace, and there's necessarily a lack of agency when you do that. You're signing up your time to be a worker or to labour away, and I think that's not necessarily a bad thing. People want to be part of something bigger, but when it's out of necessity, and it's not something you're particularly enjoying, for example, then that's sort of like a lack of, it's a failure of the system to enable self-development, I feel. Not to say working for someone's a bad thing. I think, as I said, you can be part of a larger project, but yeah, the sort of widespread discontent with the nature of work itself is quite telling.
Yeah, I feel like if I was starting out again right now, like leaving high school, I would actually be, if I was starting out again right now, leaving high school, and I was aware of Bitcoin and understood its promise, then I think I would just suck it up and just grind at whatever job I can find enjoyment doing day to day. Doesn't have to be a job that necessarily provides you with, that ladder career path to eternal glory, or how they try to pitch it when you join a big corporate firm. Because with Bitcoin savings, it doesn't really matter what job you're doing. If you're able to spend less than you earn, then you are building wealth. You are building savings, and then that can help you invest in yourself, in your own education, your own upskilling, to keep doing what you want to do for the rest of your life.
Yeah, and I mean, New Zealand doesn't even have any big companies anyway, so sort of, we're the homeland of small businesses, right, and self-employed people already. So there's sort of a sense of self-sovereignty there, I think, working for yourself and taking it on, which is actually quite a foreign concept in a lot of places, certainly larger countries, there's more of this capture from large corps, and it's sort of this perversion of capitalism, which is quite often talked about. It's not real capitalism. It's sort of aligned with the state and regulatory capture, etc. And so you end up with these mega kind of, in many cases, zombie corporations, and especially as it relates to the financial sector, which I know you're familiar with. But there's not really a free market there for innovation, right?
Well, yeah, you're right. That is definitely true. So there's also, but there is, if we want to give a specific example, a project that I have no vested interests in, just friends of ours, Lightning Pay. You've met the team from there. I would say they are massively disrupting the New Zealand financial system, but they're not doing it in an abrasive way. I don't even think the banks realize what's happening. But because of the open banking API system we have here, where all of your bank accounts in New Zealand have an API that is open and there's providers that link them all together, Lightning Pay has basically meant that Kiwi dollars in any Kiwi bank account can, within 30 seconds, a minute, be converted into Bitcoin in your own custody in your own Lightning wallet. So the capital flight, the ability to get capital out of New Zealand is instant and it's quick, and that actually alleviates concerns people might have about investing their capital into New Zealand, because we've opened the gates to let the capital flow out as fast as it wants to flow out. And now the next issue is capital coming into New Zealand. We want to encourage capital inflows into the country. We want to encourage people to invest in our country, and that's where there's a bit of a hold up from the incumbents, the big banks. They don't have necessarily the motivation, inspiration, innovation to actually come up with creative solutions. But at the same time, the regulations that have built over the last 2 decades have absolutely made it hard for people to challenge them in the fiat side of things. And that's actually where the disruption is coming from, the regulator. It's coming from the central bank saying, we're going to take the windfall that you have right now, which is your deposit accounts, your checking accounts, basically the New Zealand dollar digital cash system we currently have. And right now it's a select group of banks that are allowed to provide that, and so that's how they get their cheap funding to do all their lending, because they just don't have to pay you much interest because you don't have much choice in who you give your Kiwi dollars to. Going to pull that out of the banking system and make that available to everyone through the central bank digital cash. So even though over time we might get industries that build up and build regulatory moats, all of a sudden that regulation can be changed, and I think that's what we're about to see as well in the US, where they are coming hard and fast pro-Bitcoin, and now they've got their parliament, their house, their senate, and their executive, their presidency, and also the Supreme Court is stacked. They're all in the same camp at the moment, which means they can push through radical reform. And so you can create competition, and it can, even if it requires state intervention, it can create more competition. There will be opportunities there.
It's interesting you mentioned the US situation, and for me that's kind of gradually then suddenly example where it really has. I think it's locked in now. I mean, and the prices of the exchange rate of Bitcoin is reflecting that confidence from the market. But it seems, as I said before, New Zealand is still sleeping on it because it doesn't feel like it's a topic that is in the mainstream yet. I mean, maybe in a little while, maybe next year, but certainly for me, things are locked in now, and we're on the way to a sort of symbiosis between what was as a Bitcoin vision and now this kind of actual reality of it taking over and interfacing with the legacy system. Because I think there is they're not two separate things. They have necessarily a flow between them, right? And that capital flight you talked about, that is because there is a symbiosis. And I think that's now confirmed, right? We've got that situation being led by the US. So
I used to think that Bitcoin was about disrupting the US dollar. But it turns out, if you look at all the fiat currencies, the US dollar is the one that's embraced Bitcoin the most. And by going hard and fast early into Bitcoin, developing a huge local supply of Bitcoin, huge energy industry devoted to Bitcoin, and also their financial markets around Bitcoin with their exchanges and their liquidity, they've basically secured the dollar's place as a dominant government fiat currency. And there is definitely a place in the world for having both Bitcoin and a government fiat currency. And then the debate is around, well, how many government fiat currencies do you need to choose between? I personally don't want to see the one world CBDC outcome where there's one empire with one government fiat currency, because then when you interface with that legacy system, it's completely surveilled, completely controlled, and can be completely abused by people in power. So I like the idea that we are an independent country with our own central bank and our own currency, and I want to see it try to strengthen itself and defend itself a bit by embracing Bitcoin too. I don't think that's not going to solve the risk of government currencies over time lose their value. That's a reality of running a country and people debase their currency to pay for things. So that's still an issue that Bitcoin solves by being savings.
Yeah, well, I mean, often you talk about this idea of the extinction of the Kiwi dollar. And I thought maybe we could expand on that because, as you mentioned earlier, the exchange rate right now, compared to the US dollar, is quite weak, and it seems to be, there's this kind of malaise in New Zealand towards, everything. I mean, maybe summer and nice weather is taking the edge off that, but I mean, what is the reality of that longer term in the New Zealand dollar?
Yeah, well, 10 years ago in 2014. A New Zealand dollar was almost worth $1. It was worth like 92 cents. And in that 10 years since then, it's just gone down and down and down. And now it's like 58 cents or something. One of the main reasons for that, in my opinion, is because we buy a lot of things from the US. We buy our Bitcoin from the US. We sell our New Zealand dollars every time we try to buy Bitcoin. And instead of giving those New Zealand dollars within our circular economy to a Bitcoin miner in New Zealand, we're exchanging them for US dollars to buy Bitcoin in the US. We're backing their currency with Bitcoin. So that trend, and then also we were really reckless for a couple of years with how loose we were with our monetary policy, how willing we were to debase it, to do social programs or whatever it is we spent it on. It's an ebb and a flow. The tide can be changing now. This might be the bottom, but it might not. It might keep losing its value. And one of the reasons a lot of Kiwis might use it less and less going to the future is just how easy and accessible the US dollar is compared to the Kiwi dollar. It's far easier for a tourist coming to New Zealand to just swap their Bitcoin for US dollars Tether than it is for them to actually swap their Bitcoin for New Zealand dollars. We don't have a digital New Zealand dollar yet, and you can't go up to a New Zealand ATM and withdraw Kiwi cash paying with Bitcoin. I can do that in Thailand, go up to basically any of the major bank ATMs, and I can pay that ATM with Bitcoin and withdraw cash. It's because there's a middleman service in the middle, but we don't even have that yet. But we are building that infrastructure now. Lightning Pay could help facilitate that. But another thing that could really help it is actually the central bank digital cash. If they do it in a private way, where it's actually a digital version of cash, then a digital version of cash should be able to be purchased by a tourist without a tourist requiring a bank account in New Zealand. Just like how they can walk up to a money exchange and get out Kiwi dollars and pay with US dollars. They should be able to get out Kiwi cash and pay with Bitcoin. And if it's digital, well, it's even more convenient because they don't have to carry that on them for their whole trip when they're touring New Zealand. They don't have to carry physical cash, they can carry a digital version. So that would really help the inflow of capital back into New Zealand if we actually understood that we want people to spend their Bitcoin on Kiwi dollars. And another thing holding people back from spending their Bitcoin on Kiwi dollars is the unfair tax treatment that it currently has. It's the only foreign currency that when you convert to New Zealand dollars, it's treated like it's a speculative investment, when really it's Salvadorian sats. It's a national currency of El Salvador. Why is it treated differently with preferential tax treatment, with worse tax treatment than the US dollar?
Yeah, interesting. The exchange rate thing is kind of strange because New Zealand doesn't have a capital gains tax per se on Bitcoin, right? And so
they have income tax.
Income tax.
I mean, it's even higher. It's up to 30-40%.
What does that mean, though? I mean, has there been any? I mean, as far as you know, has there been any challenges to that, given that it is legal tender and it could be considered a foreign currency via El Salvador?
Well, speaking of the US, if they are about to remove the taxes on Bitcoin, then tax competition theory would say that if we don't follow suit, then the capital outflows would be so much worse. So we have to follow suit if the US do that. So taxes reform could happen, but in the meantime, the way that I view it is the other annoying thing is they've created a loophole right now where you actually can avoid the tax if you buy Bitcoin through the New Zealand ETF as opposed to holding physical Bitcoin, which is a weird incentive structure they've created, because in New Zealand when you buy shares there is no capital gains tax on the shares, particularly when you hold them for a number of years, and there's no income tax on those shares either if you make a gain. And so a New Zealand Bitcoin ETF is a share, and so you can bet on that, make a gain, and not pay taxes on that gain. If you do the exact same thing with Bitcoin, it's going to be subject, the entire gain will be treated like income. So the first 15,000 will be taxed at 10% or whatever the tax rate is there, all the way up to 30% plus. So that's annoying. Something that does help this is if you're actually earning Bitcoin as an income online, like I do earn Bitcoin through some of the ventures I do online, I connect my Lightning Pay with Henry, HNRY, which is just a New Zealand accounting app. So basically, if I have Bitcoin income, I can send it to Lightning Pay, they convert it into New Zealand dollars, they pass it to Henry, the accountant, who deducts the amount of tax required to deduct, and then they give me the after-tax income. So it makes me feel a bit more like a PAYE, like a salary earner who has their tax removed from their salary before they get it. Yeah, so for actual income, I can understand why if you're earning Bitcoin as income, you should try and treat it like it's taxable. But it is frustrating where if you've actually saved your money in Bitcoin and now you want to spend it and support, the economy right now, which is in a bit of a tough spot, there's a hesitation every time. It's like, everything, the New Zealand dollars cost about 30% more than they should because there might be a tax when you buy them.
Well, I mean, if we flipped it, imagine if there was a kickback or some sort of rebate every time you spent your New Zealand dollars that you had saved and which had lost their purchasing power over the years. Imagine that. I mean,
that would be funny.
It would never work out, but I mean, that's the concept here, that $100 I had saved 2 years ago is now worth, $93 or $92 or something.
Yeah.
And that $8 should be able to be used as an offset against other taxes or other, other things. And that would make sense, right? If you're going to apply the opposite, which is that as your money increases in value, and as savings, that you get taxed on that. I mean, it just seems a bit weird to me, but maybe this is the fiat thing coming through, right?
Yeah, creating a taxable event every time you transact is unmanageable, unworkable by any reasonable person, and so it's like there has to be a better way. And I think that's why the whole tax question is up for debate in the US. They're looking at how they can move away from income taxes and go to tariffs and things like that. We kind of already do that. We put a 15% GST on everything you import from overseas, so we already have a 15% tariff on everything.
Interesting. But coming back then, so when we talk about the regulator, we're talking about the Reserve Bank of New Zealand. Certainly there's been a bit of celebration around their ability to get the price inflation down, which I think is perhaps a bit premature. I know the Governor, Adrian Orr, was just at an IMF and World Bank annual meeting in Washington, D.C., where he talked about, getting it down to 2.2%. And as you and I know, that number isn't really true. It doesn't reflect the true cost of living for every individual. Inflation's a very personal number. But it seems as if there's a bit of celebration there around bringing the inflation down. They've righted the ship, so to speak. But at the same time, I think a lot of Kiwis are still experiencing the pinch. I mean, how would you describe that discrepancy in realities?
Yeah, the inflation number they talk about is just the 1 year change in prices. And so if prices were really high a year ago and today they're lower, well, you could say we have deflation. And that's actually what we're experiencing right now with most assets during this kind of Black Friday, going out of business sale kind of thing that's happening right now, is that year on year prices might even be negative. So that'll become the next announcement from the central bank, is that, oh, we cooled inflation too much and now we've got deflation, so we have to start printing money again.
Yeah.
But when you zoom out and you look at your cost of living, rents only ever go up, food only ever goes up, everything only ever goes up and gets more expensive. It's just the speed at which it gets more expensive which is changing. It can either be really bad years where it goes up 20% in a year, or their target where it only goes up by 2% in a year. It's annoying because if you're a salary worker, bringing it back to that earlier conversation, if you're on a salary where you've agreed to sell yourself for a year for a fixed price, you can't renegotiate that midway through the year. It depends on the nature of your contract with your employer. But it forces workers to be on the back foot constantly, having to fight for a pay rise constantly just to get the same amount of money that they were previously getting paid. And it means that people who don't have that power to negotiate, they're not, maybe they're not performing well at their job, their boss doesn't really care to give them a pay rise, they just slowly get paid less and less. And we see that as well with pensioners or beneficiaries. If you're getting a government-defined benefit, the greatest way the government saves money is it just keeps paying you the same amount of New Zealand dollars, but it makes those dollars worth less and less.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, as Adrian Orr says here, navigating monetary policy with a 1 to 2 year lag between policy action and ultimate outcome is akin to ocean circumnavigation. And we've got these images of Mr. Orr sort of holding the wheel of the ship and kind of in jest trying to explain that he's steering the economy, which we know isn't true, right? There's the reality of the market and economics is that it's decentralized and that everyone is a node and a participant. And yet there's still this strong sense of governance, I guess you could say. And New Zealand seems to be holding on to that. We've had recently the Hikoi protests in Wellington and kind of questions around, very political questions around the Treaty of Waitangi, etc., which kind of feels like I find it quite interesting that there's this appeal to the state for something which the state apparently did once upon a time. And there's this kind of dynamic of central control, which feels, for me as a Bitcoiner, feels quite anachronistic, sort of out of date. But I mean, how do we approach this? Because New Zealand really does have a long relationship with the nanny state and with, appeals to government. I mean, is there a way that we move forward from that? What does it take?
It's hard because people older than us, or even a lot of people our age, they don't want to learn something new. They're very stubborn, and that's fine. Once you get comfortable in how to navigate life and you have your way of surviving, you just want to survive like that and live your life. And so we can't do anything too radical where we take away, even if the Wizard of Oz, the central banker, is just a talking head to give people confidence in something that there really is not that much control over. That's still beneficial for those people who do believe in it. It's like Santa Claus. But it's like there is, if you listened to his guidance and his imagery recently of him doing full steam ahead with the boat, that was accurate. It was letting us know that the direction rates are going now is lower, that we're in a bull market now, it is time to spend money, money's going to get cheaper, and it's time to actually pull ourselves out of this recession that we're in. And it's kind of like, if we're all in sync like that, then we can have a business cycle that there's some element of predictability over, not complete predictability, that's some element. And where things go a bit rogue is you get a government that comes in and goes way too far in the borrowing spending direction than they should for the size of the economy, causing a short-term blip in inflation. And then it's like the boat's on fire, and you don't want to tell everyone on the boat that it's hit the iceberg. You don't want everyone to panic, and so you just pretend like it was intentional. Oh yes, we wanted rates to go higher to cool things off. Well, no, it's because no one around the world wanted to lend New Zealand money. Our interest rates blew out because the government had to keep borrowing money. It was in so much debt, but no one wanted to lend it to it, so they had to keep paying a higher and higher interest rate to borrow money. But we don't want people to panic, so we always have to have confidence and give the impression that it's a very controlled ocean that we're navigating. But that does help put people at ease and help the economy to move forward, because if businesses lose confidence in the economy, they don't make decisions, they don't invest, they don't take a risk and borrow money to invest in their expanding business. We need to have that level of stewardship over the economy to give people, I guess, like encouragement and motivation to just take action and grow our way out of this ourselves. Yeah, I think you mentioned looking to the state for answers or something. Like, we shouldn't be hoping that the state solves every problem, but it's okay to let them be like our cheerleader to help motivate us to actually solve the problems ourselves.
Interesting. Yeah, that's fascinating. It's like the theatrics of politics now with that lens so clear, right? There's this sort of act required, perhaps, for the market to really have stability, because if you don't say the right things and you don't give this sense of confidence, then it's reality aside, people maybe start stressing out and panicking when you've got the guy coming out saying, "Hey guys, sorry, but we're broke. The ship's sinking." They obviously they can't say that until you're actually underwater, and by that time, they're already on their lifeboats themselves. So sort of the theatrics of it come through, and it stands out to me that really maybe they shouldn't be hiring economists, but they should be hiring actors and people with a creative background to tell that story, and the degree and the kind of hard science of it is less relevant potentially.
Yeah, well, I guess the central bank does also have a regulatory role where it's kind of like got a boring role of trying to set the rules for the game of the financial players. And in that respect, economists or lawyers are important to help to be independent and understand that you're meant to be policing the banks, not writing rules that help them defend their moat. So there's still a place for people that are educated in economics and stuff.
Yeah. The image that comes to mind is, the clowns that they put into the rodeo to run around to distract the bull. It's maybe a bit like that. It's just sort of like they're waving their hands and trying to get a little bit of attention off the bull, but man, it's not really controlling that thing. The beast of the economy does what it wants to do, and especially when it comes up against reality. And if there's a pathway, an exit valve, a lifeboat potentially in the case of Bitcoin, people start finding that, and that knowledge disseminates, and people start to understand that there's a way out of this. But maybe that sense of authority of institutions is still quite strong, and even non-state institutions, things like the media, still kind of have a lot of sway. And even in New Zealand, when clearly they are so biased and so wrong, I'm sure most people we know in New Zealand still watch the news to some degree, especially family and friends who are maybe not so much into Bitcoin. So it's sort of like, well, at what point do these institutions fully lose validity? Or maybe they never do, maybe they always stay, as the voice, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, there's an element of, if they're just trying to get attention because the only way they make money is through viewership, through ad revenue.
Sponsored content.
Yeah, having a clickbaity title that's actually an error. Like, whenever someone says something bad about Bitcoin, they get a lot of engagement from the Bitcoiners, and that gets them views and makes them ad money. Whenever someone says something positive about Bitcoin, we're starting to engage with it, but most of the time Bitcoiners aren't as engaging as they are with the negative content. So it's self-fulfilling prophecy. With feedback we're giving these journalists is to keep writing hit pieces, because that's what gets you engagement, because all they're looking for is engagement.
Yeah, well, if it leads, it leads, and it seems like, I mean, maybe that's a good point, because if they came out and said, well, look, you know, Bitcoin is the answer, you know, this is what you need to be doing with your money, here's how it works, get started. You know, that's maybe a little bit too simple, too optimistic for the news. You know, they want something nasty, they want the failures and the crashes and the cryptos and all of this stuff. So yeah, I mean, that makes sense when you look at it through that lens, that, you know, necessarily these media institutions are pessimistic, and that's going to rub off on you if you're consuming that stuff. It's kind of like seed oils, I guess. It ends up manifesting in the body, right?
It's interesting with the state-funded media, because the New Zealand government does support a lot of the media. When it's the left-wing type government in power, the state-funded media is just relentlessly positive about everything the government does. And then now when a right-leaning government is in power, because that right-leaning government is trying to cut costs as well, so that it doesn't have to print as much money as the previous government printed, because they're cutting costs, they're looking and saying, why should we be paying these people to write this journalistic stuff? Why should we pay them? So they cut the funding. And because they're cutting the funding to the state-funded media, during a right-wing government in New Zealand, all the state-funded media is relentlessly pessimistic on the government. It's a total tone shift. Like Radio New Zealand used to love the government, now they hate it. And any opportunity they get to undermine the government, they just jump in.
Yeah, they like taking their pot shots. I find it fascinating, this just the way it's so vapid, you know, and as I said, you know, you look at the leading articles, the leading, you know, headlines, and they are just so basic. And as I said, I mean, New Zealand has this already, just this myopia being at the bottom of the world, but certainly it's like, man, there's so much stuff happening. You should be maybe a little bit more aware and focused on, you know, what is out there in the world, especially in these times of change. You know, I don't know if conservative, slow kind of, you know, sort of ambling along is going to help. I think, you know, you need to kind of have your eyes open to rapid change, and things can change on the dime, as we've seen with Bitcoin and everything now taking off in the US. I mean, that's, as I said earlier, this is locked in for me. I think, you know, we're on the timeline now where this takes place, and that maybe could have been delayed if the election had gone the other way. And again, these are all political actors, but you know, the deck is stacked with Bitcoiners right now in the US, and that is where New Zealand gets its leadership from in terms of the monetary side. So it's exciting times, man. But yeah, I do get the sense that New Zealand is a bit slow to the game, and it hurts, man. I see it every day, and I think, man, how many people are just not, they haven't been reached yet. They don't know about it. They haven't been given the information because the places they're going for reporting and truth are not telling them that stuff, you know?
Yeah, but, you know, the independent media like yourself is growing in popularity, so there's voices out there that people can listen to. I mean, I personally haven't, I have not had my TV plugged into the New Zealand aerial, you know, the Freeview TV network for over 10 years. I just haven't had the ability to even watch New Zealand television because I haven't needed to. But it's still a part of a lot of people's lives, the older generation in particular, but the younger people get their news online, mostly from social media, and social media is actually becoming quite heavily dominated by pro-Bitcoin voices.
Yeah, everyone seems to be coming out of the woodwork now, and it's funny the exchange rate does that. It sort of, it was kind of, I think, it gives an affirmation to the value proposition that you know, this thing's here to stay. It's going to continue to dominate, and you know, you just have to look at the number. You know, so markets are down, and there was a lot of negativity just with the recent US election. You know, a lot of things crashed, but the one thing that didn't crash was Bitcoin. So the market's clearly seeing confidence there and stability there. So yeah, I mean, that's maybe the piece of information people just need to look at. You know, look at the number go up.
Or even getting more people, even within the Bitcoin space, applying their Bitcoin knowledge more. Taking it to the next step of not just having all your Bitcoin in cold storage, but spending a little on Nostr, you know, participating in the value for value economy, getting the Bitcoin circulating in the Bitcoin economy. Like, it makes it so much easier now to onboard new friends and family with their first dollar worth of Bitcoin. You just get them to install a Lightning wallet, get them to create a Lightning address, like an email address. That's how I explain it to people. Hey, what's your Lightning address or your email address for money, for Bitcoin? And then I send them $1 worth of Bitcoin. Getting them to participate and use Bitcoin is like sitting them down with a demo of email when they're waiting in line at the post shop and saying, look how much quicker it is to send an email to someone around the world. Hey, you could set up this email system at home and do it all yourself if you want. Like, there's all this potential and it's growing so fast. So the more people we get experimenting with and actually using Bitcoin, the more it just becomes a part of our economy and the fabric of our society. And I don't think that weakens the New Zealand dollar at all. I think the more we do it in New Zealand, it strengthens our New Zealand dollar.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, coming back to the Lightning Pay example, I mean, you'll be familiar with their bill pay feature, which is pretty cool. You can pay from your Lightning wallet and it will settle New Zealand dollar bills straight into the account of the other person. And it seems to me that's very interesting because in that situation, I mean, you know, the New Zealand dollar is kind of like a layer 2 of Bitcoin. Yeah. We're making easy use of the open banking system, which has been kindly built by the state and the government.
So we should be a bit nicer. There is some innovation in New Zealand. If we compare it to other countries, our banks are pretty ahead of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of cool. But what it means, though, is you can have a Bitcoin, you can be on a Bitcoin standard and certainly pay your bills, utility bills, things like that.
You absolutely can if you are a fully KYC New Zealand resident.
Yeah, well, that's like
the headache that I'm experiencing right now is all my Bitcoiner friends coming to visit New Zealand, and then I've got to be the one to go get out cash from the bank and sell it to them because they don't have any other way of getting New Zealand cash, and because they can't pay with their Bitcoin at every point of sale yet in the country, although that's being worked on. But because they can't do that yet, they just want New Zealand cash. They want to lock in their spending money for their 2 or 3 week trip here and just have the cash to spend. And that'll be fantastic when we can make that work a lot easier for tourists.
Yeah, that would be awesome. But I mean, I guess on that note, and again, I mean, we've talked about this in the past, but there is a sort of small cadre of people in Wellington working on this with the government, or working on something with the government. But in terms of the Bitcoin conversation, certainly I don't know if that's in there. It seems like there's still a lot of reluctance, a lot of uncertainty, and I certainly haven't seen any real meaningful discussions. I mean, what is the pathway to some of the stuff we're talking about actually making it through the barrier, through the membrane of the states? You know, like
I'm quietly optimistic. So we don't have gold in our reserves in New Zealand. So we already have a principle that our central bank doesn't actually back the currency with real money. It just backs it with government bonds of other countries. So getting our central bank to buy and hold Bitcoin is probably a step too far. That might not happen. But getting our central bank to digitize our cash, create that digital cash with an emphasis on privacy because we want it to be cash, that is in the works. It is very much being researched. They have shared publicly multiple times their emphasis on trying to figure out how to do it privately. That technology now does exist with Xiaomi and eCash, and so we could see the perfect, scenario of New Zealand dollars now there's a digital version of them that you can transact peer-to-peer in a private way. A tourist can arrive and get some digital New Zealand dollars if they want to and pay it at all our businesses. It's like that layer 3, that layer on top of Lightning, right? That could happen faster than we could even imagine if there's the motivation, if they're truthful about their motivation to make it private. The worst case scenario might be that it gets captured, that whole process gets captured by the banks because they don't want to have that cash out there outside of their system, and so we just get this horrible KYC'd digital currency rather than digital cash, which isn't much different than what we currently have now. I think the willpower is there to get it done. I think the technology is there, and there is the expertise in New Zealand. I think that the people in Wellington are listening to your research. They're listening to these conversations. They are potentially talking with places like Blockstream and with Liquid and learning about these side chains and how basically the US dollar has done its digital cash when it went into Tether, which was actually a private company doing that. There's no reason why Kiwi Bank can't offer Kiwi Cash right now as a version of Tether and make it run on the Liquid sidechain. That's still a really positive step. So there is a lot of potential. I don't want to criticize the work they're doing because they have to, as a government, be open and public with it, and they have to listen to submissions from everyone. So right now, they've got that boring bureaucratic process of having to look at all the bullshit submissions to find the ones that support their thesis of privacy and eCash. And so they have to go through it all, and that takes time. And also there's the idea of being a first mover can have a lot of political risk and be quite a thing, but now that we've got the pathway kind of being cleared with the US being pro-Bitcoin, things could happen in the next couple of years.
Yeah, I like your optimism, though, I must say. I mean, the CBDC thing certainly is a big topic, you know, amongst the general public as well. There's a lot of concerns about the privacy side, and I don't know, man. It's the state we're talking about. Do they really care about privacy? I mean, that would be the question. I mean, I'm an optimist as much as anyone, but I sort of think, man,
something that made me believe them was in the recent interview with one of the members of the Reserve Bank, the one who's in charge of the cash system.
Yeah.
He emphasized that if we want private cash to continue to exist, we have to start using it more. And the issue is that even if we believe in privacy and we believe that cash is a good thing, I still find it incredibly inconvenient to use. I hate having to deal with change and dealing with coins, and I also have total empathy for a small business not wanting to have a cash register with a pile of cash that can be robbed. So digitizing that is actually an admirable goal that we should all be hoping for, and that is a separate conversation to the CBDC, the traditional conversation around digital currency, where it's the banks kind of surveilling everything and controlling how you can spend the money. That's kind of the existing system we have now. We almost should think about it like the central bank can help us. Now, the first time I started learning about CBDCs, I was also very pessimistic because the people I'm talking to about it are Americans, and when they talk about it, the fear that comes over my mind is I don't want to have to be forced to use the US dollar. I don't want that to become a global CBDC because the US loves spying on their own citizens. That is like the country to a T. So I wouldn't trust that as a one world global CBDC. So I'm hoping and betting that we can defend ourselves from that by taking our own route with our CBDC, emphasizing the cash part of it rather than the censorship part of it.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I'd like to see how that unfolds, man. I mean, I don't know if I see that sort of vision from their people. It seems like there's sort of a lumbering along, and I don't really see strong privacy advocates, or certainly there's no Bitcoiners at the table that I'm aware of. So I'm sort of thinking, well, where are they getting their directive? Because it seems as if Mr. Orr himself, who's now talking at the World Bank and IMF and celebrating the inflation target that they've hit, it seems as if that's still within this global surveillance system that, you know, I think everyone's aware that it exists and that it's not for our benefit. And so that a few people in Wellington would take a shot at doing something actually good. I know, maybe a bit of a stretch of the imagination. I want to have hope and certainly extend an invitation to talk about it if there is an opportunity. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, time will tell, and maybe it doesn't matter anyway, because if the New Zealand dollar goes dead, we're just using US dollars and Bitcoin. It won't matter much.
Well, let's hope not.
No.
I'm in the camp of let's hope that doesn't happen. I think we have to remember that these are employees of the state, that we control what the state is, and we can effectively fire and replace if it goes in the wrong direction. I know there is a separation of central bank from parliament, so there's that idea that you can't fire them, but that's BS. You absolutely can. So it's kind of like if it goes in the wrong direction and we suddenly have this tyrannical Kiwi dollar, first of all, it'll be worthless, so no one's going to want to use it. But second of all, we as a people would just enact our political power to change the government and unlock the free Kiwi dollar, the Kiwi cash. Or we'll just completely opt out of the system and it's the downfall of the Kiwi. But I think before that happens, it'll be easy to get the political power to make it right the ship, as they say, change course. We're a great sailing nation. We know how to change tack.
Yeah, that's cool. That's awesome, James. It's interesting stuff to think about as we come into the summer break at the bottom of the world, and I guess look forward to next year, which, speaking of 2025, what is your outlook, man? What are you looking forward to? What's on your horizon?
I'm trying to remain humble and appreciate that 2024 was a bull market year. A lot of people are saying next year's a bull market, but if you look at how well this year has gone for Bitcoiners, this was a bull market year. So next year, I'm looking forward to long-term planning, trying to secure thinking epoch to epoch, 4-year cycles of Bitcoin's halving, trying to make sure that going into next year, I can hit the ground running for 3 years or 4 years straight without having to worry about, the worst situation you can be in is being overexposed to Bitcoin in a bear market and being forced to spend some of your Bitcoin at a depreciated value. So there is the use case of stable coins and of trying to pre-fund your runway. If you don't have an employer, like I am my own employer, I need to think about how to position myself to afford my cost of living, always being humble and having a very minimal cost of living so I can stretch out my savings as long as possible. But trying to plan multi-years. So a few of the projects that I'm working on are unspent capital. That's kind of like my investment philosophy, and that's going to become a bit more of like a up-to-date current education on what I would do today in Bitcoin and sharing what I'm doing in Bitcoin, kind of where I share my research, and also where I share what I'm spending my Bitcoin on, so people can see what my spent capital goes to. Because I think every Bitcoiner is really good at spending their Bitcoin. They put a lot of thought into it, so it's worth sharing with people how you think about that. Another project that I'm really ramping up next year is my gamer tag is Maddens, and I play a game called Rust, and so me and some friends have a Rust community, a server where kids come and play and they earn their first little bit of Bitcoin in this digital economy. So we're really trying to ramp that up and get more people offering their products and services in this economy and experimenting with that. And I mean, there's actually quite a few other Bitcoin projects, like in the Nostr space. I'm loving Zapstream, if you like live streaming. So I want to contribute and help that grow as much as I can. So yeah, there's a lot of, it's a big year next year, but I'm not going to be one of those people that keeps expecting Bitcoin to go up forever. So I just need to be realistic and plan 4 years ahead of time and just be able to be in a position to be building for the next bear market.
Yeah, that's interesting. And just with unspent capital, because was that not the company you started a few years ago? Are you saying that's a going concern still, or?
Yeah, so that's the project I started in 2020, but I haven't actually done anything publicly with it.
Okay.
But I've been working behind the scenes to put the pieces in place to go ahead with that next year. But it's not like it's not. I'm not accepting anyone's capital. I'm not trying to start a fund. I don't want to manage anyone else's money and take that risk.
Yeah.
But it's more just like providing people with a portal to access me if they want to book in time with me and talk to me, publishing my research in more depth, especially about digital cash and Bitcoin. It's up to all of us to put that out there in a format that people can refer to and cite so they can actually have the arguments to get that developed in New Zealand.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. I look forward to that because, as you mentioned, you do quite a lot of research into this stuff, which I had assumed was sort of personally. But if you do have a vehicle for publishing that and sharing that, I think that'd be really awesome. And given your background as well with the legacy financial system before and now with Bitcoin, you've kind of got, you're over both of those, which would be a very interesting perspective, I think.
Well, thank you. And one of my primary sources of information is going to be all of your interviews that you've conducted with all these experts around the world. So I'm looking forward to queuing those up and listening to them over the summer as well.
Yeah, cool. All right, well, thank you, James. We might wrap that one there, but no, it's good to catch up with you and talk a little bit about what's happening back in New Zealand and sort of what's coming up on the horizon.
Awesome. Thank you, Cody. Great chatting.
Thank you for listening. I am Cody Allingham, and that was The Transformation of Value. If you would like to support this show, please consider making a donation either through my website or by directly tipping to the show's Bitcoin wallet, or just pass this episode on to a friend who you think may enjoy it. And you can always email me at hello@thetransformationofvalue.com.
So whenever you have a spokesperson that is as energetic, quotable, tweetable, soundbiteable, right? Like Sailor memeable, right? Like Sailor's sort of this once in a generation kind of spokesperson that transcends, what you would typically get I'm making memes of Saylor. Like, there is no second best, and so to be able to reach the the humble plebs of the world that are memeing you, and then to reach give presentations to Microsoft, and to be on Squawk Box, and to speak to all the large companies, publicly traded companies in the world. That's pretty freaking crazy. If you're a spokesperson and you're enthusiastic and you can convey your ideas in a way that are going to get people to sit up on the edge of their seat. So I want what this guy's talking about, then it's going to be really easy going.
Welcome to the Business Bitcoinization Show, the show dedicated to helping you enrich your life and grow your business with Bitcoin, the hardest money on planet Earth. I'm your host, Josh Friedeman, and our guest today is Phil, who is the founder of 21M Communications, which is a PR firm that focuses on working with Bitcoin companies. Today on the show, you're going to hear some great tips to help you get in front of the people that you want to reach. We're going to get to our interview with Phil right after this. Business owners, unlock the benefits Bitcoin has to offer your business with the Bitcoin for Business Quick Start Guide. This 27-page guide highlights the 6 ways you can grow your business with Bitcoin. Check it out in the show notes. Phil, welcome to the podcast.
Josh, great to be on here. Thanks for having me.
So I like to start off every single interview with a few questions that help us to get to know you a little bit better and give us some insight for our own lives. Are you ready for these?
Let's hit it.
Question number 1 is this: when and how did you first learn about Bitcoin?
This is, for me, such an embarrassing question to answer, because I think the difference between, first learning about it is different than first hearing about it. And there's all these different stages. I initially heard about it early, like a lot of us, rejected it. But then 2017 came along, and this is the embarrassing part. At this time, I was working at a TV station, and I just remember John McAfee saying that he was going to do something to his body. I know it's a family-friendly show, so I don't want to say any bad words or anything, but he kind of said a bet that he was going to cut something off if Bitcoin didn't hit, I think it was 500,000. And at this point, I had heard about it, didn't understand it at all. And this was sort of like this meme that was going around. And he said he was going to, do this on national television. I was working at a TV station. So just a funny little bet kind of thing, decided to buy a little just to see what would happen. So McAfee got me in, started to just slowly learn about it, but didn't really, do the deep dive until about 2020, right? The pandemic came along, and that's really what sent me down the full-on rabbit hole. And it's a rabbit hole you don't come back from. Once you go down that rabbit hole, there's really no turning back.
It would be interesting to know how many people have started to learn a lot about Bitcoin, really had a deep understanding of it, and then kind of came back out. Because I can't think of too many. I feel like there are a handful of people that maybe got burned early on, or joined at the top of a bull market and didn't realize what they were holding and sold it after it lost 70% or whatever. But that's interesting. I haven't thought through how many people have actually stopped believing in what Bitcoin is after really learning about it.
I personally think, well, it's just an N of one, but I've also talked to other friends of mine at wherever it is, BitDevs, and the interesting thing is, so 2017 when I first bought, and then I got re-engaged when the price run up, it was going up again, and then it went all the way down, but then almost that bear market forces you to be like, oh, I really have to take myself seriously now. Like I should really be able to defend why I did this. So I think it's like those low times really harden you. That's the time that's really meant for learning, and I think it's just a part of the process. I don't know. Maybe a lot of people go through the same thing.
So question number 2 is, what's an insight or fact about Bitcoin that you wish everyone understood?
Going to go with something non-technical here. I think it's that Bitcoin has no marketing department, right? There's no media department. There's no central figure. I know our parents think that we work for Bitcoin, and in a way that's kind of poetic and true. And I say that because every person can make a contribution to Bitcoin in some way, shape, or form. There's this running joke that we have too many Bitcoin podcasts and whatever. I 100% disagree. I think we need more podcasts. I think we need more people memeing. Yeah, I think we need more people writing about it, more people on TikTok. I mean, just more educators. It feels like it's crowded right now, but it's not at all. We need more. And to anyone that is thinking about how they can get involved, and there's no limit. I mean, just being on social media, Reddit, and fighting the Reddit Bitcoin forum, which can be kind of a mess these days. But there's some value that you can bring to the table, and I guarantee you that Bitcoin needs it. So I would just say emphasizing that it is completely permissionless and open. It's a welcoming space, and that people should get involved from day one.
Question number 3, what's the Bitcoin resource you most recommend to other people?
So I think it kind of depends on who I'm speaking with, right? Like if I'm speaking to one of my friends that's, in finance, and maybe they're a financial advisor, or buddy that's a CFO of a company, I'm probably giving them Broken Money first by Lynn Alden. For a lot of other people and I would fall into this category, that traditionally didn't, get involved in finance, I would say a bullish case for Bitcoin. It's really like the easiest on-ramp to getting your bearings for Bitcoin. It's like, I think, a little longer than an hour. You can find it on YouTube. Guy Swan narrates it, and he narrates I swear at this point, Guy is like the internal dialogue when I think about Bitcoin. I've listened to so many of his recordings that is just, he's a godsend. So thank you, Guy. So I'd start them off with that, and then if they've made it that far, they're probably very interested now. Then Bitcoin Standard, and if they come back for more, Sailor Series with Breedlove, and if they make it through that, I mean, then they're a full-on maxi at that point, and I'm giving them lop.net. Okay, here's everything that you can, all the technical stuff, everything in between, to really just get lost, right? And have fun from here. Here's a resource, but you've made it, my friend.
All right, question number 4. Beyond Bitcoin, what's a resource, tool, or idea that's been helpful to you or your work recently?
So I know you said beyond Bitcoin, but I have to say Zapwrite. And it's just such a fantastic tool. And I consider it beyond Bitcoin too, because I think even if, any type of e-commerce, any type of company, whether it's at your farmer's market, e-commerce, if you're just living in the, regular world outside of Bitcoin, Zapwrite is a fantastic tool. And and I went through all these different types of invoicing services, and Zapwrite was, by far the easiest to use. It's so sleek. And, when I first started using it, I emailed the guys, just had a question, and Parker Lewis got back to me. I was like, oh crap, it's Parker Lewis. And I got on a call with him, and I couldn't believe that, he made himself available, since I'd watched all of his, previous, speeches, presentations at all the conferences, and have his book Gradually Then Suddenly. And that was a pretty rad moment for me. But outside of Zapwrite, I would just say the idea in my business with what I do with 21M Communications is that marketing is no longer about the stuff that you make, but it's about the stories that you tell. And I try and remember that every day, right? When I show up to do the work for the companies that I work with, is we're still so early that there's a lot of technical jargon that's leading, what we're going to in the market. And we want to talk about features a lot and technically, why this is better than this. But at the end of the day, if we're trying to reach new audiences, we need to be focused on the benefits, right? And how is this going to make your life easier, or whatever pain point this is, how does this help solve that? So it's so easy to get lost in the weeds of the technical stuff, and it's so important. But knowing that, how do we kind of think creatively about how to communicate why these technical ideas are important, but in a way that anybody can understand. So it's just an idea that I try to remember.
So now we have our final, what we call our arbitrary but insightful question, and it's this: as a general life principle, is it better to ask why or why not?
This is a really tough one. Yeah, I don't know, but I'm not going to fence it. I'm going to give you an answer. So why would be more of the introspection, right? Like, okay, what is the purpose behind doing this? What does this mean? Why not is, Leroy Jenkins, let's just go for it. Let's take action. I'm a thinker. I tend to overthink. I want to really plan stuff out. So I'll just say, because I know I'm like that, I'll say why not for me. Because at the end of the day, I think you have to take action. At a certain point, you can only plan so much or think so much about a certain thing and rationalize it until you just have to say, what, screw it, let's just go for it and, do the work every day. So why not?
If you were hit by a bus right now, could your family access your Bitcoin? When's the right time to stop hodling and use Bitcoin to impact your family's lives, not just yours? What if Bitcoin doesn't reach the value you expect, or it takes longer to reach that value? Do you have a plan? Do you have the proper trust structure to avoid probate, maintain your privacy, and minimize taxes? Do you want to avoid taxes to stack more sats, or leverage your stack without selling? Should you add Bitcoin to your business's balance sheet? Are you truly confident in your self-custody setup? If any of those questions made you stop and think, you probably realize that simply buying and holding Bitcoin is not a complete financial plan. That's where Strong Wealth comes in. Orange-pilled advisors blending traditional financial planning with deep Bitcoin expertise, giving you the best of both worlds, so you can sleep peacefully knowing you're making the right moves for your family no matter what happens. Schedule a free call at strongwealth.net. That's strongwealth.net. Strong Wealth. Wealth management for Bitcoiners, by Bitcoiners. Today's episode of Business Bitcoinization is proudly brought to you by Velis Commerce, where the future of business technology meets Bitcoin. As we journey through the era of Bitcoin and its transformational impact on businesses, there's one name that stands out: Velis Commerce. Whether you're looking to build a cutting-edge website, a seamless mobile app, or custom software, Velis is your go-to team. They've been diving deep into the world of Bitcoin since 2014, making them one of the most experienced groups for integrating Bitcoin and Lightning payments into a variety of digital platforms. But here's what truly sets them apart. Velis Commerce doesn't just build. They bring a wealth of knowledge to ensure your project's success from day one. Their team understands the nuances of Bitcoin, ensuring that your business stays ahead of the curve. And for all business Bitcoinization listeners out there, Velis Commerce is offering a free consultation to kickstart your project the right way. So, if you're ready to future-proof your business in the coming age of hyper-Bitcoinization, head over to veliscommerce.com or reach out on Twitter at VelisCommerce. Let's make sure your business thrives in the Bitcoin era. Well, Phil, we're here today to talk about your business, 21M Communications, primarily a PR firm for companies who are somehow connected to Bitcoin. We can talk about some of the companies you've helped so far and maybe who you're looking to help in the future. But I guess the main reason I reached out to you is because I think it was probably 2 years ago, I heard Mike Jarmuz of Lightning Ventures say we need someone who's doing Bitcoin PR. And at the time, I knew someone who'd be great on the PR side. So I reached out to him, and he didn't want to have anything to do with Bitcoin because he was sure, and I think probably still is sure, that the United States government is going to ban it because it will be too much of a threat to the U.S. dollar. Boy. Things seem to be changing in that regard, and I was never really concerned about that in the first place, but he declined, and I didn't have the expertise. But I think that it's something that's very important, and I'm looking forward to learning more about what you're doing and kind of where you see the future for PR in this space, as well as what some things are that business owners should be thinking about, whether or not they have any interaction with Bitcoin on their balance sheet or accepting it. So with all that preamble, could you tell us a little bit about your business and how you guys got started?
Absolutely. And I mean, you're spot on. And Mike Jarmusch is spot on too. I've got an ongoing conversation with him. So I've spent my career in media, right? Whether that's been TV, print journalism, magazines, digital, and then the agency world, right? Comms and PR agency. And what I learned in the agency world, working with, all of the crypto companies out there and having the privilege to work with a few Bitcoin companies as well, is, well, one, it was hard for me to keep doing that. And I saw an opportunity to really be a first mover to do Bitcoin only communications and PR. Bitcoiners want to work with other Bitcoiners, right? When you're working with a crypto agency or a tech agency, you're working with folks that likely don't even really care about Bitcoin, right? Maybe they actually own a little, but they don't understand it. But they're also handling like 10 other accounts. And at the end of the day, they're just trying to get what they need complete to move on to the next account. So I wanted to do something specifically catered to Bitcoin companies that I understand it at a foundational level to the point that we know it's going to change the world, right? So having someone that you can work with that understands the media, understands how to position your product or service, in a way that's going to resonate with the reporters we're pitching, the podcasts, and of course, finally the end consumer at a price point really that was going to make sense, because Bitcoin is so underfunded. It's a joke. Right. All that capital goes to crypto companies because of the model of venture capitalists being able to, pump up those crypto tokens and then, exit out of it. So there's this gap right now, and the funding will come, right? You have fantastic venture capitalists out there, like 1031 being one of them, Ego Death Capital, Lightning Ventures. But there's still this gap between, where we are today and where we're going to be in a few years, I think. And I wanted to fill that gap and be able to offer a really, turnkey service at a really affordable price, considering where Bitcoin funding is today. And man, at the end of the day, it's really all just about orange pilling the media so that we can orange pill the world, and working with these Bitcoin companies to make that happen.
I'm curious to know where you see the biggest opportunities, or maybe the need for better PR. I mean, it's probably easy to call out companies. I don't really want to do that, but just broadly speaking, what are some areas that you feel like a lot of companies could/should be improving when it comes to their PR?
Any type of milestone, really. I mean, you see all these kind of shoot from the hip announcements that go out on Twitter or X, and that could be some type of, product update. And, it's oftentimes a product update might not be, appeasing, or, I don't know, the media might not really want to see that, but it depends. So, I see so many different just tweets that go out. I'm like, you know what? I know a reporter that would have loved to see that, learned about this news before it went live on X. I probably know a few that could have done something with that. And then all of a sudden, on the day that you're, putting that out there on Twitter, you have multiple reporters talking about it at the same time, right? Whether that's even a little bit of funding or some type of milestone, some new product update, even a new hire, right? If you have someone that's coming over from the, traditional finance world that's now working for you, anything that you have going on at the company is an opportunity to make a splash, right? And there's different strategies of doing that, based off of what it is. But I would just say probably the